I have returned. Li Xingqian slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The modern room, this dilapidated rental space, felt so familiar. He picked up his phone and glanced at the date. March 11th, 2036. How can it be just one day? Am I not dreaming? The day before, Li Xingqian had witnessed his girlfriend, Liang Shanshan, in a clandestine affair with another man. After being discovered, he was struck on the head with a bottle, rendering him unconscious upon returning home. To his astonishment, his soul traversed to a realm of cultivation, where he practiced for 3,000 years and reached the tribulation stage. Utilizing a secret method, he shattered the barriers of space and returned to Earth. Yet, upon checking his phone, he realized only one day had passed, leading him to question whether this was merely a dream. As he held his phone with his left hand, he noticed a dark green ring on his pinky finger, and in an instant he sat upright. This is no dream. At that moment, an overwhelming joy surged within Li Xingqian. He recognized the dark green ring as a spatial ring from the realm of cultivation. He then crossed his legs and began to circulate his spiritual energy for practice. After some time, he discovered that his cultivation level had inexplicably dropped to the first layer of qi refinement. 2 hours later, relying on his exceptional cultivation technique, Li Xingqian's level soared to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Given the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, it seemed he could only cultivate up to this level for now. Just as he contemplated his next move, his phone rang, and a text message sent chills down his spine. Ancestor Xingqian, welcome back to Earth. Countdown to the apocalypse, 68 hours. With such a brief message, had it not been for the preceding events, Li Xingqian would have certainly dismissed it as a scam from northern Myanmar. However, upon noticing the sender's number, which was a single zero, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. What is happening? Li Xingqian attempted to reply, inquiring about the sender's identity, only to realize it was an unregistered number, and his message failed to send. He quickly organized his thoughts, compelled to believe in the uncanny coincidence of these events. Regardless, he needed to prepare supplies in advance. Although he had the spatial ring, he had just noticed that its contents were empty. However, this was not a significant issue. The apocalypse would consist of clothing, food, medicine, water, and weapons. To ensure he was fully prepared, Li Xingqian recalled a place where all these items could be found. He decided to head downstairs for a quick meal, planning to set out at midnight. Just then, an unexpected call came through. Hello, Aiken, you finally answered. Are you all right? The caller was none other than Liang Shanshan. Hearing her voice ignited an uncontrollable urge for violence within Li Xingqian. The reason for his return to Earth was precisely this woman. Liang Shanshan was the inner demon he faced on his path to ascension. Now, he had no desire to engage with her. He needed to prepare for the impending apocalypse and select a suitable refuge. Eliminating Liang Shanshan could be done at any time, but now that he was back, there was no need to rush. Granting her an easy demise would be too merciful. Li Xingqian was no longer the gentle person he once was. After countless battles and tribulations in the realm of cultivation, his heart had long since grown cold and unfeeling. Is there something you need? Li Xingqian's tone was as calm as still water. Can I call you if there's nothing wrong? We haven't broken up yet. What happened yesterday was an accident. Then I was actually coerced. I was drunk and I resisted. I told him not to touch me, not to do this. I truly resisted. Aiken, you must believe me. I'm just too weak to stop him. I was really forced. Li Xingqian was astonished at Liang Shanshan's shamelessness. At that moment, her screams had been so loud, how could she claim to be coerced? Enough. It is unnecessary. Hearing this, Liang Shanshan grew anxious. She was reluctant to lose her devoted admirer, eager to see if she could salvage their relationship. Having found it easy to manipulate Li Xingqian before. Aiken, listen to my explanation. I said some harsh words yesterday because I was drunk. Get lost. Li Xingqian had no intention of engaging with Liang Shanshan, abruptly ending the call. He had no time to argue with her. On the other end, Liang Shanshan fumed as she stared at her phone after he hung up. Li Xingqian, how dare you hang up on me and tell me to get lost? It's a privilege for me to apologize to you. What's the big deal about sleeping with another man? As a man, you should be more magnanimous. I'm so furious. Unbeknownst to Li Xingqian, Liang Shanshan raged on the other end of the line. He had seen through her, as the saying goes, A devoted admirer only gets one chance, and Li Xingqian had had enough. As he descended the stairs, the warm sunlight bathed his face, and the lively sounds of the community, accompanied by the chirping of birds, filled the air. After 3,000 years, I am back. Li Xingqian's gaze was resolute. The apocalypse would serve as a trial. At 24 years of age, Li Xingqian, an ordinary worker with an unremarkable appearance yet possessing a certain charm, stood at 6 feet tall. Now he was transformed. After enduring 3,000 years of arduous cultivation, his entire demeanor had undergone a magnificent change. Exuding an air of aloofness and authority, his eyes sharp and penetrating, instantly outshining the younger generation. Hey, isn't that Xiao Chun? Yesterday you got your head smashed, 3,000 years? Did the blow damage your brain? Ha ha ha. The one mockingly Xingqian was Aunt Zhang, who lived just above him. Her grandson's incessant noise from playing on the floor had robbed Li Xingqian of many sleepless nights. He had complained countless times, and the previous version of Li Xingqian had never managed to retort. Li Xingqian's tone remained flat. Aunt Zhang, ha! Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang's mood soured immediately. Observing Li Xingqian's expression and the dismissive ha, her previously smiling lips curled into a scowl. Xiao Chun, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know the meaning of respecting your elders? My grandson was in tears because of you. I had to console him for an entire day. Now look at you, getting all cocky and bullying an old lady. Aunt Zhang's tirade began, and nearby elderly residents quickly gathered around, drawn by her commotion. Oh, Aunt Zhang, what happened? An old man chimed in, prompting Aunt Zhang to unleash her grievances fully. These young people today have no respect for their elders. He was just about to hit me, an old woman. The surrounding elderly folks, upon hearing this, immediately turned their ire towards Li Xingqian. Young man, what's the matter with you? How can you lack basic manners at your age? Li Xingqian, unwilling to linger, swiftly employed his agility to leave. His expression was icy. Aunt Zhang remained as unreasonable as ever. Aunt Zhang, I should find some entertainment for you before the apocalypse. Li Xingqian had already devised a plan to deal with Aunt Zhang and her grandson, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Seeing Li Xingqian flee, Aunt Zhang felt quite pleased and thought to herself, competing with me? You still have a long way to go. After finishing dinner, Li Xingqian strolled through the streets, wishing to take one last look at the bustling city. He checked his phone map, confirmed his destination, and set off. Now at the 9th layer of qi refinement, Li Xingqian had no need for a taxi. His speed was extraordinary, and the tasks he planned to undertake were not suited for a cab. He wanted to avoid any complications in the days leading up to the apocalypse. Chapter 2. A stunning revelation in the city of Jingnan. The night was picturesque, adorned with dazzling neon lights and bustling streets filled with people. Yet, amidst this vibrant scene, none noticed a shadow flitting across the rooftops like a specter, none other than Li Xingqian. Hours later, as the clock struck 1 in the morning, Li Xingqian arrived at an industrial park, specifically the self-operated warehouse of the nation's premier e-commerce platform. Inside the warehouse, an extensive array of goods awaited, from rice and flour to snacks, beverages, household appliances, and even pharmaceuticals, truly a cornucopia of essentials, making it the optimal choice for his endeavors. Li Xingqian swiftly located the power supply system of the park and disabled it, plunging the area into darkness and rendering the surveillance cameras inoperative. Upon entering the warehouse, he was greeted by meticulously organized shelves brimming with an abundance of products, all tended to by automated forklifts. The premises were devoid of human presence, save for the monitoring room, where personnel, now without power, could only sit idly, attempting to contact someone to ascertain what was amiss. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xingqian had already commenced his grand heist. With a flourish of his hand, half of the warehouse's inventory was swiftly absorbed into his spatial ring. The entire process taking less than 3 seconds. In that moment, Li Xingqian darted through the vast expanse of 6 large warehouses, leaving behind only the automated machinery, stranded in the now empty spaces, their forks raised high but unable to grasp any goods. The bounty was immense. Standing atop the warehouse, Li Xingqian gazed at the treasures within his spatial ring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as he prepared to depart, he stumbled upon another delightful surprise. The industrial park housed warehouses filled with fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, Without hesitation, he cleared the shelves of every type of meat and produce, then swiftly returned home. The next morning at 8 o'clock, while Li Xingchen remained in slumber, the entirety of Jingnan City, and indeed the nation, erupted in chaos. Morning news broadcasted that in the early hours of the previous day, goods from several large warehouses within an industrial park in Jingnan had vanished into thin air, their worth amounting to billions. Was this a result of human intervention or a supernatural phenomenon? We now take you live to the scene as the news broke. Media outlets clamored to report on the story, with forums and comment sections abuzz with speculation. By afternoon, discussions surrounding the inexplicable disappearance had dominated trending topics. Comment sections were rife with reactions. 6 large warehouses plus 2 for fresh produce. A staggering disappearance overnight. Surely this is the work of extraterrestrials. No way. I suspect it's the government in action. Perhaps preparations for war. When our government moves, nothing is beyond reach. Are you out of your mind? If there were any signs of a war, we'd know. Plus, why would they need snacks and appliances? Could this be the onset of an apocalypse? Just like the protagonists in my novels, starting from scratch in a world gone awry. 2333, you're delusional. I'd sooner believe in cultivators than some system from a novel. Such comments flooded the screen, and Li Xingchen was taken aback to discover that some netizens had ventured remarkable theories. However, at that moment, he was oblivious to the online chatter, his attention elsewhere. During this time, he had also found an unoccupied villa in the Nyoshan Gaoming residential area. The windows and doors were securely shut, and the furniture was draped in white sheets, indicating it had been long abandoned. Given the circumstances of a collapsing world, an empty space was still a space, and the villa's backup power system was a luxurious bonus. Its prime location and sparse population would significantly reduce unnecessary troubles in these tumultuous times. Li Xingchen surveyed his surroundings. He was drawn to one particular room, distinct from the rest, adorned with pale pink wallpaper, a sky-themed ceiling, and light blue bed linens. It was filled with an array of plush toys, an unmistakably feminine sanctuary, meticulously arranged. In his hand, he held a picture frame of a young girl, glancing at it briefly before setting it down. This villa was now his domain, and he had no intention of returning to his previous rental. Nevertheless, he needed to make one last trip back. That afternoon, he returned to his old residence, retrieving a formidable device from his spatial ring, a tremor device. This was something he had discovered in the warehouse, initially intended as a gift for Aunt Zhang and her grandson before the world had changed. After installation, he felt it lacked a certain punch. So he placed 4 devices in the living room, 2 in the bedroom, 2 in the kitchen, and even 1 in the bathroom, 9 in total, all directed at the upstairs. Once installed, Li Xingchen closed the door and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy before departing. Leaving Aunt Zhang completely unaware, he returned to the villa, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. As darkness enveloped the world, it was time for his next procurement. Before setting out, Li Xingchen opened his phone and activated an app. A button boldly emblazoned with tremor device activation. Upon pressing it, he vanished into the night. While upstairs, Aunt Zhang and her eldest grandson slept soundly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Thud, 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 the rhythmic sound of the tremor device. The grandson, terrified, began to wail, while Aunt Zhang was equally startled. Hearing the noise emanating from below, she rushed downstairs, pounding on Li Xingchen's door. "Open up, Li Xingchen, you better let me in." Despite her relentless knocking, there was no response. Li Xingchen had long since moved to the villa. After half an hour of fruitless banging, Aunt Zhang had no choice but to call the police and summon a locksmith. But the door remained obstinately shut. Little did they know that Li Xingchen had anticipated this outcome and had left a trace of spiritual energy on the door, rendering it impervious to conventional means of entry. While Aunt Zhang struggled with the door, Li Xingchen made his way to an oil refinery, situated over 100 kilometers away, nearly outside the city limits of Jingnan. His objective was the gasoline within. Initially, he had considered visiting a gas station, but they were staffed around the clock and offered limited supplies. Thus, he resolved to go straight to the refinery, where, despite being operational 24/7, the storage tanks were generally unguarded. Upon reaching the base of a towering storage tank, Li Xingchen marveled at its height. Over 100 meters with a diameter of 40, who could fathom the volume of gasoline contained within? There were 4 such tanks, sufficient indeed. With the situation as it stood, Li Xingchen wasted no time. He watched as one of the 100-meter tanks vanished into thin air. The remaining 3 followed suit. And although he initially contemplated emptying the tanks, he opted instead to simply relocate them. Much easier to manage. Chapter 3. Explosive headlines. The internet erupts at dawn. Yet another sensational headline emerged. Astonishing. 400-meter storage tanks from a refinery have inexplicably vanished. Situated over 100 kilometers from the site of the previous warehouse theft, is there a connection? This news sent shockwaves through the media, escalating the frenzy to unprecedented levels, prompting investigations from relevant national departments. Comparatively, no celebrity gossip or other news could rival its fervor. I told you it was aliens. Such massive storage tanks disappearing without a trace is beyond human capability. Upstairs, what if it's a person? Perhaps they have a system. Haha 2333. Quit joking around. I'm starting to feel uneasy. Meanwhile, in an office, a woman wielding a laser pointer stood, approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a sleek bob haircut, her figure commanding attention in her professional attire. Her piercing gaze exuding an air of formidable sophistication. What are your thoughts, everyone? On the large screen, a 2-second video loop played, showcasing a figure sprinting. While running was commonplace, what was remarkable was the figure's extraordinary speed, appearing and vanishing within a mere 3 seconds. The actual filming distance was over 100 meters, meaning this individual covered that distance in an astonishing 3 seconds, whereas the current world record for 100 meters stands at 9.58 seconds. In the office, over 20 individuals sat, their ranks evidently high, yet they remained silent, uncertain of how to interpret this anomaly. We never anticipated such a scenario. Our only recourse now is to locate this individual, a middle-aged man in a suit declared. His brow furrowed, and others nodded in agreement. The room fell silent, as they lacked any leads to pursue. Then, a police officer in his 30s spoke up. There's another peculiar incident that occurred last night around the same time. I am unsure if it's related. We received a report about a tremor device disturbing the peace. Initially, I thought little of it, but peculiarly, the door of the residence where the device was placed wouldn't open. Given the absence of occupants, we sought a locksmith, intending to disable the device, yet they were unable to unlock the door. Before the officer could finish, another interjected. What's the big deal? Just get a different locksmith if the first one couldn't do it. It's not that complicated. The police officer immediately raised his hand. Allow me to finish. Our officers have continuously sought the assistance of 5 or 6 locksmith companies, yet we still find ourselves unable to unlock that door. Moreover, we even contacted the fire department and employed a cutting machine, only to discover that it could not make a single incision. Do you comprehend what it means for a cutting machine to be ineffective? With each utterance, the officer in uniform became increasingly agitated. Unbelievable. Do you realize that this is a large cutting machine? Not even a spark was produced when it was applied to the door. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in disbelief. They were well aware that using such a formidable cutting machine on a security door should be as effortless as slicing through tofu. Yet, astonishingly, it failed to make a mark. And without even a hint of a spark. You must be jesting. The officer in uniform, upon sensing skepticism, became instantly flustered. What motive would I have to deceive you? Suddenly, the entire office erupted into chaos. At that moment, a woman on stage clapped her hands, and the crowd gradually quieted down. All right, enough discussion. Since there are no leads regarding the missing warehouse and fuel tank, let us first investigate the resident of the tremor device and ascertain the situation before proceeding. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, on the side of Aunt Zhang, after an entire night, she still could not manage to open Li Xingqian's door. Why now? It was nearly noon, a time when Aunt Zhang would typically be preparing lunch for her eldest grandson. However, she now sat on the bed, cradling her grandson, with both their ears stuffed with tissue paper, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, their eyes bloodshot and dark circles resembling those of a panda. Grandma, I want to sleep. Grandma, I want to sleep, he whimpered. The tremor device downstairs continued to blare, nearly 10 of them, an utterly despairing thought. Aunt Zhang's grandson had begun to cry once more, and all Aunt Zhang could do was hold him tightly. Motionless, uncertain if a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. Yet, Li Xingqian remained utterly unconcerned. This was merely a minor punishment, for a far greater one loomed on the horizon at that moment. Li Xingqian was entirely unaware that by punishing Aunt Zhang, he had inadvertently exposed himself. All he lacked was an appropriate weapon. Initially, he contemplated stealthily procuring one from the police station or the military, but he quickly dismissed the idea, for he was unaccustomed to firearms. Preferring a sword or a knife instead, after much contemplation, he suddenly recalled that many Tang knives were merely ornamental, lacking a sharpened edge, and could be purchased online. Subsequently, Li Xingchen accessed his spatial ring. Rummaging through the shelves, and before long, he discovered what he sought and held it in his hand. Li Xingchen now possessed an exquisite gift box adorned with the characters Ming Lan, presumably the name of this Tang knife. Within the confines of his spatial realm, he observed that nearly every gift box bore a different name. Upon opening the box, he revealed a sleek, entirely black Tang knife, its blade embellished with deep blue cloud patterns, and a hint of sky blue luminosity emanating from the edge, creating a striking appearance. The scabbard, equally black, bore elegant engravings. Its hardness was commendable, crafted from bearing steel. His luck was fortuitous. Bearing steel possesses a higher hardness than conventional steel. As bearings endure immense pressure in critical components of heavy machinery, necessitating exceptional durability, it should be the finest blade currently available. Li Xingchen then retrieved several sharpening stones of various purposes from his spatial realm and commenced the honing process. An hour later, when Li Xingchen once again grasped the Tang knife, he noticed that the sharpened edge could reflect a silhouette, and the sky blue aura intensified. He then executed a gentle flick, producing a slight whooshing sound. And mere seconds later, the table that the knife passed over was cleanly severed. Li Xingchen was astonished by how remarkably sharp the Tang knife had become post-sharpening. The more he gazed upon its form, the more he admired it. Such a degree of sharpness was undoubtedly sufficient for self-defense. Regardless of the cataclysmic circumstances that may arise, he was ready to engage. A smile curled at the corners of Li Xingchen's lips. His gaze fierce, he awaited the onset of the apocalypse. And just then, a call from Liang Shanshan came through to Li Xingchen. Not wishing to overthink the matter, prepared to conclude his affairs, curious as to what Liang Shanshan might wish to convey. Seeking a diversion. Li Xingchen, you finally answered the call of this fairy. You possess quite the audacity now, not only hanging up on me, but also refusing to answer. You are doomed. Li Xingchen silently listened. Emchen, he replied casually, that I must inform you that I, this fairy, wish to break up with you. I am unafraid to disclose that not only did I not resist that day, but I also found it rather enjoyable. Regardless of Liang Shanshan's words, Li Xingchen only responded with an MHM. You think you can just MHM me? You, a poor loser. I must inform you that I am currently residing in the luxurious Nyo Mountain Gaoming Mansion. Do you know where that is? It is a villa. Have you ever lived in one? Before Liang Shanshan could continue, Li Xingchen abruptly ended the call. He had not anticipated that Liang Shanshan would be in the same vicinity. It seemed there was no need to search for her anymore. Let her experience the apocalypse firsthand. How intriguing. He marveled at the whims of fate. However, within just a few hours, Li Xingchen's information had been traced. Shortly thereafter, another call came through, and upon answering, he was greeted by a voice imbued with magnetic allure. Hello, is this Li Xingchen? Chapter 4. The onset of the apocalypse. An ex-girlfriend seeks comfort. Li Xingchen felt perplexed by the situation. This is I. May I ask who is speaking? The voice on the other end maintained an air of calmness tinged with a hint of intimidation, leaving Li Xingchen somewhat bewildered. This is the National Security Bureau. My surname is Yi. May I inquire about some information? Li Xingchen suspected it was a scam call, believing he had been sufficiently cautious and would not be traced. Thus, he hung up. Unperturbed, he dismissed the matter. But shortly thereafter, the phone rang again. Growing increasingly impatient, his tone turned icy. Miss, I have no money. Seek your victims elsewhere. With that, he hung up once more. Not long after, the phone rang again. Li Xingchen, please do not be hasty in terminating the call. I only wish to ask you one question. Intrigued, Li Xingchen genuinely wanted to know what this woman intended to ask. Go ahead, the voice on the other end inquired. Li Xingchen, regarding the door of your rental unit, as well as the recent disappearances of the warehouse and fuel tank. Could you elucidate the situation? Li Xingchen could hardly fathom how they had managed to track him down. The reason for their inquiry stemmed from the shadowy figure in that 3-second video, which bore a striking resemblance to him as a resident of the rental unit. The caller merely sought to extract information from Li Xingchen. He collected his thoughts, noting that several hours remained. Since it was a call from the Security Bureau, he decided to offer a warning. After all, He considered himself a patriotic youth. There are 3 inquiries. However, that I shall say this only once. Something unfortunate will transpire at midnight. I suggest you refrain from venturing outside before then, and stock up on food and water that I do not wish to elaborate further, nor should you pry. With that, Li Xingqian disregarded whatever the caller intended to say and hung up. Subsequently, he ignored any further calls until the 18 midnight. A text message arrived. The apocalypse has commenced. The very moment the message arrived, dark clouds enveloped the world, plunging it into utter darkness, devoid of moonlight. Thunder rumbled incessantly, a cacophony that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. Everyone was roused from slumber by the thunderous clamor, only to be met with rain. This was no ordinary rain. It was a pale green acid rain. Outside, vegetation began to emit smoke, slowly dissolving under its corrosive touch. Those caught in the acid rain on the streets found their skin beginning to rot, as passers-by frantically sought shelter, leading to a cascade of accidents and screams echoing throughout the world. Li Xingqian gazed out the window at the unfolding chaos. Concerned about whether the villa's roof could withstand the onslaught, he observed that the acid rain seemed peculiar, affecting only flora and fauna, while the plastic barrels at the entrance remained unscathed. Opening the window revealed a pungent odor. That night, emergency calls to the police, fire department, and medical services inundated the lines. Online communication persisted, and the internet buzzed with reports of the day's apocalyptic acid rain. Help! Is anyone there? My arm was exposed to the acid rain. Please save me. It hurts. Upstairs, you're on your own. I'm in a similar predicament. The emergency number is completely unreachable. Sigh. We shall see what tomorrow brings. Let us all wash up and sleep. Slumber will ease the pain. The online discourse erupted with fervor, while Li Xingqian, cocooned in the warmth of his bed, had long since succumbed to sleep. This acid rain persisted for 5 days, leaving the populace in a state of numbness. Streets around the globe lay desolate, with many seeking refuge indoors. Numerous individuals did not return home, while government agencies urged citizens to remain indoors, for there was little that could be accomplished. On the day the rain ceased, nearly half of the global population had been exposed to it. Those affected began to develop fevers, and some, with wounds infected, succumbed to their ailments, although some contemplated venturing outside. The overwhelming stench rendered prolonged exposure unbearable, forcing them to retreat. Li Xingqian, perusing news on his phone, noted that despite the passage of days, water, electricity, and internet services remained intact. Yet, he understood that such conditions could not persist indefinitely. Although water had not ceased, the tap water had transformed into acidic liquid, rendering it undrinkable. Announcements circulated online advising against consuming tap water, exacerbating the plight of those already afflicted by fever. Is there anyone with water? I haven't had a drink in 3 days and have a fever. Can someone help me? Please save my child. They haven't had water in 2 days, their temperature is soaring, and they were exposed to the acid rain. Their hands are rotting. At this moment, the online pleas for help surged like a tide, with countless individuals seeking rescue. Just as Li Xingqian was engrossed in the news, Liang Shanshan's call came through once more. Li Xingqian answered. Ah-chun, where are you? I miss you so much. Liang Shanshan began to speak to Li Xingqian in a gentle tone, yet his responses remained rather indifferent. That I'm sleeping. He replied, Aiken, could you come find me? I miss you so much. Aren't you in a luxurious villa? I don't deserve to go there. Aiken, please don't say that I was just saying those things out of anger. I truly love you. Strangely, Liang Shanshan's words began to make Li Xingqian feel a bit nauseous. Never mind. I'll hang up. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's remark, Liang Shanshan felt a surge of anxiety that it turned out she was staying in the villa with another man, who had been caught in acid rain a few days prior and had died that very morning. This villa served as a hideaway for his mistress, containing only some bottled water and little food. Liang Shanshan had not eaten for 3 days. Hearing this, Li Xingqian felt no shred of sympathy. He had anticipated such a scenario long ago. Well, just hold out for a few more days. It's a perfect opportunity for weight loss. After saying this, he hung up the phone. In the past, when they were together, Liang Shanshan complained about her figure, insisting that Li Xingqian help monitor her diet and forbidding her from eating, declaring her desire to lose weight. Li Xingqian, acquiescing, refrained from cooking for her. Yet, when he indulged himself, she would protest, accusing him of trying to starve her to tea that time. Li Xingqian was thoroughly perplexed, thinking, fine, I'll prepare her meals. only for Liang Shanshan to once again create drama. Questioning his intentions for cooking while knowing she was dieting. Such episodes occurred every few days, leaving Li Xingchen bewildered about how he had endured it all. Now, her current predicament seemed like an ideal chance for her to lose weight, allowing him to witness firsthand her so-called bony beauty. Regardless of Liang Shanshan's situation, he resolved to ensure he ate and drank well. He opened the refrigerator to prepare his meals. He relished in the luxury of not lacking water or food. Still residing in a villa. Meanwhile, in the neighboring villa, a young man with red hair peered through binoculars at Li Xingchen's every move, filled with delight. Ding-dong. The doorbell of Li Xingchen's villa rang. Momentarily startling him, the owner back. He pondered, unperturbed as he addressed the intercom. Who is it? Outside stood the same red-haired youth, now wearing a hat, bundled in thick clothing, holding an umbrella, wrapped in plastic, and sporting an extravagant mask of 5 or 6 layers, topped with expensive sunglasses. Hello, brother. I'm from next door. I noticed you have water and food. Could you spare a little for me? Li Xingchen, observing the person on the small screen by the door, realized he was his neighbor and had no intention of engaging. No. The red-haired youth, upon hearing the refusal, did not take offense but adopted a tone of desperation. Brother, please don't hang up. I understand the times are tough. Just share a little, and I'll pay you back 500,000 later. Unbeknownst to him, money held little value in the current circumstances. I don't want your money. I won't give you anything. The red-haired youth, named Feng Rue, felt a pang of urgency. He understood that in such dire straits, money could not buy everything, and no one dared venture outside for fear of their safety. Living in this villa district meant one was either wealthy or noble, making robbery impossible, especially in a world filled with toxic gases. Feng Rue, a wealthy second generation, grasped a crucial lesson from his father. While he could indulge in excess, he must never offend others. His father had instilled in him the wisdom that there are always greater forces, and offending someone more powerful could lead to dire consequences. Though he lived lavishly, he never sought trouble, preferring to quietly enjoy the privileges of his status. Taking a deep breath, he made a decision that betrayed his upbringing. Dad, I'm calling you Dad. Please, just give me a little. I'm truly at my wits' end. My family is not in Jingnan City, and I can't spend money anywhere that I need to survive. Li Xingchen felt a mix of resignation and amusement at this. In the realm of cultivation, he had been called grandfather and begged for mercy, but never had anyone called him father. Feng Rue, desperate, appeared pitiful on the surveillance screen. Though society had not yet descended into chaos, the rules of law still held some semblance. Li Xingchen reflected that typical wealthy heirs, even before the collapse of societal norms, could be dismissive, perhaps even inclined to violence. Yet, this young man, risking exposure to acid rain to survive, sacrificing his dignity, indeed left a small impression on Li Xingchen in a world now rife with acid and acrid odors. Many would do anything to survive, but few possessed the courage he displayed. In light of this bravery, perhaps he deserved a chance at life. All right, stop begging, I'll give you something. Feng Rue felt a rush of emotion upon hearing Li Xingchen's words, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. If it weren't for the acid rain on the ground, Li Xingchen thought Feng Rue might have knelt to call him father. He opened the door, handing over a plastic bag containing 5 bottles of water, 10 packets of instant noodles, and 10 cans of congee. This is the first and last time. In this situation, you'll have to rely on yourself. These supplies should last you about 10 days. Feng Rue received the food with tears of gratitude. Yes, I understand. I won't trouble you again. I'll depend on myself. Thank you, Dad. Li Xingchen raised a hand. Enough with the dad already. Off you go. He shut the door, and Feng Rue hurried back to his home. Once inside, he gulped down a large mouthful of water and devoured the cheap noodles, nearly moved to tears. So delicious. After finishing his meal, Li Xingchen began his cultivation practice. He noticed that since the onset of the apocalypse, the amount of spiritual energy in the world had gradually increased, which he found quite astonishing. Initially, he had contemplated other methods of cultivation, but given the current levels of spiritual energy, it seemed feasible to break through to the foundation establishment stage with some time and effort, having fallen from the tribulation stage to the chi refinement stage. He found it easier to upgrade and break through. Previously in the realm of cultivation, he had consumed numerous breakthrough pills, and even without them now, he believed the process would not prove too difficult. The next day, The weather seemed more bearable. The oppressive clouds appeared less threatening. Li Xingqian decided to venture outside to assess the situation. He began by scanning the villa district, climbing to the rooftops for a better view. Allowing him to see through the windows of the villas and gauge the circumstances within, that he saw Liang Shanshan. Curious about her current state, before long, he spotted her in one of the villas. Inside, for reasons unknown, a few men were asleep in her home, and the bed was in disarray. Liang Shanshan, disheveled and cornered, bore traces of tears upon her face. Her once radiant beauty now dulled. Her long, flowing hair was now unkempt, and her once lively countenance appeared lifeless and hollow. As Li Xingqian observed, the men awoke, dressing in security uniforms. The leader, a burly man around 35, approached Liang Shanshan, while the others leered at her. "How did you feel yesterday, little girl? We made sure you weren't hungry, right?" "Huh?" The leader, unlike his companions, advanced toward Liang Shanshan and struck her down. "Damn you, you wretched creature. You used to think you were so superior. Didn't you? You looked down on us, calling us mere gatekeepers. What happened to that arrogance? Now look at you, reduced to being someone's mistress. You think you're something special? Just a dog relying on its master. No. A bitch." The three men erupted in laughter, while Liang Shanshan, now sobbing on the floor, reflected on her pampered upbringing and her self-proclaimed status as a fairy. She had once scoffed at those beneath her, reveling in the satisfaction of being pursued by Li Xingqian, who had chased her for 3 years. Now, however, she was paying the price for her actions. A week into the apocalypse, the darkness of human nature began to emerge. And with the collapse of societal rules, barbarism took hold. Now that the world has changed, no one can control us. This villa district still houses several arrogant women. Should we take advantage? One of the lackeys incited. They were merely ordinary individuals, yet in the eyes of the wealthy, they were deemed subhuman. The leader, once humiliated, now sought revenge, declaring that if the wealthy saw them as lesser beings, they would reciprocate the sentiment. "Let us make those men who look down on us paid. I want their wives and daughters to grovel before me." Li Xingqian lamented that in today's society, people fail to learn the importance of respecting others. Confronted with the consequences of such behavior, he reflected on the fate of those women. This recollection led him to remember his own experiences in the realm of immortals, where he endured considerable bullying during his early days as a lowly servant. Ultimately, once he gained strength, he did not hesitate to annihilate that family. Chapter 6. The Aggressive Ex-Girlfriend. Upon reading this, Li Xingqian felt no desire to intervene. Curiously, he found a sense of satisfaction within himself. As long as they did not provoke him and refrained from committing heinous acts, he was willing to let them be. Humanity has always oscillated between barbarism and civilization, and this is the natural order. Witnessing his ex-girlfriend's humiliation, he had no intention of playing the role of the benevolent savior. Such scenarios were commonplace in the apocalypse, and since embarking on his journey of cultivation, Li Xingqian had come to understand many truths, including the concept of karma. At that moment, Liang Shanshan was facing retribution due to her previous arrogance and unreasonable behavior. This was karma, and she deserved it. Adhering to the natural flow of life is the path of a cultivator. At the very moment Li Xingqian departed, Liang Shanshan, lurking in a corner, was filled with hatred, her expression suddenly igniting with a newfound intensity. Li Xingqian, this celestial maiden shall see you dead. Li Xingqian returned home to continue his cultivation, choosing to disregard the unfolding events. Hours later, several security guards returned to Liang Shanshan's villa, accompanied by 2 women and provisions. "Ha, boss, what a bountiful harvest. Tonight, we shall have our fun." The 2 women were a mother and daughter. The mother, in her late 30s, retained a certain allure, while her daughter, newly 18, was innocent and entirely different in temperament from her mother. "Please, spare us. We have money," the mother pleaded, but the 3 security guards had already been consumed by lustful desires. "Damn it, it's you. Even the King of Heaven couldn't save you today. Weren't you so arrogant before? Didn't you make me kneel and apologize just because I was a minute late in opening the door?" The leader of the guards bellowed angrily, closing the distance between them and the mother. The ensuing scene was nothing short of brutal. 2 hours later, although the enigmatic power was beyond Li Xingqian's comprehension, he decided to embrace it, believing that the emergence of zombies, coupled with the presence of crystalline entities akin to spirit stones within them, indicated a potential for evolution among the undead that he resolved to investigate these crystals further after vanquishing any evolved zombies he might encounter in the future. As Li Xingqian sought updates online, he discovered that the internet was no longer accessible. It appeared that the maintenance of network services had ceased, likely coinciding with the dwindling availability of water and electricity. True to his expectations, upon returning home, he found the power had been cut. However, he remained unperturbed, for his villa was equipped with a backup power system that could be activated with a supply of gasoline, of which his spatial ring contained ample reserves. Before long, the villa was illuminated once more, casting a glimmer of light in the previously darkened area, akin to a star shining in the void. Though diminutive, it was radiant. This illumination captured the attention of all within the villa community. Signifying Li Xingqian's presence that as he was engrossed in his cultivation, a knock resounded at the door. "Come out and hand over your provisions." Outside stood 10 individuals, led by a muscular man, clearly one accustomed to physical training. Yet not yet 30 years of age, sporting a shaved head. Upon opening the door, Li Xingqian's cold gaze swept over the intruders. "You have 30 seconds to vacate this place, or else." The group dismissed his threat with an air of nonchalance. The bald leader laughing derisively. "Are you jesting, kid? My brother is an awakened one. He just dispatched a dozen zombies. What can you possibly do?" The bald man's companions joined in mockery, revealing their audacity stemmed from the presence of an awakened individual among them. As zombies began to appear outside, it was evident that not everyone had returned home at the onset of the apocalypse. Many remained trapped in shopping malls, underground garages, and various locations where the deceased had risen as zombies, further infecting the living. Li Xingqian, intrigued by the nature of the awakened, proposed, "Defeat me, and I shall grant you food." The bald leader, taken aback, registered the absurdity of a challenge from someone who appeared to be merely an ordinary human. "You have spirit. I will ensure your demise is swift. Remember, my name is Chao Quan." With that, Chao Quan lunged forward with a punch aimed at Li Xingqian, who effortlessly blocked it. However, he soon realized that Chao Quan's strength surpassed that of an average person by considerable margins. "What other abilities have you awakened?" Chao Quan, astonished that Li Xingqian had thwarted his assault, questioned whether he too was an awakened. "Tell me your power." Li Xingqian, unfazed, continued to inquire, while Chao Quan's anger simmered at being belittled. "Damn it! Perish!" Chao Quan charged at Li Xingqian, yet every blow was met with equal force. As Li Xingqian remained unscathed, cold sweat began to bead on Chao Quan's forehead. "That I refuse to believe this." His temper flared, leading him to unleash a chaotic barrage of strikes. But Li Xingqian, recognizing the futility of further inquiry, swiftly drew his blade. The midnight blew and ended Chao Quan's threat. The remaining lackeys, witnessing their leader's demise, were instantly gripped by fear. "Spare us, Great One, spare us," they pleaded, dropping to their knees. "Answer me. How did Chao Quan gain his power? Who are you?" One among them revealed their identities as a group of wealthy scions, admitting ignorance regarding Chao Quan's awakening, other than that he had inexplicably gained immense strength upon waking. After extracting this information, Li Xingqian decided against leaving any survivors. He harbored no fear of trouble, yet loathed the inconvenience it could bring. With a few swift strokes, he dispatched the remaining scions, his expression devoid of emotion, for this was not his first encounter with death, in the realm of cultivation. He had claimed the lives of countless foes, having once annihilated an entire sect that had dared to cross him, which numbered no less than 10,000. Chapter 8. The misfortune of Zhang Dama and her grandson in what was once Li Xingqian's rented apartment. A spatial wormhole materialized, from which emerged his former girlfriend, Liang Shanshan. Now, she had awakened a power of spatial teleportation, completely unaware that Li Xingqian no longer resided there. Her intent was to confront him, wishing to reclaim him as her plaything, for she had once held a fondness for the devoted man who had adored her. With her newfound abilities, she was brimming with confidence. Liang Shanshan had transformed herself into a striking figure, donning a red qipao that accentuated her allure, a dagger, stained with fresh blood, in hand, suggesting she had recently taken a life. Upon failing to find Li Xingqian in the apartment, she recalled the commotion from upstairs and thought of Zhang Dama and her family. Liang Shanshan harbored no affection for Zhang Dama, having quarreled with her on numerous occasions over Li Xingqian. Curiosity piqued, she mused about the unusual actions of someone who had never previously engaged in conflict with either her or Zhang Dama. Let me see if Zhang Dama is still alive. If so, she shall meet her end. With that, Liang Shanshan activated the wormhole and departed. Meanwhile, upstairs, Zhang Dama and her grandson were faring well, having stockpiled ample food and water through daily forays to supermarkets for free giveaways. It must be said that Zhang Dama's penchant for opportunism had enabled their survival in these dire circumstances. Those sleepless nights had left her with dark circles under her eyes, the tremors from the building's vibrations having persisted for 5 days. Liang Shanshan's sudden appearance before Zhang Dama struck terror into her heart, causing her grandson to faint from fright, as he had not rested well. How did you get in here? Zhang Dama trembled, her body quaking in fear. Zhang Dama, it has been a while. You may not recognize me, but I am the one who benefited from your and your grandson's hospitality during my time with Aiken. Liang Shanshan smiled, her expression unsettling Zhang Dama further. After a brief moment of confusion, realization dawned on her. You are Aiken's girlfriend. I am so sorry. It was all my fault. I failed to keep my grandson in check. I promise I will never disturb anyone again. Hearing this, Liang Shanshan threw her head back in laughter. Zhang Dama, you've made my day. Do you not realize that every misdeed bears a consequence? You certainly did not treat us with such kindness before. With that, she brandished the dagger, sending Zhang Dama into a state of panic, causing her to lose control of her bladder. What are you doing? Murder is a crime. I will call the police. You must leave, or I truly will call for help. As she spoke, Zhang Dama retreated, clutching her grandson tightly, acutely aware that even a call for help would be futile in the current chaos. From her window, she could see the mayhem of society unraveling outside, with scenes of cannibalism unfolding in the streets. Faced with Liang Shanshan's advancing figure, Zhang Dama's mental defenses crumbled, leading her to kneel and thrust her grandson before her. It is all his fault. If you must kill, take him. Faced with Liang Shanshan's inquiry, Aunt Zhang found herself at a loss for words. Had she known the whereabouts of Li Xingqian, she would have long since deactivated the tremor device. Upon realizing that Aunt Zhang had become useless, Liang Shanshan wasted no time and ruthlessly eliminated both Aunt Zhang and her grandson. After dispatching the two, an unexpected thrill coursed through Liang Shanshan, a wicked smile resurfacing on her face, accompanied by a slight flush and heavy breaths. Ha ha ha! What an exhilarating sensation! Suddenly, an insatiable desire welled up within her. Ah Chun, where on earth are you? I yearn for you so. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Li Xingqian was immersed in his cultivation, utterly unaware that Liang Shanshan had awakened her spatial teleportation abilities, nor that Aunt Zhang and her grandson had met their demise at her hands. Yet, a disquieting sensation gnawed at him, an unease he could not quite articulate, though he instinctively knew it was linked to Liang Shanshan. Initially, Li Xingqian had intended to confront Liang Shanshan with the intent to slay her, along with the men who had tormented her. However, upon arriving at the villa, he was greeted by a grim scene. Those men lay dead, alongside 2 female corpses. Upon inspection, he discerned that neither belonged to Liang Shanshan, indicating her absence. Furrowing his brow, Li Xingqian grappled with the perplexing situation. Had she been rescued, or perhaps abducted once more? Given Liang Shanshan's striking beauty, it was implausible that she had perished. After all, she was his inner demon, and he would know if she had met her end. He was also aware that inner demons were not easily vanquished. Due to the laws of causality, they must die at one's own hands. How intriguing! Li Xingqian began to comprehend that perhaps fate was not inclined to grant him enlightenment so effortlessly. The recent apocalypse and the disappearance of his inner demon seemed to be trials imposed upon him by the heavens. A necessary ordeal for his growth. Chapter 9. The rescue of the artistic school bell. Just as Li Xingqian was deep in thought, his phone buzzed. Jingnan Art University. Rescue Jiang Yuyan. It was that enigmatic entity. The mysterious 0. Li Xingqian found himself increasingly perplexed by this figure, who not only knew of his identity as a cultivator, but also seemed aware of the apocalypse's unfolding, now urging him to rescue someone. Jingnan Art University? He was familiar with this institution, renowned for its abundance of handsome men and beautiful women, as most graduates pursued careers in acting where physical appearance was paramount. Yet, he could not fathom why Jiang Yuyan had garnered the attention of this mysterious 0. Resolute, he decided to embark on this journey. With little to prepare, Li Xingqian stepped outside, opting to walk rather than utilize any form of transportation, taking the opportunity to observe the world around him. His path led him to a renowned motorcycle dealership, where he paused to admire the luxurious machines on display. Each motorcycle was a masterpiece, often costing upwards of 50 or 60,000, having always harbored a passion for motorcycles. He could no longer resist seizing the opportunity to acquire one upon entering. He was met with a horde of zombies, which he swiftly dispatched. Surrounded by an array of motorcycles, Li Xingqian, despite having spent 3 millennia in the realm of cultivation, still possessed the heart of a youth. His love for motorcycles unwavering, he selected a sleek black sports bike, its aerodynamic frame and LED angel eyes captivating him at first glance. Realizing his attire, a casual outfit, was ill-suited, he ventured upstairs to procure a stylish black suit paired with a blue dress shirt, leaving the tie undone for a more relaxed look. After donning a pair of sunglasses and placing his weapon, the Minglan, at his side, he gazed into the mirror, murmuring to himself, "Not too shabby." Li Xingqian had long wished to dress this way, and now he was finally realizing that dream. Thrumming with excitement, he mounted his beloved motorcycle and sped down the street. The roar of the engine echoing through the air, capturing the attention of both hidden survivors and lurking zombies alike. In no time, he arrived at the university's entrance, where the gates were firmly shut. Yet the sounds of students turned zombies could be heard within. With a swift motion, he slashed the gate open and pushed it aside, consulting the campus map to locate the female dormitory before revving his bike and racing off. Upon reaching the dormitory, the thunderous roar of his motorcycle attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Many female students, witnessing the dashing figure on the motorcycle, were initially awestruck by his cool demeanor, only to be overtaken by fear as they observed the approaching horde. They yearned for salvation, yet the overwhelming number of zombies left them feeling hopeless. Undeterred, Li Xingqian faced the advancing zombies with confidence, wielding the Minglan with precision, effortlessly dispatching any that dared approach. The scene left the girls on the upper floors in stunned disbelief. Who was this formidable figure? In a fifth-floor dormitory, a beautiful girl peered out, her friend beside her, both captivated by the display of strength. How cool! Is he here to save us? So powerful. Many girls shared this sentiment, their hopes rekindled as they watched Li Xingqian effortlessly vanquish the zombies. He was their savior. They were aware of the existence of awakened individuals in this apocalypse. Just days prior, some male students from the dormitory had fought against zombies, but their struggles had been arduous. None had witnessed such ease and mastery in battle before. The dormitory housed numerous girls, yet none had encountered a female with awakened abilities. They remained confined indoors, hoarding snacks to survive, with some dorms even equipped with water dispensers, barely sustaining themselves. Before long, Li Xingqian entered the female dormitory and closed the door behind him. He had no time to eliminate every single zombie. They were endless, and the crystals within them held little value for him at this stage. Just as he entered, a few brave girls, hearing the commotion, peeked through the door. With most zombies lured away during his battle, a few girls ventured out, emboldened by the absence of immediate danger. "Are you here to rescue us?" one girl mustered the courage to ask. Li Xingqian, maintaining a stoic demeanor, produced several cans of food. "Whoever tells me where Jiang Yuyan is will receive one of these cans." Though he had initially hesitated to reveal the cans, he understood that without an incentive, many would resort to deceit. The cans, however, were not of significant interest to him. The girls' eyes lit up at the sight of the food. Though they had rations, they were rationing them, and many were on the brink of starvation. Although these girls were fair of face, it was evident that they were somewhat malnourished. "The school bell, Jiang Yuyan? She's on the 5th floor, room 516." Upon receiving this crucial information, Li Xingqian handed the can to the girl who had spoken, preparing to leave when another girl obstructed his path. "If you're so powerful, will you rescue us?" This girl, though average in appearance, exuded an air of authority, clearly one of the dominant figures in the dormitory. Li Xingqian, however, paid her no mind and brushed past her, ascending the stairs. Infuriated, she knew her status as the dorm leader, her father being one of the school's major investors, a board member, no less, ensured that no one dared to cross her. "Everyone, follow me. We must go upstairs to find him. He is our only hope. Without him, we are doomed. I refuse to believe that we, as beautiful girls, are not worthy of his rescue." Many girls found her words compelling and began to follow her up the stairs. The number of students gathering behind her increasing. By the time Li Xingqian reached room 516, a throng of girls trailed behind him, their eyes fixated on his next move, determined not to let him escape. "Jiang Yuyan, Are you there? He knocked on the door and called out. Unsure if anyone inside was still alive, that a voice emerged from within. Who is it? I'm looking for Jiang Yuyan, Li Xingchen replied. What do you want with her? The inquiry from within only served to heighten his annoyance. He loathed having to explain himself. With a swift punch, he shattered the door lock and pushed the door open, shocking the onlookers with his abrupt entrance. Inside, he beheld 3 girls, each more beautiful than the last. Though their complexions had suffered due to the circumstances, they stared at him with a mix of fear and curiosity. I am Jiang Yuyan. What do you want with me? The girl at the forefront spoke, her ponytail swaying slightly as she stood approximately 172 centimeters tall, her figure strikingly elegant, with a delicate face and bright, expressive eyes. Yet, in that moment, she exuded an air of vulnerability, a purity that was almost disarming to Li Xingchen. Felt an odd sense of familiarity with Jiang Yuyan, though he could not place where he had seen her before. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought for now and focused on the task at hand. Jiang Yuyan, come with me. Li Xingchen spoke with an imperious tone that brooked no refusal. Jiang Yuyan recognized that the man before her was the very one who had just wreaked havoc downstairs. Although fear gripped her, she couldn't help but inquire, why must I go with you? Where are you taking me? Do not ask so many questions, just come along, Li Xingchen replied, pulling Jiang Yuyan's hand, which caused her to feel a twinge of resistance. She was frightened. She understood that this was an apocalyptic world, and given her appearance, she would undoubtedly suffer. No, I will not go with you unless you clarify, Jiang Yuyan protested vehemently. Li Xingchen, slightly irritated, lifted her effortlessly onto his shoulder. Jiang Yuyan was both shocked and embarrassed. The other girls from her dormitory, witnessing the scene, were also alarmed, yet as close friends, they could not stand idly by. You must explain where you intend to take Jiang Yuyan. We won't allow you to leave without clarity, Li Xingchen casually replied. I am rescuing her from this place. Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Yuyan but also her dorm mates, Ai Wei and Sumi Ixu, both strikingly beautiful, felt a surge of hope. Jiang Yuyan's dorm housed the 4 most renowned beauties of the school. The one had perished, leaving only the 3 of them. Ai Wei and Sumi Ixu, along with another girl at the entrance, were filled with determination. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan found herself disregarding all caution. After all, what if this man truly intended to save her? Could you possibly rescue my roommates as well? Before she could finish, Li Xingchen interrupted her. I will only save you. The others felt a chill upon hearing this. Despite the circumstances, Jiang Yuyan refused to surrender, biting her lip. Since you are here to save me, it implies you have a purpose. If you refuse to save them, I would rather perish. I have relied on them for survival during this apocalypse. Without them, I would have perished long ago. That I cannot live alone. My conscience would not allow it. Li Xingchen pondered for a moment. Perhaps this was the cause and effect of rescuing Jiang Yuyan. He turned to Ai Wei and Sumi Ixu, stating coldly, I shall offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ai Wei and Sumi Ixu's faces brightened with hope. Are we finally to be rescued? Li Xingchen continued. I am here to save Jiang Yuyan. You are merely an afterthought. That I do not work for free. I am in need of handmaidens. Agree to my terms, and I shall take you with me. Refuse, and that is the end of it. The 2 hesitated at the notion of becoming this man's handmaidens. They understood that there were various types of handmaidens, some responsible for cooking and cleaning, while others served more intimate purposes. That Tio put it bluntly, a handmaiden could also be seen as a servant or a concubine. However, Li Xingchen had not given it much thought. In the world of cultivation, he had countless handmaidens, whose sole responsibility was to maintain his dwelling. Seeing no one willing to agree, Li Xingchen turned to leave that moment. The 2 steeled themselves. That we agree to be your handmaidens. They were unwilling to give up. Living was preferable to the alternative, and besides, Li Xingchen did not seem like a nefarious character. As they prepared to depart, a group of girls blocked their path. You cannot leave. You must rescue us too. The female bully of the school stepped forward. Li Xingchen replied icily. You are too unattractive to qualify as my handmaiden. The female bully was incensed. As the daughter of a school board member, she was accustomed to being the queen bee and was infuriated at being called ugly. How dare you call me ugly? She advanced menacingly, having forgotten Li Xingchen's terrifying prowess during the zombie encounter. With a swift motion, Li Xingchen knocked her unconscious with a single slap, leaving the other girls in shock. However, a few bolder girls, believing themselves to be more attractive, stepped forward. You seek handmaidens, do you? just save me. And I will comply with your every demand. I too, I will do anything. The implication was unmistakable. Yet, while Li Xingqian regarded these girls, he recognized that although they were attractive, they could not compare to Jiang Yuyan and her friends. One bore a rebellious spirit, another was calculating, and the third was ostentatiously flirtatious. Types that Li Xingqian had no interest in. Li Xingqian disregarded the girls and led Jiang Yuyan and her companions to the first floor of the dormitory. The girls remained persistent. If you wish to live, do not follow him. Do not assume I will not kill. Li Xingqian's voice was ice-cold. The remaining girls, clinging to the hope of survival, fell silent, realizing the power Li Xingqian wielded. After all, the school bully had just been dispatched with ease, and they were acutely aware of the stakes. As Li Xingqian prepared to open the door, he glanced back at the girls. Recognizing that most of them were merely students and not inherently bad, he decided to leave behind several hundred pounds of food, providing them a glimmer of hope for survival, though it was an unintentional act. Jiang Yuyan and her friends perceived this man as increasingly charismatic. Perhaps they had not chosen wrongly after all. Still unable to comprehend, Jiang Yuyan asked, "If you were so powerful, why not save them all?" Li Xingqian, hearing Ai Wei's question, felt compelled to point out her ignorance of the brutal rules of survival in this apocalypse. Put away your naive idealism. We have reverted to a savage era where it is either you or me. I do not wish to hear such sentiments again, or I will not hesitate to leave you here. Jiang Yuyan and her friends fell silent, unsure of how to respond, for Li Xingqian was right. Ai Wei felt a surge of fear. She had been saved by chance and could not fathom the consequences of being abandoned. As Li Xingqian emerged, effortlessly dispatching a few zombies, he led the three to his motorcycle. Upon seeing the gruesome scene of dismembered limbs, the girls began to retch. Though they had seen it from above, the reality was far more visceral, compounded by the acrid stench. Li Xingqian remained silent, waiting for them to regain their composure. The three girls, noticing his expressionless demeanor, felt a mix of anxiety and urgency to tidy themselves. Standing beside the motorcycle, they exchanged anxious glances. What do we do? There's no room for all of us. In an astonishing display, Li Xingqian conjured a sleek sports car, a remnant from his acquisition at the dealership. Get in. As they climbed aboard, Jiang Yuyan could no longer contain her curiosity. Are you a space-type ability user? Li Xingqian chuckled helplessly. If you say so, then let it be. Following that, regardless of their inquiries, he remained reticent, driving steadily toward the villa. However, midway through their journey, a tire blew out. And after several skids, Li Xingqian managed to bring the car to a halt. Chapter 11. Bringing the three school beauties home. Stepping out, he surveyed the flat tire, clearly the result of sabotage. Moments later, a group of over 20 individuals charged toward them, armed with various weapons, the leader brandishing a handgun. They swiftly encircled Li Xingqian and his companions, upon spotting the three beautiful girls inside the car. The leader's face contorted into a lascivious grin. Well, such stunning little ladies, and three of them. Disregarding Li Xingqian entirely, the leader was fixated on Jiang Yuyan and her friends, his greedy gaze unmasked, the girls in the car. Witnessing the surrounding men, felt a surge of panic, especially upon noticing the firearm. That you've got some guts. Li Xingqian's icy stare locked onto the man with the gun. The man, seemingly unfazed by Li Xingqian's calm demeanor, pressed the barrel against his forehead. What if you are an awakener? I have a gun. Hand over the supplies and the beauties, and maybe I'll let you go. As the man continued to threaten him, the others braced themselves, eager to eliminate Li Xingqian. Their eyes were fixated on Jiang Yuyan and her friends, filled with avarice, having never encountered such beauty. You have 3 seconds to lower that gun. Li Xingqian commanded coldly. The man erupted in laughter. Are you kidding me? What can you do? I swear I'll blow your head off. Li Xingqian, recognizing their intent to court death, acted swiftly, like a phantom. He vanished from their sight, leaving them momentarily stunned. Suddenly, 3 terrified screams pierced the air as they noticed 3 of their own lying lifeless on the ground. What is happening? The gunman felt a surge of anxiety. He could not comprehend how Li Xingqian had vanished and how his companions had perished in the blink of an eye. Before they could comprehend, another round of screams erupted, and 10 more fell, leaving the remaining group in utter fear. In mere seconds, several had been dispatched, and they scrambled in panic. Scatter, quickly, scatter, the gunman shouted to his comrades. But it was futile. More screams echoed, and soon, All but the gunman lay dead at Li Xingqian's hands. As the last man trembled, his grip on the firearm quivered. Unable to fathom how Li Xingqian had accomplished this feat, show yourself, show yourself. His voice trembled, yet he still fought to maintain composure. Subsequently, Li Xingqian reappeared before him, wielding a dark blue blade stained with fresh blood. His gaze was frigid, and a profound sense of terror enveloped his being, causing him to instinctively retreat. Why? Don't come any closer. His body trembled uncontrollably as he watched Li Xingqian advance step by step, ultimately unable to suppress his fear any longer. He fired his weapon. He discharged several rounds, only to witness Li Xingqian effortlessly cleave the bullets in half with his knife. Leaving him utterly despondent, he had never encountered such a ruthless individual capable of such a feat. Be brothered, pleased that I was wronged at this moment. He was gripped by an overwhelming dread, unable to fathom the sheer terror radiating from the man before him. Among the throng of several dozen individuals under his command, there were 3 awakened ones, yet all had been swiftly dispatched by Li Xingqian. Even he doubted his chances against 3 awakened beings. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. In a swift motion, Li Xingqian severed the man's legs, leaving him sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. That my legs. The HAS gunfire attracted a horde of zombies. Li Xingqian wasted no time in switching vehicles before departing with haste. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the man being encircled by the undead, gnawed upon, suffering, and struggling, rendered utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyan and her companions remained in shock, initially believing they would meet a grisly fate at the hands of gunfire. Reflecting on their possible demise was a terrifying thought. Yet, Li Xingqian had resolved the situation with such ease, in under 5 minutes. They were left in awe and curiosity about his formidable strength. However, Jiang Yuyan felt that the treatment of the last man was somewhat excessive. Watching him be devoured by zombies struck her as cruel. Li Xingqian sighed, realizing that it hadn't been long before Jiang Yuyan's compassionate nature resurfaced. Cruel? I don't think so. Such individuals are clearly not of good character. Do you believe that without my intervention, you would have merely been toying with life, treated as mere commodities to appease more powerful individuals? Now, do you still consider me cruel? Hearing Li Xingqian's words sent a chill down their spines. They understood the gravity of the situation but had never anticipated its severity. They had been too naive. You are right. If he were not eliminated, other girls would suffer at their hands, thus ridding society of a menace. Li Xingqian was taken aback by Wei's defense of him. Perhaps she had been intimidated by him back in school. The journey thereafter was uneventful, leading the group to a villa, where Jiang Yuyan sensed something peculiar. Li Xingqian, how did you know I reside here? Li Xingqian, surprised, turned to look at Jiang Yuyan. Is this your home? Jiang Yuyan was astonished. Did you not realize this is my house? My room upstairs has my photographs. Li Xingqian's realization dawned upon him. No wonder Jiang Yuyan seemed so familiar. This was indeed her abode. However, the mysterious entity, referred to as Zero, loomed large, making him feel as if his every move was under its control. He had randomly chosen this villa, only for Zero to guide him to rescue its owner. Though unable to explain the circumstances, he decided to take each step as it came, treating it as a game quest with no rewards. There isn't much water available. You should freshen up and tidy your hair. With that, Li Xingqian produced 2 20-liter barrels of mineral water from his space ring. The 3 women, astonished, gasped, "Is this not wasteful? This is drinkable water, and you want us to use it for washing." Not only that, but Li Xingqian also produced shampoo and other toiletries for the ladies. The trio was left unsure whether to be elated or dismayed. It's fine, I have plenty more. Seeing Li Xingqian's assurance, they no longer hesitated. They had begun to smell unpleasant, and as beauty-conscious women, they could hardly endure it. While they couldn't take a full bath, the opportunity to cleanse themselves was a welcome relief. Chapter 12. Recruiting the wealthy heir as a henchman. The girls took their time washing up, keeping Li Xingqian waiting for a full hour. When they finally emerged, they were clad in clean clothes, all of which belonged to Jiang Yuyan. Naturally, since this was her home, there were plenty of outfits, and their figures were similar enough that the garments fit them well. As Li Xingqian beheld the 3 standing before him, Jiang Yuyan's hair cascaded over her shoulders, having been styled and curled, her bangs neatly arranged. She appeared exceptionally pure. Meishu's hair, while not particularly long, reached her shoulders, with a playful bun on the left side, giving her a lively appearance. Wei, although her hair had not been meticulously groomed, looked elegant and tidy. The trio, each embodying a distinct style, stirred a flicker of admiration within Li Xingchen. Their beauty, already remarkable, was heightened by the fresh attire and well-kept hair. The three women noticed Li Xingchen's intense gaze upon them, their hearts racing and cheeks gradually flushing with color. They felt a mix of fear and anticipation, apprehensive that Li Xingchen might take advantage of them, yet intrigued by the strong, attractive man before them. In this apocalyptic world, to claim indifference would be disingenuous. It must be said that at this moment, the three were indeed strikingly beautiful. Li Xingchen had encountered many exquisite women in the realm of cultivation, yet had never taken a wife or found a partner, for in that treacherous environment, trust was a luxury that could lead to one's demise. Ahem. Who among you can cook? Li Xingchen inquired, eyeing the trio. I can. Li Xingchen had assumed that Jiang Yuyin and the others, being school beauties, would hardly need culinary skills. Many would be eager to treat them to meals. However, he was surprised when Ai Wei claimed she could cook. And you too? Besides cooking, what else can you do? Aside from Jiang Yuyin, who was actively saved by Li Xingchen, Ai Wei and Su Meishue were brought back as attendants. Yet being an attendant was no easy task. If they lacked any useful skills in this apocalyptic context, they would be discarded for their lack of value. They both understood this well. I don't know much, but I'm willing to learn, Su Meishue quickly asserted, terrified of being abandoned. All right, then you can handle the cleaning. I will find ways to help you enhance your abilities later and send you to confront zombies. I have no need for useless individuals. Li Xingchen deliberated extensively. To become his attendant, one must possess self-preservation skills. He had no desire to be encumbered by others. However, upon hearing that they would have to face zombies, the three women were instantly filled with trepidation, haunted by the gruesome memories of severed limbs and the horrific scenes they had witnessed. Li Xingchen remained silent, knowing that regardless of their current feelings, confronting zombies was non-negotiable. All right, there are ingredients in the fridge. Prepare some food while I step out for a moment. Li Xingchen intended to experiment with something. With a few girls under his charge, he needed to find a way to enhance their capabilities, and upon hearing this, the three women, regardless of their cooking skills, followed him to the kitchen to assist. After exiting, Li Xingchen arrived at Feng Rui's villa and knocked on the door. Upon seeing his benefactor, Feng Rui greeted him with a beaming smile, inviting him in. Hey, bro, did you come to see me for something? Feng Rui glanced at Li Xingchen's hands, half expecting food to be delivered, but when he saw none, he felt a twinge of disappointment, yet dared not express it. Once Li Xingchen entered, he observed the lavish decor of the interior, clearly. Feng Rui's family was wealthy. Upon examining Feng Rui's condition, he noted that while he appeared relatively well-groomed, he was clearly malnourished. I am here for 2 reasons, Li Xingchen announced as he settled onto a sofa, with Feng Rui following suit. First, I have brought you some food. Before Li Xingchen could finish, Feng Rui nearly leapt for joy, exhilarated that Li Xingchen had indeed come bearing sustenance. Really? Li Xingchen raised a hand, interrupting Feng Rui, and continued, the second matter is to offer you a chance to choose that I cannot assure you of the outcome. Death is a possibility that it's up to you whether you wish to hear it. If successful, you will be able to survive well in this apocalypse. As Li Xingchen concluded, the smile faded from Feng Rui's face, replaced with a grave expression. Bro, could you give me a hint? Since Li Xingchen had not yet elaborated, Feng Rui was eager to hear more. Li Xingchen then produced a small, yellow, bean-sized crystal from his space ring. This is a crystal from within a zombie's body, containing latent energy. Would you like to give it a try? Feng Rui scrutinized the crystal in Li Xingchen's hand, deep in thought. Bro, what do you mean by this? Li Xingchen replied earnestly. I intend to artificially create awakened ones. Upon hearing this, Feng Rui's excitement surged. He was aware of what awakened individuals were, yet he had not experienced awakening himself, which left him regretful. What man would refuse the chance to become superhuman? Yet the mention of potential death made him hesitate before resolutely stating, all right, tell me what to do. Damn it, I'm willing to risk it. We're all destined to die one day. If I become an awakened one, you will forever be my brother. If I die, I won't hold it against you. Feng Rui's words earned him Li Xingchen's respect. The reason Li Xingchen had chosen Feng Rui was that, upon closer inspection, he did not appear to be a bad person, and he was the only individual Li Xingchen knew well enough to consider for this research. According to my deductions, each zombie possesses such an energy crystal within its body. The energy contained in these crystals, which I refer to as spiritual energy, will eventually lead to the evolution of the zombies. As for the current awakened individuals I have encountered, they are woefully weak if the zombies can evolve. Then it stands to reason that the awakened can also undergo evolution. But what could be the catalyst for this transformation? I am uncertain about the zombies, but I suspect that the awakened may utilize these energy crystals. At this moment, Feng Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that Li Xingqian not only killed zombies, but also engaged with awakened individuals. Truly remarkable. I have also experimented with energy crystals, but they were of little use to me. And since I do not classify as a pure awakened individual, I sought you out for an experiment. If successful, it would confirm my hypotheses. What do you mean by not being a pure awakened individual? Feng Rui did not dwell on it. You tell me what to do. Li Xingqian handed the energy crystal to Feng Rui. Consume it. Li Xingqian, being a practitioner, could directly absorb the spiritual energy without ingestion. But ordinary people cannot absorb it and must consume it instead. Without hesitation or doubt, Feng Rui swallowed the crystal. After all, if he were to die, he would prefer to do so quickly. If he survived, he would become an awakened individual. There was no room for indecision. However, there was no noticeable change in Feng Rui. Li Xingqian produced dozens more. He had over 100 crystals in his possession. In truth, recovering the crystals was straightforward for Li Xingqian. He merely pierced open the zombies' chests and retrieved them from a distance. Continue. If there are no changes, keep eating. Feng Rui complied, consuming one crystal after another. After 30 crystals, feeling nearly full, Feng Rui exclaimed, I sense a surge of strength beginning to emerge from my body, but it feels like something is still missing. Li Xingqian gestured for him to persist. Seeing hope, they should not hesitate. After consuming 50 crystals, Feng Rui began to writhe in agony on the ground. Had he failed? Li Xingqian murmured. A few minutes later, Feng Rui's cries were heart-wrenching, but then he gradually calmed down and stood up. Phew. I succeeded. Feng Rui gasped, his excitement palpable. Speak, Li Xingqian prompted. Without hesitation, Feng Rui raised his hand, and the enormous LCD television in the living room morphed into a uniquely designed handgun, exuding a futuristic aura. Noticing Li Xingqian's curiosity, Feng Rui declared, My awakened ability is called mechanical manipulation, allowing me to control various metals and shape them as I desire. Furthermore, I can repair electronic devices. For instance, a phone I fix can make calls normally. Mechanical manipulation is undoubtedly a highly practical ability in the apocalypse, and Li Xingqian felt fortunate to have discovered such a treasure. He planned to have Feng Rui accompany him. Feng Rui would serve as a valuable support. Li Xingqian stood before Feng Rui and said calmly, Fire the weapon. Feng Rui froze, bewildered. What do you mean by fire? Boss, don't scare me. I can't possibly shoot at you. Li Xingqian commanded. I said shoot. With a loud bang, the gun discharged, not intentionally by Feng Rui, but due to Li Xingqian's sudden fright. Boss, are you okay? Let me see where you're hurt. You mustn't die, Feng Rui exclaimed. He noticed a green-tinted bullet in Li Xingqian's palm, which he tossed to the ground, revealing a reddened area on his hand. Feng Rui was left astonished. Wow, boss, you're incredible. You're unharmed. Not even a scratch. The reason Li Xingqian had Feng Rui fire the weapon was twofold. First, to assess the power of the weapon under mechanical manipulation, and second, to instill a sense of awe in Feng Rui, as he needed to demonstrate his own strength to win him over. The power was impressive, approximately double that of a standard handgun. Upon hearing this, Feng Rui leapt with joy. I'm rich now. Oh yeah. So this means I have infinite weapons. I'm even more formidable than Magneto. Seeing Feng Rui's exuberance, Li Xingqian could only shake his head in resignation. Don't celebrate too soon. The zombies will evolve, and an abundance of weapons won't be effective against them. We must focus on quality. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zhang Yuyin and the other two women began chatting. Yin, you really don't know Li Xingqian? Su Meishua asked curiously. That I truly do not know him, Zhang Yuyin reiterated, exasperated. Regardless of whether you know him or not, you must seize this opportunity. I end this apocalypse. Having a powerful man by your side is essential for survival. Meishua was right. You are different from us. We are merely his servants, so you must make the most of this. Ai Wei, who was preparing a dish, concurred. Zhang Yuyin's mind began to conjure images of Li Xingqian slaying zombies. So cool and impressive. She felt a flutter in her heart. her face turning red. "Oh, you're unbearable." Su Meishua teased upon noticing Jiang Yuyin's shyness. "That I'm telling you, if you don't make a move, I will. Don't blame me later." Jiang Yuyin shot Meishua a glare. "You little vixen. Go ahead. If you can win him over, I'll grant you credit." After saying this, Jiang Yuyin hugged Su Meishua from behind. "With your boldness, hurry up. Hee. Oh my. Yours isn't small either. Why don't you go for it?" Though they were joking around, Su Meishua's heart was racing. Will he even notice me? The two were unaware of Su Meishua's inner thoughts, assuming she was merely joking without considering anything further. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian comprehended Feng Rui's abilities well and rose from his seat. "From now on, follow me." Li Xingqian extended an invitation to Feng Rui, who readily accepted that. "I said, if this works out, you will always be my big brother." Li Xingqian nodded in satisfaction. "Then come with me. Let us have a meal at my home." Before long, both sides had completed their tasks and gathered around the dining table in the living room. Li Xingqian took the head seat, with Feng Rui on one side and Jiang Yuyin and the other two women on the other. The table was laden with 8 dishes and a soup. 6 of the dishes were meat-based, featuring fish, shrimp, and various meats, causing the other diners, aside from Li Xingqian, to gaze hungrily at the feast before them. Even with 3 beautiful women at the table, Feng Rui's attention remained fixed on the food. "Boss, pinch me. This can't be real." At that moment, Feng Rui struggled to believe the spread of delicacies before him. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, how could such food still exist? Jiang Yuyin and the others were not particularly surprised, recalling how Li Xingqian had previously summoned a bridge truck from a distance. "All right, let us eat. Today is to welcome you all. After we finish, we'll discuss business." Upon receiving Li Xingqian's command, everyone began to dig in. The 3 girls maintained their composure and elegance despite their eagerness, while Feng Rui devoured the food ravenously, reminiscent of a starving ghost. His mouth was a greasy mess. After so many days without a proper meal, it was understandable. The feast was a joyous occasion. As Li Xingqian observed the scene before him, he felt a touch of nostalgia during his time in the cultivation world. Due to his status, no one had shared a meal with him at the same table, and his only friend had been missing for over 1,000 years. This sight stirred many emotions within him. An hour later, most of the food had been consumed, and Feng Rui's belly was now round and full. "This is delicious. Boss, teaming up with you is the best decision I've made." Li Xingqian smiled but remained silent. This moment, Feng Rui finally took notice of the 3 beautiful women across from him, his jaw dropping in awe. "Wow, boss, these 3 ladies are stunning. You're quite fortunate." Before Li Xingqian could respond, Feng Rui cheekily addressed Jiang Yuyin and the others. "Hello, sisters. I'm Feng Rui, 20 years old. Although I was aimless before, I'm now following the boss. Please take care of me." This statement left Jiang Yuyin and the others blushing furiously. "No, that is not it. We." Jiang Yuyin struggled to find the right words, unsure of how to define their relationship, having only just met. "We are the servants of our master." Though it was somewhat awkward to say master, Su Meishua managed to voice it, while Ai Wei's face was flushed, still unable to address Li Xingqian as master. At this moment, Feng Rui felt as if he could consume an elephant. "What? Master? Such beautiful women call my boss master. Good heavens, this has stunned this spirited young man." Chapter 14. I was ambushed by the school beauty. "All right, in general, you don't need to call me master. Just remember that you 3 are my people." With this statement, the 3 women blushed once more, while Feng Rui felt a sense of injustice. "Boss, what do you mean? Am I not one of your people? This is prejudice." Li Xingqian shot Feng Rui a fierce glare. "Be quiet. We have serious matters to discuss." Feng Rui obediently sat down, pouting in feigned grievance, while Jiang Yuyin and the others looked to Li Xingqian attentively. "As my servants, you 3 must possess strength that I will cultivate you to become awakened individuals." Li Xingqian then shared the story of himself and Feng Rui with Jiang Yuyin and the others, leaving them astonished. "Can we really become awakened individuals?" Jiang Yuyin asked, still in disbelief. Li Xingqian nodded and waved his hand, revealing over 50 energy crystals on the table. These were all that Li Xingqian had. He had not killed many zombies, merely dealing with those that obstructed his path. "Here are 50 crystals. Jiang Yuyin, you go first. Consume one." Jiang Yuyin gazed at the multitude of pea-sized crystals before her. her expression one of profound grievance. "I can't possibly eat all this right after a meal," she lamented. "No worries. You'll digest it in no time," Li Xingchen stated with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Left with no alternative, Jiang Yuyan steeled herself and began to consume the crystals, albeit at a leisurely pace. Yet she managed to ingest them all. However, upon reaching the 50th crystal, she collapsed onto the ground, moaning in agony. Ivy and Su Meishue were immediately filled with concern. "In, are you all right? Is everything okay?" Li Xingchen raised a hand to halt their worries. "That she'll be fine. Just give it a few minutes." Reassured by his words, Ivy and Su Meishue ceased their fretting, though worry still lingered on their faces. A few minutes later, Jiang Yuyan exhaled a long sigh. What a struggle! Upon seeing that Jiang Yuyan was unharmed, Ivy and Su Meishue inquired eagerly, "So, what ability have you awakened?" Their curiosity piqued. It felt akin to unboxing a surprise gift. Jiang Yuyan offered no lengthy explanation. Instead, she stepped aside, and her body began to transform. White fur sprouted along her arms and hands. Her nails morphed into claws, her pupils elongated, her canines sharpened, her legs bent slightly, fluffy paws burst through her shoes, and a pair of small ears sprouted atop her head, while her black hair turned to white. The once innocent Jiang Yuyan now exuded an air of striking elegance. "Wow, Yuyan, you're adorable, so fluffy. I can't take it. I want to touch you," Su Meishue exclaimed, reaching out to stroke Jiang Yuyan, with Ivy following suit, proving that girls have an undeniable weakness for all things fluffy. "Goodness, boss, this is the legendary beast-eared girl, isn't it? And calling you boss. How thrilling," Feng Rue remarked, his words causing Jiang Yuyan's cheeks to flush. At that moment, Li Xingchen pondered whether allowing Feng Rue to accompany him had been a grave error. Enough joking. "Yuyan, tell us about your ability." Jiang Yuyan gently pushed Su Meishue and Ivy aside and began to speak. "I believe my ability falls under the transformation category that I can shift into a white fox form, enhancing both my speed and strength, with speed being the most significant improvement." Li Xingchen signaled for her to revert to her original form as he contemplated the vast array of awakened abilities he had encountered. He had seen those who could wield fire, vanquished an enemy with enhanced strength, and now there was one who could control machinery and another who could transform. "All right, that's enough for today. Feng Rue, you can head back for now. Tomorrow, we will hunt zombies. Ivy and Su Meishue, you will gather crystals." Li Xingchen outlined the tasks for the next day, and at that moment, Ivy and Su Meishue realized they could not escape their fate, although they were not to slay zombies. They would be mining crystals, which, according to Li Xingchen, were located in the heart of the zombie territory. The thought made them feel nauseated, and true to form, their stomachs began to churn. After Feng Rue agreed, he departed, leaving Jiang Yuyan and the others in Li Xingchen's care. Since this was Jiang Yuyan's villa, she took it upon herself to arrange accommodations for Ivy and Su Meishue, as it was their first opportunity for a good night's sleep. The three girls settled into Jiang Yuyan's cozy room, where the large bed comfortably fit them all in the dead of night. The villa was shrouded in silence. Su Meishue was restless, her mind troubled, and she quietly glanced at Jiang Yuyan and Ivy before stealthily rising from her bed and slipping out of the room. She found herself standing at the door of Li Xingchen's room, hesitating for a moment. After 10 minutes of internal struggle, she took a deep breath and quietly turned the doorknob. The high-quality furnishings of the villa ensured that the door made no sound as she crept in, her bare feet making no noise whatsoever. Li Xingchen, deep in slumber, remained oblivious to her presence as she gazed at him, her heart racing. With determination, she stealthily slipped under the covers beside him. Li Xingchen sensed someone near him and could even hear the rapid beating of a heart. He quickly opened his eyes, only to find Su Meishue looking at him with longing in her eyes. Su Meishue, Su Meishue clung tightly to him, causing Li Xingchen to feel flustered. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. "Master, I wish to become your personal maid." Before Li Xingchen could respond, she silenced him with a kiss. Faced with her stunning beauty and flawless form, Li Xingchen succumbed to his mortal desires. The ensuing scene is one that the author knows the readers would prefer to skip, so the author will spare you the details. 2 hours later, tranquility returned, but Li Xingchen was left puzzled. Why? At that moment, Su Meishue was utterly exhausted, having lacked experience and struggled to adapt. "Master, I am here of my own volition. Although we have only known each other for a short while, in this apocalyptic world, Finding a strong ally is the best choice. Furthermore, when you first appeared at school to vanquish zombies, my heart raced because you are truly handsome. Master, that I like you. She expressed her hopes that he would not abandon them, assuring him that she would strive to slay zombies and become his strength, never merely a decorative figure. Li Xingqian gazed into her exquisite face, his eyes resolutely firm. All right, I understand. But from now on, don't call me master, just call me Xingqian. Chapter 15. The three school beauties with their own concerns. The following morning, Su Meishue returned to Jiang Yuyan's room, limping slightly. Seeing the two still asleep, she quietly climbed back into bed. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yuyan had opened her eyes, facing away from her, but choosing to remain silent. The night before, when Jiang Yuyan had awoken to find Su Meishue missing, she had thought her friend had merely gone to the restroom. When she discovered that was not the case, she searched the villa and, while passing Li Xingqian's room, had heard sounds that were unmistakable. Jiang Yuyan, feeling utterly heartbroken, returned to her room in a daze, unable to sleep as her mind replayed those sounds and the imagined scenes, making it increasingly difficult to find rest. Now, as Jiang Yuyan slowly closed her eyes, a single tear slipped down her cheek, unnoticed by Su Meishue or even Li Xingqian, who was currently in a deep trance of cultivation. Unable to sense anything beyond his room by the time the sun was high in the sky, it was already 10:30 a.m. when everyone finally rose. After half an hour of washing up, they gathered around the table for breakfast, with Feng Rui having arrived long before them. As they chatted while eating, Jiang Yuyan appeared somewhat distracted. Ivy called out to her several times before she realized that something was amiss with Jiang Yuyan. While the others remained oblivious. Boss, where shall we hunt zombies next? Feng Rui inquired. Li Xingqian pondered for a moment. The zombies in this villa area are too sparse to be a concern. We should head to the city instead. We can also observe the current state of the survivors. I believe some groups have formed by now, and we should inquire about any leads on mutated zombies. Our primary goal is to enhance our strength, as we are not lacking in supplies. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's analysis, Su Meishue responded, "It has been 2 weeks since the apocalypse began. The survivors must have nearly depleted their food supplies. Whether it be food, water, or medicine, they will have to venture out eventually." Having undergone a transformation into womanhood, Su Meishue had matured somewhat and was beginning to analyze the current situation. Li Xingqian felt gratified by this development. Feng Rui remained oblivious, but the perceptive Ivy sensed something was off. Although she was the quietest of the three, she possessed a steady mind and understood Su Meishue well. Noticing Su Meishue's analytical prowess and Jiang Yuyan's distracted demeanor, she knew something was definitely amiss. Soon, the group departed. Li Xingqian mounted his motorcycle, donning his trench coat and sunglasses. "Boss, you're so cool. When can I get one too?" Feng Rui exclaimed enviously. "You can lead the way while driving the girls. Focus on your strength first." Upon hearing this, Feng Rui hurried to drive. After leaving the villa area, they arrived at a hospital, a place rife with zombies and medical supplies. While clearing out the undead, they might even encounter some survivors. After disembarking, Li Xingqian took care of the scattered zombies outside, while Feng Rui followed suit. Feng Rui, arm the 3 girls with guns for self-defense, and then stay close behind me. Feng Rui dashed into the lobby, transforming computers and iron chairs into 3 handguns, which he handed to Jiang Yuyan and her companions. The 3 girls were astonished by Feng Rui's ability to create firearms. Li Xingqian retrieved 2 bone-cutting knives from his spatial ring. These knives were exceptionally sharp and ideal for piercing through a zombie's chest. Jiang Yuyan, stay behind me. Feng Rui and I will handle the majority of the zombies while you deal with any stragglers after transforming. Su Meishue, you and Ivy will collect crystals from the rear. The group nodded in agreement, while Feng Rui fashioned himself a rifle, as he was not yet confident in close combat and preferred to assist from a distance. Once prepared, the group followed Li Xingqian as they began to clear the zombies from the first floor, where over 40 of them lingered, mostly meandering around the main hall. Li Xingqian, with a speed akin to that of a specter, swiftly dispatched more than 30 of them, leaving the remaining ones untouched. 5 zombies were to the left of Jiang Yuyan, while 8 were to the right of Feng Rui. Upon hearing the command, Feng Rui took the initiative to fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets, albeit with poor accuracy, resulting in the demise of only 3. "Damn it, boss, help!" Feng Rui exclaimed as the zombies rapidly closed in on him, prompting him to retreat in fear. Li Xingqian stepped forward to eliminate the remaining zombies, while Zhang Yuyan was still momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuyan. Act. What are you waiting for? The zombies near her, drawn by the gunfire, were nearly upon her, yet Zhang Yuyan had not yet transformed Da. Oh. Only then did she register Li Xingqian's voice. Unwilling to linger on her thoughts, she immediately shifted into her white fox form in that moment. Zhang Yuyan moved with remarkable swiftness, her claws razor-sharp. With 2 swift strikes, she felled 2 zombies as 3 more approached her. She evaded them with a deft turn. However, due to her lack of combat experience, she found herself primarily dodging, though her speed left the zombies unable to keep pace, and Li Xingqian was not overly concerned. Zhang Yuyan, steady yourself. Seize the opportunity to strike. Following this, she sidestepped and dispatched the last zombie, leaving the remaining 2 bewildered, as she had already vanished from their sight. Zhang Yuyan's combat strategy hinged on her speed, circling around and eliminating them one by one, proving satisfactory in front of Li Xingqian. After the battle, Su Meishue and AI Wei suppressed their urge to vomit and began extracting crystals from the fallen zombies. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian was providing a combat summary to Zhang Yuyan and Feng Rue. Feng Rue, you cannot rely solely on ranged attacks. Although your speed post-awakening has improved significantly, allowing you to evade, standing still is tantamount to seeking death. With that, Feng Rue hung his head, resembling a chastised child. I offer you 2 options. First, prepare a melee weapon. Second, keep a handgun ready to kite the zombies when they approach. Without waiting for Feng Rue's response, he turned to Zhang Yuyan. What is the matter with you today? You seem lost in thought. Remember, a moment's distraction could cost you your life. Zhang Yuyan was rendered speechless by Li Xingqian's reprimand. Li Xingqian waved his hand, interrupting her. Enough. This is your first time facing zombies. Your abilities are commendable, but what you lack is combat experience, which no one can impart to you. You must slay more zombies. Zhang Yuyan could only lower her head, unable to articulate a response. You too. Check the first floor once more to see if any zombies remain in the rooms while I scout the upper levels. Chapter 16. The School Beauty's Secret. After Li Xingqian departed, Zhang Yuyan and Feng Rue commenced their search, leaving only AI Wei and Su Meishue in the hall. Initially, they were resistant, grappling with the psychological barrier of extracting crystals. However, after tackling a dozen zombies, they gradually acclimated to AI Wei. Noticing Su Meishue nearby, quietly inquired, Xiaoxue, are you and Xingqian? Su Meishue, taken aback, turned to her, astonished. Wei, how did you figure it out? AI Wei began to explain her deductions. You seem more mature today. Entirely different from before. Plus, you expressed your intentions to win over Xingqian yesterday. During our meal, I noticed you glancing at him repeatedly. It was evident that your eyes sparkled with affection. That's how I deduced it. However, it was merely speculation until now confirmed. Su Meishue aside with a wry smile. My scholarly Wei. It's no surprise that you noticed. Among the 3 of us, you were the brightest. It was your suggestion to ration our food that has allowed us to survive until today. Clearly, I cannot hide anything from you, but to think you would tease me about it, that's a bit much. With a shift in tone, Su Meishue playfully grasped AI Wei's hand, shaking it. Wei, you understand the situation. It is essential to rely on a strong partner. And don't you find Xingqian to be a wonderful person? Though he may appear cold at times, there's an undeniable charm about him. AI Wei had long recognized this truth, but chose not to comment, merely surprised by Su Meishue's swift advances. Wei, please keep this a secret. I can tell that Yuyan seems to have feelings for Xingqian. Su Meishue continued, her tone pleading, yet AI Wei's response doused her enthusiasm. Yuyan already knows. Su Meishue was left speechless. In a way, that's impossible. AI Wei proceeded with her analysis. Yuyan seemed absent-minded today. I initially thought she was reluctant about killing zombies. However, during our meal, she frequently glanced at you and then at Xingqian. Coupled with your earlier admission of your relationship, I am certain that Yuyan is aware. Su Meishue was now in a state of distress. What should I do? Originally, Xingqian came to rescue Yuyan, and claiming it's nothing would be a lie that I had intended to keep our romance underground. Even if Xingqian ended up with Yuyan, I wouldn't mind. But now AI Wei, what do you think I should do? Su Meishue was on the verge of tears. AI Wei reassured her. The problem isn't as dire as you think. You mentioned we are in an apocalyptic world. And have you forgotten our roles? Su Meishue appeared puzzled. Roles? AI Wei clarified. We are the handmaidens beside Xingqian. Isn't it reasonable for a master to have a close handmaiden? Upon finishing her statement, AI Wei's face flushed. Indeed, I am merely a handmaiden for the master, while Yin is not. If they were to become a couple, wouldn't that make her our mistress? It's not as if we are competing for a man. She chuckled. However, are you truly indifferent to the status of being a handmaiden? AI Wei inquired. But Su Meishua shook her head. First and foremost, I have developed feelings for Xingqian. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, what's wrong with a strong man having multiple partners? Even in normal circumstances, many powerful and affluent individuals have multiple women. Some even have countless mistresses. Besides, Xingqian doesn't genuinely regard us as mere handmaidens. It's merely a title. Perhaps Xingqian has a particular inclination. And frankly, I find it exhilarating. As she reminisced about the passionate nights spent with Li Xingqian, Su Meishua's cheeks flushed once more, while AI Wei looked at her with a disapproving gaze. Su Meishua quickly added, let us not dwell on the men from before the apocalypse. Just think of those wealthy and powerful women. Aren't they all like Wu Zetian, playing the field just as men do? With their young lovers all around? AI Wei admired Su Meishua's understanding, noting that both of their families were quite ordinary. They merely wished to live happily, unlike Jiang Yuyan, who belonged to a wealthy and influential family and might care about societal status. After coming to terms with her thoughts, Su Meishua wore a mischievous grin as she gazed at AI Wei. Little Wei Wei, don't you wish to win over Xingqian? Your beauty could make anyone envious of you. Upon hearing Su Meishua's teasing, AI Wei's cheeks flushed anew. I'm not discussing this with you. Let us just get back to work. With that, AI Wei hurried away, but Su Meishua was relentless. Our little Wei Wei is blushing and feeling shy. Come on, let us work together as good sisters on the same side. The two playfully bantered in the hall, unaware that Jiang Yuyan had already completed her patrol and returned. Just as she was about to approach, she overheard Su Meishua and AI Wei's conversation. Normally, their chatter would have been too distant to hear, but having transformed into her white fox form, Jiang Yuyan's hearing was significantly enhanced as she eavesdropped. Her cheeks grew increasingly warm. She was utterly taken aback by Su Meishua's openness. Despite them all being single, Su Meishua had boldly taken the leap, leaving Jiang Yuyan unsure of how to face her. Today, she had believed Su Meishua was encroaching on what she perceived as hers. The dilemma of liking a man while feeling conflicted about her close friend left her in turmoil. She had never contemplated a resolution until now. Must it truly be this way? Jiang Yuyan struggled with her feelings. As a princess from a wealthy family, how could she share a man with another woman? Yet, Su Meishua's words held merit. This was an apocalyptic world where moral values had eroded. Now, she felt deeply conflicted. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian had ascended to the second floor, discovering an even greater number of zombies than on the first, approximately over 100. However, he found it puzzling that despite Feng Rui's loud gunfire, none of the zombies from the second floor had come down. The noise had even attracted a few from near the hospital entrance, yet not a single zombie from the upper levels had appeared. This anomaly prompted Li Xingqian to investigate further. As he ascended floor by floor, he noticed something peculiar. The higher he climbed, the more orderly the zombies appeared, moving with purpose instead of aimlessly wandering like those below. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, the top level, he was astonished to find only a handful of zombies, and those present moved as if on patrol. Could it be? Chapter 17. Slaying zombies with the school beauties. Could it be that there are evolved zombies? Li Xingqian acted swiftly, eliminating all the zombies on the 22nd floor. Just as he prepared to continue his exploration, a figure appeared before him, ghostly and swift, standing 10 meters away. Before him stood a zombie. Unlike any other, while others were disfigured and grotesque, this one was slender, resembling skin stretched over bones. Its claws were much longer than those of ordinary zombies, and its eyes, unlike the usual vacant gaze, glowed a menacing red, devoid of any wounds or decay. Before Li Xingqian could ponder further, the zombie lunged at him with astonishing speed, just as its claws were a mere centimeter from his throat. He pivoted and found himself 10 meters behind the creature. The corridor lay silent, with both sides watching intently. The zombie sensed that its prey was not ordinary, having evaded its attack, while Li Xingqian was intrigued by the creature's capabilities and yearned to learn more about its strength. A raspy growl escaped the zombie's lips, and it launched another attack. Yet, regardless of how ferociously it struck, it could not touch Li Xingqian. inciting its fury. Suddenly, its slender form began to morph. Its previously subtle veins swelled noticeably, and Li Xingqian could feel the heat radiating from the creature. Interesting. Could this be a form of rage? Li Xingqian remained unfazed as the zombie attacked with renewed vigor, its speed and strength amplified, but still failing to inflict harm upon him. During this exchange, Li Xingqian even parried a few strikes with his weapon, eager to gauge the creature's might. Having had his fill of play, he declared, "This is where your journey ends." Ignoring whether the zombie could comprehend him, he felt his aura steadily rising, inciting a flicker of fear in the creature. With a swift slash, Li Xingqian severed the zombie's head cleanly in two. The force of his strike propelled the energy through the creature, cleaving a 3-meter gap in the wall behind it, a testament to his might. Approaching the fallen zombie, he tore open its chest to reveal a crystal slightly larger than a soybean. Without hesitation, he began to absorb it. This crystal's spiritual energy was 100-fold that of an ordinary zombie's, more refined, bringing Li Xingqian closer to breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. One more crystal, and he would surely ascend. Curiosity piqued. He sought to understand how this zombie had evolved, commencing his search through the 22nd floor. Each room was filled with corpses, all gnawed upon, their forms unrecognizable, a veritable banquet for the undead. Just as he was about to leave, a faint voice reached his ears that he ventured into the last room, where the bodies lay relatively intact, likely the feeding ground for the mutated zombie at that moment. A man, covered in bite marks and nearly devoid of flesh, staggered into view. His blood was fresh, suggesting he had recently been attacked, likely interrupted mid-meal by Li Xingqian. Shockingly, despite being so grievously wounded, he clung to life. Save my daughter. Shui, she square, he gasped before succumbing to death. Li Xingqian frowned, lamenting the missed opportunity to refuse him. Fate had once again intervened, with no options left. He resolved to visit the location when time permitted. He descended to the first floor where a crowd awaited him. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he recounted his encounter with the mutated zombie, instilling fear in those present. Time was of the essence. The emergence of mutated zombies demanded an urgent increase in their strength, for any one of them would meet their demise upon encountering such a foe. Li Xingqian did not overstate the peril. Even the transformed Jiang Yuyan and the mechanical manipulator Feng Rue would find themselves outmatched. With nearly 100 crystals collected from the upper floors, he commanded, "You too shall awaken right here." At Li Xingqian's directive, Su Meishue and Ai Wei complied without hesitation. After a painful struggle, they awakened. Su Meishue's abilities were dual attribute, water and fire, while Ai Wei possessed healing powers, invaluable in the apocalypse. Now, you will form a team. Jiang Yuyan and Feng Rue will lead, Su Meishue will provide steady output from the rear, and Ai Wei will ensure healing support. That I will assist you in the front lines and collect crystals. The others remained silent at his arrangement, though Feng Rue seemed perplexed. "Boss, why am I leading? I wield a gun." Li Xingqian glared at him. "Throw your gun away. Your abilities have far greater potential than theirs. Stop fixating on your firearm. You claim to be more powerful than Magneto. Transform into Magneto first, then we shall talk." Feng Rue, realizing the gravity of Li Xingqian's words, refrained from further protest. He had always favored guns, which had distracted him from realizing his true potential. Reluctantly, he gathered various metals, fashioning dozens of guns that floated in the air around him, evoking the essence of Magneto, even conjuring 2 shields for protection. "Go ahead. I will follow behind you." Thus, they ascended the stairs. Given the hospital's layout, slaying zombies became a straightforward endeavor, advancing with relative ease. To no one's surprise, their teamwork proved effective. Ai Wei's healing wasn't frequently required. Yet she adeptly eliminated any approaching zombies with her sidearm. "Boss, we've reached the 15th floor. Can we take a break?" Exhaustion weighed heavily on them, but Li Xingqian understood the stakes. "With my protection, fear not death. Even if you all fall, I shall save you. Use your strength and energy to the fullest. Remember, this is an apocalypse. Unleash your potential, and the best way to do so is to fight with all your might. Do not accuse me of being too harsh." In that moment, Li Xingqian felt akin to a merciless drill sergeant. This is inhumane. Despite Feng Rue's protests, they pressed onward, his heart and mind having truly submitted to Li Xingqian, though his tongue remained obstinate. Chapter 18. The Repugnant Killers Guild. At long last, they reached the 22nd floor. During their ascent, Li Xingqian had intervened only once, and their performance was satisfactory, with AI Wei's healing remaining constant. As nearly everyone bore wounds that I can't go on, I can't, Feng Rui lay sprawled on the ground, utterly incapacitated, while Jiang Yuyan and the other girls were similarly exhausted, yet none voiced their complaints. We shall rest here and proceed to the 20th floor, where the special care wards are relatively clean. We can tidy up and sleep there. The group, dragging their weary bodies, sought out several rooms. Li Xingqian helped the girls organize their surroundings, while Feng Rui carelessly chose a room, disregarding the corpses on the floor, and collapsed onto the last available clean bed. Bliss, even if the king of hell himself appeared. I wouldn't rise, seeing them so fatigued. Li Xingqian left them to their rest and ascended to the rooftop. Night had fallen, shrouding the city in darkness, save for a few scattered lights, likely from survivors. A particularly bright light caught his attention in the distance. Shuaishi Square. There must be many people gathered there. Surveying the vicinity, he noted the lack of zombies and the absence of others. They should be safe on the 20th floor. With that, he leaped into the night, swiftly arriving at Shuaishi Square. The square was encircled by barbed wire, and the central building, a renowned commercial edifice, was guarded by 4 bonfires. Each manned by vigilant sentinels. Li Xingqian paid them no mind. Infiltrating was a simple task. Upon entering, he discovered that the interior had been cleaned, with no corpses remaining, save for some lingering bloodstains. The shops were long devoid of goods, replaced instead by a number of emaciated individuals, including children and the elderly. On the 2nd floor, 4 or 5 people huddled around a fire, engaged in conversation. Hey, did you hear? Our Killers Guild has a new awakened one. A beauty. Is that true? A beautiful awakened one? The guild master will surely want her. Don't kid around. This beauty is formidable. Even the guild master must tread carefully around her. And I hear she has several male slaves. Wow. Impressive. But I heard this female awakened one joined us to find someone. Yes, I heard the guild master ordered us to look into a person named Li Xingqian. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian charged toward the group, demanding, "Who is that beauty you just mentioned?" The chatting individuals jumped in shock at his sudden appearance. Who are you? You're not one of us in the Killers Guild, are you? Damn it, they actually sneaked into our Shashin gang. Upon realizing that no one heeded his words, Li Xingqian wasted no time and swiftly drew his knife, eliminating 4 individuals in an instant, leaving only one who had just learned of the situation. Can I speak now? The lone survivor, paralyzed with fear, dared not move, for Li Xingqian's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Big brother, I only heard about it, seeing that he could not ascertain who was searching for him. Li Xingqian inquired about the Shashin gang's affairs, and upon receiving the information, he dealt with the man without hesitation. The Shashin gang boasted 300 members, with over 500 captives on the 1st floor. While several squad leaders and officials resided on the 3rd floor, the 4th floor served as a storage for supplies and the quarters of the gang leader and his deputy. Moreover, the gang had 8 captains, all of whom were awakened ones, with the leader being a transformation type awakened, capable of assuming the form of a gorilla, fearless against blades, and possessing terrifying strength. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Li Xingqian discovered that 8 rooms housed men, while several others accommodated women who appeared to be quite attractive, likely former saleswomen from before the apocalypse. Albeit with visible injuries, it was evident what had transpired. Just as Li Xingqian was about to ascend further, he stumbled upon a man engaged in a rather unsavory activity in one of the rooms. Initially disinclined to intervene, he was horrified to find a small girl beneath the man, her gaze vacant. Clearly having given up the struggle. What twisted hobby is this? Li Xingqian found such individuals utterly repugnant. They had crossed his line. What good could possibly come from a little girl? She had neither the physique nor anything else. How depraved must these people be? How long has it been? Has morality already decayed to such an extent? With a cold expression, Li Xingqian exuded an aura of lethal intent that sent chills down the man's spine. Who? The man ceased his actions. Staring at the shadow in the darkness, Li Xingqian slowly drew his knife, the blade shimmering with a blue light, causing the man on the bed to gasp in shock. His muscles bulged as he prepared for battle. Recognizing that the man before him was no ordinary foe who had silently ascended to the 3rd floor, the man barely managed to utter the word enemy before Li Xingqian dispatched him with a single strike. His death did not evoke any reaction from the girl, for she had already lost all hope in this world. The girl merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Xingqian, who shook his head and delivered another swift cut, quietly and painlessly sending her away. To his astonishment, a smile graced the girl's face. Seeing this, Li Xingqian's heart sank. It seemed the Shashan gang no longer warranted existence, resolving to annihilate the Shashan gang. Li Xingqian felt no inclination to ascend further. Given the circumstances, it was best to call Jiang Yuyin and the others. Killing zombies was simple, but taking human lives required training. That night, Li Xingqian departed from the Shashan gang's territory and made his way to a hospital. He was not interested in discovering the identity of the woman searching for him, for come dawn, he would lead Jiang Yuyin and her companions into battle, at which point he would find out. Moreover, those who could join the Shashan gang were hardly virtuous, and Li Xingqian held no concerns. The next morning, within the Shashan gang, the third floor was bustling with people, led by the gang's chief, Shi Xiong, known as the Guerrilla General. Damn it, who could it possibly be? Shi Xiong seethed with anger. General, we have no idea. The brothers on night watch did not notice anything unusual. 5 of our men were killed on the second floor. The speaker was Pan Hao, the vice leader of the Shashan gang, to which Shi Xiong responded, investigate, see if it's those national security folks causing trouble. They took out one of my captains in a single strike. Chapter 19. Annihilation of the Shashan gang. That if Li Xingqian were to hear about the national security personnel, he would find them quite familiar, as they were the same individuals who had called him previously. Kill the night watchman from last night. They slipped in without a sound. I refuse to believe there's no mole among us, Shi Xiong barked angrily, while Pan Hao quickly interjected, General, that might not be wise. Random killings will only destabilize morale. Pan Hao, though insightful, had no recourse against Shi Xiong's fury. As I say, this matter is non-negotiable. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian's group had risen, feeling rejuvenated after a night of rest. Li Xingqian prepared a sumptuous breakfast for them, and after their meal, he recounted his experiences from the previous day. What? They did that to such a young girl. How inhumane! Jiang Yuyin exclaimed, incensed. Damn it, boss, these people are absolute scum. We in our circle would never stoop so low. It's utterly shameless. Jiang Yuyin and her companions underestimated the current state of the apocalypse, which had already descended to such depths. The future was unimaginable. You can handle the zombies now, but today, I'll take you to kill people, Li Xingqian declared, rising and casting a cold gaze out the window. Kill people? Xingqian, are we really going to? Even with the Shashan gang's atrocities. Jiang Yuyin was apprehensive about taking lives, for it was different from slaying zombies. Kill those bastards. It's just killing. In this apocalypse, it's either you kill or be killed. What's the big deal? Feng Rue, filled with righteous indignation, replied. Before the apocalypse, he had been quite the playboy, with willing partners exchanging favors. He had never encountered such a young girl, and found it profoundly disgraceful. I have quite a few energy crystals. They do me no good now. Why don't you try them and see if you can further enhance your strength? Li Xingqian suggested, producing a bag of crystals. Feng Rue, you go first. See how it works. Although Feng Rue understood that Li Xingqian was using him as a test subject, he thought nothing of it. If it could enhance his abilities, that was all that mattered. All right. Feng Rue promptly began consuming the crystals one by one under the watchful eyes of his companions. He could clearly feel that the 50 crystals he had previously consumed had provided a sense of satiety, but after devouring over 100, he felt no such sensation, despite having just eaten. It was not until he had consumed over 500 that he finally stopped. Boss, when I hit 500, it stopped being effective. I can feel I'm on the verge of evolving. But the ordinary zombie crystals are no longer sufficient. Although he had not leveled up, his abilities had increased several-fold. If he could evolve, it would likely be by dozens of times. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian realized Feng Rue was likely just one mutated zombie energy crystal away from leveling up, meaning the ordinary crystals served as mere experience points, while the mutated ones were the true elixirs for breakthrough. All right, I understand. You three should also partake. Each of you will have 500 crystals, just enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyin and her companions began consuming the crystals one by one, quickly noticing no sensation of fullness. Initially hesitant, they now felt liberated. Half an hour later, everyone was nearly finished, and Li Xingqian began laying out a battle plan. Jiang Yuyin, you will take the lead. Your target is the opposing captains, a total of 7, all awakened, but do not fear. With your current strength, they cannot kill you. Just hold them off as long as you can. Li Xingchen instructed Feng Rui. Your task is to clear out the ordinary members of their gang. Should be a piece of cake for you. Use your abilities, but do not stray too far from Jiang Yuyin and AI Wei. Protect them with your shield. Jiang Yuyin and AI Wei stay close to Feng Rui and follow his lead. After outlining the plan, Li Xingchen added, I will handle everything. If we cannot win, we retreat. I wish to meet their leader. Having said this, Li Xingchen and his companions departed the hospital, soon arriving at Shueixi Plaza. Ignoring his companions, Li Xingchen leaped effortlessly to the rooftop of the 4th floor. The gang members were left dumbfounded. Witnessing a car pull up, a person disembark, and in the blink of an eye, vanish. Do they not realize this is our Shashin gang's territory? Scram if you know what's good for you. A few gang members surrounded the vehicle. And upon seeing 3 beautiful women inside, their faces lit up with delight. Yet, before they could utter another word, several handguns soared through the air, aimed at their heads, leaving them astonished, wondering how the guns had become airborne. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire rang out, and several gang members collapsed lifelessly. Upon hearing the gunshots, nearly 100 individuals armed with knives and clubs emerged from the shopping plaza. On the 4th floor, Shi Xiong also heard the gunfire. As an awakened one, his hearing was keen. Soon, a report came in that someone was causing trouble. Who are they? Shi Xiong inquired of the trembling subordinate, who wiped the sweat from his brow. I don't know. They opened fire without warning. Shi Xiong furrowed his brow. They have guns? Could they be national security personnel? Regardless, old too. Take a few captains and deal with the situation. Pan Hao understood that this matter would not be easily resolved and could only bring 7 captains to handle the mess. Just as Pan Hao and his group departed, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Li Xingchen. Who are you? Shi Xiong immediately stood up, tense as he regarded Li Xingchen, who surveyed the room expressionlessly. Upon noticing several women and young girls hiding in the far corner, he realized that like attracts like. What kind of leader had such subordinates? At this moment, Li Xingchen's expression was notably cold. Shi Xiong remained vigilant, unable to discern Li Xingchen's true strength. The sudden appearance of Li Xingchen, casually wandering around the room as if nothing were amiss in front of the notorious leader of the Killing God gang, was perplexing. Tell me, brother, which faction do you belong to? Have we offended you in any way? In times of uncertainty, it is prudent to inquire about the identity of the other party. In this apocalyptic era, many factions have risen, and it is wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. We are not from the same circle. No need to ask further, Li Xingchen replied coldly. Are you from the National Security Agency? Upon hearing Shi Xiong's inquiry, Li Xingchen shook his head. Damn it, if you are neither of those, then who exactly are you? You dare to act arrogantly before me. You must be a fool who has never faced death. With that, Shi Xiong transformed into a hulking figure, his physique swelling to nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chapter 20. Reunion with an ex-girlfriend. Li Xingchen regarded the towering figure of Shi Xiong with curiosity. Shi Xiong's transformation had rendered him nearly unrecognizable as a human. A stark contrast to Jiang Yuyin, who still retained some semblance of humanity. Come on, let me witness your strength, Shi Xiong growled, feeling utterly disrespected by Li Xingchen's nonchalant demeanor. Die! Shi Xiong swung a massive fist. But Li Xingchen deftly evaded, leaving a deep crater in the ground, showcasing the force behind the blow. Subsequently, Li Xingchen began to engage, matching Shi Xiong's punches with his own, creating craters in the earth yet remaining completely unfazed. With a relaxed expression on his face, what ability have you awakened? How can you withstand my full force in this gorilla form? Shi Xiong was taken aback. He had already reached the 2nd level of awakening, and no one was supposed to surpass his strength. Liang Shanshan, what are you waiting for? Come out. This guy is not simple. Realizing he was outmatched, Shi Xiong called for reinforcements, fully aware that he stood no chance against Li Xingchen alone. Li Xingchen, momentarily distracted by Shi Xiong calling his name, was caught off guard when a dagger pierced his back. Though it was not deep, it drew blood. Turning to confront the assailant, he was astonished to see Liang Shanshan, who appeared entirely transformed in his eyes. Dressed in a red cheongsam with her hair dyed crimson, she exuded a captivating allure. It's you? It's you, they exclaimed in unison, both taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Aiken, now that I've found you, why not be my dog? I've searched for you for so long. I miss you dearly. Liang Shanshan's demeanor had shifted dramatically, leaving Li Xingchen feeling as though he no longer recognized his former girlfriend. You think too highly of yourself. Let me deal with this foolish gorilla first. Li Xingqian had no intention of engaging with Shi Xiong any longer. In a flash, he drew his blade and severed one of Shi Xiong's arms. Ah! Shi Xiong cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, while Liang Shanshan could hardly comprehend that Li Xingqian had so effortlessly disarmed Shi Xiong in an instant, before either could fully process the situation. Li Xingqian surged forward, delivering a powerful slash that soared toward Shi Xiong. Shi Xiong could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end in such a manner. The women at the forefront remained utterly oblivious to the circumstances at hand. In their minds, they believed that since someone had eradicated the Shunshin gang, it must either be the national security personnel or individuals of moral integrity. Regardless of their affiliation, they thought it would be manageable to play the card of moral coercion. For they were of ancestral stature and felt no trepidation. However, what they did not anticipate was that Feng Rue would not await Li Xingqian's response. Instead, Li Xingqian swiftly drew his weapon, the Ming Lan, and with a single stroke, severed the lives of the foremost dozen individuals. This action left everyone in a state of shock. Even Jiang Yuyan and her companions found it hard to believe. Li Xingqian then calmly uttered, "Some individuals are simply not worthy of salvation." Amidst the collective dread, Li Xingqian prepared to depart with Jiang Yuyan and the others. That moment, a woman stood before their vehicle. Clad in professional attire, despite the apocalyptic setting, she appeared to be faring well, with her neat short hair, flawless visage, and striking figure exuding an air of aloof charisma, rendering her exceptionally captivating. "Did you annihilate the Shunshin gang?" Li Xingqian, observing the woman, responded blandly after exiting the vehicle. "What brings you here?" "Revenge." Li Xingqian, unaware of the woman's identity, posed a casual inquiry. No, you misunderstand. I am a member of the National Security Bureau. My name is Yi Shilan." Upon hearing that she was affiliated with the National Security, Li Xingqian chose not to comment further, for in this apocalypse, it was best to let each party be. "Nothing pressing. I shall take my leave." "We have no connections to AS." Li Xingqian prepared to re-enter the vehicle. Yi Shilan obstructed him. "I see that you all possess a sense of justice. Would you consider joining our National Security Bureau? Although our manpower is currently limited, our military is preparing to launch an offensive to cleanse the city of zombies." Li Xingqian did not expect Yi Shilan to solicit him. He smiled wryly and replied earnestly, "It seems you have failed to grasp the current situation. Your efforts to save everyone indiscriminately, in this self-righteous manner, will not sustain for long. What happens when the military arrives? They will save even more people. But have you considered what those individuals will eat and drink? The National Security Bureau's attempts to rescue everyone is something Pan Hao is aware of. Yi Shilan was left speechless by these words. Indeed, she had not contemplated such matters. As a member of the National Security Bureau and a soldier of the Great Xia, she felt it was her duty to save all. Yet today was unlike any other day. Some realities had yet to dawn upon them. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, strict measures must be employed, and they had yet to truly embrace that notion. Firstly, I deeply admire the commendable contributions you have made in saving many. Not everyone is capable of such deeds. However, I adhere to the survival principles of this apocalypse. Furthermore, why should we allocate our hard-earned resources to those deemed worthless? To put it plainly, they are akin to giant infants. You may nurture them. But I refuse to play the role of a caretaker. This statement struck a chord with Yi Shilan. The National Security Bureau had indeed rescued numerous individuals, many of whom were injured, elderly, children, and women. This group had not yet considered what they could contribute and could only ensure their safety while being responsible for their sustenance. Many rescued men, seeing so many individuals reaping benefits without labor, chose not to venture out for supplies, relishing the idea of being taken care of. Yi Shilan recalled her earlier remark that men should yield to women, and that those who ventured out for supplies were heroes. These men, faced with Yi Shilan's arguments, had long been indoctrinated by the capitalist ideologies of the pre-apocalyptic world that to them. The notion that not purchasing handbags and diamond rings equated to a lack of love was absurd. Material possessions should not be conflated with love, which is inherently pure. Now, they were expected to risk their lives, and naturally, they were reluctant, for they were neither kin nor acquaintances in this apocalyptic reality. In response to Yi Shilan's silence, Li Xingqian merely smiled coldly. Some individuals are not worthy of salvation. That a team must survive by relying on all its members, not just a select few. After saying this, Li Xingqian glanced at his team, each of whom he had rallied. Every individual possessed their own value for survival. At this moment, Yi Shilan began to doubt her own convictions, questioning whether all her efforts had been in vain. Yet, she had not pondered the fact that her actions were not erroneous. It was merely the world that was flawed. Once Li Xingqian departed from her presence, Yi Shilan soon followed suit, and only then did Li Xingqian recollect the man from yesterday who had implored him to rescue his daughter, which also reminded him of the girl he had killed the previous day. Though he could not recall her name, in any case, he had managed to save everyone, and so he felt a sense of relief. Yi Shilan ultimately could not let go of these survivors and chose to take them with her, though she vowed to herself that this would be the last time. She believed Li Xingqian was correct. Survival depended on self-reliance, in the absence of stability. Rescuing more individuals would be futile. It was imperative to establish rules and order, yet the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Upon returning to her residence, Yi Shilan issued an order. From that moment on, the national security personnel were prohibited from providing any resources. They would only ensure safety at the residence, while everyone would need to fend for themselves regarding food. This command left all national security personnel perplexed. Chapter 22. The school bell won't allow rest. Yi Shilan. What do you mean by this? Are you betraying the people and forsaking your beliefs? The speaker was Zheng Guomin, the deputy leader of the National Security Bureau in Jingnan City. He was a staunch individual, convinced that the strong must protect the weak. However, this ideology was ill-suited for the apocalypse. Yi Shilan endured opposition and spent an entire night in heated debate without reaching a conclusion. At that moment, she felt utterly exhausted. Enough of the arguing. I will bear this responsibility from now on. I resigned. As for any decisions, you may decide among yourselves. With that, Yi Shilan disregarded the gazes of her colleagues and strode out of the conference room, disappearing without a trace. Even Li Xingqian did not anticipate that his few words would wield such influence, directly altering Yi Shilan's naive perspective and prompting her resignation. This was primarily due to the fact that Yi Shilan had witnessed too much in recent days, and the high-ranking officials in the meeting were largely not awakened individuals, nor had they ventured out to search for supplies. Thus, they were wholly ignorant of the dangers involved in such endeavors. As one of the few awakened members of the National Security Bureau, Yi Shilan had been the leader in searching for supplies. To claim she was not fatigued would be a falsehood. Therefore, upon seeing Li Xingqian and his group, she contemplated enlisting their help to alleviate her burdens. When the high-ranking officials heard that everyone was to search for supplies, some were understandably displeased, leading to prolonged opposition against Yi Shilan's decision. Of course, there were those who agreed with her, but their voices were not influential. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian and his companions had already returned to their villa, where they had reaped considerable rewards from their efforts over the past few days. The girls had begun to entertain the idea that one day, they too might become awakened individuals capable of slaying zombies, a notion they had never dared to imagine. Boss, that was exhilarating. When are we going to sweep through again? Feng Rue, exhilarated, reveled in the thrill of slaying zombies. Feeling increasingly confident in his own abilities, Li Xingqian could discern Feng Rue's newfound self-assurance and decided to assign him a task. Feng Rue, I have a mission for you. Upon hearing this, Feng Rue immediately focused intently. Your capabilities must be enhanced, for second-level zombies and second-level awakened individuals have emerged in Jingnan City, while you remain at the first level. Thus, Feng Rue, you must effectively utilize your abilities to locate second-level zombies and inform me. Li Xingqian was well aware of Feng Rue's talent for mechanical control. Reconnaissance would be a minor issue that he could easily deploy several drones equipped with cameras to scour the city. Got it. Boss, I'll head back to prepare right away. Just as Feng Rue was about to leave, he suddenly returned with a mischievous grin. Boss, could I have a motorcycle? Li Xingqian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. With your abilities, you can create guns. Why can't you make a motorcycle? Feng Rue immediately began to flatter him that it's just that I'm not quite proficient yet, and besides, what you provide me will be far superior to anything I could create. Li Xingqian rolled his eyes and stepped outside, retrieving a blue and white motorcycle from his spatial storage, identical to Feng Rue's black one. Upon seeing it, Feng Rue's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh my precious. I've finally waited for you. Li Xingqian chose to ignore Feng Rue and return to the villa, while Feng Rue gently caressed the motorcycle, his expression becoming comically exaggerated. Don't worry, my little darling. I'm just going to make a few modifications. He then rode the motorcycle to the garage in front of his villa, gazing at his sportsy air.my little speedster. It's not that I don't love you. It's just that the road conditions are so poor right now that I can't utilize you. So that I'll miss you. With that, Feng Rue waved his hand, and his sports car began to disassemble slowly. Utilizing his mechanical control abilities, the once ordinary motorcycle was transformed into a mech-style motorcycle resembling a towering robot, complete with a tail wing and dual exhaust pipes. Ah, so cool. Feng Rue could hardly contain his excitement as he revved the motorcycle to life, the roar of the engine reverberating through the air. If this had been the pre-apocalyptic era, such modifications to the exhaust would have landed him in serious trouble. Feng Rue rode off on his beloved motorcycle, leaving the villa district, while Li Xingchen, observing this adolescent in his mid-20s, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. However, Feng Rue's motorcycle had been modified to be even more impressive than his own, which felt slightly undermining of his authority as the leader. He resolved to teach him a lesson upon his return. As night fell, Li Xingchen and the three girls began to dine at the dinner table. Li Xingchen noticed an unusual silence. No one was speaking, which struck him as odd, yet he chose not to comment. Afterward, as Jiang Yuyan and the other girls prepared to return to their rooms, Su Meishua stealthily approached Li Xingchen and whispered softly in his ear, "My dear master, I'll leave the door open for you tonight, Dio come by." After finishing her words, she planted a kiss on Li Xingchen's lips and, with a playful twist of her body, returned, leaving Li Xingchen standing there in astonishment. "Ah, it has been ages since someone treated me this way." A faint smile graced Li Xingchen's lips as he made his way back to his room. However, as the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, he found himself standing at the door of Su Meishua's room. Noticing that no one was around, he stepped inside, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if engaging in an illicit affair. Upon seeing Su Meishua exuding such charm, his heart raced. My lord, what are you waiting for? At that moment, Li Xingchen could hardly contain himself. Even a celestial being would struggle against such allure, let alone a mere mortal like him, who had yet to transcend to immortality. Unbeknownst to Li Xingchen, Jiang Yuyan and Ai Wei were residing just next door and across the hall, but he was too caught up in the moment to consider such things. This little snow. Why is she calling out so loudly? How outrageous. Meanwhile, Ai Wei had buried her head in her pillow, while Jiang Yuyan's face burned with embarrassment, shocked by Su Meishua's blatant actions, which were clearly unrestrained compared to when she had eavesdropped at the door before. Li Xingchen, sensing the discord, whispered, "Su Meishua, keep it down." Yet, Su Meishua seemed unfazed, teasingly remarking, "Oh my lord is shy. How adorable. But did I want them to hear that I wish for my lord to take them all?" Li Xingchen was taken aback by Su Meishua's thoughts. Could it be that he truly had to pursue this? He had never contemplated such a thing, yet after this incident, he discovered that he still harbored human desires. Let this be the final test before his ascension. Chapter 23. Capturing another campus belle. The night passed in a whirlwind, and while Li Xingchen and Su Meishua found comfort in each other's company, many others were not so fortunate. Ai Wei and Jiang Yuyan both woke up with dark circles under their eyes. It wasn't until Li Xingchen had risen and was ready to call them for breakfast that he realized no one was willing to leave their beds, preferring to sleep a little longer. Though Li Xingchen felt it was inappropriate, he chose not to pry further, letting things unfold naturally. Meanwhile, Su Meishua playfully dashed into Ai Wei's room and snuggled under the covers with her. "Xiao Shui, what are you doing?" "I'm still tired," Ai Wei protested, but Su Meishua gazed at her, making Ai Wei blush. "Xiao Wei, how did you find my performance last night?" Upon hearing this, Ai Wei quickly turned away. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "I'm going back to sleep." Su Meishua playfully turned Ai Wei back toward her. "Oh, come on. Wei, don't pretend. Your expression has already betrayed you." Ai Wei pouted. I think you were just being loud on purpose, keeping everyone awake." Su Meishua suddenly adopted a haughty demeanor. "You just don't get it. As someone experienced, it's essential to let it out, you know. Besides, I told Xingchen about you too. Should we see if he wants to take you as well?" Ai Wei buried her head under the covers. "What do you mean by take? What are you saying?" Su Meishua yanked the covers away. "All right, you must listen to me this time. After spending a few days with Xingchen, I can assure you he's a good guy, and in this apocalyptic world, there aren't many like him. We can't let this chance slip away." Ai Wei understood Su Meishua's intentions. She indeed had feelings for Li Xingqian. But she was too reserved, knowing little beyond her studies and behaving like a good girl. But Xiao Shui, I'm scared. I've heard that the first time can be painful. That Su Meishua immediately patted her chest. After all those battles where you didn't even flinch, how can you be worried about this? Trust me, you'll be satisfied in the end. Xiao Shui guarantees it. She even gave a thumbs up. But what should I do? I can't bring myself to approach him. Ai Wei, true to her character, was far too shy to initiate any conversation with Li Xingqian, especially about such matters. Leave it to me. We'll do this in this way. Su Meishua whispered to Ai Wei, who blushed furiously, her delicate face betraying her embarrassment. This, Xiao Shui, isn't this inappropriate? Su Meishua pinched Ai Wei's cheek. That what's wrong with it? Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian remained oblivious to the fact that he had been set up by Su Meishua. He was currently meditating and cultivating, noticing that after being intimate with Su Meishua, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy had remarkably increased. This left him utterly perplexed. At that moment, the major factions in Jingnan had received the news of the annihilation of the Killing God Gang, reportedly at the hands of 2 men and 3 women who had taken down hundreds. Not only that, but the Killing God Gang had boasted a 2nd-level awakened and 9 first-level awakened, which made their swift demise all the more astonishing. The various factions began investigating Li Xingqian's information. Meanwhile, Feng Rue was causing a stir in the city, riding his motorcycle, the noise attracting both zombies and attention from the factions. Who is this fool, treating zombies like pets? Is he out of his mind? One faction member remarked from above with binoculars. Enough chatter. Another faction has already eliminated the Killing God Gang. Now, with this ruckus, let's not get distracted. Keep trailing him. I'll report back. Feng Rue was having the time of his life, having forgotten the task Li Xingqian had assigned him, but he spent the day riding around the streets, reveling in the thrill. Eventually, he found a spot with fewer zombies and, feeling emboldened, controlled nearly 100 submachine guns to take down the approaching horde. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving those observing in shock, as they recognized this ability as belonging to one of the individuals responsible for the Killing God Gang's downfall. Wow, this is exhilarating. Minutes later, the zombies were dispatched, and the submachine guns transformed into knives, slicing into the zombies' chests. Afterward, the knives morphed into tweezers, extracting the crystals. An open box on Feng Rue's motorcycle collected the crystals, and the process continued, leaving onlookers in a WEIS crystal collection really this efficient. Unbelievable. Feng Rue remained unaware of his audience as he rode away, drawing the entire city's attention to the Villa district, completely forgetting about his task of locating the 2nd-level zombie. By the time Feng Rue returned home, it was already night. That he chose not to disturb Li Xingqian and went straight to his own villa. Su Meishua, just like the previous day, instructed Li Xingqian to leave the door open. Jiang Yuyan, having spent the day in her room contemplating whether or not to confess her feelings to Li Xingqian, still hesitated to lower her defenses. As night fell, Li Xingqian entered Su Meishua's room, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, with the curtains drawn tight, blocking even the moonlight. Li Xingqian thought it was yet another of Su Meishua's schemes. However, sensing something was amiss, he turned on the bedside lamp only to find not Su Meishua, but Ai Wei, who remained silent. This unexpected twist caught him off guard, and Ai Wei pulled him closer, her voice filled with a pleading tone. Don't go. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Xingqian felt it was too late to back out. To leave now would be akin to becoming a beast. Then came the secrets that could not be spoken. Little did Li Xingqian know he had fallen into Su Meishua's trap, unsure whether to laugh or cry. While Su Meishua, tucked in her blanket, stifled her laughter, reveling in her own mischief. Chapter 24. Visitors from major factions. At this moment, Su Meishua was eavesdropping, delighting in her success, chuckling softly to herself. That girl. Her voice is as high-pitched as a mosquito. With a playful remark, she settled down to sleep, carefree and untroubled. The next morning, Ai Wei was up early, gazing at Li Xingqian's face, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness that she couldn't hide. When Li Xingqian opened his eyes, he was met with Ai Wei's intense gaze, which startled her into turning away. However, seeing Ai Wei's adorably flustered expression brought a smile to Li Xingqian's face. All right, no more pretending to sleep. Get up. Soon, everyone was awake, and by a stroke of luck, they all rose at nearly the same time. They gathered in the dining hall for breakfast, where the atmosphere was subtly charged. It was then that Su Meishua broke the silence. Yin, both Wei Wei and I are now part of Xingchen's circle, so you should hurry. The room fell silent, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances, with Li Xingchen nearly choking on his food that I'm off to find Feng Rue. You all enjoy your meal. Li Xingchen hastily sought to escape, feeling that this was not the right moment for him to be present. Ai Wei was taken aback by Su Meishua's boldness in making such a declaration. Lowering her head in silence, unable to meet their eyes, Jiang Yuyan, on the other hand, was utterly astonished, realizing that Ai Wei had already crossed that line with Li Xingchen. You all, as Su Meishua observed Jiang Yuyan's hesitance to speak, and it ignited a flicker of irritation within her. Yin, I am aware that you are cognizant of our situation, and I shall no longer conceal it. I will not let go of a man as formidable as Li Xingchen. Even if it means serving as a maid, I am indifferent to that. As long as he harbors affection for me, I shall not compete with you, for I understand that I cannot prevail. Remember, our identities will always remain that of maids. Su Meishua was resolute. She did not wish to keep secrets that could create a rift among the three sisters who had shared a bond. It had been several days since Jiang Yuyan had exchanged words with them, and Su Meishua was concerned that Yuyan might be feeling despondent. Yin, you are different. You are the one whom Xingchen personally sought to rescue. I advised you to act swiftly, for time is of the essence. Do not think it is just me and Wei Wei. Even a man as powerful as Xingchen is not lacking in women during this apocalyptic era. Many survivors desire his protection. Su Meishua exhaled deeply, overwhelmed with concern for Jiang Yuyan, and sat beside her, grasping her hand. Yin, heed my words. Act quickly. Do not linger, for if you lose this opportunity, it may never arise again. Jiang Yuyan took a deep breath, attempting to relax. Xiaoxua, I understand everything you are saying, and I bear no ill will towards you. It is simply that I cannot seem to overcome this mental barrier. I need to contemplate further. Su Meishua felt a sense of helplessness. Very well, consider it. But if you ponder too long, it may no longer concern you, and you will find yourself in tears at that moment. Li Xingchen arrived at Feng Rue's villa, kicking the door open. What transpired yesterday? Is there any news? Feng Rue, still dazed, replied. News. What news? As the words left his mouth, he suddenly recalled the task Li Xingchen had assigned to him. Boss, I forgot. I was busy exterminating zombies yesterday. Just as Li Xingchen was about to give Feng Rue a stern reprimand, the doorbell of the villa unexpectedly rang. Is anyone there? Both Li Xingchen and Feng Rue were curious. It was unusual for anyone to knock in this nearly deserted villa complex. Feng Rue went downstairs to open the door, only to find 6 or 7 individuals with considerable strength standing before him. Who are you? Feng Rue's demeanor turned serious, uncertain of their intentions and unwilling to be overly cordial. Greetings, I am Jiao Yuqing, the commander of the Divine Assembly. Feng Rue, finding this man relatively polite, was taken aback when another individual spoke up. I am from the Changtian group. Are you their leader? Another young man, very arrogant, introduced himself as Gao Chong. Feng Rue had encountered arrogance before, but never of this magnitude, and felt it unworthy of his attention. What kind of gaze is that? Who do you look down upon? Seeking death, are you? Just as Gao Chong finished speaking, another stepped in to mediate. You from Changtian group should be more discreet. Remember to observe the rules on someone else's territory, lest you forget the task assigned by your chairman and face consequences. Hearing this, Gao Chong ceased his remarks, while the speaker, a burly middle-aged man, introduced himself. Hello, I am from the Iron Fist Gang. You may call me Dagon. This man appeared quite amiable, allowing others to call him by a nickname. Feng Rue realized that this group comprised the remaining major factions from Jingnan City, and he pondered their purpose for visiting that. As Feng Rue deliberated on how to respond, Li Xingchen had already approached the door, prompting Feng Rue to tactfully step aside. The 3 major factions of Jingnan City have gathered. May I inquire about your intentions? Li Xingchen spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his aura distinctly contrasted with Feng Rue's. It was evident that he was the one in charge. May I ask how this esteemed leader is addressed? Jiao Yuqing from the Divine Assembly spoke first, and Li Xingchen was equally curious how they had located this place. Li Xingchen, upon hearing his name, the group hesitated to invite him inside, merely standing outside. Oh, so you are the esteemed Xingchen. Was it you who annihilated the Killing God gang yesterday? Feng Rue interjected at this moment. Of course, it was us. What of it? Feng Rue understood that there were often collaborations as well as rivalries among factions. But with 3 groups approaching, It was clear they had ulterior motives. This brother must be joking. Do you think 5 of you could obliterate the Killing God gang? We came here with such a small entourage to stir trouble. That would be courting death. Da Gong from the Iron Fist gang jested, laughing heartily. Xingqian, do not misunderstand. We 3 factions merely crossed paths on the road and decided to come together, with similar objectives. The Iron Fist gang seeks to befriend you. Hence my presence to introduce myself and bring a gift. With that, Da Gong gestured for his subordinate to bring forth several large boxes of supplies. Xingqian, the Divine Assembly is different from the Iron Fist gang. Understanding your strength, our leader greatly admires you and has sent me to see if you would consider joining our ranks. Of course, the terms are negotiable. Jiao Yuqing had a rather cunning appearance, and Li Xingqian found him unappealing from the outset, wishing to limit their interaction. Meanwhile, Gao Chong from the Chong Tian group remained boastful. Our Chong Tian group is also here to recruit you. We are far stronger than them, boasting 2 second-level awakeners and dozens of first-level ones. You annihilated a Killing God gang of merely 10 or so awakened ones. It hardly signifies anything. Li Xingqian listened with a hint of amusement, while Feng Rui was already fuming. What do you mean by that? Is having more awakened ones so impressive? Furthermore, just because you invite us, does that mean we must comply with someone as foolish as you? We would never join, right, boss? Upon hearing this, it was no surprise that Gao Chong was incensed. What the hell did you just say? Seeking death, are you? Our chairman holds you in high regard, and you should be grateful. Stop pretending to be aloof. I warn you. Kneel and apologize immediately. At this moment, the members of the Divine Assembly and Iron Fist gang began to retreat slowly. It was not the time for mediation, as they were keen to observe how Li Xingqian would handle the situation. Just then, Jiang Yuyin and her companions emerged, having noticed the gathering and fearing for Li Xingqian's safety. Goodness, we heard you 5 have 3 beauties among you. We did not expect you to be so stunning. Very well. Considering your beauty, you need not apologize. All 5 of you must come with me. Gao Chong spoke, his gaze fixed solely on Jiang Yuyin and her companions, ignoring Li Xingqian and Feng Rui entirely. How dare you? These are my boss's women. Take your eyes off them. Feng Rui shouted, while Li Xingqian maintained a cold glare at Gao Chong, who remained oblivious to his peril. Continually overstepping boundaries. I am merely admiring beauty. What concern is it of yours? If you are wise, you will come with me without wasting time. In an instant, Li Xingqian decisively acted, drawing his blade in a swift motion. The arc of the blade, cleaving Gao Chong in two, the remaining members of the Chong Tian group suffered the same fate, leaving only a terrified driver alive, who had lost control of his bladder in fright. Meanwhile, the members of the Divine Assembly and Iron Fist gang were left in shock. They had not anticipated that Li Xingqian would strike without warning, and they had barely caught a glimpse of his swift movements. Return to your chairman and inform him that I have dealt with the parasites within your Chong Tian group, so he need not express gratitude. Li Xingqian spoke directly to the driver, who was frozen in place. Feng Rui then stepped forward. I am speaking to you. Why are you still here? Remember to relay my words. Feng Rui kicked the driver in dismissal. Da Gong and Jiao Yuqing exchanged forced smiles. They knew that against Li Xingqian's strength, they were no match and pondered whether he might turn his wrath upon them. Despite Gao Chong's youth, he was nearing the second-level Awakener's strength. Yet Li Xingqian had dispatched him effortlessly. Enough, you may leave now that I am only interested in second-level zombies or those of higher rank. If you have any news, I can exchange it for supplies. Do not seek me for any other matters. With that, Li Xingqian led Jiang Yuyin and the others back to the villa, while Feng Rui noticed that the others had not departed and approached them promptly. Do not worry, my boss does not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Hurry along now. If you have news to share, we are not in need of supplies. We have plenty to spare. Da Gong and Jiao Yuqing quickly echoed his sentiments. Certainly, certainly, we shall take our leave. Inside the villa, Feng Rui was present as well, yearning for a decent meal. Having not eaten well lately, Li Xingqian fixed a fierce gaze upon him, making Feng Rui uneasy. Boss, I was wrong. I promise I will not dare defy you again. Do not look at me like that. It frightens me. Su Meishua attempted to mediate. What did you do to provoke Xingqian? Tell me. I will plead on your behalf. Otherwise, be wary that he may deny you food. Su Meishua jested, eliciting a pout from Feng Rui as he lowered his head. It was yesterday when the boss ordered me to use my abilities to scout for second-level zombies. But I ended up making a ruckus on my motorcycle, and that group of people likely followed me back. Feng Rui, finally connected the dots, realizing the noise he had created would surely attract attention. Su Meishue was left speechless. Your boss is not a child. How can he still be so reckless? Have you stopped listening to his orders? You deserve this. I shall not concern myself with you. Li Xingqian regarded the reticent Feng Rue and stated flatly, this shall not happen again. Feng Rue's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the news of amnesty. Yes, 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 it won't happen again. Tomorrow, I shall undertake reconnaissance. I will not return until I locate a second-tier zombie. After today's events, Li Xingqian felt it was time to find a new place to reside, with 3 factions now fixated on them. Trouble was inevitable. Let us all remain quiet for now. We must relocate. This place is no longer safe. Regardless of my strength, there will inevitably be a day when I am not here, and this location is perpetually under scrutiny. Which makes me uncomfortable. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Feng Rue, this is all your fault. We are in an apocalyptic scenario. How can you sleep soundly when being watched? Feng Rue found himself at a loss for words. Stung by Su Meishue's remarks. All right, is there any decent place to go? I am not very familiar with Jingnan. Li Xingqian was equally at a loss. He genuinely did not know where in Jingnan they could find refuge. Feng Rue, aren't you renowned as the dandy of Jingnan? This is your fault. Quickly think of a location that we need to move. Feng Rue scratched his head, pondering. Let me think. He continued to scratch his head without revealing a destination, causing Su Meishue to grow increasingly anxious. Can you think of a place? Oh, stop scratching your head already. You'll go bald. Suddenly, Feng Rue had a eureka moment. Bald, I've got it. Let us go to Bald Eagle Mountain. The group exchanged bewildered glances. What was this nonsense? Is there even a Bald Eagle Mountain in Jingnan? Feng Rue realized his error and quickly corrected himself to no. I meant Eagle Mountain. I heard from my father there's an abandoned military base there. Left over from the War of Resistance that I have a rough idea of the location. I can use a drone to find it. Jingnan City is situated in a basin with various mountains, none particularly tall. Merely a few hundred meters high. All right, you take care of this task promptly, Li Xingqian remarked, as he contemplated the situation. He was not afraid of retaliation, but if the opposing faction possessed heavy weaponry, protecting Jiang Yiyan and the others would become quite challenging. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of the Changtian Group building, a middle-aged man glared fiercely at the individual kneeling before him. This Li Xingqian is far too arrogant, daring to kill my people. And what else did he say? The man was Gao Hongwei, chairman of the Changtian Group and a second-tier awakener. The individual who had been killed, Gao Chang, was his nephew. Although he had acted somewhat disrespectfully, his death was unwarranted. He even said, "No need to thank me." The kneeling figure was the driver who had been released. Upon hearing this, Gao Hongwei stood up in fury, his veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it, you dare say no need to thank me after killing my nephew? Is that something you should tell me? With that, Gao Hongwei raised his hand and clenched his fist, causing the driver to contort grotesquely. Chairman, please spare me. The chairman paid no heed to the pleas for mercy. With a ruthless heart, the driver was crushed into a bloody mass. Someone, clean this up? Chapter 26. The outbreak of second-tier zombies. Another night fell, and Li Xingqian was practicing alone in his room. Su Meishue had visited several times, only to be sent away each time. He had noticed that his rate of absorbing spiritual energy had significantly increased. So he seized this opportunity to cultivate. However, that night, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and thunder began to rumble. Is it going to rain acid again? Li Xingqian turned to gaze at the sky, where everyone else was also watching, filled with resignation. But to everyone's surprise, instead of acid rain, normal rain began to fall, which brought immense joy to all. They were in dire need of water, often only managing to drink a few sips a day. Now, rain was falling. Some rushed to fetch basins and bowls to collect the life-giving water, knowing that this would significantly increase the survival chances of the remaining populace, a boon for the entire world. Yet, while everyone was focused on the rain from above, changes were quietly occurring on the ground as various unknown plants began to sprout. The next day, even Li Xingqian noticed the abnormality. The earth was teeming with new vegetation, and the concentration of spiritual energy had increased significantly since morning, which was a positive development for him. However, having analyzed zombies, he understood that they primarily mutated and upgraded through spiritual energy, although there was another mysterious aura present. The surge in spiritual energy indicated that second-tier zombies would soon erupt, potentially leading to the emergence of third-tier, fourth-tier, or other mutated zombies. Previously, the lack of spiritual energy hindered rapid foundation establishment, and the absence of crystals from second-tier zombies was a setback. Now, with this increased concentration of spiritual energy, even without the crystals, he could establish a foundation within 7 days. Was this not a timely gift? Li Xingqian gazed at the heavens, contemplating. Without further ado, he resumed his cultivation. Later that afternoon, Feng Rui returned from an outing. Boss, great news. Li Xingqian emerged from his room to find a disheveled Feng Rui, with Jiang Yuyin and the other women following closely behind. Boss, we don't need to move for the time being. Feng Rui exclaimed excitedly, leaving Li Xingqian and the others puzzled. Feng Rui continued. Currently, there are no fewer than 500 second-tier zombies flooding into Jingnan City, clustered around the major factions. They are far too preoccupied to pay us any attention. Feng Rui's enthusiasm was palpable, and Jiang Yuyin and the others were equally astonished. In no way. 500 at least. Although Jiang Yuyin expressed skepticism, Feng Rui insisted excitedly. That's an understatement. Moreover, the ordinary zombies in the city are being controlled by the second-tier zombies. They are no longer as lethargic as before. Even Li Xingqian was taken aback by the sudden emergence of so many second-tier zombies, confirming his earlier suspicions. This rainfall heralded yet another critical juncture for humanity. Let us go hunt zombies. Our goal today is for everyone to reach the second tier. Seizing the opportunity for advancement without hesitation was crucial. Otherwise, one could fall behind. Li Xingqian sensed he had become somewhat complacent. Unaware that others had already attained the second tier, they soon found a nearby school, which housed 3 second-tier zombies. 2 were the same as those they had encountered before, while the third was a hefty one. Jiang Yuyin and the others would handle the ordinary zombies under the second-tier zombies' control, a task Li Xingqian was not concerned about. He stealthily maneuvered behind the 3 zombies and launched an assault. The 2 lean zombies flanked him, whether intentionally or not. He could not tell that Li Xingqian paid them no mind and focused on dispatching the bulky zombie first. The fat zombie was evidently slow but possessed formidable defense and strength. Li Xingqian's 2 strikes merely left shallow gashes. Humph! Dominance blade. His aura surged as he executed 6 successive slashes, culminating in a cross-shaped blade of energy with a diameter of 6 meters, cleaving the hefty zombie into 4 pieces. The dominance blade was the simplest sword technique in the cultivation world, easy to wield. The leaner zombies were far easier to deal with. Their boastful speed was no match for Li Xingqian, who swiftly dispatched them with a single blow that he decided to leave the last one for Jiang Yuyin. With a single hand, he formed a spell, binding technique. Typically, Li Xingqian refrained from using techniques from the cultivation realm, aware that they were too advanced and drained excessive spiritual energy. This binding technique consumed half of his energy, and he resolved not to employ it again. It was too taxing. Jiang Yuyin took a full half-hour to conclude her battle, while Li Xingqian had finished his in under 5 minutes, and the remaining second-tier zombie was still immobilized. Boss, you're incredible. Not only did you effortlessly take down 2 second-tier zombies, but you've also immobilized 1. Feng Rui began his usual flattery. Xingqian, how on earth did you accomplish that? What kind of awakener are you? You can use blade energy, manipulate space, and now control zombies. Jiang Yuyin could no longer contain her curiosity, prompting everyone to turn their gaze toward Li Xingqian, eager to know the answer. Indeed, Xingqian, it seems you possess an array of skills. Su Meishua chimed in. Li Xingqian felt somewhat flustered by the questions, unsure how to respond without revealing too much. Was it not true that the more mysterious a man was, the more alluring he became? Some things are best left unasked, he replied at that moment. Everyone was taken aback. The usually serious and composed Li Xingqian had made such a playful remark. His reason for saying this was merely to avoid raising suspicions by saying nothing at all, as that would lead them to fixate on his abilities, particularly Su Meishua, who would undoubtedly dig deeper. Haha, boss, so you can play coy too? Feng Rui laughed, and Su Meishua also joined in, chuckling. This side of you is a first for me. Danti looks so stern. I like this version of you. Here's a reward. A kiss. With that, Su Meishua planted a kiss on Li Xingqian's cheek, causing Feng Rui to feel envious, while Ai Wei and Jiang Yuyin were taken aback by Su Meishua's newfound boldness. Go, resolve that second-tier zombie. I'll keep watch. Li Xingqian quickly pushed Su Meishua away, his tone cold. All right, you really lack romance. Li Xingqian released the binding technique, and Zhang Yuyin and the others charged forward. By now, Zhang Yuyin and her companions had become quite skilled in combat techniques, maintaining the upper hand against the second-tier zombie. After a few minutes of battle, they succeeded in slaying the second-tier zombie. Li Xingqian was also exceedingly pleased with their performance. Subsequently, they acquired 3 second-level crystals, and Li Xingqian resolved to first transcend to the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 27. The third-level Corpse King Li Xingqian found an unoccupied room and instructed Zhang Yuyin to keep her distance. As they speculated that Li Xingqian wished to shield them from witnessing the agony of his breakthrough, Xingqian aimed to maintain his imposing and formidable demeanor. Let us amuse ourselves for now. Soon enough, I shall see who collapses, Su Meishua chuckled, and the group departed. After meditating and absorbing one crystal, Li Xingqian's aura surged dramatically, propelling him directly into the Foundation establishment stage. To his astonishment, this breakthrough was devoid of any manifestations. In the realm of cultivation, breakthroughs typically produced remarkable phenomena, yet this time was different. Had he not sensed the distinct state of the Foundation establishment stage, he might have mistakenly believed he had not advanced at all. Eager to test his newfound strength, Li Xingqian ventured into a more upscale building, where approximately 10 zombies lurked. His speed had notably increased. He paid no heed to ordinary zombies and headed straight for the second-level ones. This time, dispatching the second-level zombies was considerably easier than before. Although it had not been particularly challenging previously, within a mere 3 minutes, Li Xingqian had eliminated all 10 second-level zombies. The 3 minutes accounted for his search on the upper floors. Had the 10 second-level zombies been gathered together, he could have slain them in under 30 seconds. After this preliminary trial, he returned to the school and distributed the second-level crystals he had obtained to Zhang Yuyin and the others. 3 crystals each, perfectly sufficient for their breakthroughs while also providing a surplus to enhance their abilities. Soon, anguished cries echoed as, 1 hour later, everyone successfully ascended to the second-leveled. At that moment, someone sought them out. At last, we found you. Boss Xingqian. The visitor was De Gang from the Iron Fist Gang. What brings you here? Li Xingqian inquired, and De Gang sighed heavily. Boss Xingqian, did you not instruct us to be vigilant regarding the news of high-level zombies? Now, we have encountered numerous second-level zombies, which we can manage since they are relatively dispersed. However, there is a significant problem. We believe we have discovered the presence of a third-level Corpse King. We need your assistance to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian's interest was piqued at a third-level Corpse King. He was eager to understand its nature. He currently lacked worthy opponents and sought means to elevate his power, as the second-level zombie crystals no longer sufficed for his needs. Earlier, Li Xingqian had tested the waters and realized that to form a golden core, he would need to collect thousands of second-level zombie crystals, which would be an extravagant waste of time and effort. Pray tell, what kind of strength does this third-level Corpse King possess to warrant the title of King of Corpses? De Gang, looking quite dejected, replied, this third-level Corpse King can control second-level zombies and entire hordes. Its power is truly terrifying. Our several factions united are no match, for second-level awakened ones could not endure even a minute against it. Had it not been for the capabilities of our leader, we would have faced total annihilation. Li Xingqian, upon hearing that 4 second-level awakened ones had fallen in less than a minute to this third-level Corpse King, recognized its formidable nature. Zhang Yuyin and the others, listening, grew increasingly concerned for Li Xingqian. Xingqian, perhaps you should reconsider. This third-level Corpse King is exceedingly powerful, Zhang Yuyin urged, her tone tinged with anxiety. Indeed, Xingqian, Su Meishua, and Feng Rue echoed, all opposing Li Xingqian's potential undertaking. Although they were uncertain of his thoughts, they could discern from his expression that he was intrigued by the prospect of facing the third-level Corpse King. You need not concern yourselves, Li Xingqian interrupted. Then turned to De Gang. I will go without hesitation, but the 3 factions must agree to one condition. De Gang, taken aback by Li Xingqian's assertiveness, replied, Boss Xingqian, you weren't saying this before. Did you not propose exchanging resources for information? Li Xingqian responded with calm confidence. Times have changed. When the third-level Corpse King posed no threat to you, your information held value. However, now that it endangers you, my involvement equates to eliminating a threat for you. De Gang pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable, though he still considered Li Xingqian's confidence to be boastful. But how can you be so sure you can slay the third-level Corpse King? Li Xingchen smiled. You need not worry. Even if I cannot vanquish it, you will not suffer losses, as this does not concern you. De Gang nodded. Very well. But do tell me your condition. You need not fret too much. I merely ask you to assist me in locating someone, Li Xingchen stated. His condition was for them to help him find Liang Shanshan, as he deemed her abilities a potential threat, while he held no fear of her. He was concerned for Zhang Yuyin and the others. If Liang Shanshan were to launch a surprise attack, it could lead to troublesome complications. Li Xingchen despised complications and threats above all else. Upon hearing that he simply sought someone, De Gang readily agreed. So, Boss Xingchen, when shall we proceed? De Gang and his companions had a straightforward mindset, regardless of whether Li Xingchen could slay the third-level Corpse King. It would not affect them. While they were astonished by Li Xingchen's prowess, they believed it was impossible for him to kill the third-level Corpse King. They merely wished for him to take the lead. And if things went awry, they could seize the chance to reap the rewards. This was an unspoken agreement among their three factions, as the emergence of an unknown force threatened their authority and status. Li Xingchen was not naive. He was well aware of their intentions. Let us go now. Lead the way. The group followed De Gang. Arriving at a rural granary, Li Xingchen inquired about their collaboration, discovering it was due to the scarcity of food. While water was no longer an issue, food remained in short supply. The granary was swarming with over 1,000 zombies, a dozen second-level zombies, and a third-level Corpse King, all attracted by the presence of the third-level Corpse King. The leaders of the three factions were stationed on a nearby hill, observing the situation at the granary. Do you think this Li Xingchen will come? Inquired a 30-something youth, refined in appearance, who was Wu Ku, the leader of the Divine Society. Regardless of whether he comes or not, the third-level Corpse King is beyond our capabilities to handle, replied De Taekwon, the leader of the Iron Fist Gang, regardless of his arrival. He is as good as dead. It would be best if he perished along with the Corpse King. That way, I won't have to deal with him. De Taekwon lamented, feeling helpless, although he recognized Li Xingchen's potential. He was aware that Li Xingchen had slain Gao Hongwei's nephew, complicating his desire to assist. Chapter 28. Astonishing everyone. The Corpse King is vanquished. Not long after, De Gang led Li Xingchen and his companions before the leaders of the major factions. This is Boss Xingchen, so young. What a formidable youth, De Taekwon greeted enthusiastically. Indeed, Boss Xingchen is as dashing as the rumors suggest, accompanied by three beautiful companions. How enviable, the other faction leaders acknowledged, granting Li Xingchen a modicum of respect. However, Gao Hongwei of the Strong Sky Group offered no such courtesy, his expression cold as he remarked, since you are here, let us proceed. Rest assured, if you cannot manage, we will intervene. Li Xingchen waved dismissively, not even sparing Gao Hongwei a glance, as he was intent on slaying the Corpse King first before entertaining any other matters. Gao Hongwei's irritation boiled as he witnessed Li Xingchen's disregard. Enough, enough, Director Gao, calm down. He is merely a youth, De Taekwon interjected, patting Gao Hongwei's shoulder, while Wu Ku remained silent, secretly relishing the unfolding drama. He thought to himself that a confrontation would be entertaining. Let us observe the strength of this Xingchen and his companions. Should they fail, we shall retreat. If they manage to wound the Corpse King, we shall step in, and we stand to lose nothing. As the throngs of zombies witnessed Li Xingchen and his four companions advancing slowly towards them, they surged forth in a chaotic frenzy. The group operated in perfect harmony, disregarding Li Xingchen's commands. To Su Meishua, proficient in both water and fire attributes, initiated her ranged assault, with water slicing through the zombies like a high-pressure jet, while flames incinerated others on the opposite side. A truly spectacular sight. Su Meishua's attack range now extended to 100 meters, a considerable enhancement from her previous abilities. Such an extraordinary beauty, wielding both water and fire. How rare. The onlookers marveled in unison. Following closely was Feng Rue, commanding over 300 firearms, and using scrap metal from abandoned cars, he fashioned a grenade launcher. As the weapons discharged in rapid succession, Feng Rue unleashed a barrage that detonated within the horde of zombies with a resounding boom, obliterating countless foes. Ha! What a thrill! Feng Rue laughed exuberantly, while the observers on the hill ceased their amusement, fixated on Li Xingchen and his companions, too astounded to speak. After her upgrade, Zhang Yuyin had undergone a transformation. Her appearance had become even more enchanting, and her demeanor was now that of a completely different person. As she darted among the zombies, she moved like a streak of white lightning. Upon Ivy's upgrade, she now possesses not only the ability to heal wounds, but also to bestow beneficial statuses upon her allies, enhancing their endurance. What a remarkable group this is. Their strength is simply astonishing. Tai Quan is left utterly dumbfounded, while Wu Ku wears a bittersweet smile. Have you not noticed that Li Xingchen has yet to make his move? Only then do the others come to their senses. And Gao Hongwei's expression darkens considerably. Humph, they have merely vanquished ordinary zombies. The second-tier undead and the third-tier zombie king have yet to join the fray. Just wait and see. Witnessing the heavy losses among his minions after Jiang Yuyin and the others' barrage, the third-tier zombie king finds that thousands of zombies have dwindled to mere hundreds. With a hearty laugh that pierces the sky, he can no longer contain himself and emerges from the shadows. Li Xingchen, upon encountering the true form of the third-tier zombie king, observes that its body emits a green glow, perfectly proportioned with distinct zombie characteristics. Upon seeing the undead, Li Xingchen no longer holds back. With a flick of his blade, an aura of power rapidly surges around him, creating visible energy that piques everyone's curiosity. What kind of ability could generate such momentum? The third-tier zombie king halts. Sensing the imminent threat, its form shifts, turning entirely green as it commands the surrounding zombies to form a wall of flesh. Li Xingchen unleashes a single strike, a black blade of energy extending nearly 100 meters, darkening the sky as it slices through the zombies before him, including the green third-tier zombie king. At this moment, both the ailing zombie king on the ground and the spectators are left in awe by Li Xingchen's devastating blow. Approaching the fallen zombie king, Li Xingchen finds that even the nearby second-tier zombies dare not approach. Time to die. With a casual swing, he severs the zombie king's head, then retrieves the crystalline core from the defeated foe, tossing it into his spatial ring without a second glance. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyin and the others have finished clearing the ordinary zombies, leaving just 8 second-tier undead for Li Xingchen to handle. The group on the mountain exchanges glances, at a loss for words. Truly formidable. Sweat trickles down Wu Ku's forehead, and Gao Hongwei stands beside him, both now aware of what must be done. When Li Xingchen approaches, only Tai Quan strides forward. Ha ha ha, Boss Xingchen is incredible. I, Tai Quan, am in awe. From now on, you shall be my brother. Li Xingchen did not expect Tai Quan to be so affable. Just a small trick, nothing to boast about. Tai Quan instantly grows displeased. How can you belittle it so? Do not underestimate yourself. I heard you were looking for someone, correct? No problem. I've already secured their agreement. Rest assured, I will inform you as soon as there is news. Li Xingchen, not wishing to engage further, decides that there is no need for lengthy discussions. Today's encounter serves to establish their authority, minimizing future troubles. Initially, Tai Quan intended to invite Li Xingchen for drinks, but Li Xingchen declines, eager to examine the third-tier crystal in his possession, leaving no time for idle chatter. Within a few days, Li Xingchen's name spreads throughout the city of Jingnan, earning him the moniker God of Swords, which leaves him bewildered upon learning of it. He is not accustomed to wielding blades, having always used swords in the realm of cultivation. However, due to the scarcity of quality swords on Earth, he resolves to forge a flying sword. Back at the villa, Li Xingchen distributes all the second-tier crystals he possesses, discovering that their supply is insufficient for upgrades, although they can still use them to enhance their strength. Upon revealing the third-tier crystal, he is startled to find it radiating a green glow, which strikes him as peculiar. Why has it suddenly changed? The previous crystals were transparent, yet this third-tier one possesses color. And the third-tier zombie king also emanated green light. Is there a connection? Chapter 29. The sisters delivered. Li Xingchen cannot fathom the reason, so he decides to keep the third-tier crystal for now, postponing any further action until more information arises. Today's gains are substantial, prompting him to unveil his treasured ingredients: large crabs, lamb legs, lobsters, and beef, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Wow, boss, this is incredible. How did you manage to acquire such delicacies? By the way, is there any wine? Feng Rue has not savored wine in quite some time. As the saying goes, good food deserves good wine. Li Xingchen agrees to indulge in a bit of wine. As their storeroom is well stocked, he retrieves 2 bottles of white wine and 2 of red, all seemingly of high quality. Although Li Xingchen is oblivious to this fact. Impressive, boss. These bottles are top-notch. Little does Li Xingchen know. The self-operated warehouse of an e-commerce platform ensures that nothing inferior is on offer, including wine. Once the dishes are served, everyone begins to feast and drink. After finishing, they all retire to rest, but that night, while Li Xingchen is in the midst of his cultivation, he is ambushed by Su Meishua. With no other choice, he resigns himself to the situation. Since she has arrived, there is no escaping, and a punishment must ensue, resulting in Jiang Yuyan and Ivy getting little sleep. The next morning, they are awakened by a knock at the door. Jiang Yuyan opens it to find Gao Hongwei, leading a group from Changtian Group. Smiling broadly in the courtyard, "Oh, you have business with us." Gao Hongwei, despite Jiang Yuyan's stoic demeanor, remains unperturbed, well aware of their demonstrated strength. Is Boss Xingchen present? "I have come to apologize." Jiang Yuyan, confused, wonders why he would be apologizing instead of seeking trouble. Reluctantly, she calls for Li Xingchen, who, upon seeing Gao Hongwei, is equally puzzled by the man's intentions. "What is it?" Upon seeing Li Xingchen, Gao Hongwei greets him with exaggerated cordiality. "Boss Xingchen, I have come to express my sincerest apologies." Li Xingchen raises an eyebrow in confusion. "What brings this on?" Boss Xingchen, you are a person of great stature and may forget matters easily. Last time, my arrogant nephew acted foolishly and offended you. Though you dealt with him decisively, I still feel the need to extend my apologies." Gao Hongwei's flattery is almost comical, and Li Xingchen recognizes it for what it is, an attempt to curry favor in light of his newfound strength. The contrast to his usual decisive demeanor is striking. I did not take it to heart. You may leave now." With that, Li Xingchen attempts to close the door, only to be interrupted by Gao Hongwei. "Wait, Boss Xingchen, an apology must be sincere. I have come bearing gifts. If you refuse to accept, it would imply that you have not forgiven Changtian Group, nor myself, Gao Hongwei, which would weigh heavily on my conscience." Gao Hongwei's obsequiousness astonishes even his own trusted aides, who understand he has come to apologize but cannot fathom why he must grovel so before the leader of a formidable faction. After speaking, Gao Hongwei retrieves two young women from the car parked at the entrance. Upon seeing them, both Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyan are taken aback, for the two ladies are strikingly identical. Exceptionally beautiful and clad in maid outfits, undeniably captivating. These two are a pair of sisters I rescued. Initially, I intended for them to serve me, but since Boss Xingchen is a hero, as the saying goes, heroes deserve beauty, I have brought them to you. Rest assured, they are both untouched. Gao Hongwei lavishly praises Li Xingchen, and had he not lived for 3 millennia in the realm of cultivation, he might have been fooled. Such situations either indicate a request for something or harbor ill intentions. There are no other outcomes. Gao Hongwei, what is the meaning of this? A beauty trap? Li Xingchen sneers. Gao Hongwei quickly clarifies, No, that is a grave misconception. I, Gao, am absolutely sincere. To be frank, I am here to seek peace. You must accept them. Regardless, these two lovely maidens are now yours, to do with as you please. That I shall not impose further. I take my leave. Without waiting for Li Xingchen's refusal, Gao Hongwei swiftly departs with his entourage. Once in the vehicle, Gao Hongwei's demeanor shifts from a friendly smile to an icy glare, as if nothing had transpired. However, one of his aides cannot contain his curiosity. "Chairman, why did we treat him so?" Gao Hongwei interrupts. "You mean, why did we grovel?" You are too young. When faced with someone stronger, do not confront them head-on. Such actions lead only to ruin. Speak to them as one would to a person or a ghost. If you wish to eliminate him, you must allow him to swell with arrogance. A little humiliation is nothing. The aide remains puzzled and inquires, "But Chairman, your behavior this time is quite the contrast. Could this not raise his suspicions? Moreover, gifting him 2 beauties seems rather overt." Gao Hongwei replies coldly, "My intention in doing this is to present those 2 sisters. He is not a fool. He will undoubtedly notice the disparity. This is a calculated move. What if he is aware? Without a gift, he might kill me without hesitation, but with a gift, the situation changes. He will ponder my motives. Curiosity will temper his impulses." The outcome unfolded precisely as Gao Hongwei had anticipated. Li Xingchen was indeed pondering why Gao Hongwei had taken such actions, observing the 2 sister flowers before him. He began to feel a slight headache. He could discern that these sisters posed no issues. They were not awakened beings and possessed no communication devices. Li Xingchen was mulling over what malicious intent Gao Hongwei harbored by sending these sisters to him. His curiosity piqued regarding the method he would employ to confront him. At that moment, the sisters felt a tinge of fear, as it was their first experience being presented as gifts, and they were utterly unaware of the potential consequences. Meanwhile, Gao Hongwei was in the parking lot, wearing a cold smile, inquiring of the driver, "Are you aware of the identities of those sisters?" The driver shook his head in response. Not knowing is precisely the point. The true adversary of that despicable Li Xingchen is not me, but rather the individuals behind those sisters. The driver was somewhat perplexed. He only knew that the chairman had personally rescued the sisters, unaware that others were involved. However, he asked, "But chairman, what if that fellow refuses to accept those sisters?" Gao Hongwei snorted disdainfully, glancing at the driver, who appeared uneasy. "Refusal is not an option. He had better accept those sisters, or else they shall meet their demise." The driver, upon witnessing the icy glare of Gao Hongwei, recognized the familiar ruthlessness that characterized him. Chapter 30. How to handle the sisters. What are your names? Li Xingchen asked, scrutinizing the sisters while contemplating his dilemma. "I am Zixuan, the elder sister," one replied. "I am Xilan, the younger sister," said the other. Li Xingchen observed them closely, searching for distinctions. They were indeed cut from the same cloth, adorned in identical attire, and even their voices were remarkably alike. "How were you rescued by Gao Hongwei? Are there others in your family?" Zixuan responded. "We were saved by Chairman Gao at school," Xilan added. "There aren't many in our family. We know we were adopted, and after reaching adulthood, we will be taken away." Zixuan continued. "We had just celebrated our birthdays when the apocalypse struck." Li Xingchen found no valuable information in their words, other than the fact that they had been rescued by Gao Hongwei. Unbeknownst to him, Gao Hongwei was precisely the person Xilan had mentioned would come to take them away. The sisters exhibited no discernible differences, leaving Li Xingchen with no choice but to instruct them directly. "Zixuan shall wear purple clothing, while Xilan shall don blue." Having said this, Li Xingchen summoned Su Meishua. "From now on, these two are in your charge. I have no time to manage them." Su Meishua was elated upon hearing this, readily agreeing, as she delighted in playing the role of the big sister. "Cough, cough. You two shall stick with me from now on, and I shall be your sister. Call me sister." Zixuan and Xilan chorused, "Sister, ha, good, obedient ones. Come, let's go eat something delicious." However, Li Xingchen was unaware that Su Meishua had already led Zixuan and Xilan astray. The sisters were being schooled by Su Meishua and Ai Wei, with Ai Wei even assisting in culinary training. The sisters were earnest in their learning, and they were utterly astonished when faced with an array of vegetables, meats, and even seafood, an unimaginable bounty in their minds. Given the apocalypse, Sister Xiaoxua, how can there be so much food? Zixuan couldn't restrain her curiosity in that moment. Su Meishua felt empowered to boast. "Your master is quite formidable. You know, not only is he an awakened being of the space type, but he also possesses formidable combat prowess. His space contains countless provisions that if you wish to live well, you must work hard." This revelation filled the sisters with excitement. They had initially thought that being sent away would mean a decline in their sustenance. At Xiangtian Group, they had fared decently, with staple foods and occasional meat or canned goods. But here, it felt like they had stepped into paradise. "You two sisters are quite fortunate, you know. Your master is extraordinarily powerful. The reason Xiangtian Group sent you here is that your master single-handedly dispatched a third-tier corpse king. You must understand, even the chairman of your Xiangtian Group and the leaders of several other factions could not survive a minute against it." Li Xingchen was entirely unaware that Su Meishua had transformed the two sisters into his personal maidservants, and the first to undergo training was Ai Wei. After Su Meishua's proclamation, the sisters were left astonished. What kind of being could compel Gao Hongwei to bow down? And why would he send them as a gesture of goodwill? However, Su Meishua seemed oblivious to the potential risks, revealing everything without concern that Zixuan and Xilan might be spies. Yet, given Li Xingchen's strength, he had no fear of any threats, rendering the matter inconsequential. As evening fell and dinner was served, Zixuan and Xilan stood motionless behind Li Xingchen. "Why aren't you eating?" Li Xingchen inquired. Puzzled, they replied in unison. "Master, we dare not." Li Xingchen frowned, glancing at Su Meishua, who appeared entirely unfazed, wearing an expression that implored him to praise her. Li Xingchen chose not to comment. as he was accustomed to such behavior from his maidservants in the realm of cultivation. Hehowever, considering this was Earth, he decided to be less stringent. "All right, come to the table and eat." Upon hearing this, the sisters hesitated. Li Xingqian's voice turned cold as he stated, "Do you not heed your master's words?" Witnessing his resolute demeanor, the sisters finally took their seats. They gazed upon the delectable spread before them. Their eyes sparkled with delight, for it had been ages since they had tasted such fine fare. Nonetheless, they maintained their elegance, having been raised well and now cautious not to act out of line in front of Li Xingqian, fearing reprimand. The day unfolded rather ordinarily, offering a rare respite after days of conflict. That night, Li Xingqian intended to enjoy a peaceful slumber, but upon entering his room, he was taken aback to find Zixuan and Xilan standing at the foot of his bed, clad in silk pajamas, one purple, the other blue. "What is this?" Li Xingqian was astonished by their boldness, reminiscent of Su Meishua's antics, and he was not so desperate as to entertain such advances. Sister Xiaoxua said that as maidservants of the master, we must attend to his needs, thereby becoming a part of the household. Zixuan said somewhat shyly. Xilan chimed in, "Sister Xiaoxua and the other sisters have treated us well, as has the master. Thus, we wish to be part of the family. We do not wish to leave." Li Xingqian found himself intrigued, pondering how such teachings could prevail in modern society, as he questioned how Su Meishua had molded them. "How have you lived since childhood? What have you learned?" Zixuan began. "From a young age, we were told that we were the women of a significant figure, which is why we dared not engage in romantic relationships during university. If we lost our virginity, we would face dire consequences," Xilan added. "Thus, we are quite happy to be here with the master, for you and the sisters treat us kindly. Now that the apocalypse has come, those we once knew likely believe us to be dead, so we wish to remain with you and become your women." Li Xingqian pondered deeply, realizing that these sisters might indeed be ticking time bombs sent by Gao Hongwei, intended for the individuals behind Zixuan and Xilan to deal with him, but if he had refused them, they would have met their untimely end, with no witnesses to contest the narrative, leading their benefactors to seek revenge upon him. Upon grasping this revelation, he understood the intricacies of the situation. That old fox, he was quite cunning, adept at both yielding and scheming. Impressive indeed. Very well, I shall await the unfolding of this drama. As a formidable entity, Li Xingqian felt no fear of such machinations. Should anyone approach him with malice, he would simply eradicate them. Meanwhile, atop the Changtian Group building, Gao Hongwei was engaged in a satellite phone conversation. "Lord Long, I sincerely apologize. I failed to protect Zixuan." "Lord Long, the opposing force is too powerful. They have set their sights on the sisters Zixuan and Xilan. If they do not comply, they threaten to annihilate Changtian Group." "I am at a loss." "Useless," roared the voice on the other end of the line. "In a few days, someone will be dispatched that I expect to see the head of that Xingqian fellow." Once the call ended, Gao Hongwei's smile turned sinister. "Ah, Xingqian, this time you are doomed. Yet, having enjoyed the company of that woman, you should have no regrets." At that moment, Li Xingqian remained calm, perplexed by the attention the sisters received. Could it be that someone truly intended to confront him? Since Gao Hongwei had sent them, it indicated that someone would indeed come to challenge him. Otherwise, Gao Hongwei would not be so obsequious. If he were not assured of success, he would not act in such a manner. But what was it about these two women that warranted such risks? In this apocalypse, powerful figures were not lacking in women. What reason could there be to confront him merely for the sake of their beauty? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. These sisters must harbor a secret, whether it was his own fanciful thoughts or something more. He resolved to investigate Zixuan and Xilan. "You two, lie down." Zixuan and Xilan, upon hearing this, flushed with embarrassment. Zixuan and Xilan gazed at Li Xingqian, who approached them slowly. A hint of trepidation filled the air between them. Li Xingqian raised his hands, parting them above the heads of the two maidens, and commenced his examination. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zixuan and Xilan were, in fact, natural furnace cauldrons, and remarkably, of the kind suitable for dual cultivation. Such cauldrons were exceedingly rare. They would not lose their cultivation or life force upon being defiled. Instead, after their first encounter, the man who claimed them would gain access to all of their spiritual energy. The rarity of such cauldrons was terrifying. Even within the realm of cultivation, the emergence of such a furnace would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. especially considering that Zixuan and Xilan possessed an exceptionally rare cultivation physique. Both were born as bodies of Yin, having entered the world during a Yin year, month, and hour, a constitution that could be deemed perfect for cultivation. Consequently, Li Xingqian resolved to prevent the awakening of their abilities, opting instead for them to cultivate alongside him, ensuring that their extraordinary potential would not go to waste. He believed that any abilities they eventually awakened would also be formidable, but he deemed the awakening process to be a squandering of their unique constitution. Lost in thought, Li Xingqian was oblivious to the fact that Zixuan and Xilan had already opened their eyes, observing him curiously as his hands hovered in the air. Each girl grasped one of his hands. And sensing the potential misunderstanding, Li Xingqian leapt off the bed, startling the sisters. "Master." Before they could utter another word, Li Xingqian raised his hand to interrupt, as thoughts swirled in their minds. Had their master lost interest in them? They were surprised to question their own allure, unaware that every man would be captivated by their beauty. "Did I wish to pose a question? Do you truly wish to accompany me?" Upon hearing Li Xingqian's inquiry, the sisters eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, master, we are willing to follow you, body and soul." Li Xingqian, however, remained unfazed by their declaration of loyalty and coldly continued, "Swear an oath that I will not tolerate betrayal, should you become mine. I assure you, you will not be wronged." Without hesitation, the sisters began their solemn vow. "We swear to remain loyal to our master for life, never to betray him. Should we falter, let thunder strike us down and our bodies be devoured by the undead." Li Xingqian was taken aback by their synchronized response. Though he was uncertain whether oaths held any weight on earth, he was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, vows were binding. "Very well, I understand. What I am about to disclose must remain confidential. Even your sister Xiaoxiu must not know. It is imperative that you keep it to yourselves." Seeing the gravity in his expression, the sisters nodded solemnly. Li Xingqian then revealed his identity as a cultivator, sharing the tale of his transmigration. "Master, are you truly a cultivator?" The sisters could hardly contain their excitement. The revelation was monumental, eclipsing all else. Nodding in confirmation, Li Xingqian proceeded to explain their dual cultivation potential, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Dual cultivation. Didn't that imply intimate relations? Then, "Master, please," the sisters began, ready to assist Li Xingqian, which left him feeling exasperated by yet another misunderstanding. "Your physiques are special. You must not casually lose your purity. First, I will guide you in your cultivation. Let us strengthen your abilities before proceeding." Upon hearing this, Zixuan and Xilan's expressions fell, seemingly more inclined towards the idea of dual cultivation than training. Subsequently, Li Xingqian bestowed upon them a top-tier cultivation manual. Though it paled in comparison to his own, it was still commendable. "From now on, you shall be my sword-wielding maidens, accompanying me at all times. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, I shall forge a sword for each of you." Overjoyed, the sisters embraced one another, an innocent display that was quite provocative given their current state of undress, causing Li Xingqian to blush deeply. "You shall cultivate here. Do not wander elsewhere." He then began instructing them on how to absorb spiritual energy and utilize the energy crystals from the undead. Before stepping out of his room, feeling quite distressed, Li Xingqian made his way to Su Meishue's door. "You ignited this fire, so you shall extinguish it." With a smirk, he pushed open the door to her room, where she lay soundly asleep, oblivious to his entrance. To his surprise, Ivy was also nestled in Su Meishue's bed, both women wearing incredulous expressions. "Xingqian, what are you?" Li Xingqian paid little mind to their reactions and continued on his path. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyan, across the way, was blushing fiercely, her lips pouting in frustration. "Li Xingqian, you are insufferable. This is infuriating." Despite her anger, she found herself torn between her pride and the desire to offer herself to him, as she was, after all, a genuine heiress with her own dignity, even in the apocalypse. "What should I do? Someone, please tell me." By the following morning, Li Xingqian acted as though nothing was amiss. He entered his room to find Zixuan and Xilan diligently practicing. Astonishingly, having reached the 5th level of qi refinement in just one night, their cultivation speed was indeed remarkable, indicative of the formidable nature of their Yin physiques. The 5th level of qi refinement equated to the strength of a second-tier zombie. Manageable for a few encounters. Li Xingqian then resolved to accompany the sisters in slaying zombies while cultivating. Before departing, He visited Feng Rue's villa, kicking him out of bed. Who dares? Feng Rue, still groggy and disoriented, squinted at Li Xingchen before his expression shifted to one of alarmed. "Oh, boss, my apologies." Li Xingchen wasted no time with pleasantries. "The villa district is unlikely to remain peaceful. I plan to fortify it and gather some people to establish a force." Upon hearing this, Feng Rue's interest peaked. "Boss, do you know how long I've waited for you to say that? I've been anxiously anticipating your command. Just tell me what needs to be done. I'll face any challenge for you." Li Xingchen was rendered speechless by Feng Rue's enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Rue had been utterly lonely, having watched his leader embrace multiple women, including the captivating sisters, which had left him feeling envious. However, the prospect of building a force was different. With more people, it would be reasonable for him to have several women too. "First, we need to clear the zombies from the villa area. Afterward, you should find Zhang Yuyin and her group to search for any remaining threats. Use your abilities to construct the walls." Feng Rue's expression turned slightly troubled. "Boss, it's not that I can't do it, but the materials for building walls, like steel, are scarce. Li Xingchen nodded, realizing the challenge. "Understood. Gather whatever usable materials you can find. But remember not to demolish the villa. Enclose the area at the foot of the mountain as well. The villas alone will not suffice if we have many people. Discuss how much area to enclose with Zhang Yuyin. I'll handle the metal supplies." With that, Li Xingchen departed the villa district with Zishuan and Xilan. Feng Rue, having finished his meal, relayed Li Xingchen's plans to Zhang Yuyin and her team, who agreed to consider whether to recruit new members or build the walls first. Realizing that relying solely on Feng Rue might be insufficient, "Let us devise a plan for how to enclose the area and how much would be appropriate." As Feng Rue spoke, they began examining offline maps on their phones. Utilizing Zhang Yuyin's drone to capture aerial images, the villa district was situated on a hillside, with a mountain behind and a river beside it, offering a spacious and flat terrain. According to their current numbers, the villa district could house thousands, but for long-term sustainability, they needed to enclose the area starting from the base of the mountain, where existing buildings and farmland could be utilized for future cultivation. Zhang Yuyin astutely pointed out that sustainable development required a larger enclosure. "This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. That I calculated that the total area to be enclosed is too vast for short-term feasibility. We could divide it into an inner city and outer city, constructing the inner city first, which would be the villa district." Feng Rue largely concurred with this suggestion. "All right, I will start gathering metal to gradually construct the walls. You all focus on eliminating any remaining zombies." With that, the group sprang into action, while Li Xingchen, accompanied by the sisters, traversed the streets on a sleek, black motorcycle, one Feng Rue had modified for 3 passengers. Allowing him to outshine his friend, Zishuan led the way, with Xilan following closely behind, while Li Xingchen occupied the center, resembling a tightly packed sandwich. The motorcycle's exhaust, modified by Feng Rue for sound reduction, lacked the booming volume characteristic of Feng Rue's voice. Li Xingchen merely wished for a serene ride with the ladies, aiming to reach their destination without causing any trouble. After 2 hours of travel, they arrived in the suburbs, their objective being metal resources, which led them directly to a steel mill teeming with zombies, an ideal opportunity for Zishuan and Xilan to gain experience. "Your current strength is comparable to that of a level 2 zombie. These ordinary zombies are no match for you," Li Xingchen declared, handing each sister a tang d'ods. They gazed at the blades in their hands, and then at the approaching zombies. Trepidation gripped their hearts. "Master, I can't." Zishuan and Xilan trembled at the sight of the undead, let alone the thought of killing them. Li Xingchen, however, showed no mercy. He created a commotion that attracted hundreds of zombies. "I won't intervene. If you wish to survive in this apocalypse, you must learn to slay zombies. Aren't you supposed to be my sword maidens? What are you waiting for? Strike them down." As the zombies drew nearer, the sisters' fear escalated, and tears streamed down their faces. Clenching their eyes shut, they swung their blades wildly. Back to back, Zishuan and Xilan slashed at the undead with considerable strength befitting level 2 awakened beings, their blades gleaming with sharpness as they poured all their might into the strikes. A minute later, they opened their eyes, astonished to find that the zombies had not yet reached them, only to see the mangled remains of those they had slain. Although many zombies still stood intact, their erratic flailing had proven effective in keeping the undead at bay. Li Xingchen smiled encouragingly. "DOUC. So many zombies are no match for you. What are you afraid of?" Go. With Li Xingchen's words, the sisters' fear began to dissipate, and they commenced serious strikes against the zombies. After half an hour of intense battle, they had managed to dispatch hundreds of the undead. However, upon surveying the carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, some still crawling, and entrails spilling everywhere, the sisters were overwhelmed and simultaneously wretched. Li Xingchen, witnessing their reaction, merely shook his head with a hint of amusement. Vomit is not to be feared. It is merely a rite of passage on the path to becoming strong. After Zixuan and Xilan regained their composure, they were astonished at their newfound prowess. Before they could catch their breath, Li Xingchen instructed them to extract the crystals from the zombies, located near the heart. The sisters immediately pouted in reluctance. Master, this. Seeing their hesitation, Li Xingchen gently pinched their cheeks and said affectionately, "Go on. This is an essential step in your journey to strength." Their cheeks flushed. The sisters felt a surge of happiness. Having captured Li Xingchen's attention, their hearts now fully devoted to him, Li Xingchen, undeterred, ventured deeper into the factory, surveying the steel materials. With a swift motion, he summoned them into his spatial ring, and upon finding nothing useful, he turned his attention to the factory structure. The buildings were interconnected, including all equipment, and with a leap, he ascended into the air, blade of dominance, raining down. In a spectacular display, hundreds of slashes reduced the entire factory complex to rubble. Zixuan and Xilan, standing at the entrance, were spared from the shockwaves but were left in awe of Li Xingchen's might as they beheld the destruction. "Master is incredible," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with admiration. However, not far away, someone detected the tremors and quickly approached. This individual moved with remarkable speed, and by the time he reached the factory, Li Xingchen was preparing to depart with Zixuan and Xilan. Li Xingchen had already sensed the approach of someone formidable, whose speed rivaled that of Jiang Yuyan in her transformed state. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who this person might be. Zixuan and Xilan. "It's you." A young man clad in athletic attire, with his hair tied in a small braid, appeared before them. "Who are you? And how do you know us?" Zixuan and Xilan, intrigued yet apprehensive, hid behind Li Xingchen. The young man regarded Li Xingchen with a cold smile. "So you are the one who has taken Zixuan and Xilan from us." Realizing the young man was affiliated with the force behind the sisters, Li Xingchen responded, "Taken? Zixuan and Xilan were a gift from Gao Hongwei to me." "Surely, you must have misunderstood." Curiosity about the young man's influence compelled Li Xingchen to inquire further, regardless of whether they were gifts or taken. "Do you know Zixuan and Xilan belong to Lord Long?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen's interest was piqued. "Lord Long? Is he truly formidable? I haven't heard of him." The young man's expression darkened as he realized Li Xingchen dismissed the significance of Lord Long. Do you not think that just because you have awakened your abilities, you are invincible in Lord Long's eyes? You are nothing." Li Xingchen's curiosity deepened. This Lord Long seemed to hold considerable sway that he surmised that the young man's strength was at least that of a level 2 awakened being. Possibly even level 3, such a subordinate indicated a power beyond Gao Hongwei's reach. "Then enlighten me about Lord Long's might, so I may know to retreat," Li Xingchen replied with indifference. "You think you can comprehend Lord Long's power? Arrogant fool, you are courting death." The young man lunged forward, but Zixuan and Xilan sensed the danger and began to fear for Li Xingchen's safety. "Master, perhaps we should." Zixuan hesitated, wishing to suggest they leave with the young man to protect Li Xingchen from harm. Upon hearing Zixuan refer to Li Xingchen as master, the young man erupted with fury. "You two wretched creatures have already recognized him as your master. You are supposed to belong to Lord Long. You cannot be spared." In an instant, the young man transformed into a leopard, his speed astonishing as he charged at Li Xingchen. Realizing he was facing a shapeshifter, Li Xingchen prepared himself for the encounter. With a powerful kick, the young man created craters in the ground, but as his claws neared Li Xingchen, he was effortlessly swatted aside. The young man crashed into a nearby pile of refuse, his fury escalating upon seeing the grime clinging to him. "You seek death," he spat, charging once more. This time, Li Xingchen seized the young man's throat with one hand, choking him until he struggled to breathe. The young man, taken aback by Li Xingchen's strength, remained undeterred. "Release me at once, or Lord Long will ensure your demise." Li Xingchen, unfazed by the threat, replied, "Do you not see the predicament you are in?" With renewed pressure, the young man's struggles intensified until he began to convulse. and as drool threatened to spill onto Li Xingchen's hand, he flung him aside in disgust. The young man, forced back into a normal human form, coughed violently. How dare you? Our Lord Long is the Emperor of the Underground in southern Daxia. The Dragon Soul boasts over 100 level 2 awakened beings and dozens at level 3. While Lord Long himself has reached level 4, are you afraid? He gasped, still retching. Li Xingchen, now informed, felt no feared. No one has ever dared threaten me, for those who have are already dead. With this knowledge, he harbored no mercy and resolved to kill. The underground figure sensed Li Xingchen's intent. You won't dare. Do you not fear the wrath of our Dragon Soul? Li Xingchen's expression hardened, his murderous intent growing. Die. With a swift motion, he dispatched the one who had threatened him, Zixuan and Xilan. Upon hearing about the Dragon Soul and its numerous level 3 awakened beings, along with the formidable Lord Long, felt a chill of apprehension. Master, perhaps we should return. We do not want you to come to harm. Worried for Li Xingchen's safety, they urged him to reconsider. Li Xingchen, seeing their concern, softened his demeanor. Humph, I do not fear them. Should they dare approach, they will find no escape from Jingnan City. Remember, do not be afraid. You are my women, and I will protect you. In that moment, Zixuan and Xilan's admiration for Li Xingchen deepened, transforming them into his devoted fans. Never anticipating such fierce loyalty from him, Zixin and Zilan, these two treasures, are not something Li Xingchen would easily relinquish. No one dares to lay a finger on them. Chapter 34. Do you know what despair is? Li Xingchen returned to the villa district with the sisters, Zixin and Zilan. Along the way, Zixin held on to him tightly, while she had initially turned her back to him. She now faced him directly, burying her head in his embrace, while Zilan clung to his back, her face radiating happiness. Li Xingchen couldn't help but marvel at the flexibility of the sisters. They seemed to endure such uncomfortable positions with ease. He urged Zixin and Zilan to return to their training, while he found an open space to dump the metal materials he had gathered, sending up clouds of dust that startled Feng Rue and his companions. Wow, boss, have you just dismantled an entire factory? Feng Rue exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the mountain of metal materials. Li Xingchen shot him a glance. Is this enough? Absolutely enough? If not, I might as well perish, Feng Rue replied eagerly. Although Li Xingchen worried it might not suffice, he said nothing upon hearing it was adequate, just as he turned to leave. Feng Rue mischievously grinned. Hey, boss, the inner city's wall is sufficient, but the outer city's wall falls short. Maybe you could gather some more materials when you have time? Puzzled by the distinction between inner and outer cities, Li Xingchen listened as Feng Rue explained. Realizing the logic behind it, he remained silent. How much more do we need? When I have time, I'll gather some, Li Xingchen casually inquired, glancing at the considerable amount of metal. Cough, boss, based on today's quantity, we'll need about 3 more times this amount. Feng Rue responded. Li Xingchen was taken aback. This was an entire factory's worth of metal, amounting to several 100,000 tons, enough to construct multiple aircraft carriers. He hadn't anticipated needing so much. There aren't that many steel mills in Jingnan City, he lamented. Feng Rue pondered for a moment before suggesting, it doesn't have to be steel mills. I recall there are many car factories and warehouses in the outskirts of Jingnan City, as well as some other subcontracting factories that we could dismantle. Li Xingchen sighed in resignation. Dismantling a car factory is quite extravagant. Fine, I'll keep that in mind for another day. For now, don't build the city walls. Focus on restoring the city's mobile network communication. Feng Rue was puzzled. Boss, why restore that? Can't we just call each other? Do we really need to go online and play games? Li Xingchen smacked him lightly on the head. Once we restore the network, we can recruit survivors online to you think you can rescue them one by one? Upon hearing this, Feng Rue's eyes lit up with realization, and he slapped his own forehead. Right, boss, how are you so smart? I'll get right on it. Li Xingchen watched Feng Rue's retreating figure, bemused, despite possessing such incredible abilities. His intellect seemed somewhat lacking. However, he felt secure in trusting tasks to such a person. Li Xingchen decided to pay a visit to Changtian Group, knowing the intentions of Gao Hongwei and not minding a confrontation. Soon, he entered the Changtian building, and the staff, upon recognizing Li Xingchen, dared not obstruct him, well aware of his formidable reputation as the Blade God. Chairman, the Blade God has arrived, a subordinate reported over the intercom. Leaving Gao Hongwei momentarily bewildered. Which Blade God? The subordinate, sweating, clarified, "Blade God." Li Xingqian. Upon realizing it was him, Gao Hongwei's mind raced. Pondering Li Xingqian's purpose for coming. As he contemplated, he failed to notice Li Xingqian swiftly ascending to the top floor. "I am coming over. Have Li Xingqian wait a moment." Without waiting for a response, Li Xingqian kicked the office door open with a loud bang. "Chairman Gao, I've arrived." Seeing the fiercely determined Li Xingqian, Gao Hongwei felt an ominous premonition that I wasn't aware the Blade God was visiting. "I apologize for the lack of proper greeting. What brings you here?" Li Xingqian leisurely seated himself on a sofa, adopting a relaxed posture as he mockingly regarded Gao Hongwei. "Chairman Gao, I must say, as a successful individual, your ability to adapt is commendable. Think you would resort to using the dragon soul to eliminate me. I must acknowledge your cleverness." As Li Xingqian spoke, his tone grew colder, and his gaze turned frigid. Upon hearing mention of the dragon soul, Gao Hongwei's smile vanished. He recognized he could no longer conceal the truth. He set aside his jovial demeanor, his eyes turning sharp as he assumed his position, lighting a cigarette. "Since you, Blade God, are already aware, are you not afraid?" Gao Hongwei regarded Li Xingqian as merely an unknown figure who had awakened a rare ability. "Unworthy of concern. Afraid? Ha ha ha. Chairman Gao, do you truly believe I would be afraid?" Li Xingqian retorted with a cold laugh. Gao Hongwei furrowed his brow, perplexed by Li Xingqian's audacity. "Do you think you're invincible? You may not comprehend the terror of the dragon soul." Li Xingqian remained unfazed. "Powerful, a level 4 dragon lord, dozens of level 3 and hundreds of level 2 awakeners. Do you think I would be afraid?" Gao Hongwei was left stunned, unable to fathom how Li Xingqian knew of this. Li Xingqian, noticing his shock, revealed, "Do you want to know where I got this information? I just eliminated a level 3 awakener from the dragon soul." And he spilled the details. At this point, Gao Hongwei was increasingly unsettled, realizing he could not gauge Li Xingqian's depth. The mere mention of killing a dragon soul member sent chills down his spine. "You have no idea of the dragon lord's terror. Let me inform you. He possesses the legacy of cultivation. Do you understand what a cultivator is? They are not comparable to awakeners. You cannot fathom their might. The Dragon Lord achieved level 4 awakening through this legacy. To my knowledge, there are no more than 3 individuals in the entire Great Xia capable of reaching level 4. Gao Hongwei had intended to use the cultivator threat to intimidate Li Xingqian. But upon hearing his response, he found himself more curious than alarmed. "Cultivators, you say?" Li Xingqian stood and gazed calmly at Gao Hongwei. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he chanted, 5 elements secret technique. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, arise. 5 luminous orbs of different colors began to materialize behind him, growing larger until they nearly filled the office, the oppressive aura leaving Gao Hongwei speechless. Li Xingqian softly intoned, "Do you understand what despair is?" With a decisive punch, Li Xingqian shattered the office window and stepped into the air. The 5 orbs transformed into solid manifestations of the 5 elements, illuminating the sky. Li Xingqian disdainfully proclaimed, that is despair, Gao Hongwei." At that moment, whether in regret or something else, collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant as he muttered, "So you are also a cultivator." Before he could finish the word cultivator, Li Xingqian unleashed his attack, leveling a magnificent skyscraper to the ground with a resounding crash that echoed throughout the city, capturing the attention of all who witnessed the spectacle. Chapter 35, Star River Base. Citywide communication. Li Xingqian surveyed the aftermath with a faint smile. Unbeknownst to him, his actions had been recorded on numerous smartphones, as some individuals, compelled by the astonishing scene, had to capture the moment with their dwindling battery life. Who is this? So powerful. My heavens, divine retribution. It is simply divine retribution, catastrophic destruction. The few witnesses were left in cold sweat, awed by the might of Li Xingqian's strike. Shortly thereafter, news of the obliterated Changtian group spread to other major factions, who initially found it hard to believe until they saw the video. Though they failed to recognize Li Xingqian, Li Xingqian had expended considerable energy, having executed a medium-sized spell that drained half of his spiritual energy. However, he was intrigued by the identity of this dragon lord who possessed the legacy of cultivation. It seemed the earth harbored secrets unknown to him. Yet he had no desire to actively seek out the dragon soul. He would let them come to him. Upon returning to the villa district, Li Xingqian discovered that Feng Rue had been quite efficient, constructing a steel city wall 1 meter wide and 15 meters high. It seemed capable of withstanding several missile strikes. Moreover, Feng Rui had equipped the perimeter with Gatling guns, and even positioned 2 grenade launchers at the main entrance, a display of sheer extravagance. Li Xingqian couldn't help but marvel at Feng Rui's formidable abilities. He was truly an asset in these apocalyptic times. "Hey, boss, what do you think of my masterpiece?" Feng Rui asked confidently. Li Xingqian nodded seriously. "Not bad at all. Now we can restore communication networks and start gathering people." Li Xingqian continued, and Feng Rui nodded in agreement. The city boasted over 1,000 base stations, but they belonged to the 3 major telecom operators, which did not interconnect, resulting in multiple stations in the same location. Feng Rui activated his ability, "Merge for me." Before them stood 3 towering bases, each exceeding 50 meters in height, which seamlessly merged into a singular structure nearly 200 meters tall, thanks to Feng Rui's remarkable abilities. With such a configuration, it was estimated that they would require no more than a mere dozen bases. Rather than the anticipated 800 accompanying him on this venture were Ai Wei and the twin sisters, Ji Xian and Zilan. Ai Wei was tasked with replenishing Feng Rui's stamina, while the sisters served as bodyguards for the journey. They traveled in a modified off-road vehicle, its front resembling a bullet, effortlessly clearing obstacles and zombies from the road. The vehicle's power was nothing short of formidable, a feat made possible by Li Xingqian's ample supply of gasoline. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable burden for everyone, given its fuel consumption. Feng Rui, your abilities are truly extraordinary. Could you craft a lightsaber for me and my sister? Ji Xian, seated in the back, inquired, prompting a look of puzzlement from Feng Rui. Don't you already possess the Tang Hung Dao bestowed by our elder brother? Why the sudden desire for a sword, let alone a lightsaber? Ji Xian, slightly bashful, brushed aside her bangs. "They the sword servants of our master. It seems unbefitting for us to lack a sword. Our master intended to forge one for us. But he himself does not possess one. Thus, we thought, if it were possible to create one, we would prefer our master to have it first, while we could wait. Upon witnessing your capabilities, we envision having something unique. So we would not tarnish our master's reputation while standing behind him." The more she spoke, the more bashful Ji Xian became. Feng Rui then grasped the situation, envisioning 2 identical sisters standing behind their master, wielding glowing swords. What an impressive sight that would be. Suddenly, he found himself a bit envious of his elder brother. I see that in that case, since you desire lightsabers, I shall keep an eye out for suitable materials on our journey and craft one for each of you. I am confident in my abilities. After all, it is merely a lightsaber." Upon hearing Feng Rui's affirmative response, Ji Xian and Zilan expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Feng Rui." The sweetness of their address filled Feng Rui with joy, nearly ensnaring his soul. Had he not experienced such affections before the apocalypse, he might have succumbed to temptation. Moreover, they were the women of his elder brother, and he dared not indulge in fanciful thoughts. The vehicle continued in silence, traversing the city in search of bases. They aimed to construct 15 in total, which would effectively cover the entirety of Jiangnan, given the exceptional signal strength of Feng Rui's bases. A fact he had tested previously. Had Feng Rui's abilities been known before the apocalypse, he would have been a highly sought-after figure, and even now, he remained a coveted asset. After an entire day and night of effort, they finally completed the 15 bases, hindered by the considerable distance and the numerous abandoned cars and zombies obstructing their route. Upon returning to the villa, Feng Rui modified a computer for himself and provided each of Li Xingqian's group with a phone, enabling them to communicate and access the internet, albeit limited to a local network. Feng Rui then disseminated a message, accompanied by a video of the base, in 2 installments. Following Li Xingqian's orders, Zhang Yiyan promptly released the 2 messages. The Xinghe base is recruiting survivors. Awakened individuals will receive 3 bags of instant noodles or equivalent food, plus a piece of meat daily. Ordinary survivors will receive 1 bag of noodles or equivalent food. The base is currently established without a management layer. Those with abilities are encouraged to recommend themselves, as they will receive more resources. This information, along with the base video, brought immense joy to the survivors who received it in a nearby residential building. A group of over a dozen individuals, both men and women, dressed neatly, appeared to have maintained a semblance of order. One man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Everyone, what do you think of this Xinghe base? Should we go?" Another woman chimed in, "Did you see the video? Not only are there no zombies, But there are also steel walls and weapons. Safety seems assured, though we cannot ascertain if the rulers are benevolent. The man interrupted their speculation, declaring, "Listen, this is the apocalypse. If it is safe and there is food, it matters not whether the leader is good or bad as long as we have awakened individuals. They will not harm us. We possess a significant number of awakened individuals. Even if they refuse us food, the safety inside is paramount. Can we not venture out to seek food?" As he finished, another man concurred, "Indeed. What could be worse than our current plight? We live in constant fear, and our food supplies are dwindling." After deliberating, they began preparations to head towards the Xinghe base. Many received the message, and those who remained alive felt a flicker of courage, realizing that remaining indoors would only lead to starvation. Seizing the opportunity to find a phone to pass the time, they were astonished to discover a network, albeit limited to local communications. Nonetheless, it was a welcome change. Most began to eagerly anticipate their journey, while members of several factions wore expressions of dismay. "Brother, have you seen the message released by Li Xingchen and the others?" A member of the Iron Fist gang, the gang, inquired. "I have. The Xinghe base? I did not expect them to establish a force so swiftly, fortified with robust steel walls. Impressive," Big Iron Fist responded, equally astonished. "Indeed, they have even managed to restore communications across the city, which is quite remarkable. What shall we do now?" Big Iron Fist fell silent, lost in thought. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Divine Society, the upper echelons were engaged in discussions regarding Li Xingchen's Xinghe base. President Li Xingchen is expanding his influence dramatically. Many small factions that were considering joining us are now unresponsive. Jiao Yuqing exclaimed anxiously. That Wu Ke's expression darkened as he sighed. "And what of it? This is beyond our control. You all know Li Xingchen's strength." A priest in the assembly spoke up. "I am unwilling to accept this. It feels as though we are being disregarded." "Damn it," Jiao Yuqing retorted, looking at the priest with derision. "Are you out of your mind? They are recruiting. What business is it of ours? Furthermore, based on their strength, they have no need to regard us at all. Remember the incident with the Changtian group a few days ago?" The others recalled the video from a few days prior, showing an individual leveling the Changtian building, leaving them astounded. Such power was akin to a force of nature. "Are you suggesting that the Changtian group was?" Wu Ke questioned skeptically. "Yes, I suspect it was Li Xingchen's doing," Jiao Yuqing asserted earnestly. Although he initially found it hard to believe, he noted that the individual in the video wielded elemental powers, which seemed improbable for a single person. However, upon observing the figure's profile and the distinctive Tang Dao at their side, he could no longer dismiss the possibility. Once Jiao Yuqing shared his analysis, the assembly fell silent, heads bowed in contemplation. Are we to resign ourselves to servitude, forever at the mercy of others? This is unacceptable. The priest shared his sentiments, while Wu Ke interjected with a smirk. "As long as he does not provoke us, let us not forget that we possess the divine tree." Upon hearing this, the others regained their resolve. The divine tree had emerged from underground during the second rainfall, initially attracting their attention due to the surge of flora that followed. However, Wu Ke soon realized that this tree was extraordinary. Its foliage evolved from green to an eerie crimson, bearing red fruits. After sampling one, Wu Ke discovered that consuming the fruit could awaken latent abilities, albeit with a caveat. Those who gain powers through the divine fruit would, at night, require the blood of the living. Though the amount was minimal, the implication was chilling. Thus, the Divine Society had become indistinguishable from a cult, sustaining a cadre of blood slaves through the absorption of survivors. With Li Xingchen's ostentatious recruitment efforts, the National Security Team also received the information, causing them considerable distress. Since the disappearance of Yi Shilan, their resources had dwindled while the number of survivors continued to swell, leaving them overwhelmed. Reflecting on Yi Shilan's words, they recognized their validity. Though it was too late, they could not abandon the many survivors they had rescued. Yet the burgeoning Xinghe base offered a glimmer of hope. "Captain Zhao, the Xinghe base's recruitment is fortuitous for us. We can send a group there at least it promises safety and sustenance," one team member proposed. Zhao Weigua, formerly Yi Shilan's deputy and now the captain in her absence, found himself torn. He understood the weight of his decision and the lives at stake. "I am in a quandary. Firstly, I am uncertain of Li Xingchen's character. While he is undoubtedly powerful, I question whether the base is as safe as claimed. Can he truly sustain so many people? In these times, lives are as expendable as grass. Who knows if he harbors ulterior motives? A teammate began to analyze and reassure Zhao Weiguo, offering insights into their predicament. Zhao Yuan, first and foremost, we can no longer sustain such a large number of people. Our team members are already expressing discontent. There are simply too many mouths to feed, and we are overwhelmed. If this situation persists, there will inevitably be an uprising. Moreover, those we have nourished have become too reliant, and no one is willing to venture out in search of sustenance. Therefore, I propose we send these individuals to Xinghe base. Indeed, they are in need of personnel as well, and I trust they will not wantonly harm the innocent. After the team member finished speaking, Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath and responded earnestly. In that case, let us pay a visit to Xinghe base and meet this sword god, Li Xingchen. With that, the group set off in their vehicle towards Xinghe base. Before long, they arrived, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they beheld an astonishing 15-meter-high steel city wall that was truly beyond comprehension. And they could see other survivors queuing at the entrance. To the gate stood two women, the sisters Zixuan and Xilan. Almost everyone who laid eyes on them found it impossible to look away. Each sister wielded a lightsaber, one purple and the other blue, an exquisite sight to behold. Even the hilts were semi-transparent, lending an air of sci-fi elegance to the slender, flat blades that emitted a faint glow. This was designed by Feng Rue, who had ingeniously created a spiritual energy conversion device, allowing the lightsabers to absorb the wielder's aura to shine. The light emitted was exceptionally sharp, akin to sword chi, embodying a fantastical exterior with a magical essence within. Many were captivated by the Zixuan and Xilan sisters, including several capable awakeners who attempted to approach them for conversation. However, they were not alone. The sound of approaching zombies, including a few second-tier ones, quickly dampened their enthusiasm. Just as panic began to spread, the Zixuan and Xilan sisters swiftly dealt with the threat, their speed and prowess leaving the onlookers in awe. Those who had initially wished to engage found themselves retreating in modesty. Upon entering, Zhao Weiguo and his companions discovered several individuals at computers registering the survivors. The registrars were among the first groups to arrive, and each survivor was promptly issued 2 cans of food. Zhao Weiguo was taken aback to see them using computers. As they ventured deeper, they noticed others assigning living quarters. Not everyone could reside in the villas. Only awakeners and individuals with special skills were permitted. Additionally, one villa had been converted into a communal dormitory, accommodating 30 people. The remaining individuals had to camp on the outskirts, and Feng Rue had prepared some metal shelters, providing at least a semblance of refuge. The newly arrived individuals were generally obedient. There had been some resistance, and even now, a dozen corpses lay at the entrance. The only requirement for entry was to adhere to the rules. Chapter 37. My rules are rules at this stage. The construction of Xinghe base was still in its infancy. Trust was paramount. Li Xingchen intended to scrutinize the first batch of individuals. There was no time to dwell on any potential misgivings. If any ulterior motives were detected, he would not hesitate to eliminate them without mercy. Among the newcomers were 34 first-tier awakeners and 3 second-tier awakeners. None had yet reached. The Li Xingchen was taken aback to find that it was Yi Shilan before him. This revelation brightened his spirits, for he had been lamenting the lack of managerial talent. And here she was. It is worth noting that Yi Shilan was the captain of the national security team. When it came to management, she was exceptionally adept. There could be no one more suitable. To think you would also come here takes me by surprise, Li Xingchen remarked with a hint of a smile as he gazed at Yi Shilan. Since leaving the national security team, Yi Shilan had been surviving alone against the undead. She had reached the 3rd level of awakening and had witnessed numerous hardships. Now, she had come to understand the apocalypse thoroughly. Initially, she had intended to continue her solitary existence until she heard about Li Xingchen's recruitment message, prompting her to come. Am I not welcomed? Yi Shilan inquired with a smile. It is indeed an honor to have a beauty like you here. Since you've arrived, please stay. I am in need of capable individuals. Li Xingchen then elaborated on the current situation at the Xinghe base. After listening, Yi Shilan pondered the matter, given the current circumstances. Aside from addressing the feeding and clothing of so many people, it was crucial to ensure that no one remained idle. The overarching regulations of the base were sound, but what they lacked was the enthusiasm to motivate everyone to work. I propose establishing some promotion channels and nurturing a few awakened individuals, rewarding them with advancements upon achieving certain goals. While they collect zombie cores, we should also take a share of the resources gathered. This way, everyone would be incentivized to gather supplies. If we merely exploit them, it would not be sustainable. That I suggest allowing survivors to freely trade various items they collect. This would reduce chaos, as ultimately, survival is the goal. As long as transactions are conducted normally, everyone can continue living. The currency in this trade would be the zombie cores, and we can discuss the exact percentage we need to collect later. Li Xingqian, upon hearing Yishilan's words, was deeply impressed. Truly, she was deserving of her role as captain. It seemed that the management position was meant for her. Your suggestions are excellent. Then, I shall assign you the management duties. Li Xingqian extended his right hand. Yishilan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated receiving such significant authority upon her arrival, leaving her both flattered and astonished. Yet, seeing the seriousness in Li Xingqian's expression, she found it difficult to refuse. After all, he held her in such high regard. She reached out and clasped his hand in agreement. Very well, I shall not disappoint you. Seeing Yishilan's acceptance, Li Xingqian invited her to dinner and thoughtfully provided her with a room in the villa for ease of communication regarding any matters. However, this arrangement led to a misunderstanding on Yishilan's part. After all, the women residing in the villa were presumably Li Xingqian's close companions. She contemplated declining the offer, but upon seeing the sumptuous spread laid out before her, her resolve wavered. It had been ages since she had encountered such lavish fare during the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyan, observing that Li Xingqian had allowed Yishilan to remain in the villa, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Xingqian, may I assist Sister Yishilan? I believe I am capable. Jiang Yuyan suddenly put forth her request. Her expression earnest. Li Xingqian considered her proposition. Assisting may indeed suit her, and thus he agreed. She felt a sense of urgency, sensing a potential threat posed by the capable and mature Yishilan, which fueled her determination to become Li Xingqian's assistant and not merely a decorative presence. Su Meishua, witnessing Jiang Yuan's newfound engagement, felt a twinge of discontent. Xingqian, what about me? I also wish to contribute. It's so dull in the villa. Li Xingqian, hearing Su Meishua's plea, contemplated the matter of balance and proposed, why not form a team with Feng Rui and Ai Wei? Go out to gather intelligence and supplies, and recruit a few capable awakened individuals. You can lead the team, with Feng Rui serving as your deputy. Su Meishua possessed considerable strength, being adept in both water and fire abilities, making her an excellent candidate for a team leader. Furthermore, as one of his own, he trusted her not to act recklessly on missions. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's words, Su Meishua's spirits lifted immediately. At that moment, Feng Rui was engaged in exercise within his villa. With the arrival of survivors, many beautiful women sought to approach him, initially intending to get close to Li Xingqian. However, they quickly realized that they could not compete with the stunning beauty surrounding him, thus shifting their attention to Feng Rui, who was quite unperturbed by their advances, having not indulged in such company for quite some time. After the meal, Yishilan proceeded to manage the base's affairs, while Su Meishua set about selecting team members. This left Li Xingqian alone. Zishuan and Xilan were stationed outside on guard duty. Contemplating the day's events, he decided to head towards the city gate. As he walked, everyone instinctively kept their distance, well aware that Li Xingqian was the lord of the Xinghe base, and his reputation as the Blade God had spread far and wide. Zishuan, Xilan, you've worked hard. Please take a break that I'll have the security team take over from here. Li Xingqian approached the sisters, showing concern, which touched them. My lord, we are not fatigued, they replied, but lowered their heads in response to his serious demeanor. Go now, there is food on the table. Please eat. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's words, Zishuan and Xilan departed. This time, dusk had fallen, and the number of approaching survivors had dwindled significantly, leaving only a handful to stand guard while the others rested. As Li Xingqian walked along the path, a young woman suddenly stepped into his view. The young lady was mature and voluptuous, strikingly beautiful, though her hair was somewhat disheveled. Yet, it was evident that she had made an effort to present herself attractively. Lord, I wish to become your woman, she declared, striking what she believed to be an alluring pose. That it must be said that she possessed some appeal, but Li Xingqian was not a lecher, and with many onlookers, including several women, he simply waved his hand dismissively. No need. Having said that, he turned to leave, but the young woman was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. She had endured much suffering, striving to remain unappealing in the apocalypse to avoid attracting other men's attention. Only now had she taken the time to clean and adorn herself. She understood the survival rules of this harsh world. As a vulnerable woman, she needed to align herself with a powerful man. She had not encountered such an opportunity before, but now that she had, she felt compelled to try. Onlookers, both men and women, observed the beautiful woman being rebuffed by Li Xingchen, their expressions rife with scorn. Does she think she is a celestial being, hoping to become the Lord's woman? She ought to take a good look at herself. Indeed, countless women aspired to be the Lord's partner, and she was hardly in a position to compete. The Lord's various companions were all exceptionally beautiful, and even the sisters Zishuan and Xilan at the entrance served as his attendants. Ah, how envious! The men sighed, longing for the beautiful women surrounding Li Xingchen. Chapter 39. The War God Rankings. Comments exploded. Li Xingchen chose to ignore her, swiftly vanishing from sight. Unwilling to engage with an unfamiliar woman in such a manner, the young woman, confronted with his abrupt departure and the jeers of the crowd, clenched her fists in determination that I will not give up so easily. Li Xingchen, oblivious to her thoughts, continued with his day. The following morning, Yi Shilan arrived to report to him. The base was largely stable, with no issues requiring his attention, bringing him great relief. Entrusting the management to Yi Shilan had proven to be one of his wisest decisions. However, she continued, we have discovered that the Divine Association has also begun aggressively recruiting survivors. Offering conditions that are double ours, many are unable to resist the temptation to check it out. This revelation caught Li Xingchen off guard. They were utilizing the restored network communications to recruit, effectively capitalizing on his own achievements. Yi Shilan expressed her distaste for this. Yet, Li Xingchen remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. Let them recruit. It is of no concern to us. Upon hearing Li Xingchen's decision, Yi Shilan felt compelled to voice her concerns. Xingchen, the Divine Association's actions seem suspicious. We must remain vigilant. Li Xingchen furrowed his brow in confusion, prompting Yi Shilan to elaborate. During my solitary battles against the undead, I secretly visited the Divine Association. Their internal membership now comprises primarily awakened individuals, over 500 of them. This is highly irregular. It should not be possible to accumulate such numbers so swiftly. Consider that each awakened individual requires 50 energy crystals. 500 individuals equate to 25,000 energy crystals, which they could not have possibly acquired through killing zombies. After absorbing this information, Li Xingchen's frown deepened. It was indeed unusual. Their own numbers barely reached 200 awakened individuals, while the Divine Association boasted 500. However, they do not pose a threat to us. Let us focus on fortifying our base first. He concluded. Yi Shilan chose to remain silent, understanding that the decision rested with Li Xingchen. His current objective was to confront the third-level zombie king. Their combined strength had now reached the third level of awakening. Previously, they had used the green third-level crystals without discernible effect, allowing Jiang Yuyan and the others to utilize them, resulting in several upgrades. Now, he needed third-level crystals to absorb spiritual energy, and it seemed there were still several remaining in the city. He resolved to hunt them down. As Li Xingchen embarked on his quest to vanquish the third-tier corpse king, Feng Rue unexpectedly unveiled the Star River War God rankings, utilizing his adeptness in controlling machinery. He meticulously observed numerous individuals, compiling their basic information into his computer, an endeavor born of boredom. The War God rankings. First place, Li Xingchen, Lord of Star River Base. Level, above Tier 3 Awakening, as the limits of the Lord's strength remain unknown. He once obliterated a third-tier corpse king in an instant. Ability, unknown. The capabilities of the Lord are shrouded in mystery. No one truly knows. He possesses not only formidable physical strength and astonishing speed, but can also unleash slashes that extend several hundred meters with his blade. Second place, Jiang Yuyan, the Lord's woman, secretary to the Lord. Level, Tier 3 Awakening Ability. Transformation into a white fox form. Third place, Feng Rue, the Lord's underling, deputy captain of the War God team. Level, Tier 3 Awakening Ability. Mechanical Manipulation. Fourth place, Yi Shilan, Deputy Lord of Star River Base. Level, Tier 3 Awakening Ability. Ability Absorption. Fifth place, Su Meishua, the Lord's woman, Captain of the War God team. Level, Tier 3 Awakening. Ability, Dual Water and Fire Manipulation. Sixth place, AI Wei, the Lord's woman, member of the War God team. Level, Tier 3 Awakening Ability. Healing 7th place. The Zishuan Sisters, the Lord's personal maids. Level, above Tier 2 Awakening. The combined strength of the two sisters exceeds that of a Tier 3 Awakener. Even approaching Tier 4. Ability, unknown. Like the Lord, they are known for their exceptional swordsmanship. 8th place. Su Gaofei, member of the War God team. Level, Tier 2 Awakening Ability. Physical enhancement. The 9th and 10th places are also occupied by Tier 2 Awakeners. And Feng Rui, feeling indifferent, did not bother to rank those of Tier 1 Awakening, as it would be pointless. The emergence of the War God rankings provided everyone with a means of entertainment, especially since they finally had internet access and electricity, allowing for comments below. What on earth does it mean that the Lord's level and abilities are unknown? What do you know? As a successful man, one must maintain an air of mystery. No, I must not succumb. I wish to be the Lord's mistress. Get lost, you. Mistress? Now there are already mistresses 4 and 5. You don't stand a chance. Can't you see that the Zishuan sisters are the Lord's personal maids? Isn't it just being a maid? I could be the Lord's female servant. As long as I can be near him, that would suffice. Several comments continued to debate how to become the Lord's woman. When suddenly one comment exploded onto the scene. Don't you think that the person who annihilated the Qiangtian group a few days ago, in that video, resembles our Lord? Huh. Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance. The silhouette of that man looks strikingly like the Lord. From my observations, the one who destroyed the Qiangtian group is most likely the Lord. Just look closely at the saber he wields in that video. Doesn't it resemble the Lord's dark blue blade? What the heck? It really does look similar. Incredible. It must be him. I think we should stop calling the Lord Saber God. It sounds too mundane, since this is the War God rankings. Let's just call him the War God. How majestic. A War God, indeed. But I'm so curious about what the Lord's abilities actually are. With the advent of the internet, everyone could engage in casual conversations and share their thoughts. Consequently, Li Xingqian became the focal point of attention once more, with his awakening abilities transformed into an enigma that piqued curiosity among the masses. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyan also caught sight of the War God rankings edited by Feng Rui. Discovering that her identity was labeled as the Lord's woman, which filled her with both shock and delight. Initially, she had contemplated confronting Feng Rui, but if she opposed that identity, how would Li Xingqian perceive her? Thus, Zhang Yuyan chose to turn a blind eye. Xingqian, how I wish you were a bit more assertive. I wouldn't dare to resist, Zhang Yuyan murmured to herself, her cheeks flushed. Unbeknownst to her, Su Meishue was eavesdropping nearby. Feeling quite pleased with herself for consistently uncovering various secrets. Xiao Yuyan, so you enjoy being dominated? I can arrange that for you. Su Meishue chuckled to herself before quietly departing. The news of the War God rankings spread throughout the city. As it was a local network, Feng Rui did not conceal it. He intended for everyone to recognize the prowess of the Star River base and the might of Li Xingqian. Observing the strength of the Star River base solidified many survivors' decisions to head there, effectively serving as an advertisement for the base. However, this War God rankings ignited envy among other factions. Chapter 40. Reactions from two major factions. Oh my. The Star River base possesses so many Tier 3 Awakeners. I previously thought Li Xingqian was already formidable. At this moment, within the inner office of the Divine Society, a group gathered to discuss the matter. What do you think we should do? At this rate, everyone in the city will flock to the Star River base, and we won't have enough blood slaves. Wu Ku, seated at the head, wore a grave expression. He understood the intimidation factor of the War God rankings over the city, serving as an advertisement that would undoubtedly attract many. Chairman, if it comes to that, we may have no choice but to resort to kidnapping. At this, Jiao Yuqing cast a cold glance at Wu Ku. Wu Ku, sensing Jiao Yuqing's gaze, felt utterly helpless. Was there truly no other option? Wu Ku was unwilling. He knew that for his ambitions to flourish, he needed a sizable number of survivors. Currently, the Divine Society boasted 700 Awakeners, 20 Tier 2 Awakeners, and 3 Tier 3 Awakeners. With the Star River base expanding vigorously, this was the perfect opportunity. If they waited until the base stabilized, their actions would be discovered, leading to unfavorable outcomes. Now, there was not only a chance, but even if they were found out, the Star River base would be too preoccupied to deal with them, and they could use that as an excuse to maneuver. Jiao Yuqing analyzed, and Wu Ku nodded in agreement. Just as Wu Ku was about to respond, one of the priests interrupted. Chairman, even if they are too busy to bother with us. What about Li Xingqian? One man alone could be quite a challenge. The others shared Wu Ke's helpless expression. Faced with Li Xingqian's terrifying strength, they found themselves powerless, gritting their teeth in frustration at that moment. Jiao Yuqing spoke up. From our observations, Li Xingqian is currently singularly focused on enhancing his strength, neglecting the development of the Star River base. He is out hunting for third-tier and fourth-tier corpse kings. Why don't we do this? Wu Ke applauded upon hearing Jiao Yuqing's plan. It's settled then. Everyone prepare. Upon hearing Wu Ke's command, the group dispersed. Meanwhile, within the Iron Fist gang, fervent discussions commenced. Boss, this Li Xingqian and his Star River base are formidable. What should we do? Many people are eager to join him. Da Gong voiced his concerns, while the other high-ranking members of the Iron Fist gang exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. At this moment, Dadi Equin raised his hand, signaling for silence. Li Xingqian's power is undeniably formidable. Ever since the emergence of more Tier 2 zombies, facing off against third-tier corpse kings has proven increasingly challenging. That we must devise a way forward. Does anyone have any good ideas? The crowd fell silent, unable to conjure any viable suggestions. Seeing this, Dadi Equin shared his own thoughts. I have 2 ideas. Let me share them with you. First, our relationship with Li Xingqian is relatively amicable. He has proven to be a good individual, and we could consider collaborating with him. However, if we do so, the resources we obtain will be minimal, just barely sufficient. But if third-tier and fourth-tier corpse kings emerge in succession, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. Secondly, given that the Star River base is currently undergoing significant expansion, they are in need of personnel. That we could join them, and I believe that if we approach them now, Li Xingqian would be pleased. Given our current influence, we could secure a position within the Star River base. However, we must act quickly. If they stabilize, they will no longer be in need of recruits, and we will lose our bargaining power, making it difficult to join later. The crowd considered Dadi Equin's 2 proposals, pondering their potential. Let us put it to a vote. I want to be a dictator. You all have the opportunity to decide. Either we strengthen ourselves, or we join them. We are 6 in total. The majority will prevail. Those in favor of joining the Star River base, please raise your hands. Upon hearing Dadi Equin's words, the group deliberated carefully, hesitantly raising their hands. Da Gong, caught in indecision, raised his hand only to lower it again, wavering. Dadi Equin, observing this, shook his head. He understood Da Gong's character. The Iron Fist gang was their creation, and disbanding it would surely sting. Without hesitation, Dadi Equin raised his hand. Boss, you. Da Gong was astonished to see Dadi Equin's decision, unable to comprehend why he would choose such a path. Aren't you worried about the loss? I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish for everyone to live well. It is evident that the chances of survival are greater at the Star River base, and all of you here are my brothers. Hearing Dadi Equin's words, the 2 high-ranking members who had raised their hands felt moved. Their hands slowly began to lower. Dadi Equin, noticing this, admonished, now is not the time for brotherly sentiment. This is not just about our fates, but the fate of over 1,000 members of the Iron Fist gang. Follow your true instincts. Besides, if we join the Star River base, we will still be brothers. Upon hearing the news, the crowd's expressions became markedly more rational. They were also torn. Da Qiang's words resonated with truth. Things would only become simpler from here on. Finding a large tree to seek shelter under was undeniably a prudent choice, yet they were reluctant to relinquish the fruits of their prolonged labor. However, the fate of their brothers weighed heavily on their minds. Consequently, everyone present raised their hands in agreement, resulting in a unanimous vote of 6 to boss. We are in accordance with your decision, and no matter where we are, we remain brothers. With your strength, securing a position of authority at the Xingqian base would be a mere formality, and we would share in the benefits, Da Gong stated earnestly, and the others nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled. Begin your preparations, and I shall seek out Li Xingqian at once. With that, Da Qiang departed from the Iron Fist gang's stronghold. At that moment, Li Xingqian had just slain a level 3 corpse king when he received a call from Yi Shilan, prompting him to return without delay. Boss Xingqian, you're back. We've been eagerly awaiting your return. Da Qiang was as affable as ever, his cheerful demeanor endearing him to Li Xingqian. Da Qiang, I hear you've come to discuss something significant. Li Xingqian invited Da Qiang to take a seat and ordered Zishuan to pour him a glass of water. Boss Xingqian, your Xingqian-based city is truly flourishing. and I find myself envious. I shall be direct. I wish to bring my brothers to join you. What are your thoughts on this? Da Qiang, feeling somewhat uncertain, was aware that his interactions with Li Xingchen were limited, and he could not predict whether Li Xingchen would acquiesce. Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. The challenges of survival were intensifying. With level 2 zombies proliferating, making resource acquisition increasingly arduous while also necessitating the protection of their stronghold, the prospect of encountering even a couple of level 3 corpse kings was daunting. Certainly, there is no issue, Li Xingchen reassured Da Qiang, thereby alleviating his concerns. Chapter 41. We love you, City Lord. Then I suppose I shall be addressing you as City Lord from now on. As for my current strength, I am a level 3, and several of my brothers are at level 2. What roles might we undertake at the Xinghe base? Da Qiang was intent on securing a future for his brothers. Initially considering what positions to propose, he feared that mentioning specific titles might provoke disapproval from Li Xingchen. Thus he opted for a more circumspect approach regarding potential responsibilities. Li Xingchen pondered for a moment. At present, we lack a formidable main force. You, along with your strongest brothers, shall form the God of War team too, with you as the captain and your Dagon as the vice-captain. The captaincy ranks just below the City Lord and Deputy City Lord. Da Qiang was both thrilled and astonished. The rank of captain was indeed significant, yet he recognized the implications of being grouped together. Not one to be naive, he voiced his concerns. City Lord, are you not worried about the potential for us to? Da Qiang's remaining words hung in the air, but the understanding was mutual. Li Xingchen chuckled lightly. Fear rebellion. You overthink it. Firstly, I trust those I choose, and secondly, if I wish to eliminate you, none could impede me. This statement was laden with double meaning. It not only reassured Da Qiang and his companions, but also served as a subtle intimidation. Regardless of any rebellious inclinations, Li Xingchen had observed Da Qiang and Dagon's countenance, and was convinced they were not of malicious intent. Thus he harbored no fears. Da Qiang nodded solemnly upon hearing Li Xingchen's affirmation. Thank you for your trust, City Lord. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers. With that, Da Qiang stood and bowed deeply to Li Xingchen, who waved his hand dismissively. Go coordinate with the Deputy City Lord. I shall leave matters in your hands. That I will inform you of any developments. After Da Qiang's return, he commenced the transfer of supplies and survivors to the Xinghe base. Enlisting the aid of Jiang Yiyan's God of War team for escort duties, the population at the base had swelled to over 3,000, and the inner city was nearing capacity. Upon returning, Li Xingchen discovered that Feng Rui had established a God of War rankings, and he found himself dubbed the God of War, a title that caused him some exasperation. Furthermore, his abilities were listed as unknown. While the capabilities of others were detailed, Li Xingchen could only laugh at the situation. The ramifications of such an announcement had both merits and drawbacks, in the formative stages of the Xinghe base. It could serve as a recruitment tool, attracting more survivors. However, as time progressed, the exposure of the base's elite capabilities would be akin to advertising to rival factions. Yet, for the time being, he decided not to voice his concerns. Although he did admonish Feng Rui to refrain from excessive detail in the descriptions, or he would face consequences. Currently, the number of awakened individuals remained scarce, prompting Li Xingchen to announce a new policy within the local network of the Xinghe base. From now on, individuals could register to become awakened beings for the fee of 50 energy crystals, which the base would provide free of charge, with the stipulation that those wishing to become awakened must join the God of War team as auxiliary members and could not refuse assignments. Noteworthy performers could then join the main team or earn their freedom by acquiring the requisite 50 crystals. In the comment section. Wow, the City Lord is magnificent. I've always wanted to become an awakened being. I'm signing up. Me too. It seems there's no distinction between genders. However, once you become an awakened being, you must go out and kill zombies, right? Is that not a bit too stringent? Are you out of your mind? Being allowed to become an awakened being is already a privilege. Did you not read the latter part? As long as you complete missions and collect enough crystals, you can regain your freedom. I must say, the City Lord's decision is truly commendable. I support him wholeheartedly. In this apocalyptic era, possessing a means of survival is worth it, even if it leads to my demise later. Just wait until I become an impressive awakened being. I'll show you all. The benefits of the God of War team are astounding. 5 pounds of food and a pound of meat daily. I absolutely must join. We love you, City Lord. Li Xingchen's proclamation led to over 2,000 registrations in the back end. necessitating a staggering 100,000 crystals, which placed immediate pressure on the God of War team to hunt zombies. Not only did the team receive a steady supply of food, but they also retained 80% of the crystals collected from their hunts, with the remaining being distributed based on effort, making it a lucrative endeavor. Hence the influx of individuals eager to join. At this juncture, the two God of War teams convened to introduce themselves and discuss their respective abilities. While Feng Rue updated the God of War rankings, Daqiang ranked 8th, with level 3 abilities listed as Frenzy, while Dagon came in 9th, also at level 3, with the ability of Giantization. More zombies to slay. This is fantastic. I felt so stifled these past few days, Feng Rue exclaimed, elated at Li Xingqian's orders. He had been preoccupied with constructing the city walls and was thoroughly bored. Now that our two teams are collaborating, given the heavy demands and the need for crystals, I plan to draw the zombies to a centralized location for a coordinated assault. Su Meishue, the newly appointed captain of the God of War Team 1, spoke confidently, having learned much from Li Xingqian and matured in her role. No problem, Captain Su. You take the lead, and we shall follow your directives. Daqiang nodded, opting to remain silent for the moment. He believed in the principle of doing more and speaking less, especially since Su Meishue was Li Xingqian's companion, and he wished to show her due respect. Captain Iron Fist, you are quite seasoned, having served as a veteran, and your experience is invaluable, since you are now at the Xinghe base. We are a collective. I urge you to draft a plan so I may learn from your expertise. Please do not decline, Su Meishue encouraged, realizing that she lacked leadership experience and could not afford to let Li Xingqian down. She was determined not to be merely a decorative figure. Since Captain Su insists, I shall not be modest. Given our current strength and numbers, I believe we could feasibly tackle approximately 3,000 level 1 zombies. Even if a few level 2 zombies are present, more than that would prove challenging, and efficiency is paramount. Thus, 3,000 is the ideal target. Daqiang observed the silence among the others before continuing. My proposal is to have individuals draw the zombies out, each responsible for a small area, such as residential complexes or shopping malls, to lure them in a concentrated manner. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Even if you encounter level 2 zombies, do not be fearful. Report the situation promptly. We will converge at a designated location that I have reviewed the map, and there are several large stadiums and shopping centers capable of accommodating tens of thousands. So let's lure them there. The group concurred, finding Daqiang's plan sound. Feng Rue, equip everyone with a motorcycle, preferably the loudest models available. Su Meishue commanded Feng Rue. Absolutely. The motorcycles I craft will be nothing short of spectacular. Just wait and see. Feng Rue was thrilled at the prospect of making a splash with his creations. Chapter 42. Farewell to the special zombie. Li Xingqian resumed his mission to hunt level 3 corpse kings. Having already claimed 3 such trophies, the crystals he had obtained, aside from the previous green one, had not yielded any anomalies. The green crystal had been allocated to Jiang Yuyin and her team, and he regretted not saving it for further study. Given the rarity of differently colored crystals, Li Xingqian had absorbed several level 3 crystals, advancing to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, yet he knew it was insufficient. Uncertain of the gap between himself and a level 4 awakened being, he recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant against unknown threats. Currently situated in the city center, he noted the exceedingly high density of zombies. Over 100 level 2 zombies were present. While he had already eliminated all level 3 zombies, as he contemplated whether to engage the level 2 zombies, he observed a creature in the street that was attacking zombies, even consuming the crystals within their hearts. What could this creature be? Li Xingqian scrutinized the grotesque being before him, which was hideously deformed, covered in pustules, and towering over 3 meters tall, resembling a humanoid form. Li Xingqian, undeterred by the creature before him, swiftly maneuvered to stand directly in front of it. Now, he could see it more clearly, a mutated zombie. Upon noticing Li Xingqian, the creature charged towards him with remarkable speed. However, this pace was far inferior to that of a Tier 3 zombie, which brought a sense of relief to Li Xingqian. Suddenly, the zombie struck down with a claw, sending him staggering back 2 meters. The sheer force of the blow astonished Li Xingqian, as it was even greater than that of a Tier 3 zombie king. Resolute, he decided to strike first. Drawing his weapon, Minglan, he executed a slash, initially believing it would be a lethal blow. But instead, it merely left a gash on the mutated zombie. Its defenses were formidable, He would need to try again. Fireball technique. With a swift hand gesture, Li Xingqian unleashed a fireball, eager to see the effects of such a magical assault. A fireball, 6 meters in diameter, collided with the mutated zombie, which roared and thrashed amidst the flames. After half a minute, the fire extinguished, revealing the zombie lying motionless, seemingly suffering significant damage. The effectiveness of the spell was promising, and he resolved to cast another fireball technique. Following this incantation, the mutated zombie finally succumbed to death, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Li Xingqian retrieved the crystal from the fallen creature, only to discover it was merely a Tier 2 crystal, albeit slightly larger than usual. This raised a perplexing question in his mind. Could zombies upgrade by consuming the crystals of their kind? He speculated that this mutated zombie must have devoured the crystals of its peers and, evidently, had perished. Subsequently, Li Xingqian ventured into a nearby mall, where he eliminated several Tier 2 zombies before descending into the underground parking lot. To his astonishment, the parking area was teeming with zombies, numbering no less than 5,000, all engaged in a gruesome feast upon one another. A truly spectacular sight. Observing from a distance, Li Xingqian noted that none of the zombies seemed to perceive his presence. 3 hours later, the horde had dwindled to fewer than 2,000, with 100 of them transforming into Tier 2 zombies. This revelation sparked a thought in Li Xingqian's mind. Was this the method by which zombies elevated their ranks? He continued to wait patiently. Soon, the remaining zombies began to engage in a fierce battle, and before long, less than 500 remained, all of which had attained Tier 2 status. After several more hours, the Tier 2 zombies turned on each other once again. And ultimately, only 15 survived. Among these, he noticed one with a faint blue sheen upon its surface that at last, he had encountered a special Tier 3 zombie king. However, to his surprise, this group of Tier 3 zombie kings ceased their fighting and prepared to depart. Realizing this was an opportune moment to strike, Li Xingqian could not afford to wait any longer. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating attack. A 100-meter slash of black energy aimed directly at the zombie kings. Caught off guard by Li Xingqian's sudden ambush, 6 of the 15 zombies fell instantly, while the remaining 9 let out furious roars that echoed harshly in the vast underground lot. They charged towards him. And at that moment, Li Xingqian found himself struggling to fend them off. 9 was indeed a daunting number. Foolish, Li Xingqian shouted, channeling his energy for the ice technique. The ice enveloped the zombie kings. Although the freezing effect lasted only a few seconds, it proved sufficient. With decisive strikes, he severed the heads of 5 zombies encased in ice. However, 2 managed to break free, and the blue Tier 3 zombie king swiftly dragged the last remaining one to safety before fleeing. In a moment of intrigue, Li Xingqian noted the blue zombie king's seemingly intelligent demeanor as it gestured defiantly, as if to say, "You will pay for this." Despite his curiosity regarding this clever creature, he was unable to pursue it directly. 3 seconds later, he dispatched the final zombie king, but the blue one had vanished without a trace. Li Xingqian could only resolve to encounter it again another day. Now, with over a dozen Tier 3 crystals in his possession, he prepared to break through to the late Foundation establishment stage. Ignoring the potential threat of zombies intruding, he settled on the ground to begin absorbing energy. After an entire night of concentration, he was left with only 3 crystals, as the Tier 3 crystals no longer held value for him. His power had ascended to the late Foundation establishment stage. It appeared that he would need to seek out a Tier 4 zombie king. Chapter 43. Another reign. Another joyous occasion, however. Li Xingqian had yet to encounter a Tier 4 zombie king and would have to wait. Meanwhile, Su Meishue and her team had achieved remarkable success, collecting over 10,000 Tier 1 energy crystals after a full day of coordinated efforts. Exhausted from their endeavors, they returned to the base for some much-needed rest. Li Xingqian, upon his return, found the others gathered and joined them for a meal, relishing the camaraderie before retreating to his room. Shortly thereafter, Yi Shilan began distributing the energy crystals according to their rankings. Once in his room, Li Xingqian found himself pondering how to progress to the core formation stage. Given the ordinary cultivation path, it would take at least a decade, a time frame far too lengthy for him. Unless he encountered higher-level zombies. Just as he was contemplating his next steps, the door swung open. "What brings you here?" Entering was Su Meishue, her hair styled in a way that accentuated her mature charm while still retaining a hint of youthful innocence. "Xingqian, I've missed you." Without hesitation, Su Meishue threw herself into Li Xingqian's arms. Taken aback by her fervent gaze, he found himself momentarily at a loss. However, his mind was preoccupied, and he gently pushed her away. "What's wrong?" she inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. With a wry smile, Li Xingchen replied, "I'm currently at a standstill in my cultivation that I need to confront more advanced zombies to break through, but I haven't seen a trace of them lately. If I remain stagnant, I worry that the Dragon Soul members may pose a threat to you all." While Li Xingchen's strength was formidable enough to deter most, he felt inadequate when it came to safeguarding Su Meishue and the others. Understanding the weight of his concerns, Su Meishue felt a surge of emotion. She resolved to help alleviate his stress. "My lord, don't overthink things. Relax, clear your mind, and perhaps inspiration will strike." Li Xingchen was left speechless. Su Meishue, it truly was a captivating presence. How could one endure such temptation? Soon, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leading to a fervent encounter that lasted until midnight. As Su Meishue lay in Li Xingchen's embrace. Panting softly, she advised, "I believe you should take things as they come, without forcing them." Hearing her words, Li Xingchen turned his gaze to the ceiling, lost in contemplation that he reflected on his return to Earth. Originally intended to confront inner demons, which he had thought would be straightforward, yet the apocalypse had complicated matters, as if he were meant to fulfill a greater purpose. The enigmatic entity known as Zero lingered in his thoughts, leading him to feel as though unseen forces were orchestrating the course of events. As the skies darkened ominously, Li Xingchen rose to stand on the balcony, gazing at the tumultuous heavens, with Su Meishue by his side. "Xingchen, I sense that something significant is about to occur." Li Xingchen nodded in silence. Moments later, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour. As he extended his hand to catch a raindrop, he was struck by the revelation that this rain was extraordinary. "What?" Su Meishue noticed his astonishment. "Xingchen, what's wrong? Is something amiss?" With a grave expression, Li Xingchen scrutinized the sky, where the rain cascaded in torrents. This rain emitted an energy akin to that of energy crystals. He realized it was spiritual energy. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary phenomenon. This was a rain of spirit. Lingyu is not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, yet its occurrence on Earth is quite extraordinary. This ethereal rain, rich in spiritual energy and vitality, undoubtedly proves advantageous for the zombies. Su Meishue wore an expression of disbelief, at a loss for words that Li Xingchen understood that this spiritual rain had no bearing on humanity. Only he, as a cultivator, could perceive the overwhelming spiritual energy that aids in cultivation. However, the other awakened individuals required energy crystals to level up. At that moment, Li Xingchen realized that significant events would unfold the following day, and this spiritual rain might very well facilitate the zombies' evolution. He promptly picked up his phone to call Yishulan. "Hello. Notify everyone on the mission. All must return to the base tonight." On the other end, Yishulan was bewildered. She knew it was raining outside and recognized that this downpour wasn't tea-acid rain, yet she remained relatively calm. However, upon receiving Li Xingchen's order, she felt compelled to comply and sent out the message for all members to return to the city. Many of those on missions, including numerous civilians collecting supplies, were perplexed by the city lord's sudden command to return. While they were aware of the dangers lurking at night, they hesitated to defy the order, especially given Li Xingchen's esteemed reputation. Little did they know, this command from Li Xingchen would save their lives. At that moment, all the zombies worldwide began to undergo upgrades and mutations, with 1/3 of the global zombie population evolving into level 2 zombies, and many level 2 zombies transforming into level 3 zombie kings, with even higher tier zombies emerging. After issuing the command, Li Xingchen chose not to dwell on further matters. He and Su Meishue returned to bed. "Xingchen, don't overthink it. Let's enjoy ourselves today, and whatever happens tomorrow, we'll face it then. Let us cherish the present." Li Xingchen nodded, yet to his surprise, Su Meishue left the room. He assumed she was heading to bed and paid no mind. Knowing her spontaneous nature, just as he closed his eyes, the door swung open once more, revealing that Su Meishue had brought AI Wei along. Since we're celebrating, how could we possibly do without Wei Wei? Besides, you're such a blockhead. It's always me seeking you out. Can't you take the initiative for once? Poor Wei Wei has been so shy, confined to her solitude. Su Meishue chided Li Xingchen, causing AI Wei to blush and avert her gaze. "Did I?" Li Xingchen inquired, looking perplexed at Su Meishue. Observing his confused expression, Su Meishua's frustration boiled over. Xingqian, you're in deep trouble, without a doubt. It would be another sleepless night. The following morning, Li Xingqian shockingly received a message from Zero to Chapter 44. The zombie tide is gathering on the next day. The populace assumed it would be an ordinary day. Unaware that the zombies in the city were beginning to assemble, some survivors, upon realizing this, quickly relayed the information via their phones. As the news spread, people began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The zombies were indeed gathering. Upon hearing the news, Li Xingqian immediately summoned Feng Rue. Deploy your drones to scout the area and assess the situation. Upon receiving Li Xingqian's command, Feng Rue wasted no time, controlling hundreds of drones to investigate the city. A few hours later, Feng Rue rushed back to Li Xingqian, his face a mask of terror. Boss, this is bad. Li Xingqian, noticing Feng Rue's expression, adopted a serious demeanor. What is it? Just spit it out. The sky isn't falling. As the group's pillar of strength, Li Xingqian understood the importance of maintaining composure, especially since Feng Rue had yet to disclose any details. Feng Rue, noticing Li Xingqian's nonchalant attitude, grew increasingly anxious. Boss, I just checked the western part of the city closest to us, and guess what? Li Xingqian shot him a glance. What is it? Speak. Feng Rue's urgency was palpable. There are approximately tens of thousands of level 2 zombies just in the western district. And not only that, there are thousands of level 3 zombie kings. It was no wonder Feng Rue was so distressed. With such a staggering number of zombies, anyone would feel overwhelmed if the western district was this dire. The entire city would be similarly affected. Li Xingqian recalled the message from Zero that morning, unsure whether to laugh or cry. We need to quickly bolster our numbers and increase our strength. Li Xingqian pondered why Zero always sent messages at crucial moments, and his curiosity about Zero's true identity intensified. Is it pushing me to become a savior? Li Xingqian mused, sensing that his instincts were proving accurate. What other anomalies have you observed? Feng Rue, maintaining his grave expression, continued. Additionally, the zombies are amassing. I've discovered several hordes, each containing no less than 10,000 zombies, with level 2 zombies comprising a third of them. Hearing Feng Rue's report, Li Xingqian felt a wave of pressure. The impact of the spiritual rain on the zombies exceeded his expectations. Gather everyone for a meeting. Soon, all the members convened at Li Xingqian's villa. Still oblivious to the situation outside, Li Xingqian shared Feng Rue's findings, and as he spoke, cold sweat broke out among the group. Lord of the city, this is a bit too far-fetched. Even the usually composed Taekwon felt a twinge of fear. Xingqian, this situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. What should we do? Yi Shalon, however, remained remarkably calmed. Li Xingqian chuckled, raising his hand for silence. I believe this could be a fortuitous opportunity for us. Confusion spread among the group at Li Xingqian's statement. He elaborated, our current strength is inadequate. We have fewer than 10 level 3 awakened individuals. This is an excellent opportunity for us to strengthen our capabilities. We cannot allow the zombies to launch a proactive assault. The group exchanged glances, and Feng Rue couldn't hold back. Boss, while that may be true, isn't this a bit excessive? We can manage the level 2 and level 3 awakened individuals, but what about the numerous level 1 awakened? Others chimed in, echoing his concerns, but Li Xingqian interrupted their protests. Now is the time for training. This is the apocalypse. It's a matter of survival. I've decided to distribute all available energy crystals to enable them to awaken and join the battlefield. They are merely gathering in small clusters, and we can gradually dismantle them. With a population of over 3,000 in the base, they were still vastly outnumbered in a city of millions. Many likely remained hidden, and they had already rescued a considerable number. We will begin by dismantling the small-scale zombie hordes in the western district and search for survivors. This will help replenish our numbers. The group exchanged glances, uncertain, until Jiang Yuyan voiced her concern. Xingqian, isn't this a bit reckless? Li Xingqian responded with a cold smile. Without courage, there can be no gain if we can eliminate a few waves of zombies. Everyone will level up, thus fortifying our defenses against the impending massive zombie tide. That I can sense that this is merely the beginning. The real storm lies ahead. We must act swiftly. Waiting is tantamount to seeking death. Reluctantly, the group agreed. Realizing there was no alternative, they began their preparations, and a few hours later, tens of thousands of energy crystals were distributed, yielding a promising result, an increase of 500 awakened individuals. Within the city, Only a few, including Li Xingqian, were aware of the gravity of the situation, while the rest reveled in the joy of awakening their abilities. Li Xingqian then issued a city-wide mobilization order, instructing everyone, men, women, and children, to take part. Initially met with confusion, the command was ultimately accepted due to Li Xingqian's authority. Now, let us devise our battle plan. We'll lure the zombies outside the city walls, where there's ample space that I want everyone armed and stationed on the walls. Feng Rue, you will handle the preparations that I've collected plenty of metal recently. Go create the necessary geared AI way. Assist Feng Rue in restoring his stamina. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's orders, Feng Rue could only chuckle ruefully. Realizing he had become a veritable armory, Li Xingqian continued. Su Meishue, take all the ranged awakened individuals to attract the zombies. Draw the ones closest to us. Eliminate as many as possible. Without hesitation, Su Meishue set off. The plan to mobilize the entire city elicited mixed reactions. Some felt fear, while others were exhilarated. After approximately 5 hours of preparation, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Feng Rue had successfully manufactured 3,000 rifles, equipping each person with 2 magazines containing 60 rounds. This labor had worn Feng Rue to the bone, leaving him sprawled on the ground, motionless, while AI Wei was also in poor condition, tirelessly aiding Feng Rue's recovery. Goodness, I feel utterly drained. I can't go on like this. Afterward, I must demand oysters and sea cucumbers from the boss to recuperate. Everyone in the base received rifles, with brief instructions on how to fire. Most had seen enough war movies to grasp the basics. Haha, I have a gun now. Just wait until I take down that stinking horde of zombies. One young man exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. What boy could resist the allure of firearms? Even if the energy crystals don't come my way, I can still slay zombies with this gun. Let us see who can kill more. The young men were fearless, while many of the girls appeared anxious. Distributing weapons to everyone raised concerns, and Li Xingqian commanded everyone to ascend the city walls. The rifles Feng Rue manufactured were more than sufficient to handle the level 2 zombies. However, whether the newly minted recruits could aim accurately remained to be seen. Li Xingqian now desires nothing more than to generate a probability of quantity. As many as can be taken down shall be taken down. If they cannot be slain in a single strike, it matters not. As long as they strike the zombies, all is well. Chapter 45. Tens of thousands of zombies were thus resolved. Li Xingqian issued a command to Su Meishue, instructing her to attract the zombies. Following Su Meishue were approximately 200 ranged awakeners, who unleashed their abilities, ice, water, fire, lightning, upon the horde of zombies. And after throwing their assaults, they made a hasty retreat. The over 10,000 zombies were utterly unprepared for such provocation. The few third-tier zombie kings controlling them promptly commanded the zombies to charge towards Su Meishue. After roughly 20 minutes had elapsed, the figures of Su Meishue and her entourage finally came into view, swiftly followed by the massive throng of zombies. This sight startled everyone present. All listened to my command. Li Xingqian's voice echoed in their ears as tension gripped the crowd. Some were so frightened they nearly lost control. As Su Meishue drew closer and entered the city, the zombies also advanced, their dark, oppressive numbers instilling anxiety in many. As the zombies approached, closing to within 50 meters, Li Xingqian shouted decisively, "Open fire." With that command, 3,000 rifles unleashed a torrent of bullets, akin to a torrential downpour. While several Gatling guns stationed atop the city walls added a touch of spectacle, below the walls, the zombies rapidly fell, some with shattered legs, others with broken arms, and many with their heads exploded. Li Xingqian observed the troops atop the walls. While the male combatants maintained composure, some of the female members inadvertently shot their bullets into the sky. Li Xingqian remained unconcerned, as long as they did not hit their own. It was acceptable. After 5 minutes of relentless gunfire, the ammunition ran dry, with each person having only 60 rounds. Those who fired quickly had exhausted their supplies within a minute. Following the onslaught, the zombie numbers dwindled to around 5,000. And those that remained were grievously injured, missing limbs. Listen to my command. All awakeners, exit the city. Upon hearing Li Xingqian's order, the awakeners surged forth. Li Xingqian leaped into the air, targeting the third-tier zombie kings with a colossal strike, cleaving through hundreds of zombies, leaving only 2 third-tier kings standing. Witnessing Li Xingqian's formidable prowess, the previously fearful nerves of the crowd transformed into exhilaration. The Lord of the City is majestic. The Lord of the City is is incredible. Li Xingchen's actions were aimed at bolstering the morale of the Awakeners participating in their first battle against zombies. Every Awakener unleashed their full potential, facing the severely weakened zombies. Failing to take down a few would be utterly unacceptable. The leaders among them displayed even more terrifying abilities. Su Meishue executed a water-fire combo, instantly obliterating hundreds of zombies. Once transformed, the Taekwon's strength soared, delivering devastating blows with each strike. Jiang Yuyan, in her transformed state, moved as though in a realm devoid of obstacles. Her harvesting speed was truly alarming. The sisters Zishuan and Xylan, now at the foundational stage of their powers, showcased remarkable swordsmanship, combining their efforts to slay a third-tier zombie king. Truly astonishing. Meanwhile, the first-tier Awakeners diligently picked off the remnants in their wake. After 20 minutes of battle, the army of 10,000 zombies had been annihilated. In truth, Li Xingchen had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, he could have single-handedly defeated the entire horde, for he understood that this mere gathering of zombies was but a calm before the storm, allowing everyone to enhance their abilities. "We have won! We have won! I love you, Lord of the City!" The crowd erupted in cheers atop the city walls, celebrating what was indeed a significant victory for them, though a few Awakeners had fallen. Losing a few in the face of 10,000 zombies was only to be expected. Subsequently, Li Xingchen commanded that all the crystal stones be collected. Many were second-tier crystals, of which 15 were sufficient to transform an ordinary person into an Awakener. The base had gained 300 new Awakeners. Now, the third-tier Awakeners were reaching their limits, desperately needing higher-tier energy crystals. The surplus was allocated to several second-tier Awakeners, enabling 6 more to advance to the third tier. Following that, Li Xingchen ordered another 2 waves, aiming to transform half of the population into Awakeners by the end of the day. Yi Shilon, instruct everyone to exit the city and douse those zombies in gasoline. Feng Rue is currently incapable of producing more bullets. We shall employ fire attacks. Yi Shilon smiled wryly. But Xingchen, we do not possess that much gasoline. The total gasoline at the base amounted to merely a few tons. And once depleted, there would be none left. She was concerned, yet unbeknownst to her, Li Xingchen's spatial ring contained 4 large cans of gasoline. When Li Xingchen placed one of the large cans in the open, everyone was astonished. Isn't this the oil tank that went missing earlier? How did it end up here? It must be the Lord of the City. The Lord of the City is becoming increasingly mysterious. He had prepared so much for the apocalypse. At that moment, Li Xingchen ceased to conceal his resources. The apocalypse had arrived, and it no longer mattered who knew. However, everyone remained curious about how he had accomplished such feats. For before the apocalypse, awakening abilities had been impossible. Nonetheless, the crowd was conflicted. All gathered at the gasoline tank to collect fuel, which they then doused over the zombies outside the city. Su Meishue continued. Upon receiving Li Xingchen's command, Su Meishue and her group began to lure the zombies once more. This time, the number swelled to approximately 20,000, surpassing the first wave. As the zombies drew near, flames erupted, and some had even prepared multiple gasoline bottles, hurling them down towards the horde. This scene was nothing short of spectacular. The intense heat radiating from the inferno was palpable even atop the city walls. As the zombies were reduced to ash, the flames raged for half an hour before finally dwindling, leaving only a few thousand zombies remaining. A truly terrifying display. Li Xingchen refrained from joining the fray this time, instead allowing all Awakeners to engage. Though a dozen had perished, the zombies were largely exterminated. Even Su Meishue and her fellow third-tier Awakeners struggled, their stamina nearly depleted. Observing this, Li Xingchen inquired of Feng Rue, how many zombie hordes remain gathered in the western part of the city. Feng Rue replied, the nearest ones have all been eliminated. There are still 2 clusters in the west, each numbering around 20,000. Understood. This time, I'll take care of it. You need not intervene. Upon hearing Li Xingchen's words, everyone gasped in shock. Boss, that's 20,000 zombies. You alone. Even Feng Rue, usually calm, was left in disbelief. Indeed, Xingchen, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Not overexert yourself. Let us rest for the night and continue tomorrow. Yi Shilon expressed her concerns as well. Yi Shilon, too, was unable to gauge Li Xingchen's strength. How could he dare to challenge 20,000 zombies alone? It seemed utterly implausible. Xingchen, this is unwise. I cannot agree. You must not take such risks, Jiang Yuyan implored. unwilling to permit Li Xingchen to venture forth alone, as the danger was too great. Master, perhaps it would be better to wait until tomorrow. We are worried. The Zixuan and Xilan sisters, who had already claimed numerous kills, were fatigued and shared their apprehensions. Chapter 46. Lord of the City, you are our god. Li Xingchen, however, paid no heed to their worries. He simply wished to ascertain whether he could indeed eliminate 20,000 zombies. To prepare for the potentially greater hordes that might arise, the population at Xinghe base, totaling 3,000, was far too scant. It was imperative to expedite the recruitment process, aiming for a minimum population of 10,000. With at least 5,000 of them becoming awakeners, Li Xingchen did not perceive himself as being overly cautious. With each passing reign, higher-tier zombies proliferated, and being devoured by the zombies was merely a matter of time. Moreover, the news concerning the zero-level threat could not be ignored. Feng Rue, have you rested enough? Go help me attract the zombies. Li Xingchen assigned the task of drawing in the zombies to Feng Rue, who had not engaged in battle thus far. Since creating the 3,000 rifles, he had been resting, making this the perfect moment for him to step in. All right then, I shall go, boss. Although Feng Rue disagreed with Li Xingchen facing over 20,000 zombies alone, he recognized the calm determination on Li Xingchen's face, which to Feng Rue signified unwavering confidence. Half an hour later, Feng Rue, riding his flashy motorcycle, indeed attracted nearly 20,000 zombies. The other survivors at the base remained unaware of Li Xingchen's decision, engaged in rest and conversation, until they were suddenly jolted by the ground's tremors. The sound of tens of thousands of zombies running was thunderous, and no one could possibly ignore it. What is happening? More zombies? Surely not. We haven't even fully rested yet. Several weary awakeners, sensing the immense vibrations, dragged their exhausted bodies up the city walls, only to behold the encroaching horde of zombies. Others, too, felt the tremors and hastily joined them atop the walls. Their faces etched with terror. They're back. Has the Lord of the City lost his mind? We barely have the strength to fight. He's gone mad. The Lord of the City has drawn in so many more. What are we to do? We're doomed. My lord, what are you planning? The crowd was perplexed by Li Xingchen's decision to lure in more zombies, and he certainly heard their murmurs, which had escalated into a cacophony that was impossible to ignore. Li Xingchen did not turn back to address them. His expression remained calm and composed. Boss, please make your move. The zombies are nearly upon us. At this moment, Feng Rue felt an overwhelming sense of panic, for he had never before been pursued by tens of thousands of zombies. Li Xingchen, equally helpless, marveled at Feng Rue's extraordinary abilities, yet found it astonishing that he would fear the undead. As the zombies approached within 100 meters of the city wall, Li Xingchen leapt into action, executing two powerful slashes that obliterated over 1,000 zombies in an instant. The crowd was left in awe of Li Xingchen's prowess. To dispatch such a multitude with such ease was nothing short of remarkable. Subsequently, Li Xingchen plunged into the horde of zombies, moving as if in a realm untouched by danger, effortlessly slaying dozens with each strike. Goodness, the Lord of the City is formidable. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was still overwhelming. Even the mightiest lord could eventually be worn down. While some were astonished by Li Xingchen's strength, others were filled with trepidation. But their concerns were swiftly interrupted. Shut your mouth. I have faith in the Lord. As Li Xingchen continued his relentless assault, the zombies seemed to hone in on him as their primary target, with the majority converging around him while only a handful pressed onward toward the city below. Observing the ever-growing swarm, those atop the walls remained anxious, for the sheer volume of zombies was daunting. At this rate, Li Xingchen could be engaged in battle for hours. This won't do. I doubt the Lord can hold out much longer. Faced with such circumstances, various emotions began to stir among the onlookers. Shall we descend to assist? Taekwon could no longer bear to watch. The sight of Li Xingchen fighting alone stirred a sense of unease within him, fearing for the Lord's safety. Patience, Xingchen has yet to unleash his full potential. Su Meishue, who understood Li Xingchen well, remarked, leaving Taekwon perplexed. He hasn't revealed his strength yet. What are you jesting about? There must be at least 10,000 zombies surrounding the Lord. The magnitude of the zombie horde was certainly intimidating. Even to Taekwon, stay still. I trust in Xingchen, Jiang Yiyan affirmed. Indeed, we believe in our master. Even Zixuan and Xilan expressed their faith in Li Xingchen, rendering Taekwon speechless, for those voicing their support were none other than Li Xingchen's women and attendants. What could he say? It was a case of the emperor being calm while the eunuchs were anxious. As Li Xingqian surveyed the encroaching horde, his gaze sharpened with determination. It is time. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the air, sheathing his Tang Dao and forming intricate hand seals. 5 Element secret art: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, manifest. Behind him, 5 enormous luminous circles of varying colors materialized, breathtaking in their grandeur, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Goodness, what is the Lord doing? Mother, summon my father to meet the divine. Not just the survivors within the city, but even Zhang Yuyan and her companions were left dumbfounded by the overwhelming spectacle before them. An aura of immense pressure radiating from Li Xingqian. With his brow furrowed, he commanded, "Annihilate." Upon his thunderous declaration, the attack descended upon the tide of zombies, engulfing over 10,000 of them in an explosive wave. Boom, 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 boom. The ground trembled with the resounding blasts, and the shock waves rendered those on the city walls moment. Li Xingqian never anticipated that Wu Ku would present him with something he genuinely needed. Although it was not in abundance, it was still somewhat acceptable. Since it had been offered, Li Xingqian felt compelled to accept it for any demands Wu Ku might have. It was entirely up to him to decide whether to acquiesce. Very well, I shall accept the gift. You may take your leave now. In response to Li Xingqian's unceremonious dismissal, Wu Ku was seething with indignation, wishing for nothing more than to see Li Xingqian meet his demise. However, he concealed his rage, continuing to wear a forced smile. City Lord Xingqian, it is entirely my fault. I overlooked your straightforward nature. I do have a request of you. Li Xingqian had already sensed Wu Ku's fleeting murderous intent, but chose to remain silent. Curious to observe Wu Ku's reaction. I apologize, but due to recent developments in the base, I am unable to assist you. Li Xingqian took a sip of his tea, not even casting a glance at Wu Ku, which nearly caused Wu Ku to lose control of his composure. Nevertheless, he persisted in maintaining his faade. City Lord Xingqian, I have yet to voice my request. Li Xingqian could detect the barely concealed anger in Wu Ku's tone. Although Wu Ku was making a commendable effort to mask it, he was still somewhat inexperienced when faced with a veteran like Li Xingqian. Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. Enough? Zishuan, Xilan, kindly escort our guest out. I am weary. With yet another dismissal from Li Xingqian, Wu Ku found himself at the brink of losing his temper, gritting his teeth as he replied, City Lord Xingqian. This is rather excessive, don't you think? Li Xingqian raised his gaze to meet Wu Ku's expression, now twisted with rage. That he chuckled calmly, replying, Is it? You came to bestow a gift, and I accepted it. Is that truly excessive? Chapter 48. Wu Ku in a frenzy. Li Xingqian's retort left Wu Ku utterly speechless. It is commonly understood that gifting and receiving gifts is a normal practice. The matter of assistance is merely a question of face. However, Li Xingqian showed no regard for Wu Ku's dignity whatsoever. City Lord Xingqian, are you certain you wish to proceed down this path? Are you not afraid of regretting it? Wu Ku's face was a mask of fury. Li Xingqian shot him a sidelong glance, his brow furrowed, and his tone icy. Are you threatening me? At that moment, Wu Ku, despite knowing he was no match for Li Xingqian and that he stood on Li Xingqian's territory, found himself unable to contain his anger any longer, his rage eclipsing his reason. How dare he threaten his master? At this juncture, Zishuan and Xilan stepped forward, drawing their swords and holding them menacingly against Wu Ku's throat. The decision of life or death now rested solely on Li Xingqian's command. Faced with the cold steel, Wu Ku regained a semblance of rationality, his face filled with contrition. I apologize, City Lord Xingqian. That was a slip of the tongue. I was presumptuous. Please forgive me. The gift is not far from you. I shall fetch it immediately. Li Xingqian raised a hand, prompting Zishuan and Xilan to sheath their swords, allowing Wu Ku to depart in a state of defeat. That Wu Ku understood that his release was contingent upon the fact that Li Xingqian had not received the gift, compelling him to retrieve it, or else he would surely meet his end today. Once outside the city, Wu Ku's face was a portrait of fury. Whether before or after the apocalypse, no one had dared to treat him in such a manner. He seized Dao Yuking by the collar, his cold, murderous intent evident as he spoke. Dao Yuking, activate the next plan. I want Li Xingqian dead. I want him dead. Do you understand? Dao Yuking could only nod in agreement. Having never seen Wu Ku so enraged, Wu Ku's fury sent shivers down his spine. Wu Ku hailed from a powerful family, with his grandfather holding a high-ranking position in the military district. Their family had long been known for corruption, and in the aftermath of the apocalypse, their avarice had only intensified. They had already seized control of Mahai City, wielding both military power and a significant number of awakened individuals, making them a formidable force. Yet, now they were being overshadowed by an inconspicuous figure from before the end times. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Zishuan and Xilan were incensed by Wu Ku's threat. As Li Xingqian was someone they held in the highest regard. Master, why do you not permit us to eliminate him? Initially, Li Xingqian had contemplated killing Wu Ku, but if he chose to retreat, Li Xingqian would let it go. Wu Ku's family controlled the military, and if he were to kill him now, their current strength would hardly suffice to contend with the repercussions. Zishuan and Xilan were perplexed, unable to comprehend why Li Xingqian would fear Wu Ku, given their own formidable abilities. Master, we do not understand. Li Xingqian chuckled lightly. Wu Ku's family possesses a military force. If a missile were to be aimed at us, I fear we would be unable to withstand it. Li Xingqian had previously instructed Yi Shilan to investigate Wu Ku, discovering that he had significant backing. While Li Xingqian himself was unperturbed, he was mindful of his mission from zero. Should Wu Ku continue to act recklessly, he would not concern himself with the consequences. Upon hearing this, Zishuan and Xilan exchanged glances. Li Xingqian then regarded them with warmth. Thus, I urge you to strengthen your abilities. In the event that such a day arrives, I shall not worry for your safety. The sisters felt a surge of warmth at Li Xingqian's words, realizing that his decision not to kill Wu Ku was, in fact, an act of protection for them. This made them feel fortunate to have encountered Li Xingqian. Without uttering another word, they retreated to their chambers to cultivate. At that moment, Wu Ku had returned to the base, where he observed the eerie divine tree, beneath which lay a zombie. Had Li Xingqian been present, he would have recognized it as the third-tier Blue Corpse King that had escaped his grasp. Now, the Blue Corpse King had undergone a dramatic transformation. Although it still bore a hint of blue, its muscles had developed to a degree surpassing that of an ordinary human, despite retaining its decayed appearance. It was increasingly taking on a more human-like form. President, in no more than 10 days, this third-tier Corpse King will evolve into a fourth-tier, Dio Yuking remarked as he looked at Wu Ke. At that moment, Wu Ku's expression was one of subservience. 5 days. Expedite the process. Bring me the survivors and the injured awakened. If that is insufficient, then send me those awakened individuals with lesser abilities. Faced with Wu Ku's demands, Dio Yuking dared not breathe a word of protest, though he expressed his concerns. President, could this be too aggressive? What if the other members of the Divine Society find out? Wu Ku turned to glare at Dio Yuking, his voice dripping with menace. And what if they do? I have no qualms about feeding everyone to the Corpse King. Dio Yuking felt utterly helpless against Wu Ku's fury, fearing he too might become fodder for the Corpse King. Wu Ku's urgency stemmed from his desire to eliminate Li Xingqian. He could not find peace unless Li Xingqian was dead. Moreover, Li Xingqian's strength was terrifying, and he could not allow him to grow more powerful. He must be eradicated swiftly. Li Xingqian had been probing for information regarding third-tier and above Corpse Kings, but had found none. Thus, he had resorted to hunting third-tier Corpse Kings to bolster the strength of those around him. He began to doubt himself, pondering whether he had inadvertently denied these creatures the opportunity to evolve into fourth-tier Corpse Kings. In reality, as Li Xingqian suspected, apart from Jingnan City, fourth-tier Corpse Kings had begun to appear in various locations, with some even reaching the fifth tier. Currently, all the primary members of the War God team had attained the third tier, while Zishuan and Xilan had advanced to the late foundational stage, leaving them unable to accelerate their growth further. The primary members of the War God team were fiercely loyal to Li Xingqian, and even they had not anticipated that they would reach the third tier so swiftly. This had incited envy among the remaining individuals, who yearned to prove themselves. Following Li Xingqian's inadvertent actions over the past 2 days, the city walls had been half repaired, and food supplies had seen a substantial increase. Moreover, they had successfully vanquished a zombie tide of 20,000 from the west within a mere 2 days. As a result of Li Xingqian's unintentional actions, the population of the Xinghe base had swelled to nearly 6,000 awakened individuals, with 2,000 of them reaching the second tier, an astonishing rate of growth. On the third day, the population of Xinghe base surpassed 30,000, with the western city housing approximately 800,000 residents. As it was a newly established city, the population was relatively sparse, primarily composed of CBD employees. In just 3 days, they had welcomed 30,000 newcomers, while 10 zombie hordes had been eradicated and countless scattered zombies had perished. The atmosphere within the city was bustling, with many already residing in the outer city. Though the outer city was still under construction, the residents felt secure seeing the strength of the Xinghe base. As there were no zombies in the vicinity. Chapter 49. Fresh-dried earthworms. Li Xingchen was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at the base over the past few days. His curiosity about the current state of the base piqued. To maintain a low profile, he employed a simple transformation technique to render himself unrecognizable. The outer city was still chaotic, prompting Li Xingchen to venture into the lively market of the inner city. By now, the inner city was brimming with people, and those wishing to gain entry needed not only strength, but also a sufficient supply of crystal stones. Transactions were now conducted using crystal stones. With one bag of instant noodles costing 2 first-tier crystal stones, a second-tier crystal stone could be exchanged for 50 first-tier stones, as becoming an awakened individual required 50 first-tier crystal stones. As for third-tier crystal stones, they were in short supply, often trading at a rate that would not even yield a single stone in exchange for the same quantity of first-tier stones. Presently, only Li Xingchen possessed third-tier crystal stones, along with the leaders and high-ranking officials of the War God team. Faced with such exorbitant prices, Li Xingchen refrained from voicing any complaints, acknowledging it as a natural consequence of the circumstances. Presently, securing a single bed in the inner city necessitates the expenditure of 50 first-grade crystal stones, with most beds located in villas. Remarkably, these villas can now accommodate hundreds, making such arrangements relatively favorable under the current conditions. However, there exists a particular group of individuals who can obtain a bed for free: the Water Element Awakeners. This privilege stems from their ability to access essential amenities such as toilets and bathing facilities, rendering them highly sought after. In fact, some villas have even pooled resources to recruit a Water Element Awakener. This was information Li Xingchen had gleaned from the marketplace, and he was astonished to learn of the high demand for such awakeners. Step right up, behold the fresh-dried earthworms. A middle-aged vendor's call captured Li Xingchen's attention. Dried earthworms? Intrigued, he approached the stall, noticing a barbecue grill fueled by ordinary stones, which had been imbued with the fiery abilities of a Fire Element Awakener, allowing them to ignite. My friend, try a few skewers. These are authentic earthworms, freshly dug up this morning. The vendor exclaimed. Li Xingchen felt a surge of curiosity. He had encountered no animals in the city or the wild lately. Where could these earthworms possibly come from? Are these earthworms genuinely from the soil? He inquired, his skepticism evident. The middle-aged man, perceiving Li Xingchen's bewildered expression, recognized that few in this post-apocalyptic world maintained clean clothing or skin. Noting Li Xingchen's immaculate attire and cool demeanor, the vendor deduced he was not short on funds and hastily began to explain to my friend, you may be unaware, but some awakeners have developed peculiar abilities, one of which allows them to summon insects. This is the talent of my friend, who can also expedite their reproduction. We had roasted American cockroaches too, large and incredibly fragrant, but they sold out. Li Xingchen's confusion deepened. What on earth was an American cockroach? Oh, it's just a large cockroach, the vendor clarified to that moment. Li Xingchen struggled to suppress his reaction, slightly furrowing his brow. Could it be that people had begun to consume cockroaches? Moreover, he had a personal aversion to large cockroaches, having once lived in the north where they were considerably smaller. Upon arriving in the south, he discovered that southern cockroaches were nearly 10 times larger, a realization that left him with lasting unease. Now, reminded of the southern cockroaches, which approached the size of small mice and were an invasive species, he could only chuckle wryly at the memories. The middle-aged vendor, noticing Li Xingchen's expression, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, clearly, my friend is unaware. Cockroaches are packed with protein, far exceeding that of beef. Li Xingchen could hardly accept this, his brow knitting together. Even if they are nutritious, I can't, he trailed off, uncertain of what else to say. The vendor, recognizing Li Xingchen's reluctance, patiently continued. Before the apocalypse, cockroaches were regarded as a form of traditional medicine, raised in pristine environments. They harbor no bacteria or viruses. Such issues arise only from consuming unsanitary food. My friend has bred them over several generations, ensuring their cleanliness. I assure you, these cockroaches are cleaner than many humans today. Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen's expression softened slightly. It appeared he had misjudged the situation. However, as the apocalypse had rendered many desperate, he thought it prudent to refrain from consuming cockroaches. Dried earthworms, however, seemed worth a try. All right then, How much for the dried earthworms? The vendor's face lit up with joy. Not expensive at all. 5 skewers for 1 first-grade crystal stone. Li Xingqian pondered whether this was a fair price, but ultimately, it mattered little to him. Just as he prepared to pay, he realized he possessed no first-grade crystal stones. The least valuable in his spatial ring were second-grade stones. This hesitation did not escape the vendor's notice, who swiftly misconstrued the situation. Ah, I see. You dress so well, yet you're just a pauper? Li Xingqian, taken aback by the misunderstanding, shook his head and retrieved a second-grade crystal stone. I'll take 2 skewers to sample, no need for change. This, he thought, would also serve as a payment for the multitude of information the vendor had provided. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the second-grade crystal stone and hearing Li Xingqian's words, was instantly agitated. His mouth agape to my friend. No, no, no. I was mistaken. It was my poor judgment to misinterpret your worth. As he spoke, the vendor slapped his own face in chagrin. Li Xingqian merely replied, It's fine. I didn't take offense. Without waiting for the vendor's reaction, he snatched the 2 skewers of dried earthworms and departed, leaving the vendor sweating profusely, his palms clammy with apprehension. How could someone so well-dressed lack financial means? Even if he were impoverished, surely he had connections. The vendor could only hope that Li Xingqian truly bore no ill will. As Li Xingqian continued his exploration, everything seemed somewhat novel. Upon tasting the dried earthworm, his eyes lit up with surprise. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. The thought of roasted cockroaches piqued his curiosity anew. Yet as soon as the idea crossed his mind, he shook his head resolutely. With ample food and drink available, why would he resort to eating cockroaches? As he wandered further, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar area, the red light district. Before the entrance stood women posing provocatively. In this society, it seemed that poverty was mocked, while those in the oldest profession were not. They sought merely to survive, which was hardly a fault. He overheard that the most beautiful women charged a mere 21st-grade crystal stones for a night. Even female awakeners engaged in such trades, albeit at slightly higher prices. It soon became clear that these women, like everyone else, were merely trying to navigate a treacherous existence. Yet, Li Xingqian found no interest in these establishments. The deeper he ventured, the more astonished he became, eventually discovering a human market. Chapter 50. Such a place exists. The human market, though surprising to Li Xingqian, was not entirely unfathomable. In the wake of the apocalypse, such phenomena were, regrettably, inevitable. Upon entering the human market, he found it was not the grim reality he had envisioned. In his mind, he had pictured a place dominated by human traffickers who pocketed all the profits, leaving the individuals sold with nothing. A scenario he had witnessed in foreign black markets, and even in the realm of cultivation. However, this human market was different, under the leadership of a somewhat democratic city lord. Bolstered by his reputation and authority, no one dared challenge Li Xingqian's dominance. No one wished to become a trafficker for fear of his wrath. Instead, a new profession emerged, the human hunter. These individuals were not true hunters, but rather intermediaries, seeking out those enduring hardship and connecting them with those in need, earning a modest commission in the process. Some even volunteered, reminiscent of ancient practices of selling oneself to alleviate familial burdens. Inside the market, a myriad of individuals mingled, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Though most were merely there to observe, the genuine buyers were few, while many individuals were up for sale. To Li Xingqian's astonishment, men were among those being sold. He found it perplexing that, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, any man would willingly offer himself. Logically, one would expect men, endowed with strength, to resist such a fate. At that moment, a human hunter began to peddle his wares, and Li Xingqian heard the call of a particularly youthful male being sold. The hunter, raising his voice, proclaimed, "Step right up, freshly arrived young man, very tender. Anyone interested? Both men and women are welcome. Just 50 first-grade crystal stones." The young man in question was indeed rather handsome, slender in build, and appeared quite bashful. His cheeks flushed as he awkwardly promoted himself. Dear brothers, is anyone interested in me? Sisters can inquire as well. As long as you don't send me to fight zombies, I'm willing to do anything. Zombies are so terrifying." Though well-traveled, Li Xingqian found himself utterly taken aback by the situation, his scalp prickling with disbelief. Was this truly what they meant by eating a peach? Muttering to himself, he turned away and moved past the young man, only to realize there were several others just like him, Li Xingqian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. When had the world become so effeminate? He had never encountered such individuals before the apocalypse, yet here they were. He couldn't help but wonder how they had managed to survive without being devoured by zombies. It was quite the eyesore. Ugh, this sight gives me goosebumps. Can anyone actually want to buy them? A man nearby voiced his disdain, sharing Li Xingqian's sentiments to my friend. You don't understand that if he can command 50 first-grade crystal stones. It indicates demand. Just yesterday, one sold. A bystander chimed in, eliciting a collective realization that this society was indeed full of peculiarities. Li Xingqian swiftly navigated through the throngs of people, eager to distance himself from the current location, and stepped into the next area, which was predominantly occupied by young women. That he found this scene rather unremarkable. After all, in this apocalyptic world, survival was particularly challenging for women. Aligning themselves with a capable man might very well be an advantageous choice. However, many women had awakened formidable abilities and displayed considerable courage, thriving in this era by adhering to its survival rules. Li Xingqian surveyed the area. He noted nothing particularly unusual. Fortunately, there were no young girls present. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to intervene. What Li Xingqian was unaware of, however, was that he had become somewhat of a celebrity, with his early exploits, such as the annihilation of the Divine Gang, thoroughly scrutinized and exposed. Of course, aside from Feng Rue, who was known for his loose tongue, few dared to speak of these events. As a result, those involved in human trafficking would not dare pursue young girls, lest they attract Li Xingqian's ire, knowledge of which would undoubtedly spell doom for them. In the current situation, even the youngest boys and girls, though often hungry, were not starving to death. The base had numerous jobs available, and those with enough bravado could join the War God Squad to clean up the battlefield. Just as Li Xingqian contemplated leaving, a woman's voice captured his attention. Point 1 Level 3 Crystal Stone. Take me with you. I am a Level 2 awakened. The speaker was a captivating woman clad in a revealing blue outfit. Her strikingly long legs complemented by alluring black heels, along with her voluptuous figure and exquisitely beautiful face. She was utterly enchanting. What made her even more alluring was her status as a Level 2 awakened. What? A Level 2 awakened and a Level 3 crystal stone. The crowd began to gather around this woman, their curiosity piqued and their astonishment palpable. Wow, I'm in love with this woman. If I had a Level 3 crystal stone, I would buy her immediately. She's too beautiful. Several men were visibly smitten by her charm. Are you kidding? Who do you think you are? A Level 3 crystal stone? Do you think you're a superstar? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Come on, brother, don't be ridiculous. This is the apocalypse. Even superstars are of little use now. Regardless of the infatuated men or the curious onlookers, many of whom could not afford a crystal stone, there were plenty seeking entertainment in this spectacle. At that moment, someone finally recognized the woman, their excitement evident. She is truly a superstar. She is Dongfang Yu. Upon hearing this name, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, they had long ceased to follow celebrities, having forgotten their existence in a world where mere survival was a luxury. But upon hearing Dongfang Yu's name, their excitement surged once more. Dongfang Yu. It's really her. Oh no, my goddess is actually going to sell herself. These exclamations pulled them back to a time before the apocalypse. Li Xingqian was unfamiliar with Dongfang Yu, as he was not one to follow celebrities. He had merely heard of her, rumored to be an ice goddess. While he held no interest in her, the curiosity of the Daxiao people compelled him to stay and witness who would ultimately claim this ice goddess. Chapter 51. The superstar Dongfang Yu goddess, my goddess. Brothers, who will lend me a crystal stone to help me fulfill my dream? Have you lost your mind? Why don't you help me fulfill my dream instead? Several voices echoed, but Dongfang Yu seemed unfazed, her gaze fixed on the crowd. When her eyes landed on Li Xingqian, she paused for a fleeting moment. Although the others failed to notice, the astute Li Xingqian caught the subtle shift. Despite being under her scrutiny, he chose to feign ignorance, not wanting to overthink the situation. That a Level 3 crystal stone is far too costly. What does it matter if she is a celebrity or beautiful? Not everyone can readily produce a Level 3 crystal stone. Moreover, the entertainment industry is rife with complications. Who knows how many times she has been played by powerful figures? A Level 3 crystal stone could easily procure multiple women of varying qualities. At that moment, a voice pierced through the crowd, prompting everyone to nod in agreement, the fervent atmosphere dissipating as they acknowledged the truth in the statement. But then, Dongfang Yu uttered a single phrase that reignited the crowd's fervor. I remained a virgin. Little did they know, Dongfang Yue had aspired to be a star from a young age, rejecting all advances from men. Even when she debuted, she had never been in a relationship, and after gaining fame, she had been selective about her roles, avoiding any that required her to expose herself. Powerful figures would never dare to exploit her. She hailed from a prestigious family. Dongfang Yue's background was well established abroad, her parents wielding significant influence overseas, which earned her respect domestically, allowing her to thrive without succumbing to exploitation. Wait, seriously? Is this for real? The crowd began to doubt Dongfang Yue's words, yet she offered no further explanation. Simply observing them with quiet composure, I will bid for a level 3 crystal stone. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Li Xingqian's ears as a figure pushed through the crowd and approached Dongfang Yue. It was Feng Rue, brimming with confidence. Dongfang Yue, right? I'll bid a level 3 crystal stone. Be my main wife. Feng Rue, the flamboyant playboy, was once again making his move. Li Xingqian had no desire to intervene. Knowing that Feng Rue's presence caused others to steer clear, they were all aware of his reputation as the Lord's underling. That it's Feng Rue. It seems Dongfang Yue is his now. Oh no, my goddess. The crowd sighed in disappointment at the unfolding scene, much to Feng Rue's delight, who wore a smug expression. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue remained unfazed, her countenance devoid of any joy at the prospect of being purchased. I will not sell myself. The words that escaped Dongfang Yue's lips left not only Feng Rue, but everyone else bewildered. That what's going on? Why are you suddenly refusing to sell after setting a price? Feng Rue was visibly annoyed, feeling doused by a bucket of cold water. First of all, this is not coercive buying. Secondly, it's not that I won't sell. I simply prefer to sell to him, Dongfang Yue declared. Pointing directly at Li Xingqian at that moment, all eyes turned to Li Xingqian, who was taken aback. He had merely intended to enjoy the show, me? He asked, incredulously pointing to himself. Dongfang Yue nodded, while the crowd and Feng Rue were left in utter confusion. What the hell, Dongfang Yue? What do you mean? Am I not handsome enough? He isn't even as good-looking as I am, and besides, he hasn't even made an offer. Feng Rue's frustration boiled over. Dongfang Yue offered no response to Feng Rue, instead stepping down from the platform to stand before Li Xingqian. By me, and I am yours. You won't regret it. Her gaze was fixed intently on him, and Li Xingqian could only chuckle in response. Firstly, how do you know I can afford a level 3 crystal stone? Secondly, why would I want to buy you? Lastly, a gentleman does not take what others desire, since that brother has already made an offer to purchase you. I won't compete. As Li Xingqian finished speaking, Feng Rue stepped forward, brimming with excitement and gratitude. Well done, brother. You are the kind of friend I want. From now on, call me Big Brother, and I will protect you in the Xinghe base. Aside from the Lord, my word is law. At that moment, Li Xingqian wished he could kick Feng Rue. The audacity of demanding to be called Big Brother was outrageous. When did he become the one in charge at Xinghe base? With Feng Rue's intellect, if he were truly in charge, everything would likely fall apart. Li Xingqian knew he must keep a low profile and could only smile in response. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue continued to gaze at Li Xingqian, her eyes unwavering as she spoke each word deliberately. My ability is plant manipulation. Are you certain you do not wish to have me? Upon hearing Dongfang Yue's revelation, not only was Li Xingqian astonished, but so was the entire crowd. Plant manipulation, a power that had yet to manifest, was undeniably potent, especially in a world rife with flora, both large and small. Clearly, the ability to manipulate plants was formidable and rare. Just as the crowd was beginning to process this information, Dongfang Yue stunned them once more with her next statement. I can make plants grow. With that declaration, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Those who understood the implications realized the significance of such a power. In an apocalyptic world, where food was in short supply, the ability to encourage plant growth was nothing short of miraculous. It was a boon for all. The value of such a skill was immeasurable. While Li Xingqian was indeed captivated and eager to possess her abilities, he pondered the consequences of her becoming Feng Rue's woman. Such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly be lost to him. Despite his intrigue, he resolutely declared, though I am tempted, I must decline. The crowd gasped at Li Xingqian's refusal, their expressions filled with anxiety for him. They fully understood the value of plant growth. This was a fortune beyond measure. Oh my, I wish I could open his head and see if there's any sense in there. Exactly. Is he out of his mind? I don't think he wants to refuse. He probably just can't afford a level 3 crystal stone. As the crowd murmured in agreement, it became clear to them that this was indeed the case. Feng Rui gazed blankly at the crowd, completely oblivious to the value of plant growth. After all, in his mind, since following Li Xingchen, he had never faced hunger nor contemplated the issue of food. Just then, a single statement from Dongfang Yuer left everyone in utter shock. I have said it before. I will undoubtedly become your woman. You must buy me, whether you wish to or not. If you refuse, I shall never utilize my abilities to benefit the base. As these words echoed, Li Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, only to recollect a woman from the past. There had been a beautiful lady who had boldly declared her desire to be his woman, and now, as he observed Dongfang Yuer utter the same declaration, the resemblance became undeniable. He was certain that Dongfang Yuer was indeed that very woman. With a playful glint in his eyes, he regarded Dongfang Yuer, asking, "How did you know it was me?" At that moment, Li Xingchen's expression visibly morphed back to its original form. Goodness, the city lord. What? It turns out to be the esteemed city lord. Feng Rui, still in a state of confusion, looked at the young man who had just proclaimed himself as his elder brother, only to find him transformed into his superior. However, rather than feeling exhilarated, he wore a look of despair. This is it. I'm going to get beaten. Noticing that everyone's attention was fixated on Li Xingchen, Feng Rui prepared to sneak away, silently wishing, "Do not see me. Do not see me." Yet, as soon as Feng Rui stirred, he was called out by Li Xingchen. Feng Rui, who permitted you to leave? Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Feng Rui's forehead, compelling him to approach Li Xingchen with a forced smile. Ah, boss, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet? The weather is lovely today. With a mere glance from Li Xingchen, Feng Rui straightened his expression, resembling a submissive pet, standing beside Li Xingchen without daring to breathe audibly. Li Xingchen then turned his gaze back to Dongfang Yuer. I am quite curious. How did you know it was me? Why are you so certain that I would purchase you? Dongfang Yuer remained unfazed in the presence of Li Xingchen. She was no longer the frightened girl who had first arrived at the base, desperately concealing her appearance from other men. Now, she exuded confidence. Ever since I awakened my plant manipulation ability, I have been using plants to monitor you. Even observing your interactions with Su Meishue and others in private. Dongfang Yuer's words trailed off, leaving Li Xingchen alarmed. Every action of his had been under her surveillance, including the secret of his identity as a cultivator. He pondered. Perhaps she had already deduced it. The reason Dongfang Yuer had come to the market was that she had been monitoring him all along. The decision to offer herself for sale as a star was merely a calculated move. You will certainly buy me because of my abilities. After much contemplation, Li Xingchen resolved to purchase Dongfang Yuer, not solely for her abilities, but also because she might be aware of his secret. Such a person could either be kept close or eliminated. Yet killing her would be a regrettable loss. Aware of this possibility, Dongfang Yuer exuded an audacious confidence. Haha, my dear lady, you have successfully piqued my interest. Li Xingchen laughed heartily, producing a third-grade crystal stone from his spatial pouch and tossing it to Dongfang Yuer. Before she or the others could react, he swiftly departed from the market, leaving behind a lingering command. Dongfang Yuer, come to my villa. Witnessing Li Xingchen's prowess, the crowd was left in awe. Wow, city lord, how charming. At that moment, a girl could no longer contain her infatuation. The city lord is simply irresistible. I wish to bear his child. A boyish voice cut through the admiration, met with disdainful glances from others. Come on, man, you clearly have never faced consequences. Be careful lest the city lord decides to strike you down. The boy who had made such a bold declaration sheepishly rubbed his head. Feeling embarrassed, I was just joking. I couldn't find any other words to express my admiration for the city lord. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuer felt a sense of accomplishment as she fulfilled her objective. Content. She departed, and with both Li Xingchen and Dongfang Yuer gone, the crowd dispersed, leaving Feng Rui in a quandary. Should I go home, or seek out the boss? He wrestled with indecision that if he returned home, he feared Li Xingchen might punish him, that if he went to the villa to find Li Xingchen, Dongfang Yuer's presence would surely disrupt whatever plans Li Xingchen had. He felt torn. Heavens, spare me. What am I to do? In that moment, Feng Rui was the most distressed of all. He could not fathom what misfortune had befallen him to encounter such a predicament. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Yuer appeared in Li Xingchen's villa, where only he awaited her arrival in serene anticipation. As she entered, Dongfang Yuer gracefully settled into Li Xingchen's embrace, her alluring demeanor captivating him. The icy fade she had worn moments ago melted away, revealing a seductive charm that surpassed even Su Meishua's allure. Li Xingqian, undisturbed, teased her. No, you are mistaken. My allure belongs solely to you. Yet, what truly occupied his mind was why Dongfang Yuer desired to be his woman. Initially, he understood her longing. After all, seeking refuge under a strong protector made sense, but with her formidable abilities, why would she still wish to align herself with him? With her talents, she could easily become a sovereign in her own right. Li Xingqian pondered the implications of her capabilities. Indeed, she could cultivate a significant faction, for she held the key to the survival of the others. Dongfang Yuer sighed. In these chaotic times, as a woman, I am often left with little choice. I am aware of the rarity of my abilities. Yet what does it matter? There are far stronger individuals around, many who desire not just my beauty but, should they learn of my powers, I would become nothing more than a machine for producing food, devoid of freedom. Li Xingqian had not anticipated Dongfang Yuer's depth of understanding. Moreover, even if I were to become a mere production machine, I would also be reduced to a companion for the whims of men. In such tumultuous times, the chances of survival favor men, and the strong are plentiful. Everyone reverts to their primal instincts. Humanity is lost. This is the natural order. As Dongfang Yuer spoke, sadness enveloped her, and she shifted from Li Xingqian's lap to sit beside him. The more people who learn of my abilities, the more perilous my existence becomes. I would inevitably become the target of every faction. Li Xingqian was taken aback by Dongfang Yuer's farsightedness. So, how can you be certain that I possess the ability to protect you? His words bore multiple meanings, one of which was to discern whether she had uncovered his secret. Dongfang Yuer offered a sultry smile, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. Because you are a cultivator, Li Xingqian's expression confirmed her assertion. Moreover, you are a good man. While others view women as mere possessions, revealing their feral natures, you are different. You not only refrain from such behavior, but also protect your women. I believe you will safeguard me. Becoming your woman is a worthy investment. Dongfang Yuer recounted her experiences in the apocalypse. Having witnessed and endured much that it was undeniable that she possessed a keen intellect, prompting Li Xingqian to regard her with newfound respect. Had she lived in ancient times, he believed she would have become a figure akin to Wu Zetian, a high-ranking star who, for the sake of survival, concealed her beauty and decisively acted upon recognizing her goals. Such resolve was indeed rare. Li Xingqian found himself increasingly intrigued by the woman before him. You are quite to my taste, he thought, as he surveyed Dongfang Yuer, who, at the tender age of 20, radiated the allure of a mature woman. Keeping her by his side would alleviate many burdens, for she was astute. Dongfang Yuer exuded confidence in her beauty, charm, and abilities. Although she had faced embarrassment in front of Li Xingqian previously, she had taken a gamble, albeit one that had not paid off. Despite the ridicule she faced, her determination to approach Li Xingqian never waned. Ultimately, she had awakened and reached the second level of awakening. Having endured considerable hardship, her exceptional beauty and abilities had drawn the attention of the Iron Fist and their War God team, who had initially sought to recruit her, only to be met with her resolute refusal. Joining the War God team would have stripped her of her freedom, despite their generous treatment, as she would be bound to daily tasks. Well then, how should I express this? Are you preparing to claim me to this moment? Dongfang Yuer playfully twirled her hair, placing one hand on her hip, proudly accentuating her figure, her gaze imbued with a hint of allure. Li Xingqian found himself somewhat admiring Dongfang Yuer, as she constantly captivated him into behaving in ways that defied convention, exuding an irresistible charm. Woman, do not be overly confident. Not everyone can become my woman. Li Xingqian calmly lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, an action that indeed struck a blow to Dongfang Yuer. She had anticipated that all her attempts to attract men would make Li Xingqian impatient, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, yet simultaneously, she was testing whether he could truly remain unperturbed, a true gentleman. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, there was also a flicker of joy. So, do you wish for me to become your maid? Li Xingqian raised his gaze to meet Dongfang Yuer's, slowly articulating his thoughts. Faced with such a scheming, astute, and clever woman, I dare not claim you. Yet I deeply admire your confidence and your awakened abilities. Li Xingqian stood and approached Dongfang Yuer until they were merely centimeters apart, both acutely aware of each other's breath. As Li Xingqian drew near, Dongfang Yuer felt her heart race, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. However, you are correct. If you wish to live well, then become my maid. With that, Li Xingqian turned and casually resumed his seat on the sofa. As if nothing had transpired, at that moment, Dongfang Yuer's heart was a tumult of emotions. She could not comprehend how, in the face of her perfection, Li Xingqian would rather have her as his maid than as his woman. She had mentally prepared herself for this, yet the outcome was beyond her expectations. Am I, then, unworthy of being your woman? Just as those words escaped Dongfang Yuer's lips, Jiang Yuyan, Su Meishiwe, and Ai Wei had already arrived at the door. Upon hearing that Li Xingqian had acquired yet another beauty, a major star no less, jealousy stirred within them, prompting their swift return to the villa to catch a glimpse of this celebrity. Upon their arrival, they overheard the conversation between Li Xingqian and Dongfang Yuer, and although both of them noticed the three at the door, it did not deter their dialogue. Li Xingqian remained unabashed. They can become my women because they are students, untouched by the darkness of society. As long as I treat them well, they will never betray me. The moment these words left Li Xingqian's mouth, Jiang Yuyan and the others found themselves emotionally moved. Though Jiang Yuyan had yet to engage in any intimate relationship, she had long accepted in her heart that she was Li Xingqian's woman. Then Li Xingqian shifted his tone, continuing, "And you, having navigated the shadows of society and faced countless treacherous hearts, while you are indeed alluring to me, I cannot guarantee that you will not betray me once you become my woman. I can see that you are an ambitious woman, and there's no need to deny it. Becoming my maid offers you an opportunity to prove yourself." Li Xingqian's words struck directly at Dongfang Yuer's soul. Such a confident and intelligent woman, she undoubtedly harbored her own ambitions, which she had buried deep. Tio put it plainly, she merely sought someone capable of protecting her. What harm is there in selling her body? Yet if Li Xingqian were ever unable to safeguard her, she might truly depart. Previously, Li Xingqian's formidable strength had given Dongfang Yuer a sense of security, but now, she never anticipated that he would possess such depth of character. This man was no ordinary individual. He was a formidable leader, destined for greatness, and at that moment, she felt a stirring in her heart. Indeed, before you, I have no secrets to conceal. However, please do not dismiss me so readily. If that is the case, I shall not argue. After all, becoming your maid is not a burden, and from now on, you shall be my master. At that moment, the once dormant flutter of spring in Dongfang Yuer's heart finally awakened. Perhaps truly becoming his woman is not such a bad idea after all. A fleeting thought crossed Dongfang Yuer's mind before Li Xingqian instructed Jiang Yuyan and the others to prepare a meal to welcome her, which symbolized her formal acceptance into their circle. Chapter 54. Wu Ku approaches with zombies soon after. Everyone enjoyed a delightful meal, and shortly thereafter, Li Xingqian entrusted the vast courtyard of the villa to Dongfang Yuer, allowing her to cultivate edible crops to be extensively planted once matured. This would also serve to ascertain whether Dongfang Yuer was genuinely committed to working for Li Xingqian. Having a major star engage in manual labor seemed outrageous. Yet Dongfang Yuer remained unfazed, exuding confidence in all her endeavors. On the fifth day, the outer city wall of the Xinghe base was nearly completed, and in a few days, it would be entirely finished, filling everyone with excitement. With such a robust wall, that would finally be free from constant fear. Just as morale surged, Fang Rui came rushing to Li Xingqian, breathless and visibly shaken. "Boss, this is not good." Upon witnessing Fang Rui's terror, Li Xingqian felt an ominous premonition. "What is it?" Li Xingqian furrowed his brows, sensing that whatever Fang Rui was about to disclose was serious. "Boss, we've discovered a horde of over 100,000 zombies to the west of the city, and their trajectory leads straight to our Xinghe base." Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian's expression grew grave. A horde of over 100,000 zombies was no trivial matter, while they could handle a few tens of thousands. 100,000 posed a significant threat to the current capabilities of the base. However, within Li Xingqian's mind, he believed the base could withstand such an onslaught, albeit with considerable casualties. "Over 100,000? We should be able to manage." Fang Rui, seeing that his boss was underestimating the situation, immediately lost his composure. "Boss, it's not just zombies. I also identified one among them that differs from the usual second and third tier zombies. It appears to be a fourth tier entity. Moreover, I observed Wu Ku leading several hundred second tier awakened individuals following closely behind the horde." At Fang Rui's revelation, Li Xingqian's excitement surged. "You must mean the fourth tier zombie king?" Upon hearing Li Xingqian's question, Fang Rui nodded vigorously. Initially, Li Xingqian was thrilled to finally encounter a fourth tier zombie king. But what was the situation with Wu Ku and the God Association? Wu Ku and the God Association. Did you get a clear look? What were they like? Sensing Li Xingqian's skepticism, Feng Rui promptly produced a tablet linked to a drone. The screen displayed a vast sea of zombies, with dozens of third-tier zombie kings and one particularly unique zombie king. However, the more Li Xingqian stared at this zombie king, the more familiar it appeared. Indeed, it had successfully leveled up. This was the blue third-tier zombie king that had escaped from Li Xingqian's grasp. As Li Xingqian continued to observe, he noticed at the rear of the horde, Wu Ku was leading his god association, comprising approximately 300 second-tier awakened individuals. Li Xingqian was puzzled, despite the proximity of the zombies to the god association. The zombies did not attack them. Just as the drone hovered above Wu Ku, he suddenly looked up. Spotting the drone overhead, Wu Ku grinned, but then his expression shifted to one of cold cunning. Li Xingqian, you can await your demise. After uttering this, Wu Ku made a gesture across his throat, and moments later, the drone exploded, severing the signal to Li Xingqian's tablet. Wu Ku, you intrigue me. I wonder how he managed that. At that moment, Li Xingqian became cautious and immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, as the loudspeakers at Xinghub base blared to life. Meanwhile, the unaware crowd remained in a state of confusion until the loudspeakers announced, everyone, prepare for battle. A horde of zombies is approaching. All awakened individuals, assemble. Survivors, stand by. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. What? A horde of zombies again? It's just a horde. What's there to fear? The Lord can easily wipe them out. At that moment, they were oblivious to the severity of the situation, still clinging to the memory of the previous tens of thousands of zombies that had been defeated. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the War God team gathered at Li Xingqian's villa, now fully aware that this horde was anything but ordinary. This time, with over 100,000 zombies, alongside a fourth-tier zombie king and several hundred awakened individuals, they needed to prepare for a full-scale effort. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that they could no longer afford to slack off. This upcoming horde of over 100,000 zombies will be your responsibility. I will not intervene. You best devise a battle plan. I trust in your ability to command. With Yu Shilan as the primary leader, Yu Shilan remained silent but could only nod. She felt immense pressure leading so many people. I, along with Zixuan and Xilan, will take on the fourth-tier zombie king and Wu Ku. As Li Xingqian concluded, Zhang Yuyan and the others wished to join him, but he interrupted them, knowing the base needed them to stay put. At that moment, Dongfang Yuer stood behind Li Xingqian, having fully adapted to her role as his maid in her spare moments. She would follow Li Xingqian closely, ever ready to respond to his commands, occasionally causing Zixuan and Xilan to feel a bit unsettled, as if Dongfang Yuer were usurping their roles. Yet, Dongfang Yuer remained unfazed. This was not the time for her to interject, but nonetheless, she spoke up. Your Majesty, I have now attained the third level of awakening, and I am prepared to accompany you in providing support. The city is teeming with vegetation, and I can procure ample time for you. At this moment, Li Xingqian was taken aback, realizing that Dongfang Yuer would join him on this adventure. He shook his head, declaring, your abilities are better suited for guarding the base. You can control the plants around the perimeter to serve as a buffer zone, allowing the awakened defenders within the base to more effectively eliminate the zombies. Dongfang Yuer attempted to argue, but was promptly interrupted by Li Xingqian. Once he made his decision, everyone departed. Yi Shilan then began issuing orders, instructing all survivors to prepare Molotov cocktails. Given the abundant supply of gasoline that could now be used without restriction, the crowd soon learned that the impending horde of zombies numbered not in the tens of thousands, but rather in the hundreds of thousands. Though fear gripped them, the instinct to survive compelled each individual to produce containers for gasoline. Glass bottles, cans, and even plastic bags were pressed into service, showcasing their resourcefulness. Initially, there were 3,000 rifles, but ammunition had run dry. Nevertheless, Yu Shilan had instructed Feng Rui to manufacture a few rounds each day in preparation for emergencies, resulting in a current stockpile exceeding 50,000 rounds, sufficient to hold the line. As the preparations unfolded, the survivors ascended the walls of the outer city. Though not yet fortified, they would suffice for a time. If the situation became dire, they could retreat to the inner city. Chapter 55. The great battle approaches. As preparations reached their zenith, the zombies arrived in a throng. The sight of the densely packed undead sent shivers down the spines of the defenders, involuntarily prompting them to swallow hard. Heavens, these zombies seem endless. Do you think we can endure? At this moment, doubts began to creep in, yet retreat was not an option. If they did not fight, death was inevitable. Damn it, what's the worst that could happen? I'll fight. I've only just begun to enjoy a decent meal. Exactly. I just want a wife and have yet to consummate our union. I cannot allow these zombies to ruin everything. Their current lives were hard-won, and they knew they could not allow this to be destroyed. The majority shared this sentiment, while a few cowered in corners, too frightened to, however, with merely 3 at his disposal. They are far from being his match. Li Xingqian showed no hesitation in denying the 3 level 4 Corpse Kings any opportunity to attack. He aimed to take the initiative, although he believed that vanquishing these 3 level 4 Corpse Kings would pose no challenge. The presence of an additional blue level 4 Corpse King loomed ominously. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a swift strike with his dark blue tang knife, cleaving one of the level 4 zombies cleanly in two. Before Wu Ku or the other 2 level 4 Corpse Kings could respond, Li Xingqian descended amidst them, his blade flashing as he launched another attack. Yet, he had underestimated the level 4 Corpse Kings. One of them evaded his strike with a sudden burst of speed. The level 4 Corpse Kings immediately coordinated their assault against Li Xingqian, their reaction time so swift that even he found it somewhat astonishing. Indeed, there was no comparison between level 4 and level 3. But even so, Li Xingqian merely scoffed lightly. His counterattack came like a tempest, swiftly deflecting their blows before delivering another strike, severing one of the level 4 Corpse King's arms. The disarmed zombie roared in fury, and its companion mirrored its rage, both sensing the threat Li Xingqian posed. Meanwhile, Wu Ke stood by, utterly shocked by Li Xingqian's prowess. He felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. And he bellowed at the 2 level 4 Corpse Kings, "Kill! Quickly, kill them!" Fueled by their anger and Wu Ke's command, the 2 level 4 Corpse Kings resumed their assault. Li Xingqian leapt backward, his blade flashing ominously. A colossal strike erupted, and the injured zombie could not evade it, falling victim to the blow. The other was not faring much better, having lost a leg and now standing precariously like a lone chicken on one leg. At this moment, Wu Ke was finally beginning to panic. "Mutant Corpse King, return," he commanded the blue level 4 Corpse Kings. Yet it was entangled with the sisters Zixuan and Zilan. It glanced back momentarily but disregarded Wu Ke's order. Wu Ke soon realized that his connection with the blue level 4 Corpse King had inexplicably severed. Damn it. Wu Ke was filled with despair. An unexpected turn of events had unfolded. Initially, he had discovered and tamed the blue level 4 Corpse King when it was still at level 3. But since its ascension to level 4, it had become increasingly difficult to control. While he could still manage the other level 4 Corpse Kings, this particular blue mutant was an anomaly at that moment. Li Xingqian showed no restraint, launching a fierce offensive against the legless level 4 Corpse King. Within mere seconds, due to its impaired mobility, he easily dispatched it. Wu Ke, witnessing the annihilation of his trump card at Li Xingqian's hands, collapsed in terror to the ground. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Li Xingqian approached Wu Ke step by step, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's arrival, instilling a profound sense of dread within Wu Ke. "Don't come any closer." Wu Ke, paralyzed by fear, was on the verge of breaking down. "Once your controlled zombies perish, you are no different from a worthless fool." Li Xingqian taunted him, and upon hearing this, Wu Ke fell to his knees before him. Yes, I am a fool. Spare my life." Faced with Wu Ke's pleas for mercy, Li Xingqian remained unfazed, slowly raising his blade, creating a terrifying countdown to death before Wu Ke's eyes, an agonizing torment. No, you cannot kill me. My father." Before Wu Ke could finish his desperate words, Li Xingqian's blade descended, and Wu Ke's head rolled to the ground. "Your father must also die." Without delay, Li Xingqian understood that this irrevocably forged an enmity with the Wu family. However, he could not afford to wait passively for them to come for him. He resolved to venture to Moheshi. Meanwhile, the battle outside the city continued, though the number of zombies had dwindled to less than 20,000. The sisters Zixuan and Xilan still grappled with the blue level 4 Corpse King, locked in a fierce struggle. "Sister, this Corpse King is too powerful. Which move should we employ?" Xilan said, to which Zixuan nodded in agreement. With determination, the sisters pointed their swords to the heavens. Heaven-splitting combined strike. Void shatter. A dazzling light enveloped Zixuan and Xilan as they leapt into the air, swiftly charging towards the blue level 4 Corpse King. Their swords radiating brilliance. The blue level 4 Corpse King could not evade. It was pierced through the chest by a single strike. A gaping wound opened in its body. Severely injured, the blue level 4 Corpse King disregarded its wounds and charged at the sisters, who were struggling to regain their footing. Just as the Corpse King was about to reach them, a strike descended. The blue mutant Corpse King's head was cleaved from its body. Zishuan and Xilan looked on in astonishment. The savior was none other than Li Xingchen. My lord, the sisters beamed with excitement, fully aware that without Li Xingchen's timely intervention, their lives would have been forfeit, a thought that filled them with dread. Yet, despite their proximity to death, they were not afraid. Their only concern was that they had not yet become Li Xingchen's women, which they deemed a pity. Chapter 57. Post-battle plan. Seeing that it was indeed Li Xingchen who had arrived, Zishuan and Xilan were filled with exhilaration. They understood that if it were not for Li Xingchen's critical intervention, they might have perished, a realization that sent shivers down their spines. However, they were not afraid of death. Rather, they lamented not yet being his women. Li Xingchen approached them with a warm smile, tenderness evident in his eyes. He gently patted Zishuan and Xilan on the shoulders, reassuring them, "Do not worry, you are both safe." And that is what matters most. Zishuan and Xilan exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with gratitude and joy. They silently resolved to work even harder in hopes of soon becoming Li Xingchen's women. My lord, we owe you our lives for your timely rescue. From now on, we pledge to follow you to the death and serve you faithfully. Zishuan declared resolutely. Li Xingchen nodded slightly, fully aware of the immense value of having loyal followers in this apocalyptic world. He then assigned Zishuan and Xilan to assist Jiang Yuyin and the others in eliminating the remaining zombies. The sisters complied and swiftly joined the fray alongside Jiang Yuyin. Their agile movements and perfect coordination posed a significant threat to the zombies. Li Xingchen kept a close watch on the battlefield, observing that, despite the horde's overwhelming numbers, the combined strength of his group was gradually turning the tide. The once numerous zombies soon suffered devastating losses. And in a short span of time, the remaining undead were vanquished. At that moment, relief washed over the group, and expressions of survival after calamity adorned their faces. That we won. We actually won. Members of the Battle God team could no longer contain their emotions. Shouting jubilantly and shedding tears of joy, Jiang Yuyin and her fellow Level 3 awakened, though bearing minor injuries, were equally exhilarated. For emerging victorious from a horde of over 100,000 zombies instilled in them a profound sense of pride. They rushed to Li Xingchen, their faces radiating excitement. "Xingchen, we did it!" Jiang Yuyin exclaimed, her expression eager for acknowledgement, secretly longing for a hug and a gentle pat on the head from him. Yet, before she could draw closer, Su Meishua dashed to Li Xingchen's side, linking her arm with his. Jiang Yuyin felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing this scene, silently standing aside, watching the closeness between Su Meishua and Li Xingchen. At that moment, Li Xingchen noticed Jiang Yuyin's expression, smiling gently as he approached her. "Yuyin, you performed admirably. Your contributions to our success in defeating the zombie horde cannot be understated." Li Xingchen spoke softly, fully aware of the perilous nature of this challenge, which could easily have cost them their lives. Given that Jiang Yuyin and Su Meishua were still quite young, their achievements were commendable. Hearing his praise, a smile returned to Jiang Yuyin's face. "Thank you. This was a collective effort." Su Meishua, seeing this, released Li Xingchen's arm and chimed in. "Indeed, everyone did remarkably well. We must continue to face more challenges together in the future." The group nodded in agreement, understanding that unity was essential for survival in this apocalyptic realm. Li Xingchen looked at everyone, reflecting on how he had never anticipated becoming the cornerstone for a group in this chaotic world. "Boss, you haven't seen my valor. I personally took down over 5,000 zombies." At that moment, Feng Rue began to boast of his achievements, which Li Xingchen had expected, given Feng Rue's skills in weapon manufacturing and artillery creation. Even if he were to construct tanks and aircraft in the future, Li Xingchen would not be surprised. Li Xingchen was pleased with Feng Rue's performance. Despite his somewhat childish personality, his loyalty and capabilities were commendable. Next came the task of cleaning the battlefield and counting casualties. That evening, everyone gathered at Li Xingchen's villa, including Jiang Yuyin, Su Meishua, and several captains from the Battle God team. Upon witnessing an exquisite array of delicacies laid out before them, the crowd erupted in exuberance. Li Xingchen, this time, had not withheld anything. He had brought forth all the treasures he could muster: creatures from the sea, beasts from the land, climbers from the mountains, and flyers from the skies. Truly a lavish feast. Moreover, on this occasion, Li Xingchen displayed remarkable generosity by opening his spatial ring and presenting over 10 tons of supplies to the surviving individuals, who were overwhelmed with gratitude. Meat. Actual meat. It has been ages since I last tasted meat. And I cannot help but weep. Outside the villa, Throngs of people queued eagerly to collect their share of provisions. I adore our lord of the city, and there's wine. There's hope for survival. Ha. One individual received half a bottle of beer, radiating joy, clearly a lover of spirits. Look at your aspirations, it's just some alcohol. Where are you gazing? Someone remarked, pointing in a particular direction. Oh my. Tobacco. It's tobacco. I am utterly enamored with our lord of the city. With the presence of alcohol, how could there be a lack of tobacco for those who had just endured a fierce battle? The distribution of both alcohol and tobacco was abundant. Awakened individuals and even some capable ordinary folk received their share, elevating the collective respect and loyalty the populace felt towards Li Xingchen to new heights. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xingchen simply believed that since everyone had fought valiantly for their lives, it was only fitting for him, as the city lord, to offer them a semblance of reward after dinner. The group began to assess the day's casualties and the spoils they had acquired. Yi Shilan commenced her report. As the deputy lord of the Xinghe base, it was her duty. Today, we suffered a total of 5,000 fatalities, with 3,500 of them being awakened. Facing such grim statistics, Li Xingchen could surmise the extent of the losses. After all, a sudden onslaught of over 100,000 zombies warranted such casualties. Had he been afforded more time to prepare, the losses might have been mitigated. The number of awakened lost was approaching half of their total. Nevertheless, Li Xingchen was aware that their gains were substantial. Ultimately, they had acquired over 70,000 first-level energy crystals, more than 50,000 second-level crystals, and over 2,000 third-level crystals, together with the 3 ordinary fourth-level energy crystals in his possession and 1 rare blue variant fourth-level crystal. The outcome was indeed bountiful. Chapter 58. The mysterious function of the fourth-level crystal. Li Xingchen turned to Yi Shilan and inquired, how should we handle such a plethora of crystals? In truth, he already harbored his own thoughts, yet he was keen to hear Yi Shilan's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Shilan suggested, we could distribute a portion of the crystals to the survivors, allowing them to perceive that we are not exploiting them, thereby preventing any discontent from brewing. Li Xingchen nodded in agreement with her proposal. Furthermore, we might consider utilizing the crystals to cultivate more awakened individuals. Yi Shilan continued, after all, the stronger we are, the greater our chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. Li Xingchen's eyes sparkled with appreciation for her idea. This is indeed brilliant. We could establish a training base specifically for nurturing awakened individuals. The initial suggestion sparked mutual admiration between Yi Shilan and Li Xingchen, as they had both arrived at the same conclusion. However, the latter proposal to create a training base had not crossed Li Xingchen's mind. He had originally planned to continue cultivating awakened individuals in the traditional manner. Yet, with the increasing number of individuals, the required consumption of crystals had also escalated. The establishment of a dedicated training facility could alleviate many complications. They then delved into a detailed discussion regarding specific execution plans. At that moment, the fourth-level crystal in Li Xingchen's grasp became the focal point of his attention. He was eager to experiment and see if this crystal could indeed facilitate his breakthrough to the golden core stage. Simultaneously, he was filled with curiosity regarding the rare blue variant fourth-level crystal. Resolved to conduct thorough research on it. As night fell and everyone returned to their quarters, Li Xingchen retreated to his room. He first retrieved the 3 ordinary fourth-level crystals, sat cross-legged, and began the absorption process. Time elapsed slowly, and Li Xingchen's aura gradually ascended, halting just shy of a breakthrough to the golden core stage. At this juncture, he felt perplexed. The situation diverged from his expectations. He had anticipated that 3 fourth-level crystals would suffice for his advancement, yet it had not come to pass. Consequently, the blue variant fourth-level crystal appeared in his hand. Let us see what kind of entity you truly are. Having made his decision, Li Xingchen proceeded to absorb this unique crystal. Time continued to trickle by, and he remained in his room for an entire day and night. Had he not instructed Zishuan and Xilan not to disturb him, it was likely that Su Meishui would have barged in during the night, just as Li Xingchen was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. A wave of joy surged within him. At that moment, he finally discerned the true purpose of this special crystal. It turned out that this extraordinary crystal possessed a remarkable power that could significantly enhance Li Xingchen's innate abilities. The striking azure hue corresponded to an immensely powerful lightning force. Consequently, the lightning spells he cast would be exponentially more potent, leaving onlookers astounded. Furthermore, this crystal had the astonishing capability of effectively reducing the depletion of spiritual energy. As anticipated, upon fully absorbing the blue crystal, Li Xingchen's cultivation soared. propelling him directly into the early Golden Core realm. Subsequently, Li Xingchen pondered his encounter with the Green Corpse King. If his assumptions were correct, then the crystal belonging to that Green Corpse King corresponded to wood attribute power. Given that Li Xingchen's most formidable spells were lightning-based, he had refrained from using them previously due to the fact that the lightning secret technique was a highly advanced spell manual, possessing immense power but also demanding a colossal amount of his spiritual energy. Only after reaching the Golden Core stage could he wield the true might of the lightning spells. Li Xingchen's lightning secret technique was called the Zishu Divine Thunder Technique. He had obtained it from a secret realm within the Cultivation world, and its power commanded respect. In the realm of Cultivation, none dared to provoke him. Moreover, Li Xingchen always felt that the Zishu Divine Thunder Technique was extraordinary. Even during his tribulation phase, he had not fully mastered it. Henceforth, Li Xingchen firmly believed that this set of techniques must be celestial in nature. Presently, he did not wish to dwell on this matter. Now that he had attained the Golden Core stage, he could venture to the Devil Sea City. Previously, during his Foundation establishment period, he had harbored some reservations, as conventional weaponry still posed a threat to him. However, things had changed. At the Golden Core stage, whether in terms of speed or defense, as long as he was not confronted with a mushroom bomb, he would likely not suffer any lethal injuries. Yet before departing, he needed to visit the base of Wu Ku and his associates, for there was a tree within their base that the organization referred to as the Divine Tree. Li Xingchen sensed that in this apocalypse, an increasing number of mysterious phenomena were emerging, and that Divine Tree must possess something extraordinary. Zishuan, Xilan, let us depart. Li Xingchen called out to the two sisters, Zishuan and Xilan, as they set off for the Divine Society's base. Before long, they arrived at the Divine Society's base, only to find it entirely deserted. Li Xingchen let out a cold chuckle. Wu Ku, let me see what secrets you are still hiding. In no time, he located the tree. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. Although the tree was strikingly beautiful, its roots were surrounded by countless corpses. To his shock, Li Xingchen discovered that these were the bodies of living individuals, not zombies. Faced with such a quantity, Li Xingchen understood that this was undoubtedly a human act. My lord, this is far too cruel. This tree's nourishment comes from living individuals. Even the typically composed Zishuan and Xilan were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Yet, despite the profound shock that reverberated within Li Xingchen's heart, he quickly upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the two individuals. Li Xingchen gently caressed their flowing hair, his tone soft and tender. In other words, if this tree were to be refined into a sword, it would undoubtedly be classified as a low-grade spiritual sword within the realm of cultivation. The swords you wield are on the verge of an upgrade, and I too shall possess my very own spiritual sword. No sooner had he spoken than Zishuan and Xilan were overwhelmed with joy. Although they were utterly ignorant of the intricacies of artifact crafting, the words spoken by their master left no room for doubt. At that moment, they were filled with eager anticipation for the spiritual sword their master would forge. Moreover, in today's society, the emergence of such a precious tree was beyond Li Xingchen's expectations. However, the existence of this treasure hinted at the possibility of other rare materials. Faced with such a world, Li Xingchen's interest grew ever more profound. As a cultivator, how could one be without magical artifacts? With sufficient materials collected, Li Xingchen could indeed create his own artifacts, and now, with such a magnificent treasure tree at his disposal, he could surely refine dozens of low-grade spiritual weapons. At that instant, Li Xingchen bellowed, "Fire technique, arise!" In an instant, it was as if the entire cosmos had become his furnace. Soon after, the precious tree ignited in a roaring blaze from its roots, the flames rapidly spreading, consuming even the corpses within the pit, which were likewise devoured by the inferno. Yet, Li Xingchen remained unfazed. The fire technique he employed was of the pure yang flame, capable not only of incinerating all impurities but also possessing the power to transcend wandering souls. The corpse oil within those bodies now served as a flammable catalyst, intensifying the flames further. After all, this pit was filled with countless corpses. Little did those bodies know that they would be sold while alive. And even in death, their remains would provide assistance to another. As Li Xingchen had anticipated, the already fierce flames flared up once more, transforming into a frenzied beast, rampaging through everything in its vicinity. Meanwhile, Zishuan and Xilan stood by, utterly awestruck. Their admiration for Li Xingchen deepened, and they quietly approached him from behind, silently observing his every movement, their faces radiating respect and adoration. As time trickled by, Li Xingchen showed no sign of pausing. The two sisters remained undisturbed, vigilantly guarding him as if protecting a cherished treasure. After a day had passed, the once blistering flames gradually transformed into a serene azure hue and diminished significantly, leaving no trace of the precious tree. Instead, within the azure flames lay dozens of vague sword molds, their shapes indistinguishable. Li Xingqian waved his hands in the air to form a symbol, furrowing his brow as he commanded. Materialize. The sword molds within the azure flames began to shift in color and radiance. With a flick of his hand, he declared, disperse, as the dazzling brilliance and roaring flames gradually subsided. What unfolded before them was nothing short of breathtaking. 38 ethereal blue spiritual swords stood aligned in perfect order. The hilts of these swords resembled realistic tree trunks, yet exuded a unique and natural charm. Upon the razor-sharp blades, one could faintly discern the enigmatic patterns that had adorned the original precious tree. The overall appearance of these 38 spiritual swords left Zixuan and Xilan in a state of ecstatic disbelief. Clearly, they were completely captivated by the exquisite beauty of these spiritual weapons, for such distinct and exquisite craftsmanship was a rarity indeed. Not only were they visually stunning, but they also resembled thriving trees, evoking boundless imagination. Just as Zixuan and Xilan were immersed in their astonishment, Li Xingqian gently waved his arm, causing the 38 spiritual swords to swiftly soar to his side, forming two tightly entwined circles. Subsequently, he meticulously selected 2 swords from the multitude and, using his pure spiritual energy, carefully inscribed 2 characters upon the hilts, Xian and Lan, perfectly corresponding to the names of Zixuan and Xilan. These are for you. Li Xingqian smiled as he presented the engraved twin swords to Zixuan and Xilan. The 2 sisters accepted the spiritual swords with hearts brimming with joy, their gazes fixed upon the clearly discernible characters of Xian and Lan on the hilts. A profound sense of emotion swelling within them, their eyes gradually moistening. Master Wei, Zixuan and Xilan's voices trembled slightly, momentarily at a loss for how to express their complex feelings. Li Xingqian's eyes widened as he stared at the enchanting duo before him, momentarily rendered speechless at that moment. The sisters were simply too captivating. Their pitiful appearance combined with their affectionate and fervent gazes nearly overwhelmed him. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word to you. Remember, you 2 sisters are my personal sword attendants. Li Xingqian steadied himself before speaking. As soon as the words left his lips, Zixuan and Xilan immediately broke into ecstatic smiles, their admiration for Li Xingqian deepening even further. At your command, we shall forever be your most loyal sword attendants, vowing to protect your safety at all costs. Following this, Li Xingqian collected the remaining 36 spiritual swords. However, he was taken aback by the fact that this mysterious precious tree had successfully forged 38 spiritual swords while allowing him to retain a full 36. Facing such a quantity, it was just enough to form a low-tier sword formation, a truly fortuitous coincidence. Nevertheless, even this relatively elementary sword formation would wield tremendous power, capable of annihilating a surging tide of corpses numbering in the tens of thousands in an instant. Making it far from trivial, such a harvest would undoubtedly bolster his chances in Magic Sea City. Subsequently, Li Xingqian returned to the villa with Zixuan and Xilan, who cherished the spiritual swords gifted by him so dearly that they refrained from using them even to slay zombies. Witnessing their fondness for the swords he had bestowed upon them, Li Xingqian felt a mix of joy and frustration. They treasured the swords so much that they hesitated to wield them. Had it not been for his firm command to use them, Zixuan and Xilan might have taken the swords home as offerings. Chapter 60. Preparing to depart from Magic Sea City, Li Xingqian summoned everyone to the room. Before he could speak, Feng Rui noticed the beautiful swords in Zixuan and Xilan's hands and, intrigued, asked Zixuan, Xilan, where are the light swords I gave you? Unable to contain his curiosity, Feng Rui's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet it caught the attention of Jiang Yuyan and the others. It was then that Jiang Yuyan and her companions noticed the 2 exquisite swords in Zixuan and Xilan's grasp, their expressions filled with confusion. We discarded them. Feng Rui was taken aback by their calm response, unable to suppress his annoyance, his cheeks slightly puffing up in frustration. You discarded them, but those were light swords. Do you truly believe that the swords you hold are superior to light swords? Zixuan and Xilan did not glance at Feng Rui but instead lowered their heads, gazing at the spiritual swords in their hands before turning to say, but these are the spiritual swords granted to us by our master. Of course, they are far superior to what you provided. Just as Feng Rui was about to continue his argument, Li Xingqian mercilessly interrupted him. Enough? I called you here to discuss something important, despite being interrupted. The expressions of Jiang Yuyan, Su Meishue, and the other women still radiated envy. It turned out that these were gifts from Li Xingqian to Zixuan and Xilan, while they themselves had not received such treatment. I am preparing to head to Magic Sea City. Upon uttering these words, every person present was struck with astonishment. Ah, Xingqian, you are leaving. Why? Jiang Yuyan was the first to stand, her face filled with confusion as she looked at Li Xingqian. She simply could not comprehend why. Now that Jing'an City was fully under the control of the Xinghe base, everyone could live and thrive here, yet Li Xingqian chose to depart, faced with the astonished and perplexed gazes of those around him. Li Xingqian slowly revealed the truth. It turned out that Magic Sea City was home not only to Wuka's father and grandfather, but also held a powerful army under their command. Once they became aware of Wuka's demise, this army would undoubtedly seek vengeance, posing a significant threat to the Xinghe base. Consequently, Li Xingqian resolutely decided to confront this potential crisis personally. Furthermore, after some time honing his skills in Jing'an City, he realized there were no higher-tier zombies left to challenge him and elevate his strength. Thus, he yearned to step beyond this familiar land and explore the world beyond, perhaps in that unknown realm. Even more opportunities awaited. Boss, if that is the case, take me with you. Feng Rui stepped forward without hesitation, his eyes filled with determination. Simultaneously, Jiang Yuyan, Su Meishui, and the other women rose to express their willingness to accompany him. And me, Xingqian, please take us all along, they cried in unison, their voices revealing trust and reliance on Li Xingqian. However, in response to their requests, Li Xingqian gently shook his head. I understand that everyone wishes to assist me, but this mission may entail significant risks. Therefore, I only plan to take Zishuan and Xilan with me. You all should remain at the Xinghe base to continue your development. He explained earnestly, despite Li Xingqian's clear stance. It did not alter the thoughts of the others. They were brave and unafraid, having long ceased to fear death. After enduring numerous trials of life and death, they have all acquired formidable strength. More importantly, as the women of Li Xingqian, they are utterly unwilling to be left behind. No, we shall accompany you, Jiang Yuyan declared resolutely. Su Meishui echoed her sentiment, exclaiming, indeed, Xingqian. We are a team. We should share both fortune and adversity. Let us fight side by side. Observing the unwavering determination of these women, Li Xingqian felt a surge of emotion within him. However, he was acutely aware of the peril that lay ahead. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable doom. Thus, he attempted once more to dissuade them. I understand your feelings, but this journey is truly perilous. I cannot ensure the safety of you all. Yet, before he could finish, Ai Wei interrupted him. Xingqian, do you believe we would become a burden to you? We are capable of safeguarding ourselves and assisting you in your mission. Ai Wei, typically reserved and taciturn, found it difficult to suppress her resolute and courageous side in such circumstances. With unwavering eyes and a powerful tone, she asserted, no further discussion is necessary. It is decided. Li Xingqian, without hesitation, made the final decision, his expression reflecting utmost seriousness and focus, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Yuyan and the others felt helpless, resigned to silently endure their heartache. As night descended, while Li Xingqian contemplated a brief respite before continuing their journey, Su Meishui and Ai Wei entered his room. Since we have decided to embark, let us take an advance on our provisions. Su Meishui's unusual expression caused Li Xingqian to shudder involuntarily. After a night passed, Li Xingqian, accompanied by Zishuan and Xilan, resolutely departed from the Xinghe base, setting forth on their journey to Mahai City. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan stood silently, her gaze fixed on the receding figure of Li Xingqian, overwhelmed by a tide of profound sorrow. She silently mulled over her unexpressed emotions, yet found herself unable to voice them. Meanwhile, Su Meishui had long forgotten her earlier intention to assist Jiang Yuyan until she caught sight of Jiang's despondent silhouette, which suddenly reminded her of the past. Li Xingqian, Zishuan, and Xilan rode swiftly on a massive motorcycle, encountering few high-ranking zombies along the way, thus making minimal stops. After half a day's journey, they finally arrived at a suitable resting place, a luxurious service area adjacent to the highway. Upon entering, although there were some zombies, Zishuan and Xilan swiftly dealt with them. Li Xingqian decided to take a moment to rest, consuming some food and water while Zishuan and Xilan stood guard. He began to search the surroundings for any discoveries. In a warehouse, they found some useful supplies, which Li Xingqian promptly stored in his spatial ring. Provisions must be secured. Just as they prepared to leave, a peculiar sound caught their attention, alerting the trio. Chapter 61. Intelligence of Mahai City. Li Xingqian and his companions advanced towards the source of the sound, only to witness a mutated zombie pursuing a girl clad in military attire. Evidently a soldier, this girl was clearly not an awakened, as the mutated zombie was at most a level 2, yet it relentlessly chased her. Li Xingqian swiftly intervened, dispatching the mutated zombie. Grateful tears streamed down the girl's face as she expressed her thanks. Through their conversation, they learned her name was Ma Yao, a member of a nearby military base. After the base was attacked by zombies, she survived and intended to head to the military base in Mahai City, where her family and superiors awaited her. I cannot thank you enough. Ma Yao, though of average appearance, cast an envious glance at the alluring Zixuan and Xilan behind Li Xingchen. Li Xingchen waved dismissively and casually inquired about the situation in Mahai City. Ma Yao informed them that the current state of the city was grim, with a massive outbreak of zombies severely affecting all areas. However, she mentioned that the military was organizing forces to resist and had established several safe zones. You can seek refuge in the safe zones, she insisted. There are food, water, and medical resources, making it relatively secure. Unbeknownst to Ma Yao, Li Xingchen's purpose in going there was to resolve troubles. She revealed that the military leader, Wu Jianyan, was the father of Wu Ku and was now a level 4 awakened with gravity manipulation abilities, akin to Gao Hongwei of the Qiangtian group, who had been slain by Li Xingchen before he could truly develop his powers. Gravity manipulation is a rare ability, and Li Xingchen was eager to witness the strength of a level 4 awakened firsthand. That Wu Jianyun commanded thousands of level 3 awakened and tens of thousands of level 2 awakened. Li Xingchen understood this. After all, the military wielded firearms, making early zombie extermination swift and unsurprising. Since Ma Yao provided the information Li Xingchen sought, he was amenable to traveling together. Then let us set off together, he said, glancing at Ma Yao. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous zombies, all of which were effortlessly dispatched. Ma Yao was astonished by the prowess of Li Xingchen and his companions, particularly envious of the beauty and strength of the Zixuan and Xilan sisters. As they neared Mahai City, they discovered a significant gathering of zombies at the city entrance. Li Xingchen decided to lead the group on a detour to find an alternative entry point into the city. He did not wish to draw attention to themselves. He intended to explore Mahai City thoroughly in search of rare treasures. During their search for a route, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a small shelter, housing a few survivors. After entering and conversing with the survivors, they learned of the dire scarcity of resources, with life being exceedingly difficult for them. Most of the men and young women had been taken by Wu Jianyun's army, leaving behind only the elderly, weak, and children to scrape by. Li Xingchen could hardly fathom the existence of such malevolence. A general with such a tarnished character was bad enough, but his subordinates were equally reprehensible. Furthermore, he heard that Wu Jianyun's relations with other military districts were fraught, owing to his outrageous conduct that had incited public outrage, leaving many survivors angry yet powerless to speak out against him. The military, too, was helpless, as they had to prioritize their own safety and could not attend to the situation in Mahai City. Li Xingchen felt little concern upon hearing this. The current state resembled the ancient era of warlords vying for supremacy, where everyone aspired to be a hero, yet not everyone could be Cao Cao, let alone Wu Jianyun. With Li Xingchen's arrival, he would not grant Wu Jianyun the opportunity to become a warlord. In this chaotic world, strength reigns supreme, and the poor are mocked while the vulnerable cling to survival. One survivor, youthful yet wearied by hardship, bore a look of resignation. Li Xingchen, too, felt helpless. He could not save them. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, the incapable would inevitably perish, sooner or later. Nevertheless, Li Xingchen managed to obtain the intelligence he desired, along with a detailed map of Mahai City. Although it was a tourist map, it proved beneficial in the absence of the internet. Since he had acquired some advantages, Li Xingchen decided to give them 500 pounds of food as a form of compensation, ensuring no debts remained between them. What happened afterward was no longer his concern. With the map in hand, Li Xingchen found a less traveled path, where zombies were sparse, allowing them to infiltrate the city. He led the group along this route, striving to avoid direct confrontations with zombies. They cautiously navigated the urban landscape, drawing closer to the heart of Mahai City. Along the way, they encountered several abandoned shops and houses, likely containing useful supplies. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest gains are worthwhile, Li Xingchen seized every opportunity, though he did so discreetly, ensuring Ma Yao remained unaware of his capabilities. However, just as they prepared to depart, a group of mysterious figures emerged, clad in black military uniforms. They moved with agility, clearly well-trained. Their target appeared to be Li Xingchen and his companions. The leader, a burly middle-aged man with piercing eagle-like eyes, fixated on Li Xingchen and his entourage, particularly lingering on Zixuan and Xilan. Captivated by their stunning beauty, striding confidently towards them, he approached Zixuan and Xilan, his gaze penetrating as if to see through them. I never expected to encounter such breathtakingly beautiful women in a place like this, he murmured, wholly disregarding Li Xingqian, even neglecting to cast him a glance in his eyes. Li Xingqian was merely a pretty face. A delicate dandy lacking any real strength, posing no threat to him whatsoever. However, upon realizing that the newcomer was a soldier, Ma Yao's face instantly lit up with delight. She swiftly straightened her posture, saluted with impeccable precision, and announced loudly, "Report. I am a survivor from base 4679. My name is Ma Yao. I have come specifically to seek you all." Chapter 62. The scoundrels in the army. Ma Yao remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar glances the soldiers cast towards Zixuan and Xilan. For to her, they were all soldiers and there was no need to dwell on overly complex matters. Yet, the middle-aged man at the forefront turned his gaze towards Ma Yao, swiftly suppressing his smile and returning her salute with a serious demeanor. "Ah, so you are from 4679. Welcome." Despite the middle-aged man's outward display of politeness, Li Xingqian astutely detected a subtle undertone of hostility in his gaze. It was evident that this man held no fondness for Ma Yao, perhaps even harboring ulterior motives. However, Ma Yao remained oblivious, and the middle-aged man callously commanded her to line up with them. As Ma Yao stepped among the group, the surrounding men cast greedy looks her way, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The middle-aged man strode directly to Li Xingqian, Zixuan, and Xilan, exuding an air of unassailable arrogance. "Kid, you can scram." Before Li Xingqian could respond, Zixuan and Xilan unsheathed their spirit swords without hesitation, swiftly positioning themselves before him, and simultaneously admonished, "Audacious." Confronted with this sudden turn of events, the leading middle-aged soldier stared in shock at Zixuan and Xilan, but quickly regained his composure, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Ah ha ha ha, what did you say? Audacious? My dear young ladies, do you not comprehend the current situation?" The middle-aged soldier laughed boisterously, as if he had just heard the greatest joke in the world. His twisted, menacing visage sent chills down one's spine. As his laughter echoed, the soldiers behind him erupted into a fit of arrogant guffaws, some doubled over, nearly in tears from laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is killing me. These two little girls must be out of their minds. Indeed, how dare they speak to us so insolently, utterly ignorant of their own insignificance." Such words struck Ma Yao like daggers, ruthlessly piercing her. She widened her eyes in disbelief at the soldiers before her. She had never imagined that soldiers could behave so disgracefully, so brazenly. This was a far cry from her preconceived notion of soldiers, leaving her momentarily unable to accept this grim reality. Yet, despite the surge of anger and confusion within her, Ma Yao did not immediately reveal her emotions. She bit her lip, striving to contain her feelings, for she understood that impulsiveness would only exacerbate the situation. She needed to think calmly and devise a strategy. Li Xingqian, witnessing the scene unfold, remained unperturbed and composed. He slightly curled his lips into a smirk and softly addressed Zixuan and Xilan beside him. "Kill them." The middle-aged man was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Li Xingqian would be so audacious, not only unafraid of him, but also boldly proclaiming that they would be killed. At that moment, the middle-aged man felt a mix of anger and helplessness, yet more so, his pride was ignited. "Kill us? You must be tired of living." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of cold light caught his eye, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Zixuan and Xilan, like lightning, struck with deadly precision, their spirit swords slicing mercilessly across the middle-aged man's neck. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, and his head was severed from his body. In the face of this unforeseen turn of events, the soldiers behind them were paralyzed with terror, their eyes wide and mouths agape, utterly unable to believe the horror unfolding before them. Panicking, they raised their weapons and began to fire wildly. Yet, amidst the hail of bullets, Zixuan and Xilan remained unfazed, their figures darting like specters, effortlessly evading the onslaught of gunfire. Not only that, they even wielded their spirit swords to deflect the incoming bullets with ease. This breathtaking scene left all present in awe. Even the typically composed Ma Yao was taken aback by the spectacle. As the air filled with anguished cries, soldiers began to fall, staining the ground with crimson. Witnessing their comrades perish one by one, only a single soldier remained, trembling in fear, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. "Don't kill me. Please. I beg you. Spare me." The soldier, filled with dread, spoke in a voice that trembled, barely coherent. Initially, Zixuan and Xilan had no intention of showing mercy, but Li Xingqian intervened just in time to halt their actions. As Zixuan and Xilan paused, the soldier felt a wave of relief wash over him. The weight on his chest finally lifted, and he exhaled deeply. At that moment, he felt utterly drained, as if he had just survived a cataclysm. "I ask you, are you soldiers under Wu Jianyun?" Li Xingqian stepped closer to the soldier, his gaze piercing as he fired off a series of questions. After a thorough interrogation, Li Xingchen discovered that this group was not composed of seasoned soldiers. Originally, Wu Jianyun commanded 50,000 soldiers, but since the apocalypse struck, the military had suffered significant losses. To ensure adequate manpower and maintain combat readiness, he began recruiting new soldiers with remarkably low standards. Any man could enlist without any assessment. As a result, the military's size swelled to an astounding 150,000. Fortunately, there were many bases within Magic Sea City, each harboring vast stockpiles of arms and equipment. Thus, Wu Jianyun systematically seized these bases. Those who refused to cooperate met with ruthless consequences, with little regard for the fact that they were all soldiers. After hearing this, Li Xingchen nodded slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Zixuan and Xilan. The two women understood immediately and struck with lightning speed, eliminating the soldier on the spot. Ma Yao, standing by, witnessed the entire scene unfold, struggling to reconcile it with her beliefs. How could fellow soldiers descend to such depths? At that moment, she was engulfed in profound confusion and uncertainty, unsure of the path she should take next. Should she pursue her leaders and ally with them? This question lingered in her mind. However, if she chose not to seek refuge with them, where would she go? Chapter 63. Journey to the military camp. Even though she lacked confidence in her appearance, believing herself to be merely ordinary in looks, deep down she feared that entering the military would not yield a favorable outcome. That it was highly likely that she would ultimately become the mistress of some leader, a fate she did not desire. After much contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Ma Yao ultimately resolved to abandon the thought of joining the military. She secretly plotted to return to the survivor camp she had just passed. After all, with her own abilities, she believed survival there would not pose a problem. Even faced with the threat of death, she would uphold her dignity and refuse to become a mistress or serve under those ruthless soldiers who treated human lives as expendable. In this arduous moment, Ma Yao resolutely chose a path that appeared fraught with peril yet allowed her to maintain her self-respect. She understood that no matter what hardships and challenges lay ahead, she would not violate her principles and boundaries. With this determination, Ma Yao turned to bid farewell to Li Xingchen. That he, in turn, wholeheartedly supported her decision, recognizing that everyone had the right to choose their own path. Moreover, he believed Ma Yao to be a decent person. While she may not possess extraordinary qualities or remarkable talents, nor was her appearance striking, she harbored a heart filled with justice. However, in this desolate, crumbling world fraught with peril, such a sense of justice might become her fatal weakness. Li Xingchen was acutely aware that the ideals Ma Yao clung to would likely be unsustainable. After all, within the survivor camp, many individuals passed their days aimlessly, merely getting by. Given Ma Yao's upright character, she would never turn a blind eye to this reality. The question now was whether Ma Yao could continually sharpen and grow in the harsh environment. If she truly underwent transformation, Li Xingchen would not hesitate to take her back with him when he prepared to return to Jingnan City, offering her an opportunity for survival. In this way, he would be extending a helping hand. Li Xingchen slowly turned, his gaze falling upon Zixuan and Xilan behind him. At that moment, he suddenly realized a crucial issue. In this world brimming with danger and despair, excessively beautiful women would attract attention. Their stunning beauty shone like a beacon in the darkness, undoubtedly complicating his subsequent actions. Thus, Li Xingchen decisively instructed Zixuan and Xilan. Zixuan, Xilan, you both should find a safe place to hide. Such a decision left Zixuan and Xilan understandably unsettled. After all, no one wishes to be regarded as a burden and forced to depart, yet they find themselves unable to defy Li Xingchen's commands. At that very moment, Li Xingchen and his group were drawing ever closer to the survivor base. As they approached the city center, the number of zombies encountered along the way had noticeably diminished. It appeared that this area had undergone a thorough cleanup by the military, resulting in its current tranquility. Li Xingchen resolved to investigate the situation alone. As he neared the base, the sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. It turned out that Wu Jianyun's base was extraordinarily vast, even more spacious than his own Xinghe base. The walls of the base were constructed from a variety of materials. In some areas, towering heaps of cars were piled high, while in others, thick stone walls were erected and certain zones were reinforced with various metals. This unique architectural style not only showcased human ingenuity in the face of adversity but also exuded an aura of indomitable strength. Within the base, an expansive square unfolded before him, surrounded by numerous towering office buildings and residential complexes, with the robust walls constructed along the edges of these structures. Such a layout maximized space utilization while providing excellent defensive visibility. Achieving a remarkable dual purpose. As Li Xingchen stepped into the base, he was met with no inquiries or searches, likely due to the open gates welcoming the ebb and flow of people. Scanning the surroundings, he observed fully armed patrols lining the streets, their weapons firmly grasped as their vigilant gazes swept the area. However, they appeared rather lax, with many soldiers behaving as if they were leisurely browsing a market. Strolling through the streets, he was greeted by a myriad of shops adorned with hanging signs, offering an overwhelming array of goods, yet they consisted solely of mundane necessities. Nothing particularly remarkable. Suddenly, a towering edifice caught Li Xingchen's attention. Its exterior was festooned with an abundance of signs, all bearing remarkably similar messages. Upon closer inspection, they merely advertised offers such as 3 first-grade crystal stones for 1 instance or 6 for a night. It was evident that this building was a dreamland for many men, a veritable sanctuary of indulgence. Upon further scrutiny of the women positioned downstairs, whether standing or seated, their appearances and physiques were strikingly disconcerting, each displaying a sallow complexion and emaciated figures, unmistakably the result of prolonged malnutrition. Behind these women loomed several fierce-looking individuals, brandishing various weapons, their piercing gazes fixated upon the unfortunate souls, from the anguish etched on the women's faces. Li Xingchen immediately discerned that few among them willingly chose to remain in such a place, reflecting upon his own Xinghe base. He knew that coercive actions were non-existent there. It was merely the fear of death that led some to barter their own bodies for survival. But at least within Xinghe, such transactions were conducted with fairness and justice. In stark contrast, the situation here was vastly different. It was evident that the majority of the crystal stones had been siphoned off by those in power, leaving the women with but a pittance. Moreover, the prices in this place were exorbitantly outrageous. It was astonishing that purchasing a simple pack of instant noodles required the expenditure of 2 first-grade crystal stones. Witnessing this, Li Xingchen felt a sense of helplessness. This was the disparity, and the presence of such leaders was indeed the misfortune of this base. He also passed by a construction site filled with the elderly, weak, and infirm, laboriously hauling goods. It was abundantly clear that the youth had been conscripted as laborers, while the elderly and infirm were relegated to toil, and women were reduced to mere instruments of profit. An epitome of resource exploitation. Wu Jianyun had indeed calculated well. No matter the approach, he would emerge unscathed. In such an environment, the only constant might be the most fundamental survival needs. This base, much like Xinghe, also had an inner city. However, entry required passing through an inspection at the gate. For Li Xingchen, this was not overly complicated. He could infiltrate later in the evening. Yet, just as he prepared to leave this place, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Instinctively alert, he swiftly concealed himself in a nearby corner, silently observing his surroundings. A group of individuals clad in black uniforms approached from a distance, their faces bearing an expression of coldness, armed with various weapons, exuding an air of danger. Li Xingchen's heart raced. He recognized that these individuals did not belong to the outer city, their demeanor starkly contrasting that of the soldiers outside. They were clearly searching for something. He stealthily trailed behind them, attempting to discern their intentions. Before long, they arrived at a secluded location where an old, dilapidated house stood. The soldiers surrounded the building and then stormed inside. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xingchen crept closer to a window. Peering inside, he beheld several individuals bound to chairs, their expressions filled with terror. At that moment, a figure who appeared to be the leader approached the captives, placing a foot upon one of them, coldly demanding, "Which of you stole from Commander Wu? Speak the truth, or face the consequences." The bound individuals shook their heads, insisting on their innocence, yet one man's expression did not escape Li Xingchen's keen gaze. There was something amiss, yet the leading soldier remained oblivious. This man appeared to be young. Despite his filthy and tattered clothing, he bore an air of vitality that suggested he was far from ordinary. "No, we haven't. Please, spare us." Li Xingchen resolved not to reveal himself just yet, opting to observe the man of interest. The soldiers interrogated the captives, yet no useful information emerged. At this juncture, the young man furtively glanced toward the window. Locking eyes with Li Xingchen, a jolt coursed through Li Xingchen, sensing that the man had noticed him. However, the young man quickly regained his composure, continuing to feign innocence. Li Xingchen's curiosity was piqued, sensing that this man harbored secrets related to Wu Jianyun. He decided he would rescue him. At that precise moment, the commanding soldier, realizing that no valuable information could be extracted from the captives, turned to his subordinates and coldly uttered a command before striding out of the room without a backward glance. However, The remaining soldiers did not follow their leader's lead. Instead, they drew their razor-sharp daggers, advancing with heavy, determined steps toward the helpless captives. Li Xingchen understood that these soldiers evidently intended to eliminate any potential threats. Yet, he refrained from rushing to their aid, as he had keenly sensed that the suspected man seemed to possess formidable skills. Li Xingchen contemplated observing how this enigmatic individual would navigate the current perilous situation. As the ruthless soldiers ruthlessly took the lives of several innocent individuals, closing in on the suspected man, it was astonishing to witness that he remained utterly unfazed, devoid of fear. This sparked doubt in Li Xingchen's mind. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Just as he grappled with his thoughts, the young man suddenly raised his voice, calling out toward Li Xingchen's direction, "Come save me. What are you waiting for?" In an instant, all eyes turned toward Li Xingchen, their expressions a mixture of shock and realization that he was indeed present outside. The atmosphere grew tense, with everyone on high alert. Li Xingchen, however, bore a look of skepticism. Pondering the unfolding events, was this a ploy to divert attention? Yet, he remained unfazed by the circumstances. Given his prowess, dealing with these petty minions was a mere, trifling task. "Who is it? Step forward. Otherwise, we shall open fire." The soldiers tensed as if facing a formidable foe, their hands gripping their weapons, prepared to pull the trigger at any moment. In stark contrast, Li Xingchen exuded calmness, his demeanor unperturbed. He gently pushed the door open, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the young man. "You, very well." Upon seeing Li Xingchen emerge, the soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at him, barking orders. "Indeed, there are accomplices. Get down with your hands on your head, or we will shoot without hesitation." Facing the ominous muzzles of the guns, Li Xingchen appeared unfazed, continuing to advance toward the soldiers with unwavering determination. Witnessing his brazen fearlessness, the soldiers no longer hesitated and squeezed the triggers. Instantly, the room erupted with gunfire, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Yet, astonishingly, the bullets seemed to have no effect on Li Xingchen. He moved with ethereal agility, darting through the room like a specter. In mere moments, Li Xingchen had dispatched all the soldiers, leaving the once clamorous room in eerie silence, with only himself and the young man standing in confrontation. Now, the young man, witnessing Li Xingchen's formidable prowess, felt a flicker of astonishment, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "Speak, and reveal what I wish to know." Li Xingchen's voice carried a hint of anger. He was thoroughly displeased by the recent actions of the man who had deliberately sought to divert trouble towards him. Although such threats posed little danger to himself, Li Xingchen had always harbored a profound aversion to such occurrences. At this moment, the man before him was acutely aware that his earlier desperate fabrication was merely a last-ditch effort to rely on Li Xingchen outside the door for salvation. Though he had narrowly escaped peril, facing the enigmatic Li Xingchen left him in a quandary regarding whether this figure was friend or foe. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to him: if he failed to disclose certain information that Li Xingchen sought, his chances of survival would be grim. No matter your stature, I am privy to Wu Jianyun's unknown secrets. Given that the gunshots had resonated throughout the area, the guards would undoubtedly be en route. If you can facilitate my escape from this place, I shall provide you with the truth. Li Xingchen pondered briefly, simultaneously hearing the distant sound of hurried footsteps approaching. His cold gaze remained fixed on the man before him. "I hope you speak the truth, for otherwise, you shall not withstand my methods." Chapter 65. Objective: seize control of the base before long. Li Xingchen led the man to a secluded location. After surveying the surroundings to ensure they were alone, he turned to face the man. "It is time to speak." Upon hearing this, the man sighed in resignation, indicating that he had no choice but to be forthcoming. He introduced himself. "My name is Ling Yufeng, and I am the supervisor of a base in Moheshi." Ling Yufeng then began narrating the events that had transpired. It turned out that the base he was associated with had been forcibly seized by Wu Jianyun and his cohort. Initially, to avoid futile resistance, they refrained from taking any action. Nonetheless, deep down, they believed that, as soldiers, Wu Jianyun would not impose undue hardship upon them. However, they were gravely mistaken, since Wu Jianyun's takeover of the base, they had consistently been relegated to the front lines during missions to eradicate zombies. As a result, after numerous battles, the originally 1,000-strong force had dwindled to less than 100. Ling Yufeng had vehemently argued against this treatment, but his efforts proved futile. Just yesterday, Wu Jianyun had stumbled upon an object, but unfortunately, Ling Yufeng inadvertently uncovered its secret, thereby inciting Wu Jianyun's pursuit against him. Fortunately, not everyone was familiar with Ling Yufeng's visage. Otherwise, the soldiers would have recognized him in an instant. What exactly is this object? Li Xingchen inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is a sphere the size of a football, Ling Yufeng replied. Initially, I mistook it for an energy crystal. But upon closer examination, it did not resemble one. After all, I had never encountered an energy crystal of such magnitude. Nevertheless, the energy emanating from that sphere is far purer and more refined than that of ordinary energy crystals. Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen's eyes lit up. A sphere of such considerable size must be extraordinary, perhaps as rare and precious as the mythical divine tree of yore. Just as Li Xingchen was preparing to depart in pursuit of the coveted sphere, his phone unexpectedly rang without warning. His heart raced as he hastily retrieved the device, only to be stunned by the message displayed on the screen. Collaborate with Ling Yunfeng to seize control of Wu Jianyun's base, transforming it into Star River Base No. 2, and acquire the Dragon Pearl. This sudden revelation came from the perpetually mysterious entity known as Zero. Initially, Li Xingchen felt a sense of helplessness, but it was swiftly overshadowed by astonishment. To his utter disbelief, that invaluable sphere was referred to as the Dragon Pearl. This revelation far exceeded his expectations. Compounding his frustration was the realization that he not only had to join forces with Ling Yunfeng to seize control of the base, but also transform it into Star River Base No. 2. However, Li Xingchen harbored doubts about Ling Yunfeng's capability to achieve such a feat. Moreover, they were currently outnumbered, and Ling Yunfeng was in a precarious situation, being hunted. Faced with such adversity, Li Xingchen found it necessary to reassess the individual known as Ling Yunfeng, who at that moment remained blissfully unaware of the machinations that had been orchestrated around him. Li Xingchen stepped closer to Ling Yunfeng, scrutinizing the man before him. This individual, in his middle age, possessed a forthright and unassuming demeanor, bearing the visage of one who harbored no ulterior motives. How could such a man possibly be involved in these devious plots? Li Xingchen could not help but harbor doubts. As Ling Yunfeng noticed Li Xingchen's intense scrutiny, an involuntary chill coursed through him. Hey, what are you staring at me for? Li Xingchen merely cast him a sidelong glance, adopting an authoritative tone as he replied. I require your full cooperation to usurp control of Wu Jianyun's base. The determination emanating from Li Xingchen left Ling Yunfeng momentarily speechless. He could hardly fathom that this man before him possessed such audacity, daring to attempt the usurpation of the base's command. Was he jesting? With just the two of us, how could we possibly succeed? Ling Yunfeng exclaimed in disbelief. However, Li Xingchen merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by Ling Yunfeng's skepticism. Oh, is it truly impossible? At that moment, Ling Yunfeng felt the weight of Li Xingchen's unspoken authority and charisma, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Li Xingchen had resorted to this desperate measure out of necessity. He had never intended to seize Wu Jianyun's base. His sole target was Wu Jianyun himself. Even though you just saved my life, that does not warrant such an absurd proposition. I do yearn for revenge. But no matter how I ponder it, such a feat is utterly unattainable. Ling Yunfeng responded, his expression laden with bitterness. Although Ling Yunfeng consistently rebuffed Li Xingchen's proposal, deep within, he harbored a desire for vengeance. However, he deemed Li Xingchen's plan to be exceedingly far-fetched. Li Xingchen was acutely aware that without demonstrating his own strength, Ling Yunfeng would never place his trust in him. At that moment, Li Xingchen effortlessly grasped Ling Yunfeng's shoulder with one hand and, in an instant, darted like lightning to the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, a vantage point from which they could survey the entire base. Ling Yunfeng could scarcely believe his eyes. Within mere seconds, he had left the base, and this astonishing ability left him utterly awestruck. Even more astonishing was that Li Xingchen, without hesitation, produced over 100 second-level crystals and dozens of third-level crystals. You must be an awakened one. Correct. First, elevate your abilities to the third level. Give me a few days, and I assure you, I can elevate you to a fourth-level awakened state. Ling Yunfeng stood in shock at the sequence of astounding actions performed by Li Xingchen. He had never anticipated that Li Xingchen would be so powerful and generous. Although achieving this goal would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, it was not entirely impossible. Thus, he adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly addressed Li Xingchen. All right, please share the specific plan with me. Li Xingchen gazed down at the base and stated calmly, I will grant you 1 week to cultivate your network. I require you to amass 5,000 individuals within that time frame. I will supply the necessary crystals, but one thing is paramount. The individuals you recruit must not betray us. Chapter 66. Then let us proceed. Upon hearing the task assigned by Li Xingchen, Ling Yunfeng's expression faltered, a faint smile of resignation appearing on his lips. However, with my current appearance, it will not be long before my identity is uncovered. making the completion of this task a mere pipe dream. It is essential to understand that Ling Yunfeng was currently being hunted by Wu Jianyun. The bizarre deaths of those pursuing him could hardly remain concealed for long, once this matter came to light. How could he navigate the base safely? Faced with Ling Yunfeng's troubled expression, Li Xingchen merely smiled nonchalantly before stepping closer to him. He clenched his fist and swiftly executed a hand seal, gently brushing his palm across Ling Yunfeng's cheek. In that instant, Ling Yunfeng felt a peculiar tingling sensation on his face, accompanied by an intense itch that left him bewildered. At that moment, Li Xingchen produced a phone, activating the front-facing camera and handing it to Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng, filled with skepticism, took the phone and was instantly astounded. The face on the screen appeared utterly unfamiliar, a stark contrast to his previous self. He stared incredulously at the phone screen, a mix of shock and joy washing over him as he gazed at Li Xingchen, his hands instinctively exploring his own face. How on earth did you manage this? Ling Yunfeng's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes wide as he absorbed the magnitude of what had transpired before him. Li Xingchen smiled gently, explaining calmly, "This is merely one aspect of my awakening abilities. I can alter a person's appearance at will. However, regarding the extraordinary spells unique to cultivators, Li Xingchen chose to remain silent, revealing not a word. After all, these were the secrets of cultivators, not to be shared lightly with outsiders." Ling Yunfeng nodded excitedly, still engulfed in a profound shock, his thoughts racing like the wind. He felt an unprecedented confidence regarding the impending task ahead. It is worth noting that the ability he had awakened was precisely a unique power within the realm of the mind. At present, as a novice level 1 awakened, he could already exert a preliminary influence on the thoughts and ideas of others. However, as his strength continued to ascend to level 3 and even level 4, he might very well achieve the extraordinary feat of directly manipulating the will of others. At this thought, even Li Xingchen felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement within him. Possessing such formidable mental control undoubtedly provided unparalleled assistance in successfully seizing control of the base. Ling Yunfeng's singular ability seemed perfectly tailored for the completion of the enigmatic Task 0, as if crafted with meticulous precision. In this moment, Li Xingchen's curiosity about this entity, known as Zero, intensified. Each step of progress felt like fate, perfectly aligning with their needs, akin to someone providing a comfortable pillow just as one begins to doze off, a truly marvelous sensation. After making his decision, Li Xingchen produced a specially modified satellite phone from his pocket and handed it to Ling Yunfeng, informing him that this device could only be used to contact himself, thus facilitating constant communication between the two. No sooner had he spoken than Li Xingchen vanished from sight like a phantom, leaving Ling Yunfeng standing there, astonished. Ling Yunfeng remained immersed in the shock of recent events, only to suddenly realize a crucial point moments later. Had he not mentioned that changing one's appearance was merely one of the manifestations of his awakened abilities? Could it be that he was indeed a rare multi-awakened individual? The more he pondered, the stronger his trepidation toward Li Xingchen grew. After all, the person before him not only possessed extraordinary combat prowess and astonishing speed, but had also demonstrated the uncanny ability to alter his appearance at will. Such manifestations were truly unfathomable, making it difficult to comprehend the extent of this individual's terrifying capabilities. Faced with such an inscrutable Li Xingchen, Ling Yunfeng felt utterly unable to gauge his true nature. Yet, at this moment, he had little time for such considerations. His immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. Thus, he directed his gaze toward the pile of alluring level 2 and level 3 crystals that emitted a captivating glow. Decisively choosing a relatively safe spot to sit cross-legged and prepare for the thorough absorption of the pure energy contained within. Once he had drained these crystals of their energy, he was certain that his strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that point, even within the confines of the base, he could roam freely without fear of exposure. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ling Yunfeng's eyes as he closed them, wholeheartedly immersing himself in a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Xingchen had undergone a complete transformation. The once handsome and dashing figure had vanished, replaced by a visage marked by resolute features and numerous grotesque scars. Upon entering the base, he made his way directly to the recruitment point. Indeed, he had come to enlist. At this moment, he understood that in order to successfully infiltrate this base and obtain critical intelligence, he must first integrate himself within it. When the time was ripe, he would await Ling Yunfeng's actions. Li Xingchen was eager to learn precise information regarding the level 3 and level 4 corpse kings. After all, the zombies lurking outside the city were mostly of levels 2 and 3, with the latter being relatively scarce. However, in such a vast metropolis as Moheshi, with a population exceeding 20 million, How could there not be higher-tier zombies lurking somewhere? He firmly believed that they must be concealed in some corner. You wish to enlist? State your awakening level and specific abilities, just as Li Xingchen stood at the recruitment station. He heard this query. Looking up, he saw that the personnel at the recruitment station were evidently not regular military personnel, but the situation had progressed to this point, leaving him no other choice. After all, without being a member of the military, one could not enter the inner city to achieve his goals. He had no option but to become a soldier. I am a level 2 awakened. A fire element awakened. As these words left his lips, a faint flame suddenly flickered to life in his palm. Observing this small flame, he noted that when he demonstrated his level and abilities to the recruiters, it did not elicit much astonishment from them. After all, there were countless awakened individuals within this base, and fire element awakened were not in short supply. Li Xingchen's decision to identify himself as a fire element awakened was made with careful consideration. He understood that in such an environment, being too distinctive was not advisable. Chapter 67. Becoming a rookie soldier. If one were to behave too differently, it would inevitably attract unnecessary attention. Consequently, he preferred to adopt a relatively ordinary identity to avoid potential troubles. Following the completion of his information registration, the staff promptly arranged accommodation for Li Xingchen. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he encountered the roommates he would be living with in the future. To his surprise, the dormitory was overcrowded with a total of 12 individuals. What was once a spacious room now felt exceedingly cramped. The moment he stepped into the dormitory, Li Xingchen sensed an unusual atmosphere. His roommates seemed utterly indifferent to his arrival, not even bothering to give him a glance. He understood that most of the people here were a motley crew from the outside world, each brimming with arrogance and disdain. Faced with such circumstances, Li Xingchen paid little mind to it. He knew his task was to quickly integrate into this collective while maintaining a low profile. However, one individual stood out as an exception. Upon seeing Li Xingchen enter, this person courteously greeted him. His name was Wang Mingming, a young man not yet 20 years old, who was rather plump. Li Xingchen found it puzzling that even in the apocalypse, there were still overweight individuals. Could it be that the food supply was quite good? Filled with curiosity, Li Xingchen engaged in conversation with Wang Mingming, gradually discovering that his awakened ability was the power of body enlargement. For reasons unknown, however, his physique seemed permanently locked, unable to change. Even when starving, he could not lose weight. Moreover, Li Xingchen learned that most members of their team were also level 2 awakened, despite possessing such strength. They were confined to the outskirts of the city, unable to set foot inside the inner city. To enter that inner city, one must be promoted to a level 3 awakened. Otherwise, they could only linger outside. Powerless. Li Xingchen, you may not know, but even though we are both level 2 awakened, whenever zombies appear, it is always us who charge into battle first, while those so-called regular troops cower behind. At this moment, Wang Mingming could not help but voice his grievances. After all, he had participated in numerous battles, and if not for good fortune, he might have long since lost his life. Although they received some crystals as rewards after each battle, the quantities were indeed limited, barely sufficient to sustain their existence. Under such harsh and oppressive policies, dissatisfaction ran rampant. Upon hearing Wang Mingming's news, everything unfolded as Li Xingchen had anticipated. Wherever there is oppression, there will inevitably be resistance. Li Xingchen firmly believed that there must be rebels hidden within the outer city, and should he manage to locate them, it would undoubtedly become a significant asset to him. You sure are bold, little fatty. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Li Xingchen said in a calm tone. Yet Wang Mingming waved his hand dismissively. Come on, I'm not the only one saying this. The soldiers in the outer city have been complaining for ages. Despite Wang Mingming's nonchalant stance, Li Xingchen could not resist asking, has no one ever attempted to resist? Upon hearing this, Wang Mingming scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Resist? Of course, some have tried, but unfortunately, they all met a grim fate. However, I've heard that there are some secret resistance organizations in the outer city. They just keep their heads down, afraid to show themselves as expected, just as Li Xingchen had surmised. Such resistance organizations indeed existed. Little fatty, haven't you ever considered rebelling? Li Xingchen asked with a slight smile, his eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning. However, Wang Mingming merely waved his hand lightly, unconcerned, and replied, Come on, don't joke around. I don't want to get myself killed, though I might not be getting enough to eat. At least I'm still alive. Besides, with my abilities, do you think it's even possible? That's just wishful thinking. In truth, Li Xingchen had merely asked out of curiosity. He understood that Wang Mingming's character was that of someone seeking only their own sustenance, indifferent to anything else. A mentality that was quite normal in this environment. Li Xingchen did not wish to delve further into the matter. Subsequently, Wang Mingming revealed quite a bit of information. Just as the two were conversing, Li Xingchen suddenly pulled out a can of 8 treasure porridge from his pocket. This action caused Wang Mingming's eyes to widen in disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. Wow! 8 treasure porridge. What a good thing. This is a rare resource. I'm so tired of instant noodles and rice soup. Wang Mingming exclaimed excitedly. For those who had long been in dire straits, a can of 8 treasure porridge was undoubtedly a significant temptation. This can of porridge could be considered a welcoming gift for Wang Mingming. After all, through their interactions, Li Xingchen found Wang Mingming to be quite reliable, and in the future, he might very well find himself relying on him to guarantee this moment. A small act of kindness might yield greater rewards in the future. The tantalizing aroma emanating from the pot of 8 treasure porridge seemed to possess an enchanting allure, capturing the undivided attention of the other occupants in the dormitory. You glutton, hand over that pot of porridge at once. With a furious shout, a burly man, his face a tapestry of flesh, strode purposefully towards Wang Mingming. The expression on Wang Mingming's face revealed his predicament, as he felt utterly helpless, for this menacing figure was none other than the leader of their dormitory. Whenever this tyrant, Qian Laoda, laid eyes on something desirable, he would not rest until it was his own. Qian Laoda, this is my 8 treasure porridge. Wang Mingming clutched the pot tightly, voicing his grievances in a petulant tone. However, Qian Laoda dismissed his protests with disdain, raising his hand to land a resounding slap across Wang Mingming's cheek, cursing fiercely, "Spare me your nonsense. Hand it over now." At that moment, Li Xingchen, who had been a silent observer, could no longer bear the scene. His gaze was sharp as a blade, piercingly focused on Qian Laoda. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and seized Qian Laoda's wrist. "Release him." Li Xingchen's voice was low and cold, emanating an air of unassailable authority. Qian Laoda, taken aback by this sudden intervention, quickly regained his composure, glaring at Li Xingchen with a fury that could ignite a fire, attempting to extricate himself. "Newcomer, what do you think you're doing? How dare you hide food? I haven't settled the score with you yet. You dare meddle in my affairs. Have you a death wish? Do you not realize that in this dormitory, I hold the reins?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Xingchen's lips, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear in Qian Laoda's heart. "What now? Are you contemplating resorting to violence?" The onlookers held their breath, their eyes glued to the unfolding confrontation, fearful that it might escalate into a violent clash. None daring to interject, in this tense atmosphere. Wang Mingming quickly stepped forward, attempting to defuse the situation. "Let us not escalate this. We are roommates after all. No need to disturb the peace between us." Qian Laoda's eyes widened in rage, casting a venomous glare at Li Xingchen before huffing, "You little brat. Mark my words, I will make you regret this." With that, he stormed off in a fit of fury. "Lixine, how was I unaware of your formidable prowess until now?" Wang Mingming's voice brimmed with admiration and astonishment. Li Xingchen smiled faintly and replied softly, "This is my secret. I do not reveal it lightly unless the moment is critical. That moment. The warehouse was permeated with a strong smell of charred remnants. The ground littered with the debris of shadows. Wang Mingming had to concede that he had underestimated Li Xingchen. The power Li Xingchen displayed at this juncture was undoubtedly on par with that of an ordinary level 3 awakened being. However, unbeknownst to Wang Mingming, Li Xingchen's current state of weakness was merely a FA8D. Li Xingchen contemplated waiting a little longer to see if Wang Mingming possessed the capability to assist him in seizing control of the base. Equally oblivious was Li Xingchen to the fact that among those shadows lurked the younger brother of the Inner City's commander, a formidable figure nearing level 4 awakenings, commanding an elite squad with 3 times the number of level 3 awakened beings compared to ordinary squads. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed through the space. Wang Mingming and Li Xingchen exchanged wary glances towards the entrance, where a robust figure slowly made his way inside. Upon closer inspection, they recognized him as a bodyguard clad in casual yet elegant attire. Li Xingchen was unfamiliar with such a figure, but Wang Mingming certainly was. Individuals adorned in such fashion were typically tasked with the protection of significant figures within the inner city. Wang Mingming felt a pang of confusion. What business did such a bodyguard have here? The bodyguard's gaze was as piercing as ice, fixed intently on them as he spoke with icy authority. You dare to kill the person I was sworn to protect. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Li Xingqian's heart sank. He had just heard Wang Mingming whisper the identity of this individual into his ear. He had never anticipated that a bodyguard from the inner city would appear at such a critical moment. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "The situation was perilous. We were compelled to act. Had we not done so, it is likely that neither of us would have survived." Wang Mingming quickly chimed in. "Indeed, it was truly an accident. We never intended for this outcome." Yet, the bodyguard remained unmoved, his tone resolute and merciless as he continued, "As his protector, it is my sacred duty to ensure his safety. Now that he has tragically perished, I must seek retribution." Li Xingqian furrowed his brow, aware that this predicament would not be easily resolved. However, he refused to back down, standing tall and unyielding as he declared, "If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss." Originally, Li Xingqian intended to maintain his pretense of weakness, especially since Wang Mingming perceived him as feeble, but the sudden turn of events compelled him to drop the facade. And he rose to his feet, much to Wang Mingming's astonishment. "Xingqian, how could you?" Wang Mingming exclaimed in disbelief to Li Xingqian. Observing Wang Mingming's expression, waved his hand, signaling for silence. He had initially wished to further test Wang Mingming, but now he had no choice but to reveal his true capabilities. The bodyguard glared at him coldly, squeezing out a contemptuous, "Humph, you shall perish." With that, the bodyguard lunged at Li Xingqian like a tiger descending upon its prey. His speed was blinding, akin to a flash of lightning. As he closed the distance to Li Xingqian in an instant, Li Xingqian braced himself for the onslaught. The bodyguard unleashed a flurry of fierce punches, the wind from his strikes howling with tremendous force. With a deft movement, Li Xingqian evaded the assault. Subsequently, he wielded his spiritual sword, illuminating the warehouse with a radiant glow and an imposing aura. Recognizing the shift in momentum, the bodyguard swiftly altered his tactics, seeking a flaw in Li Xingqian's defense. Yet, his efforts were in vain. For the moment Li Xingqian had drawn his spiritual sword, it signified that he was no longer toying with his opponent. Wang Mingming watched with bated breath, anxiety gripping him for Li Xingqian's safety. The atmosphere in the warehouse grew thick with tension as Li Xingqian swiftly launched his attack, severing the bodyguard's arms with a single stroke. Wang Mingming was rendered speechless by Li Xingqian's display of power, for this was no ordinary foe. He was a protector from the inner city, where none fell below level 3 awakening, each one capable of effortlessly dispatching 5 ordinary level 3 awakened beings. The bodyguard gazed at Li Xingqian, despair flickering in his eyes, yet he gritted his teeth in defiance, unwilling to concede defeat. Realizing he could not afford to grant the bodyguard any respite, Li Xingqian relentlessly pursued the final blow. Just then, the bodyguard emitted a furious roar, summoning every last ounce of strength to charge at Li Xingqian. Unfazed, Li Xingqian sidestepped the attack and executed a decisive maneuver, striking at the bodyguard's vital point. The bodyguard finally succumbed. Collapsing to the ground, Li Xingqian regarded the fallen bodyguard with a measure of respect for his fearless spirit. He turned to Wang Mingming and said, "Little fatty, my strength." Wang Mingming, no fool, immediately grasped the implication in Li Xingqian's words. He hastily waved his hands and smiled. "Oh, don't worry, Xingqian. I will keep your secret safe. But I never imagined you were this powerful. It's simply outrageous." "Thank you so much. Feel free to reach out if you need anything," Wang Mingming declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Li Xingqian nodded slightly. Aware that lingering here was unwise, they needed to vacate the premises swiftly. The two hurriedly exited the warehouse, vanishing into the night. However, they were unaware that this battle was merely the beginning. Days later, Li Xingqian and Wang Mingming were procuring supplies at the marketplace. Although Li Xingqian held little regard for the wares here, it was nonetheless a prime location for gathering information. Suddenly, a group of individuals clad in sleek black suits obstructed their path. At the forefront stood the leader of the inner city's bodyguards, flanked by a cadre of grim-faced subordinates. "You possess quite the audacity, daring to kill Commander Wang's brother." The bodyguard leader glared at Li Xingqian and Wang Mingming, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. The atmosphere in the marketplace grew tense as onlookers turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Li Xingqian and Wang Mingming exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. They had not foreseen the situation escalating to this extent and were baffled as to how the information had leaked, especially given the evident preparedness of their adversaries. "What should we do?" Wang Mingming whispered urgently to Li Xingqian. Maintaining his composure, assess the situation. "You focus on safeguarding yourself. I will handle them. With that, he firmly gripped his spiritual sword, readying himself for a fierce confrontation. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure emerged, a figure none other than Wu Jianyun, the commander of the base. Li Xingchen had not anticipated Wu Jianyun's arrival, especially with Commander Wang, the brother of the slain individual, in tow at Wu Jianyun regarded Li Xingchen with a stoic expression and spoke, "Come with me." Li Xingchen realized the gravity of the situation might exceed his expectations. Would this impact his plans with Ling Yunfeng? While he was confident in his ability to eliminate Wu Jianyun, he required a moment to strategize, and in that brief interval, formidable figures from the city would undoubtedly arrive, preventing him from escaping with Wang Mingming. Thus, it seemed prudent to proceed cautiously for now, especially as he detected no murderous intent in Wu Jianyun's gaze. Commander Wang cast a complex glance at Li Xingchen, seemingly devoid of rage over his brother's demise, instead exuding a sense of resignation. Under Wu Jianyun's guidance, Li Xingchen and Wang Mingming were ushered into the base's conference room. The atmosphere within was thick with tension, the attendees silent as they awaited Wu Jianyun to break the stillness. Li Xingchen, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Wu Jianyun inquired. Li Xingchen stood tall, responding with honesty. I had no choice. Had I not acted, both Wang Mingming and I would have perished. Wu Jianyun nodded slightly. I understand your predicament, yet rules are rules. However, he shifted his tone. In light of your strength and performance, I can offer you an opportunity. Li Xingchen's eyes lit up with interest. What opportunity? Join our special operations team and serve the base. Your abilities should not be squandered as long as you contribute to the base. The past can be forgiven. Wu Jianyun fixed his gaze on Li Xingchen, awaiting his response. Li Xingchen lowered his head, contemplating the proposition. Joining the special operations team appeared to be a promising avenue, and it would provide him with a platform to aid Ling Yunfeng in seizing control of the base. He raised his head, determination in his eyes as he met Wu Jianyun's gaze. I am willing to join the special operations team, but I have certain conditions. Wu Jianyun frowned slightly, thinking this young man was remarkably bold. What conditions? Li Xingchen inhaled deeply. I wish to have a degree of autonomy in executing my tasks and adequate resource support to ensure the successful completion of my missions. By articulating such demands, he could swiftly and legitimately enhance his own capabilities, while the energy crystals could be allocated to Ling Yunfeng and Wang Mingming. Wu Jianyun paused for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Wang Mingming watched anxiously from the sidelines, aware that this decision would shape their future. Finally, Wu Jianyun spoke. Very well, I can agree to your terms. However, you must demonstrate your worth, or all of this will be for naught. Li Xingchen nodded, seemingly unconcerned. I will demonstrate my capabilities through action. Thus, Li Xingchen and Wang Mingming became members of the Special Task Force, receiving their mission that very day, to seek out a treasure. The task appeared simple, yet the destination lay within an area teeming with third-level corpse kings, and potentially even fourth-level ones. Little did Wu Jianyun know that the third and fourth-level corpse kings were precisely what Li Xingchen had been searching for. With the crystals from such powerful beings, elevating Lingyun Peak to the fourth awakening would pose no challenge. Lingyun Peak possessed the ability of mind control, and its fourth level might was unimaginable, making the future conquest of the base's control all the more effortless. After receiving the mission, Li Xingchen and Wang Mingming immediately immersed themselves in the preparatory work, delving deep into the complex terrain of their destination and the unique characteristics of the Corpse Kings. Meticulously devising a comprehensive action plan, their destination was a park in the city of Imo, where zombies roamed freely and dozens of third-level Corpse Kings lurked. A smile crept onto Li Xingchen's face, for he recognized that Wu Jianyun had indeed set a rather formidable task. Had Li Xingchen not concealed his true strength, he would likely have perished at the hands of these Corpse Kings. It could be said that this mission was a collusion between Wu Jianyun and Captain Wang. If he were to die, it would serve as a means of avenging Captain Wang, and if he succeeded, his abilities would be put to good use. In any case, Wu Jianyun stood to gain no matter the outcome. Li Xingchen was confident that Captain Wang was no simple man. His demeanor suggested a vengeful nature, and should he survive this mission, he would undoubtedly face retribution from Captain Wang. However, Li Xingchen was unperturbed by these thoughts. They finally arrived at the park, which was suffused with an ominous aura of death. Li Xingchen proceeded with caution, while Wang Mingming nervously trailed behind. Suddenly, a massive and menacing third-level Corpse King appeared before them. The terrifying presence was suffocating, like a mountain pressing down upon an egg. Li Xingqian spoke steadily. Do not fear. We shall act according to our plan. Wang Mingming replied anxiously. Understood. Yet, Li Xingqian felt no trepidation as he resolutely raised his razor-sharp spirit sword and charged at the corpse king like a tiger descending from the mountains. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Li Xingqian shouted, Spirit sword, attack! His form flickered, and the spirit sword slashed through the air, emitting dazzling rays of light, attacking the corpse king with the ferocity of a tempest. The duel did not last long. Within 10 seconds, facing such might, Wang Mingming was left in awe that he knew Li Xingqian was formidable, yet he had never witnessed such prowess. Originally, the plan was for Li Xingqian to launch a frontal assault while he provided cover. But it quickly became apparent that he had little role to play. A tumult of emotions surged within Wang Mingming. He felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Li Xingqian. Chapter 71. Slaying the Corpse King under Li Xingqian's relentless assault. The Corpse King fell back step by step, eventually crashing to the ground. Li Xingqian lightly shook the spirit sword, and the blood splattered from it like raindrops. Incredible! Wang Mingming exclaimed with excitement. Li Xingqian had no time to celebrate. Well aware that more challenges awaited them, do not rejoice too soon. There may be even more powerful foes ahead, he warned, keeping a vigilant watch on their surroundings. The two continued forward, slaying several zombies along the way. At last, they discovered the treasure indicated in their mission. Is this what we were searching for? Wang Mingming inquired. Gazing curiously at the mysterious item in his hands, Li Xingqian held a sturdy iron box, which required a key to open. Initially contemplating forcing it open, he ultimately decided against it, intrigued by Wu Jianyun's desire for this box. After a careful examination, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Let us hasten back to the base to report. However, upon their return to the base, they found the atmosphere charged with tension. A 4th-level Corpse King and a dozen 3rd-level Corpse Kings loomed before them. Li Xingqian and Wang Mingming exchanged glances. A wave of intense unease washing over them. The 4th-level Corpse King exuded a chilling aura, while the throng of 3rd-level ones glared at them with malevolence. Poised to pounce, Li Xingqian gripped his spirit sword tightly. His gaze resolute and steady that he whispered to Wang Mingming. Do not fear. We can handle this. Li Xingqian sensed that the 4th-level Corpse King's strength was not as formidable as that of the initial Blue Corpse King he had faced. Yet it remained powerful enough to require considerable effort. He was concerned for Wang Mingming, as his companion had yet to reach the 3rd awakening. Wang Mingming took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and nodded slightly in response. The battle erupted in an instant, with Li Xingqian darting forward like a bolt of lightning toward the 4th-level Corpse King. The spirit sword in his hand cut through the air, releasing a brilliant and radiant light, as if to rend the very fabric of space itself. The 4th-level Corpse King let out a roar, its immense power causing the surrounding air to tremble. Wang Mingming, undeterred, utilized his abilities to create distance between himself and the Corpse King, doing his utmost to prevent it from pursuing him, thus granting Li Xingqian the space to engage in combat. The scene devolved into chaos, the air thick with the scent of blood, suffocating all who breathed it. Nevertheless, Li Xingqian and Wang Mingming did not waver. They poured all their strength into a breathtaking struggle for survival against the Corpse Kings. Amidst the fierce conflict, Li Xingqian gradually revealed his formidable prowess. His swordplay grew increasingly fierce, each swing imbued with unparalleled strength, inflicting wounds upon the Corpse Kings with each strike. Yet, the 4th-level Corpse King's might was overwhelming. Li Xingqian found it difficult to vanquish it entirely in a single blow. He sought to swiftly eliminate the 4th-level Corpse King, as he noticed Wang Mingming was on the verge of being overtaken. 36 Celestial Sword Formation, Li Xingqian commanded, and from his spatial ring emerged 35 spirit swords, joining the one in his grasp to form a total of 36. These 36 spirit swords encircled the 4th-level Corpse King in 3 concentric circles, rendering it immobile. The 4th-level Corpse King sensed the lethal intent and struggled to break free, yet it was powerless to escape. In an instant, the 36 spirit swords shifted their orientation, their tips aimed directly at the 4th-level Corpse King. And moments later, it was sliced into 36 pieces. Meanwhile, the dozen or so 3rd-level Corpse Kings were mere steps away from Wang Mingming. At that moment, Wang Mingming felt as if a tempest was raging within him. A tumult of emotions intertwining chaotically, his heart raced, as if it might burst forth from his chest, while anxiety enveloped his thoughts. The scene before him was one of eerie darkness and foreboding. He dashed into the park's woods, where a thick black mist pervaded, resembling an endless abyss of darkness that instilled dread and oppression. Behind him, the horde of third-level corpse kings drew ever closer, their grotesque visages flickering in and out of visibility amidst the black fog, their terrifying aura akin to the biting chill of winter, spreading a sense of dread deep within. Li Xingqian, you must save me. Wang Mingming's voice trembled with fear in the darkness. Do not worry. I will not allow them to harm you. Li Xingqian's voice was firm and steady, as if offering Wang Mingming a sense of reassurance. Yet, he harbored a glimmer of hope, for he saw Li Xingqian racing toward him, his spirit sword gleaming like lightning. Li Xingqian's figure flickered through the darkness, the spirit sword casting a haunting glow. With each swing, it danced like a dragon, unleashing a torrent of dazzling light. Within the shadows, the radiance of the spirit sword shone brilliantly, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Li Xingqian's movements were fluid and seamless, each strike precise and ruthless. As the corpse kings fell before his blade, Li Xingqian, watch out behind you. Wang Mingming shouted. I know. You remain cautious as well. Li Xingqian replied without turning his head. The spirit sword's light flickered within the mist, standing in stark contrast to the darkness. Each swing was accompanied by the wails of the corpse kings and the splatter of blood, as if crimson blossoms were blooming amidst the shadows. Observing Li Xingqian's fierce fighting stance, Wang Mingming felt a surge of deep gratitude and admiration. In this perilous, darkened environment, he was thankful for Li Xingqian's bravery and revered his extraordinary strength and fearless spirit. We shall surely defeat these corpse kings. Wang Mingming encouraged both himself and Li Xingqian. Given the extraordinary circumstances, he could only muster such encouragement, for he had never witnessed such an exaggerated display of prowess. Indeed, Li Xingqian responded, recognizing that Wang Mingming was exerting every ounce of courage within him. Without some acknowledgement, he might crumble under the pressure and be caught by the third-level corpse kings. As moments ticked by, Li Xingqian dispatched the remaining corpse kings within 3 minutes, a marked slowdown compared to earlier, as his energy reserves were somewhat depleted after utilizing the 36 Celestial Sword formation. Subsequently, Li Xingqian collected a 4th-level crystal and over 23rd-level crystals, leaving Wang Mingming astonished. He had never seen such bountiful spoils, his mouth watering in delight. Without hesitation, Li Xingqian offered Wang Mingming several 3rd-level crystals to aid him in reaching the 3rd awakening. Wang Mingming accepted the 3rd-level crystals with exhilaration, his heart brimming with gratitude and excitement. He understood the rarity of these crystals and recognized Li Xingqian's goodwill. Thank you, Li Xingqian. I shall adeptly utilize these crystals to enhance my own strength to the fullest. Chapter 72. The Missile Launch Box. Wang Mingming clutched the crystal tightly, his eyes gleaming with a resolute light. Li Xingqian, with a subtle smile, gently patted Wang Mingming on the shoulder. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. Keep pushing forward. Our journey ahead is long, and there will be many more challenges awaiting us. Wang Mingming nodded in acknowledgement, and soon Li Xingqian returned to the base with him to report to Wu Jianyun. Wu Jianyun, astonished, had not anticipated that Li Xingqian would truly return with the box. He looked at Li Xingqian with unmasked delight, expressing his admiration for Li Xingqian's capabilities, satisfaction evident in his gaze, which sparkled with appreciation. Wu Jianyun mused to himself. Li Xingqian is indeed an extraordinary talent. The successful completion of this mission owes much to him. However, all of this left Commander Wang feeling discontent. Seated in a corner with a sullen expression, he clenched his fists, brooding darkly. Wu Jianyun actually holds Li Xingqian, the one who killed my brother, in such high regard. It is an affront to me. Commander Wang cannot forget that Li Xingqian had previously slain his brother. The flames of hatred burned fiercely within him. Wu Jianyun had previously suggested that he should not hold grudges, claiming that Li Xingqian was destined to die, merely suggesting they scout that direction. Yet, to his dismay, they had successfully completed the mission. He vowed silently, to not avenge this is not the way of a gentleman. Li Xingqian, I will ensure you pay dearly for your actions. Li Xingqian noticed Commander Wang's dissatisfaction but paid it no heed. Such a person cannot be kept around. Just as Li Xingqian was about to leave, Commander Wang could not restrain himself from expressing his discontent to Wu Jianyun. Upon hearing Commander Wang's words, Wu Jianyun's expression darkened. He understood that Commander Wang's hatred was difficult to extinguish, yet he believed that personal grievances should be set aside in the face of a mission. He attempted to reason with Commander Wang. Old Wang, we should prioritize the larger picture. Li Xingqian's abilities are indeed beneficial to us. We cannot allow personal grudges to hinder the team's progress. Commander Wang, however, remained unconvinced, coldly retorting, I care not for the larger picture. He has killed my brother, and that is utterly unforgivable. Li Xingchen, standing outside, heard their conversation clearly, and his already resolute gaze grew even more steadfast. Just as he prepared to turn away, Commander Wang finally brought up the box they had obtained. Oh, you know what the password is? Wu Jianyun shook his head in response, saying, only Ling Yunfeng knows the password for opening this box. After all, it is our base's missile launch box, and as the commander, it would be strange if he were unaware. Commander Wang was taken aback, realizing that Ling Yufeng had been a wanted man, and they had never anticipated the existence of this missile launch box. Now, it was far too late to ponder. It seemed they must hasten to find Ling Yunfeng. Old Wang, you must exert yourself. Set aside your hatred for your brother for now. Outside, Li Xingchen was stunned to learn that it was indeed a missile launch box. It seemed he was about to get what he sought. Ling Yufeng was an ally, and obtaining the password was a certainty. Furthermore, with the missile, he could expedite his control over the base. He needed to contact Ling Yufeng immediately to ascertain how many missiles their base possessed. And he already had a plan to discover the password. He promptly dialed the special phone number he shared with Ling Yufeng. Hello, what is it? Ling Yufeng inquired, busy with his own tasks, knowing full well that the objectives Li Xingchen had assigned him were yet to be fulfilled. He needed resources to continue his expansion. Li Xingchen replied coolly, Ling Yufeng, I have just heard some crucial news. There is a box that is a missile launch box belonging to your base. Ling Yunfeng was startled, raising his voice involuntarily. What? The missile launch box? It's currently in Wu Jianyun's possession? Li Xingchen lowered his voice. Indeed, but the password for the box is known only to you. You must tell me so we can seize control of this box. Ling Yunfeng paused for a moment before responding. No, it's not just known to me. Li Xingchen furrowed his brow. Is there someone else? Ling Yunfeng replied. Yes, that person is my aide, who is currently working under Wu Jianyun. However, he likely remains unaware of the missile launch box. Otherwise, he would have informed Wu Jianyun long ago. Li Xingchen contemplated for a moment. Tell me the password. I will change it. Ling Yunfeng was puzzled. Why not just steal it? Are you not afraid they will force it open? Li Xingchen had his own plans. With his abilities, he could secure the box as he did when renting his previous residence, ensuring it would not be easily breached. Even if it were breached, he would still be alerted. With his strength, snatching something from a single individual was relatively simple. Moreover, once he changed the password, even if Wu Jianyun summoned Ling Yunfeng's aid, discovering the password was incorrect would compel them to seek out Ling Yufeng, thus making him a bargaining chip for Li Xingchen, allowing for the setting of a trap. Li Xingchen replied earnestly. You need not worry. Just tell me. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Yunfeng ultimately decided to trust Li Xingchen and conveyed the password to him. Upon receiving the password, Li Xingchen swiftly took action, using his abilities to seal the missile box and effortlessly change the password. After accomplishing all of this, Li Xingchen felt a surge of joy. He was confident that the missile launch box was now entirely under his control. Meanwhile, Wu Jianyun and Commander Wang were still troubled by the box's password. They had attempted to forcibly open it, but had failed miserably. Wu Jianyun anxiously exclaimed, What shall we do without the password? We cannot open the box. Moreover, Ling Yunfeng is currently missing. Commander Wang concurred. Indeed, we must quickly devise a way to locate the password. It then occurred to Commander Wang that Ling Yunfeng had an aide who might know something. Upon hearing this, Wu Jianyun urged Commander Wang to begin searching for Ling Yunfeng's aide, hoping to obtain the password from him. After considerable effort, they finally located the aide. Chapter 73, The Zombie Siege. The aide hurriedly arrived, and Wu Jianyun quickly asked, Do you know why I've summoned you? The aide appeared self-assured, responding nonchalantly, Of course I know. It's about the password for the box, right? Wu Jianyun's eyes flickered with barely concealed delight, and he impatiently pressed, Then tell me, what is the password? The aide paused momentarily before responding, unhurried and with a sense of confidence. However, this is not something I can divulge casually. You must first agree to some necessary conditions. Wu Jianyun's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his teeth, indignantly stating, Do not be ungrateful, and push your luck. We have only just located you. We did not come to hear your unreasonable demands. The aide interjected. You must understand that our base possesses over a dozen missiles, which are invaluable. Commander Wang quickly intervened as a peacemaker, attempting to diffuse the tension. Let us not rush. Everyone should remain calm, and perhaps listen to what specific demands he has. The aide sneered dismissively, slowly stating, It's quite simple. As long as you ensure my personal safety and provide me with sufficient compensation after the success of this endeavor, I will tell you the password." Wu Jianyun and Commander Wang exchanged glances, each calculating their thoughts. That Wu Jianyun spoke up. "We can consider your requests based on the actual circumstances. However, at this moment, you must immediately disclose the password to us. Otherwise, everything will be off the table." Seeing the situation, the aide understood he could not press them too hard. So after a moment of contemplation, he slowly revealed what appeared to be an utterly ordinary sequence of numbers. Wu Jianyun and Commander Wang quickly focused on attempting to unlock the box. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that the password was still incorrect. The aide's face turned pale, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. And he muttered in disbelief, "How can this be? Ling Yufeng clearly told me this was the password." Wu Jianyun and Commander Wang exchanged glances once more, their brows furrowing tightly. "What on earth is happening? Are you attempting to deceive us?" Wu Jianyun demanded angrily. The aide's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat as he anxiously explained, "How could I deceive you? Ling Yufeng indeed told me this." Consequently, Commander Wang took the aide away. They both understood well what the outcome would be. Even if the aide had guessed something, shouting and screaming would yield no results. This scene had long been observed by Li Xingchen, who had been quietly monitoring the situation. With no correct answer obtained, they were forced to seek out Ling Yunfeng once more. Meanwhile, Ling Yunfeng, having received assistance from Li Xingchen, not only acquired the 4th-level crystals that Li Xingchen had just slain, but also several 3rd-level crystals. A plethora of resources and several secondary crystals remain at hand, sufficient to double the previously promised numbers. This unforeseen development has taken Ling Yufeng by surprise. He never anticipated that Li Xingchen could procure such an abundance of supplies. Not to mention the crystals. Before long, Ling Yufeng ascended to a level 4 awakening, a transformation that granted him a qualitative leap in power. Below level 3 awakening, he could command hundreds, a truly formidable feat. While at level 3, he was limited to merely a handful. In the ensuing plans, Li Xingchen, leveraging his own identity, led his fellow team members to Ling Yunfeng. Initially, they intended to attack upon sighting him, only to be unexpectedly ensnared by Ling Yufeng's mental control, a capability that left Li Xingchen astounded. Now, a small team of dozens was under Ling Yunfeng's command, though they numbered merely a few dozen. Each individual was on the brink of level 4 awakening, their abilities exceptionally terrifying. Over the next few days, Ling Yufeng swiftly garnered allegiance, while Li Xingchen remained in preparation, awaiting an opportune moment. Just as he was about to leverage Ling Yunfeng's information to create an opportunity, an unforeseen calamity struck. The city was besieged by a horde of zombies. Moreover, the scale of the undead exceeded 100,000. Currently, the population of Wu Jianyun's base stood at around 200,000. With 50,000 troops stationed in the inner city and over 30,000 awakened individuals, nearly 10,000 of whom were level 3 awakened. The majority of the awakened in the outer city were either level 1 or 2. With only a handful of leaders reaching level 3, the situation was dire. Upon receiving the news, Wu Jianyun was drenched in sweat, for he had never witnessed such a massive tide of zombies. Confronted with this overwhelming horde, Wu Jianyun realized that their current strength could scarcely withstand the impending onslaught. He promptly summoned all commanders and officials to urgently discuss countermeasures. The atmosphere in the meeting was grave, silence permeating the room. After taking a deep breath, Wu Jianyun broke the stillness. "Ladies and gentlemen, the scale of this zombie tide is unprecedented. We must unite our efforts to combat it." One commander stood and spoke. "Commander, our manpower and resources are severely limited. How shall we contend with this colossal horde of over 100,000? Wu Jianyun pondered for a moment before replying. "We must fully utilize the defensive fortifications of the inner city and further strengthen the walls. Additionally, we will organize the awakened into teams, rotating them in battle to maximize their capabilities." Another official suggested, "Can we request assistance from other bases?" Wu Jianyun nodded. "Indeed, that is a viable option that I will reach out to other bases post-haste and implore their support." Meanwhile, Ling Yunfeng was tirelessly preparing, while Li Xingchen remained remarkably composed. He was merely an enforcer, relying entirely on Ling Yunfeng for management. Ling Yunfeng had long since orchestrated everything, having developed a network exceeding 10,000 individuals. Largely due to the generous offerings made, each of these 10,000 had been scrutinized by Ling Yunfeng, with no issues arising, as his mental control not only commanded others, but also assessed their loyalty. Those exhibiting unwavering fidelity radiated a faint green light, while those with hostility emitted red light. Generally, a yellow hue indicated neutrality. A significant portion of the 10,000 displayed yellow light, with only a small fraction glowing green. This was sufficient, as individuals exuding red light were either coerced into allegiance or eliminated. Ling Yunfeng wielded absolute power over the fate of these 10,000 individuals. Chapter 74. The support of the Dragon Soul. Both sides awaited the impending arrival of the zombie tide, during which Li Xingqian managed to stealthily acquire a missile launch box. At this juncture, it was no longer necessary to utilize it for any elaborate schemes. The original plan had been to exploit Ling Yunfeng's information to fulfill his objectives. But the emergence of the horde proved fortuitous. Just then, a grave piece of news reached Wu Jianyun's ears. His son, Wu Ku, had met his demise at the hands of Li Xingqian. The realization that he had unwittingly placed his enemy within arm's reach ignited a fierce rage within him. Wu Jianyun was consumed by fury. Unable to accept this harsh reality, his eyes widened. Teeth clenched. As the flames of wrath blazed within him, he immediately issued orders for the capture of Li Xingqian. He intended to personally interrogate this loathsome foe. Little did he know that Li Xingqian had already rendezvoused with Ling Yunfeng. Eagerly awaiting the right moment, they were acutely aware that Wu Jianyun was seeking reinforcements from other bases, yet these bases were far removed from Mahai City. Furthermore, considering Wu Jianyun's actions, it was likely that the other bases were disinclined to intervene in his plight. However, a few privately established bases were exceptions, one of which was the Dragon Soul organization, familiar to Li Xingqian. The Dragon Soul sub-base was situated not far from Mahai City, estimated to arrive in 2 days. Confronted with a horde of 100,000, it was anticipated that the battle would last several days and nights. As the imminent clash loomed, Wu Jianyun's vanguard forces engaged the zombie tide. His troops, armed with an abundance of firearms, initially wreaked havoc upon the advancing horde, scattering them in disarray. However, this advantageous position could not be maintained for long. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian and Ling Yunfeng, leading their contingent of 10,000, remained concealed. Wu Jianyun had intended to conscript all able-bodied individuals from the base, regardless of age or gender, for this battle was one from which none could escape. Nevertheless, the 10,000 remained hidden, eluding detection, leaving Wu Jianyun bewildered at their sudden disappearance. Desperate, he anxiously barked orders at his subordinates. We must locate these 10,000. Their absence will severely impact our battle strategy. They cannot simply vanish. His subordinates responded in unison, intensifying their search efforts, leaving no corner of the base unchecked. Yet, Li Xingqian and Ling Yunfeng's contingent seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace. The onslaught of the zombie tide intensified, and Wu Jianyun's forces gradually found themselves in a precarious position, with casualties mounting among the soldiers. As he surveyed the grim scene before him, Wu Jianyun's brow furrowed, and he shouted at his aide. Have we established contact with the support unit from the Dragon Soul base? We are on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, the battlefield had endured for a full 2 days. Not only had Wu Jianyun's forces suffered nearly half their casualties, but even the conscripts from the outer city had endured similar losses. The zombie tide had breached the outer city and was poised to invade the inner city. Wu Jianyun was in a state of frantic urgency. The aide reported, Commander, the signal has been dispatched. A glimmer of hope ignited within Wu Jianyun. He gritted his teeth, resolved to endure until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian and Ling Yunfeng concealed themselves in a secluded corner, deliberating their next course of action. This was not the time to act prematurely. They needed to await the arrival of the support unit. Li Xingqian harbored intentions not only to eliminate Wu Jianyun, but also to dismantle the Dragon Soul's reinforcements. Given their past grievances, with a cold gaze fixed upon the chaotic battlefield, Li Xingqian addressed Ling Yunfeng. Once the support unit arrives and engages the horde, I shall deploy the missiles. Ling Yunfeng nodded, comprehending that this was indeed the swiftest resolution to their predicament. Once the missiles were launched, both the zombie tide and the Dragon Soul would be obliterated, leaving only Wu Jianyun to contend with. At that moment, the 10,000 would be of great utility. Ling Yunfeng fixed a determined gaze upon Li Xingqian, a surge of ambition swelling within him as he clapped Li Xingqian on the shoulder with conviction. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. However, we must remain vigilant against Wu Jianyun's desperate counterattack. He will not simply resign himself to defeat. A slight smile curled at the corners of Li Xingqian's mouth, revealing a hint of coldness as he spoke disdainfully. He is already at the end of his rope. Once we successfully eliminate the zombie tide and the Dragon Soul support, he will have no means to resist. Just then, a hurried soldier dashed into their midst, urgency evident in his voice as he reported, "Boss, the zombie tide has launched an even more ferocious assault. Our defenses are beginning to falter." Li Xingqian furrowed his brow. Momentarily lost in thought, they were hidden outside the city, near a passageway leading into the base, which they had intended to infiltrate. However, the overwhelming number of zombies had alerted them to the presence of the 10,000. After all, with such a multitude, their collective energy attracted the attention of the undead. Ling Yunfeng spoke after a brief pause. "Quickly inform everyone to hold the passage, as long as we can maintain our position. No matter how many zombies there are, they shall not breach our defenses. Prepare the others for immediate engagement." The soldier respectfully acknowledged the command and departed, while Ling Yufeng turned to Li Xingqian. "It seems our plan must be executed sooner than anticipated." Li Xingqian resolutely shook his head. "Let us hold on a little longer. We can still endure it as long as we guard the passage." The zombies pose no significant threat. Given Li Xingqian's insistence, Ling Yunfeng opted not to sway his judgment. His primary concern was to avert casualties among the masses. However, Li Xingqian remained indifferent to the fate of those individuals. In such a tense situation, any notion that could alter the course of battle was merely a display of misplaced compassion. On this intense battlefield, 5,000 level 3 awakened individuals led by the Dragon Soul surged into the fray like a whirlwind. Their formidable presence left all in awe. Even Wu Jianyun marveled at the sheer strength of the Dragon Soul that in order to summon this formidable force of support. Wu Jianyun paid a considerable price, his precious Dragon Pearl. Though he remained blissfully unaware of this sacrifice, Li Xingqian and Ling Yufeng concealed themselves in the shadows, calmly observing every movement on the battlefield. Their gazes were as sharp as that of a hawk, missing no detail. Suddenly, a colossal zombie emerged onto the battlefield. Its massive form, with bulging muscles, exuded a suffocating aura. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Long charged forward without hesitation. "Brothers, follow me. We cannot allow this zombie to breach our defenses." Chapter 75. Missiles at the ready. Zhao Long possessed immense strength. Having ascended to the rank of a level 4 awakened, not only did he wield the ability to go berserk, but he could also augment his size. With dual abilities, he wreaked havoc among the horde of zombies like a deity of death. His fists sliced through the air, tracing lethal arcs, each strike delivering devastating force. Li Xingqian observed Zhao Long's formidable prowess, realizing that such a powerful adversary must be eliminated lest they face dire consequences later. Moreover, Zhao Long was affiliated with the Dragon Soul. Such a threat could not be allowed to linger. Silently, Li Xingqian retrieved a missile launcher, carefully aiming at Zhao Long's location. Based on the missile's speed, it would reach its target in under a minute. Just then, several other massive, formidable zombies surged forth from the tide of corpses. Their claws poised for attack as they lunged at Zhao Long with agility. He dodged their ferocious onslaught, his movement swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. "These brutes are quite troublesome. Everyone, be cautious," he warned his comrades. "Understood, Captain." However, the zombies seemed unwilling to concede easily. They encircled Zhao Long, launching relentless assaults. Though Zhao Long was powerful, the sheer number of formidable foes began to weigh heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Wu Jianyun and his troops were fiercely resisting the onslaught of the zombie horde. They were embroiled in a heart-pounding battle, each soldier exerting every ounce of strength to safeguard the safety of their base. That Wu Jianyun, fraught with anxiety, had lost all semblance of composure. "Hold the line. We cannot allow these zombies to enter the inner city." "Yes, Commander," the soldiers responded. Li Xingqian patiently awaited the launch of the missile. He understood that this strike had to be precise to effectively incapacitate Zhao Long. Meanwhile, Zhao Long and his 5,000 awakened comrades remained oblivious to the impending danger, fully engrossed in their struggle against the zombies. At last, the missile was launched, streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. Propelled by astonishing power towards Zhao Long. In an instant, the missile detonated beside him, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Amidst the swirling dust, Zhao Long was hurled through the air. Of the 5,000 awakened, only a few hundred remained, who were now engulfed in panic, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Captain, are you all right?" they called out anxiously. At that moment, Zhao Long's face contorted with rage. "I'm fine, but who dared to ambush me?" Wu Jianyun was equally stunned by this unexpected turn of events, his eyes widening at the sight of the injured Zhao Long. Filled with shock and confusion, he was taken aback, realizing that the missile had decimated nearly all of Dragon Soul's forces. "What is happening? Who launched the missile?" Yet, Zhao Long would not succumb so easily. He rose defiantly, his body riddled with wounds and blood flowing freely, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. His eyes blazed with fury and determination. Li Xingqian observed Zhao Long's resurgence, feeling a weight in his heart that he had believed the missile would render Zhao Long incapable of fighting. Yet the latter proved unexpectedly resilient. This was a testament to Zhao Long's awakening abilities. His berserk state and augmented defense were formidable enough to withstand a missile strike. Undeterred, Li Xingqian launched 2 more missiles, this time targeting Wu Jianyun and his remaining troops, as well as the surviving Zhao Long. Remarkably, Zhao Long sensed the incoming threat, spotting the 2 missiles hurtling towards him. Damn! More are coming. With eyes wide open in fury, Zhao Long summoned all his strength and hurled a punch at the missiles that a surge of powerful energy erupted from his fist, colliding head-on with the missiles. With a resounding explosion, the missiles detonated in mid-air, sending shockwaves rippling outward and enveloping the area in smoke. Another missile exploded near Wu Jianyun, who now faced grave casualties among his ranks. Zhao Long lost an arm. Writhing on the ground in agony, Wu Jianyun surveyed the devastation, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. At that moment, Li Xingqian swiftly appeared before Zhao Long and Wu Jianyun. Zhao Long, confused, did not recognize Li Xingqian. But Wu Jianyun did. It's you, Li Xingqian. Realization dawned on Wu Jianyun. The missile launcher was in Li Xingqian's hands, and he knew the access code, just as he began to piece together the sequence of events. Ling Yufeng arrived with his own MEN.by now. The battlefield had been largely cleared of zombies by Wu Jianyun and Zhao Long, the powerful zombie king having been eliminated by the missile, allowing them to reveal themselves without restraint. Wu Jianyun bellowed in Li Xingqian's direction. You bastard! What do you intend to do? Li Xingqian regarded Wu Jianyun with cold indifference, devoid of any remorse. Nothing much. You and your son will soon meet your end. As Li Xingqian prepared to strike Wu Jianyun with his sword, the latter mustered a final surge of strength. Damn it, you scoundrel! Wu Jianyun unleashed his ability, gravity. The gravitational force bore down upon Li Xingqian, causing him to slightly bend at the waist, feeling the effects of the weight. This gravity could easily crush a level 2 or even level 3 awakened into a pulp. Yet Li Xingqian merely straightened his posture as if unaffected. This sight utterly terrified Wu Jianyun. He had exerted all his might, yet it seemed to have no effect. What level of awakened are you? Level 4? No. Level 5? This is impossible. As Wu Jianyun screamed in desperation, Li Xingqian began to advance step by step towards him. Although the gravity weighed down upon him, it did not hinder his movement in the slightest. With each step Li Xingqian took, Wu Jianyun felt death inching closer. Stop. Halt your advance. Wu Jianyun cried out, his gravity powers pushed to their limits, causing blood to trickle from his eyes, yet he could not halt Li Xingqian's approach. Wu Jianyun's voice grew hoarse with exertion, yet it did nothing to impede Li Xingqian's relentless stride. His gaze was imbued with cold detachment and determination, as if nothing could obstruct his path. Wu Jianyun's heart brimmed with despair, realizing how insignificant his power was in the face of Li Xingqian. At that moment, Zhao Long rose to his feet, having gleaned from their conversation that the man before him was Li Xingqian, the very individual the Dragon Lord sought. Chapter 76. The dust settles. Previously, due to the sudden outbreak of zombies, they had focused solely on the threat at hand and had not considered Li Xingqian, unaware they would encounter him here. Wu Jianyun, let us join forces to eliminate him. Zhao Long, having witnessed Li Xingqian's strength, realized that the gravity of a level 4 awakened had no effect on him. This posed a grave threat to their dragon soul, especially since he had taken away the Dragon Lord's people. Today had revealed to him that if Li Xingqian were not vanquished, it would be Zhao Long who would meet his demise. Li Xingqian, too, was taken aback by Zhao Long's resilience. Zhao Long began to enter his berserk and gigantic state, transforming into a muscular giant. Despite losing an arm, his imposing presence remained formidable. Li Xingqian, observing this, smirked disdainfully, leaping aside to evade Zhao Long's attack, while simultaneously thrusting his sword at him. Zhao Long, taken aback, hurriedly dodged, but still suffered a gash on his cheek from the blade. Seizing the moment, Wu Jianyun unleashed a more potent gravitational force in an attempt to restrain Li Xingqian's movements. However, Li Xingqian merely paused for a moment before effortlessly breaking free from the constraints of gravity. He advanced steadily towards Wu Jianyun, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. As death loomed imminent, Wu Jianyun hatched a desperate plan. He suddenly shouted, Li Xingqian, even if you kill me, it changes nothing. In this apocalypse, humanity must unite to combat the zombies. Li Xingqian found Wu Jianyun's words laughable. This was a world where it was either kill or be killed. Wu Jianyun had already established himself as a warlord and had never contemplated unity among humanity. The very notion was absurd. A mocking smile crept across Li Xingqian's lips. Unity? In this apocalypse, only the strong survive. Li Xingqian's cold laughter echoed as he reflected on the futility of unity, especially after having slain Wu Ku. He had a mission to seize this base, and Wu Jianyun must perish. His gaze hardened. The sword in his hand trembled as if yearning for blood. You weaklings are unworthy of existence in this world. As Li Xingqian spoke, he unleashed a sword strike that ended Wu Jianyun's life. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Zhao Long realized that the tide had turned against him. He was no longer a match for Li Xingqian, that he resolved to retreat and inform the Dragon Lord of the happenings here. Swiftly, Zhao Long withdrew, while Li Xingqian paid him no mind. At that moment, Ling Yufeng and his army of 10,000 were engaged in exterminating the remaining zombies and soldiers. The soldiers, upon seeing their commander slain, had lost all will to resist. Though many possessed a sense of justice, military orders were paramount, and they had no choice but to heed Wu Jianyun's commands. Now that Wu Jianyun was dead, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Observing the numerous surrendering soldiers, Ling Yufeng chose not to annihilate them entirely. After all, the objective was to seize control of the base, not to commit mass slaughter. Should all the inhabitants perish, what would be the purpose of capturing the base? They still required manpower to combat the zombies. At this moment, Zhao Long believed he had narrowly escaped peril, yet he was unprepared for the sudden appearance of Zixuan and Xilan. Upon seeing the two identical sisters before him, memories flooded back. Zixuan and Xilan, it is you. Come with me. The Dragon Lord wishes to see you. Even in this dire situation, Zhao Long did not forget to fulfill his mission. He cared not whether Zixuan and Xilan had lost their innocence, only that he wanted to take them away. However, Zixuan and Xilan, upon hearing Zhao Long invoke the Dragon Lord's name, were expressions of indifference. We are no longer servants of the Dragon Lord, go to your death. Zhao Long was taken aback by their betrayal, struggling to believe it, though he had underestimated Zixuan and Xilan. You two dare to kill me? A resolute glint flashed in Zixuan and Xilan's eyes as they exchanged glances. In an instant, they dashed toward Zhao Long like wraiths. Alarmed, Zhao Long hastily threw a punch to counter them. Yet, Zixuan and Xilan exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading his strikes. Their synergy was impeccable, executing sharp attacks that forced Zhao Long into a defensive position. Despite his vigorous resistance, Zhao Long ultimately proved no match for them. After an intense battle, Zixuan and Xilan finally identified Zhao Long's weakness. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly subdued him. Lying on the ground, Zhao Long looked helplessly at Zixuan and Xilan. You truly have betrayed the Dragon Lord. His voice was laden with despair. Zixuan and Xilan regarded him coldly, showing no trace of pity that we were never his. With that, they turned and departed, leaving Zhao Long's lifeless form behind. Meanwhile, Ling Yunfeng had successfully taken control of the base. Gazing at the surrendered soldiers, a surge of pride welled within him. From this day forth, we shall unite to safeguard this base and combat the zombies. The zombies had been thoroughly dealt with, and few remained. Li Xingqian, fixated on the countless corpses before him, pondered the wealth of crystal stones at stake. Over 1 million. If he could transport these crystals back to Xinghe base, their overall strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. At that moment, Li Xingqian disregarded Ling Yunfeng, instructing him to gather a team to scour the battlefield for the crystals. He then made his way to Wu Jianyun's office in search of the Dragon Pearl. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the Dragon Pearl hidden within a particularly concealed drawer. Clutching it tightly, he felt the mysterious power contained within. His heart swelled with joy and confusion. This was indeed a Dragon Pearl. The genuine article. In the realm of cultivation, such treasures existed. Initially, Li Xingqian had thought the Dragon Pearl was merely a name, but it turned out to be a true Dragon Pearl. The energy within it was, in essence, spiritual energy, a temptation too great for Li Xingqian to resist. With this, he could undoubtedly break through to the later stage of Golden Core. Currently, he was merely at the early stage. Should he attain the later stage, he would likely have no rivals on Earth. He had initially feared the firearms of the world, but once he reached the later stage, those weapons would pose no threat to him. Li Xingqian began to cultivate with the Dragon Pearl, while Zixuan and Xilan returned to his side, guarding him vigilantly against any unforeseen mishaps. As time passed, a week slipped by unnoticed. In this week, Li Xingqian successfully broke through to the later stage of Golden Core. Upon opening his eyes, he felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, noting how much lighter and more agile his body had become. At that moment, he noticed Zishuan and Xilan standing vigilantly beside him, stirring something within him. "Thank you, Zishuan, Xilan," Li Xingqian said with a smile. A flush of color crept onto their cheeks as they softly replied. "It is our duty, my lord." Just then, Ling Yunfeng's voice echoed from outside. "Xingqian, all the crystals have been collected." Stepping out of the room, Li Xingqian was astounded by the mountain of crystals before him. He then inquired of Ling Yufeng, "How many people remain at the base?" Ling Yufeng replied slowly, "There are over 60,000 people left, with more than 20,000 awakened ones among them, given the casualties." This was within Li Xingqian's expectations. They had successfully seized control of the base. However, the mysterious entity known as Zero had yet to make contact, but Li Xingqian chose not to dwell on it. "From now on, you will govern this city as its new lord. You may retain 1/3 of the over 1,000,000 crystals for development, while I shall take the remainder. I hope to use these resources to help everyone achieve awakening." Ling Yunfeng was taken aback by Li Xingqian's generosity. Having put in such effort to seize the base, he had not anticipated Li Xingqian would be so magnanimous. "You intend to leave. Do you not wish to continue as the lord?" Gently patting Ling Yunfeng's shoulder, Li Xingqian explained, "Indeed, I have other matters to attend to." He gazed at Ling Yufeng with unwavering trust. "You must diligently manage this base and lead everyone in their battle against the zombies. If you encounter any insurmountable difficulties, remember to reach out to me at any time. I will always keep an eye on you." Ling Yufeng felt the weight of Li Xingqian's expectations and responsibilities. He understood the gravity of his role, but was filled with confidence for the future. Firmly grasping Li Xingqian's hand, he vowed not to betray his trust and to protect the base and its people. In that moment, a silent understanding and determination passed between them. Yet, Li Xingqian sensed that greater events were on the horizon. If they were to seize control of the base, they would need to cultivate power. For it may prove useful one day. Subsequently, Li Xingqian departed with Zishuan and Xilan, stopping by to visit Ma Yao. Upon arriving at the small survivor base, he noticed significant changes. The gazes of the people were filled with fear and a hint of guilt. "Where is Ma Yao?" Li Xingqian's voice echoed in the deserted base. No one dared to answer him. Heads bowed, they silently retreated. Li Xingqian furrowed his brow, perplexed by their overwhelming fear of him. As he scanned the surroundings, a sense of unease enveloped him. At that moment, a frail figure was helped out from a corner. Li Xingqian, "You've come." Ma Yao's voice was so weak it seemed it might dissipate at any moment. Seeing Ma Yao, Li Xingqian felt a pang of pain in his heart. Though their time together had been brief, he held a deep respect for this female soldier. He had intended to observe the humanity within the apocalypse through her, to help her grow. However, now she was covered in wounds, her breath faint, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, clearly having suffered abuse and humiliation. "Who can tell me what happened?" Anger burned in Li Xingqian's eyes, his voice cold enough to chill. The crowd fell silent, none daring to respond. As his fury escalated, he advanced toward the people, his powerful aura nearly suffocating. "Speak," he thundered, his voice reverberating through the air. Finally, a trembling young boy, seemingly 17 or 18, who was supporting Ma Yao, spoke with a cold gaze. "It was them. They are the ones who assaulted Sister Ma Yao and forced her to scavenge for food." Upon finishing, the boy broke into tears. Ever since Ma Yao had arrived, she had shared her food with him, and his gratitude had blossomed into affection. Li Xingqian's expression turned icy as he struggled to believe the depths of depravity these people had sunk to. He turned to Ma Yao, a mixture of anger and disappointment in his gaze. He had hoped she would grow stronger in this apocalypse, but now. Ma Yao, what do you wish to do now?" he asked softly, offering her one final chance to choose. If she remained overly compassionate, he would turn and leave without hesitation. At this moment, Ma Yao looked at the crowd, her gaze transforming into a chilling resolve. "Kill them. I want to kill them." Upon hearing Ma Yao's words, the crowd was instantly filled with trepidation. Li Xingqian fixed his gaze upon Ma Yao's icy, piercing eyes, which seemed capable of freezing everything in their path. And an involuntary pang of pain struck his heart. He understood all too well that Ma Yao had been driven to a point of uncontrollable fury by the despicable actions of these individuals. "Very well." Li Xingqian spoke without a trace of hesitation, resolutely handing over the shimmering, cold spirit sword to Ma Yao. He then stood quietly beside her, resembling a steadfast mountain. Ma Yao gripped the frigid weapon tightly, her palms turning pale from the exertion. Each step she took was imbued with seething rage, as if the very ground beneath her trembled in response to her wrath. She advanced towards those individuals, each stride seemingly treading upon their hearts, instilling a sense of dread amongst them. Though Ma Yao appeared on the brink of collapse, she was still an awakener, and few among these people could claim the same status. Moreover, with Li Xingchen by her side, none dared to strike. Li Xingchen was acutely aware that these people were nothing more than bullies who preyed on the weak, and they would only display their arrogance in their own territory. The crowd gazed at Ma Yao in sheer terror, and in their panic, began to plead for mercy. "Please spare us. We have come to realize our mistakes. It was all their doing. I am innocent." Yet, Ma Yao's pace showed no signs of faltering. Her eyes blazed with an inferno of fury, as if she intended to tear these individuals apart. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the spirit sword. And in an instant, blood sprayed forth, falling to the ground like a crimson rain. Chapter 78. Jiang Yuyan's Abduction. The chilling light of the spirit sword flickered in the air, each swing accompanied by piercing cries and scenes of carnage. The survivor base was engulfed in a potent stench of blood, forming a suffocating, dark red mist. The ground was littered with blood and dismembered limbs, a sight too horrific to behold. Each of Ma Yao's attacks was as ferocious as a tempest. Her gaze filled with disdain for her foes and an unwavering commitment to justice. Li Xingchen observed Ma Yao quietly. Feeling a mix of admiration and concern for her, he knew that this bloody battle would inflict tremendous harm upon her. Yet he also understood that it was a path she must traverse. Ultimately, the conflict concluded amidst bloodshed and chaos, leaving an aura of death hanging over the survivor base. Ma Yao stood wearily in the pool of blood. Exhaustion filled her eyes, yet there was also an ineffable sense of relief. She knew she had finally put an end to the suffering of her past. However, the boy she had spared remained frozen in terror. His eyes reflecting a similar sense of release, Ma Yao regarded the petrified boy with a flicker of compassion. She lowered the spirit sword and approached him slowly. Though he trembled slightly, his gaze never left Ma Yao. And the fear in his eyes gradually transformed into joy. Ma Yao gently patted the boy's head, speaking softly, "Do not be afraid, it's all over now." The boy lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he murmured, Ma Yao smiled warmly and turned to Li Xingchen, who approached her side. "It is finished." Ma Yao nodded, a hint of fatigue on her face, but more so, a sense of liberation. They stood together, gazing at the dilapidated survivor base. Their hearts filled with complex emotions. Soon after, Li Xingchen hurriedly sought out a functional vehicle, taking Ma Yao and the boy back to the Xinghe base. At that moment, the atmosphere within the base had transformed. No longer buzzing with the lively energy of the past, but instead heavy with a somber weight that left Li Xingchen feeling perplexed. Shortly thereafter, he returned alone to his villa, only to find it filled with people. Upon learning of Li Xingchen's return, they had converged upon the villa in unison. Li Xingchen gazed at the familiar faces, suddenly realizing one was missing. Jiang Yuyan was conspicuously absent. "Xingchen." Su Meishue's voice rang out first. "Boss." Feng Rue followed suit. "Master." Dongfeng'er also called out. Feng Rue, Su Meishue, and Dongfeng'er looked at Li Xingchen with joy, yet their faces betrayed an undercurrent of sorrow. "Where's Jiang Yuyan?" Upon posing this question, a heavy silence fell over the group, and Li Xingchen's heart sank with a premonition that Jiang Yuyan dead. Seeing Li Xingchen's misunderstanding, Su Meishue quickly clarified, "Not at all." She then explained that everything had been progressing smoothly. Both Feng Rue and Jiang Yuyan had even achieved level 4 awakening, with the base's population predominantly consisting of awakeners, already numbering over 100,000. However, during a mission to hunt zombies, they were ambushed by a group of individuals. Even Feng Rue and Jiang Yuyan, both level 4 awakeners, could not withstand them, and Jiang Yuyan was captured. If not for Feng Rue using his abilities to hold off the assailants, they might have all been taken. Li Xingchen's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with worry and fury. Who are these people? Why have they taken Jiang Yuyan? His voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Feng Rue sighed. "We do not know their origins. They are exceedingly powerful, and we are no match for them." Dongfeng'er interjected, "Moreover, they seem to know you, and at the end, they mentioned that you should bring Zishuan and Xilan to Wushi to meet them." Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen immediately recalled who these individuals were. It was the Dragon Soul faction. He had not anticipated their persistent presence. Li Xingchen's gaze sharpened, a silent vow to rescue Jiang Yuyan forming in his heart. "Since they have indicated they want me to go to Wushi, I shall meet them there." His voice was resolute and unwavering. Feng Rue's expression turned grave as he looked at Li Xingchen, saying, "But their strength is formidable. It would be too dangerous for you to go alone. Do not worry. I am well aware of what I am doing." Li Li Xingchen reassured him, giving Fang Rui a comforting pat on the shoulder. This time, I will go alone. Zishuan and Xilan, you must remain at the base. Your presence greatly enhances our strength here. I fear they may retaliate, and you would not have the means to defend yourselves. As Li Xingchen finished speaking, Zishuan and Xilan looked discontented, having never anticipated being left behind. Master, Li Xingchen interrupted their protests and then sought out an expansive room, directly summoning nearly 700,000 crystal stones from his spatial ring. The sight left everyone astounded. Li Xingchen looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd and offered a faint smile. These crystals are what I have collected. I now entrust them to you all. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Li Xingchen would make such a decision. Fang Rui stepped forward, asking, Boss, what are you doing? These crystals are also of great importance to you. Li Xingchen shook his head. These crystals have lost their significance to me. However, with Jiang Yuyan captured, I need you all to enhance your strength. These crystals can bolster your abilities, allowing me to leave with peace of mind. The group felt deeply moved by Li Xingchen's words. Zishuan and Xilan approached him, their expressions earnest. Master, we will make good use of these crystals to enhance our strength and not hold you back. Li Xingchen nodded appreciatively. Very well, I trust you. But do exercise caution and avoid unnecessary risks. Everyone nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Li Xingchen looked at them, filled with confidence. With the aid of these crystals, their abilities would undoubtedly see a significant increase. He took a deep breath. All right, everyone, go and rest now. The group dispersed, retreating to their respective rooms to recuperate. Li Xingchen stood alone in the spacious room, silently vowing to rescue Jiang Yuyan. He understood that this mission would be even more perilous than the one in Mahai City, yet he was now at the late stage of Golden Core and felt no fear. As he made his way back, his heart remained unsettled for quite some time. They were all moved by Li Xingchen's generosity and inspired by his determination. These crystals were invaluable. With them, our strength will surely see great improvement. The boss is truly remarkable. He has managed to collect so many crystals. The group continued to chatter until Su Meishue and Ai Wei quietly slipped away. Chapter 79. How could this be harassment? They had not seen Li Xingchen for quite some time. Even a brief absence felt lengthy, as he was their man, their cornerstone. With him gone, they found it difficult to sleep. Su Meishue and Ai Wei decided to seek out Li Xingchen. They walked lightly down the corridor, their footsteps as silent as a cat's, wary of making any sound. Upon reaching Li Xingchen's door, they found it slightly ajar. They gently pushed the door open, the hinges emitting a faint creak. As if cautioning them to keep quiet, inside, Li Xingchen sat alone on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, unaware of Su Meishue and Ai Wei's presence. The two girls quietly approached him, softly calling out. Xingchen. Li Xingchen, hearing the voice, abruptly looked up, surprise etched across his face. Upon seeing Su Meishue and Ai Wei before him, warmth flickered in his eyes. Meishue, Ai Wei, what brings you here? Li Xingchen inquired with genuine concern. Su Meishue and Ai Wei approached him and took a seat beside him. Su Meishue gently remarked, We came to see you, to ensure your well-being. Ai Wei gazed at Li Xingchen and resolutely stated, Xingchen, you must rescue Jiang Yuan. We believe in your ability to accomplish this. Li Xingchen nodded, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. I will definitely save her. Su Meishue looked at Li Xingchen, her eyes brimming with worry. Xingchen, please do not act impulsively. Exercise caution. The Dragon Soul members are formidable. You must protect yourself. Li Xingchen smiled reassuringly. Meishue, there is no need for concern. Ai Wei then spoke up. Xingchen, remember, you are not fighting alone. You have us. We will always support you. Li Xingchen was taken aback to see the usually reserved Ai Wei expressing her worry and offering him comfort. He grasped the hands of Su Meishue and Ai Wei, drawing them into his embrace. In response to his sudden gesture, both Su Meishue and Ai Wei displayed no signs of alarm. Rather, they were filled with a delightful shyness. The following day, after rising, Li Xingchen sought out Yu Shilan, who had now matured into a competent city lord. Her every decree and policy commendable to Li Xingchen. Take care on your journey. Yishilan expressed her concern for him. Li Xingchen nodded and departed, leaving Yishilan with a tumultuous heart as she watched his retreating figure. Upon returning alone to the Lord's mansion, Yishilan sat in silence, unable to quell her turbulent emotions. She realized her feelings for Li Xingchen had transcended the bounds of mere friendship. Yet, she was acutely aware that there seemed to be no place for her in his heart. Thus, she buried her feelings deep within, silently wishing him happiness. While Yishilan reminisced about the moments shared with Li Xingchen, recalling their trials and tribulations, as well as the joyous times they had together. She knew he was a person worthy of trust and reliance. He would surely rescue Jiang Yi. Determined, she resolved to assist Li Xingqian to the best of her abilities. Meanwhile, as Li Xingqian traveled, he pondered what matters still required his attention. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him, an alluring figure with captivating eyes, none other than Dongfang Yar. "My lord, have you forgotten me?" It dawned on Li Xingqian that he had indeed nearly overlooked Dongfang Yar. After appointing her as a maid, he had tasked her with utilizing her plant control abilities for agriculture, neglecting her since then. As he observed Dongfang Yar gently stroking her hair before him, he replied, "Not at all. Rather, I have been contemplating when to indulge myself." Although Li Xingqian had nearly forgotten her, he dared not reveal this fact. Confronted by such a temptress, he felt it prudent to maintain a facade, aware that failing to do so might provoke her further. As the adage goes, to tread a woman's path is to leave her with no retreat. However, he had underestimated Dongfang Yar's tenacity. Is that so? "My lord, do you wish to devour Yar?" she inquired, an enticing expression gracing her features as she drew closer, locking eyes with him before planting a kiss on his lips. Li Xingqian experienced a gentle kiss, devoid of the wildness he had anticipated, yet he felt compelled to resist, knowing it would jeopardize his resolve. "Enough, you have crossed the line," he declared, pushing Dongfang Yar away, his gaze icy. She, unfazed, licked her lips nonchalantly. "My lord, are you afraid? Did you not wish to consume me?" Seeing her dismiss his authority, Li Xingqian chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Dongfang Yar made no attempt to stop him, understanding that such matters required patience and finesse. Nevertheless, she could not resist teasing him. "My lord, that was just my first kiss." Li Xingqian found it hard to believe. Dongfang Yar was a renowned star, having starred in numerous films. How could it possibly be her first kiss? Little did he know, she had remained chaste, with even her kissing scenes merely staged. Without responding, Li Xingqian accelerated his pace, his mind preoccupied with Jiang Yuan's safety. Indifferent to further entanglements with Dongfang Yar. As he observed her retreating figure, a sly smile crept across her lips, plotting her next move. Days later, Li Xingqian arrived in Wushi, where many survivors resided, and several bases existed. The Dragon Soul base being the largest and most populous. As he strolled through the streets of Wushi, he diligently surveyed his surroundings while searching for the entrance to the Dragon Soul base. Fully aware of the perilous nature of this rescue mission, he remained undaunted. Fueled by a resolute belief, he would save Jiang Yuan. Soon, he stumbled upon a suspicious structure that appeared to be the Dragon Soul base. He stealthily approached, preparing to investigate. Just as he attempted to infiltrate, a patrolling member of the Dragon Soul spotted him. Instantly, alarms blared, and the entire base went on high alert. Li Xingqian acted swiftly, dispatching the guard with precision. He had not anticipated being discovered this time. Evidently, the Dragon Soul's defenses surpassed those of Moheshi. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the situation. Chapter 80. Entering the Dragon Soul base. It was not that Li Xingqian lacked the desire to infiltrate. Rather, without a mission to seize the base, he felt unrestrained. After all, he was now a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage, stronger than the awakened ones present, unconcerned even by level 4 or 5 awakened individuals. After neutralizing the patrolling guard, he quickly concealed himself, observing the area that he noted the Dragon Soul base's stringent security, teeming with patrolling guards and hidden snipers and awakened ones. Realizing he could not force his way into the base without attracting more enemies, he resolved to wait for an opportune moment to proceed. At that moment, he overheard a heated argument. Following the sounds, he spotted a man in a Dragon Soul uniform confronting a woman clad in a tight black suit and a black mask. "Who are you? Why are you trying to infiltrate our base?" the man demanded, his face a mask of suspicion and anger. "I'm merely looking for something. I mean no harm," the woman replied calmly, her voice tinged with indifference. "Looking for something? Do you think our base is a place you can enter and exit at will?" The man scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. "Humph. What do you intend to do then?" the woman retorted coldly, her body trembling slightly as she suppressed her inner fury. "You must come with us for questioning," the man insisted, his grip tightening around his weapon, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. "And if I refuse?" she countered defiantly, her gaze resolute. "Then you will have no one to blame but yourself," he threatened, his finger poised on the trigger. Before he could act, Li Xingqian sprang into action, darting toward the man and swiftly disarming him, pinning him to the ground in one seamless motion. The man stared in terror, disbelief etched across his face, unable to fathom how he had been subdued so quickly. Li Xingqian regarded him coldly. Tell me, where is Jiang Yuan? The man trembled, stammering. I don't know. Li Xingqian furrowed his brow, unconvinced. Applying more pressure, the man emitted a pained groan. Speak. Where's Jiang Yuan? In agony, the man replied. She is locked in the basement. Having obtained the information he sought, Li Xingqian released him. He turned to the woman. Who are you? What are you doing here? The woman eyed him warily, recognizing his strength, aware that she was outmatched. I am Haiying. Searching for my sister. She was captured by the Dragon Soul base. Li Xingqian was taken aback by her revelation. He had not anticipated their shared objective. I see. Then let us join forces, with a smile. He proposed, knowing her presence could divert the Dragon Soul's attention. After a moment's hesitation, Haiying conceded. All right. Thus, Haiying led Li Xingqian to a secluded location, revealing a hidden entrance to the Dragon Soul base's basement. Together, they cautiously descended into the underground chamber, which was permeated by a noxious odor and illuminated by strange flickering lights. As they proceeded with caution, alert to their surroundings, they soon encountered a massive iron door adorned with a dragon motif. Exuding a powerful aura, this was the gateway to the inner sanctum of the Dragon Soul base. However, a barrier unleashed by an awakened one stood firm upon the door, rendering it impervious to their attempts at breach. Li Xingqian glanced at the iron gate. Such barriers, particularly those crafted by awakened beings, were a rarity. Yet, he regarded any barrier with disdain, believing it to be merely a matter of breaking through. Channeling his spiritual energy, he concentrated it into a formidable blade of qi. Taking a deep breath, he swung forward with force, and the blade shot forth like a lightning bolt toward the iron door, with a resounding crash. The door was instantly pierced, creating a substantial opening. Seizing the moment, Li Xingqian and the shadow rushed inside. Upon entering the iron gate, they found themselves in a vast hall. The chamber was adorned with an array of weapons and equipment. Surrounded by numerous members of the Dragon Soul base, upon noticing Li Xingqian and the shadow, Long Ying's expression darkened ominously. He exclaimed, How did you manage to get in here? Li Xingqian regarded Long Ying with a frigid stare. That is of no concern to you. Where is Jiang Yuan? Long Ying scoffed, dismissing Li Xingqian and his companion entirely. Rescue Jiang Yuan. Do you truly believe you can take her from us? How naive. With a wave of his hand, the members of the Dragon Soul base immediately encircled Li Xingqian and the shadow. Li Xingqian glanced disdainfully at the surrounding members. Oh, you truly think these individuals can impede my progress? With that, he summoned his spiritual energy, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. With a casual flick of his wrist, a powerful blade of qi surged toward the encircling members, sensing the formidable energy emanating from Li Xingqian. A flicker of fear ignited within them. They scattered in haste, yet some were struck by the blade, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Long Ying, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of shock wash over him. He had not anticipated Li Xingqian's extraordinary strength. Who on earth are you? How can you possess such immense power? Long Ying queried, his voice tinged with trepidation. Li Xingqian replied coldly, Who I am is irrelevant. Hasn't your dragon lord been seeking me all along? Upon hearing this, Long Ying's countenance grew even darker. You are Li Xingqian. You've walked right into a trap, Long Ying declared, his gaze now resolute. With that, he launched an attack, his speed astonishing as he appeared before Li Xingqian in an instant, delivering a punch aimed at his chest. Li Xingqian evaded effortlessly, his form flickering out of harm's way. In a swift motion, he countered with a blade of qi directed at Long Ying. Although Long Ying managed to dodge, he was still grazed, leaving a wound upon his arm that he couldn't help but marvel at Li Xingqian's prowess. You are no match for me. It would be wise to surrender, Li Xingqian asserted, confidence radiating from his visage. Long Ying gritted his teeth. I will not yield. With that, he transformed, revealing his true nature as a shapeshifter. Now resembling a dragon humanoid. In this moment, he unleashed his full power, determined to confront Li Xingqian in a decisive battle. Unfazed, Li Xingqian brandished his spirit sword, igniting a fierce clash between the two. The hall became a whirlwind of blade and light, leaving the onlooking members in awe of the fierce confrontation unfolding before them. Yet, Li Xingqian refrained from unleashing his full might, clearly recognizing that Long Ying was nearing the strength of a fifth-level awakened. The shadow, observing the duel, felt a surge of admiration for Li Xingqian, who held his ground against Long Ying. I shall no longer indulge you. Absolute kill. Li Xingqian seized an opportunity, launching a powerful blade of qi toward Long Ying, who found himself unable to evade. With a thunderous explosion, the blade struck him, sending Long Ying crashing against the wall. Blood spewed from his mouth as he crumpled to the floor, unable to rise again. Li Xingqian and the shadow approached Long Ying, gazing down at him. Tell me, where's Jiang Yuyan? Li Xingchen demanded, his tone laced with menace. Trembling, Longing realized he was no match for Li Xingchen. Yet, his lips remained sealed, choosing instead to taunt him. Humph. Wanna know? Impossible. Don't think that defeating me makes you invincible. There are 30 near 5th level awakened individuals within this Dragon Soul base, not to mention 2 5th level awakened. No matter how strong you are, you cannot escape their onslaught. Ha! Longing laughed arrogantly, confident in the might of the Dragon Soul base, one of the 3 major strongholds. Li Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated the strength of the Dragon Soul base, yet he felt no fear. And what of it? He declared, determination gleaming in his eyes. The shadow gazed at Li Xingchen, a newfound respect blossoming within her. You are truly courageous, she remarked, her voice tinged with admiration. Li Xingchen cast a glance at the shadow. Without strength, bravery is merely a path to demise. With that, he ventured deeper into the hall. The shadow followed closely, warily scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a colossal iron door came into view. Etched upon it was the image of a dragon, radiating an aura of immense power. This is the entrance to the underground location. The shadow remarked, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety, hoping her sister might be within. Li Xingchen approached, pushing against the door with force, and to his surprise, it swung open. As they stepped inside, they discovered a vast laboratory filled with an array of instruments and equipment. Attended by numerous researchers clad in white lab coats, Li Xingchen and the shadow tread carefully, vigilant in their observations. Before long, they encountered a massive glass chamber. Inside lay a woman, Jiang Yuyan. Upon seeing her, Li Xingchen felt a pang of anguish. He advanced, intent on shattering the glass to rescue her. Yet just as he was about to break through, a powerful energy barrier manifested before him, repelling him. Li Xingchen's expression shifted. He sensed the formidable nature of the barrier. What is this? He inquired, confusion evident in his gaze. The shadow stepped forward, scrutinizing the barrier. It is a powerful enchantment. Only immense force can shatter it, she stated, concern etching her features. Li Xingchen furrowed his brow. He summoned his spiritual energy, coalescing it into a potent blade of qi. Taking a deep breath, he swung forward, the blade striking the energy barrier like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, a substantial opening was carved through the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xingchen dashed inside, freeing Jiang Yuyan from the glass confinement. She lay unconscious, and he quickly cradled her in his arms. Assessing her condition, finding her merely unconscious and not in life-threatening danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Holding Jiang Yuyan close, he exited the laboratory. The shadow, witnessing Jiang Yuyan's rescue, began searching the laboratory and soon discovered her sister in a corner. Her heart swelling with joy. We must leave this place at once, Li Xingchen urged, clutching Jiang Yuyan tightly as he, the shadow, and her sister cautiously made their way toward the laboratory's exit. Just as they were about to step outside, an abrupt sound of footsteps reached their ears. Li Xingchen's heart raced, and he halted immediately while the shadows scanned their surroundings warily. Who goes there? Li Xingchen whispered, tension etched upon his face. I am the leader of the Dragon Soul base. A cold voice emerged from the shadows. Gradually, a figure materialized, a tall, imposing man with a stern countenance, emanating an aura of formidable dread. A smirk of self-satisfaction adorned his face, as though he relished his own appearance. Did you truly believe you could leave here so easily? The middle-aged man remarked icily, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Li Xingchen tightened his embrace around Jiang Yuyan, his gaze fixated on the man with vigilance. Can you truly stop us? Li Xingchen retorted defiantly. The middle-aged man regarded him with derision. Shall we find out? As his words fell, a surge of potent energy erupted from his hand. Li Xingchen and the shadow felt the overwhelming force, and the man became enveloped in a shroud of darkness, exuding an eerie presence. Li Xingchen scrutinized the man, trying to decipher the nature of his awakening abilities. In that tense moment, Jiang Yuyan suddenly regained consciousness. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, surprise flickered in her eyes, her brow furrowing in confusion. It's you? She exclaimed. The middle-aged man, noticing her awakening, wore a triumphant smile, his gaze filled with avarice. Jiang Yuyan, you have finally awakened, he declared. Why did you capture me? She demanded, fury radiating from her expression. The middle-aged man replied, it is, of course, for the secrets that lie within you. Your spirit fox form is unlike that of others. According to the Dragon Master, you possess powers that are not of this world. His gaze intensified with fervor. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yuyan became increasingly perplexed. The abilities of us awakened are inherently not of this realm. What is so extraordinary about that? The man shook his head. No, you misunderstand. The powers of the awakened are merely superhuman abilities, but your strength is that of a cultivator. It is an entirely different system of power. Do you understand? Cultivation is a lofty pursuit. At this moment, the man's eyes burned with passion. Even Li Xingqian, standing nearby, was taken aback. He had never realized that Jiang Yuyan's awakening abilities were linked to cultivation. Yet the mysterious Zero had saved her, leaving him utterly bewildered. If anyone were to speak on cultivation, it would be he. The shadow watched the middle-aged man with caution, while Jiang Yuyan gazed at him in confusion. The middle-aged man continued, "The power of cultivators is immensely formidable. If we can harness such power, we could become the rulers of this world. We could achieve immortality, just like the Dragon Master. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuyan's heart skipped a beat. She had not anticipated her awakening abilities would lead to such trouble. She glanced at Li Xingqian and the shadow, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Li Xingqian grasped Jiang Yuyan's hand tightly. "Fear not, I am here." The shadow nodded in agreement, reassuring Jiang Yuyan. Observing their expressions, the middle-aged man could not suppress a smirk. He knew they had fallen into his trap. He slowly stepped forward. "You now have no way out if you wish to survive. Follow me obediently. Tell you the truth, I have already broken through to level 5 awakening. You have no chance." Li Xingqian was unfazed. He had sensed it from the beginning. However, both the shadow and Jiang Yuyan were astonished. They had yet to encounter a level 5 corpse king. It should be said that beyond level 5 lay the corpse emperor. Yet now, there was a level 5 awakened. Li Xingqian, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He wanted to witness the true strength of a level 5 awakened. "You talk too much." The middle-aged man chuckled at this, then furrowed his brow, his tone turning icy. "You are so arrogant, seeking death." With that, he transformed into a shadowy mist and lunged at Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian casually drew his spiritual sword and began to strike, only to find that his blade could not connect. Elementalized. "Have you consumed a devil fruit?" At that moment, Li Xingqian could not help but jest, for the situation did indeed resemble such a scenario. Yet it was merely that. Unfazed, Li Xingqian deftly dodged, then formed a hand seal with one hand. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique. 8,000 Thunder Bodies. The 8,000 Thunder Bodies is a technique within the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, allowing the practitioner to harness lightning and greatly enhance speed. Li Xingqian was enveloped in crackling electricity, the sheer force of it reducing everything around him to mere fragments. This scene left not only the middle-aged man astonished, but also Jiang Yuyan and the shadow utterly speechless. Jiang Yuyan had never witnessed Li Xingqian wield lightning abilities. She felt increasingly as if she did not truly know him. The middle-aged man was taken aback. He had not expected Li Xingqian to wield such powerful abilities, which completely contradicted the intel he had received. He hastily retreated, attempting to evade Li Xingqian's onslaught. However, Li Xingqian was remarkably swift, appearing before the middle-aged man in an instant, his spiritual sword striking him down with great force. The middle-aged man was astonished that, even in his elementalized form, he could still be hit. Little did he know, all of Li Xingqian's attacks were imbued with the power of lightning, making it effortless to strike him. The middle-aged man sought to escape, but it was too late. He felt a tremendous force collide with his body, sending him hurtling away. He crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Terror etched across his face as he stared at Li Xingqian. Who are you?" he stammered. Li Xingqian did not answer his question, but instead approached him step by step. The middle-aged man tried to flee, only to discover his body could no longer move. Not only was he injured, but the power of lightning coursing through him had rendered him paralyzed. "Don't come near," the middle-aged man cried in fear. Li Xingqian stood over him, looking down with disdain. You think that breaking through to level 5 awakening makes you remarkable? Before me, you are but an ant." The middle-aged man felt an even greater sense of dread. He realized he could not escape today. What do you want?" Li Xingqian did not respond, but raised his spiritual sword. The middle-aged man understood immediately. "And no, don't kill me. I can reveal the Dragon Master's secret," he exclaimed in panic. Upon hearing this, Li Xingqian paused. The man explained that the Dragon Master was a descendant of cultivators. 1,000 years ago, a cultivator had suddenly appeared in this world, gravely wounded, and subsequently lived as an ordinary person, leaving behind treasures and techniques. It was said that the Dragon Master had now reached the Golden Core stage, possessing formidable strength. Hearing this, Li Xingqian finally grasped the situation. Not only had he traversed worlds, but others had done so before him. Yet to him, the Dragon Master's lineage was merely that of a cultivator. Will you let me go now? The middle-aged man pleaded. Li Xingchen ignored his supplications, bringing his sword down decisively upon the man's neck. In an instant, the middle-aged man's head was severed, blood splattering forth. Li Xingchen gazed at the lifeless body, devoid of any sympathy. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve to perish, he declared. Jiang Yuyin and the shadow, witnessing Li Xingchen's decisive action, sighed in relief. They approached him, gratitude evident in their eyes. Thank you, Xingchen, Jiang Yuyin expressed, her heart filled with appreciation. Her gaze towards him transformed. It's nothing. After all, you are mine, Li Xingchen replied. Hearing this, Jiang Yuyin felt her cheeks flush, yet an undercurrent of disappointment lingered within her soul, lamenting why she could not simply be his woman. Although Jiang Yuyin's heart was still conflicted, she turned and curiously looked at Li Xingchen. Chapter 83. The true face of the shadow. Did you just use a power? How could it be so formidable? The shadow finally could not contain her curiosity, but Li Xingchen merely glanced at her before turning his attention back to Jiang Yuyin. Shall we depart? Jiang Yuyin nodded in agreement, and together they left. The shadow watched their retreating figures, her heart brimming with questions. She was determined to uncover Li Xingchen's identity and the nature of his abilities. After they departed, the scene was left with only the shadow standing alone. She gazed in the direction they had gone, her mind racing with thoughts. The shadow was acutely aware that Li Xingchen harbored many secrets, and these secrets might be crucial to their future. She resolved to unveil the mysterious veil surrounding him. Meanwhile, as Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyin continued on their path, the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Jiang Yuyin's feelings for Li Xingchen grew increasingly complex. She felt a sense of security in his strength, but was also curious and slightly apprehensive about his enigmatic abilities. They found a temporary safe haven to rest, and Li Xingchen fell into contemplation. He reflected on the middle-aged man's words regarding the Dragon Master, and his understanding of this world underwent a profound shift. Jiang Yuyin quietly observed Li Xingchen, aware that he was pondering something significant and hesitant to interrupt. After a while, Li Xingchen finally raised his head and looked at Jiang Yuyin, determination flashing in his eyes. Yin, have you noticed anything peculiar about your abilities? In truth, Jiang Yuyin was at a loss for words. She only recognized herself as an awakened with a spirit fox form, unable to comprehend how it connected to cultivation. She shook her head helplessly, and Li Xingchen, sensing her confusion, examined her closely but found no traces of any special constitution or extraordinary traits. This left him intrigued as to how the Dragon Master had discerned that Jiang Yuyin's abilities belonged to the realm of cultivation. Li Xingchen's curiosity about the Dragon Master deepened. The shadow had settled her sister, who remained unconscious but was no longer in danger. The shadow was now far more concerned about Li Xingchen's identity and the source of his overwhelming strength. Li Xingchen, I must ask, who exactly are you? The shadow finally voiced her inquiry, and Li Xingchen turned to regard her calmly. Before you inquire about others, will you not reveal your true name and show your true self? Upon hearing this, the shadow instinctively took a step back, her expression betraying her anxiety. How did you discover that? Li Xingchen merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. In truth, Li Xingchen had long since discerned that the shadow was not revealing its true visage. His ability to perceive appearances allowed him to detect that this person's countenance was utterly devoid of any discernible features, indicating an absence of information that should normally be present. This was decidedly abnormal. For every individual possesses a face corresponding to their character or fate. Yet, the shadow's face revealed nothing at all. While it is known that cultivators can conceal their appearances, this was not the realm of cultivation, implying that the shadow had not unveiled its true form. As the shadow noticed that Li Xingchen remained silent, anxiety welled up within her. She took a deep breath and resolved to confess her true identity to him. I am Yi Linger. That is my real name. As for my true visage. Yi Linger paused, and then her face began to undergo a visible transformation. Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyin widened their eyes in astonishment. For a long, ghastly scar stretched from her forehead down to her chin. A flicker of pain and insecurity crossed Yi Linger's eyes. This is my true face, an ugly monster, she uttered, her voice tinged with bitterness. It turned out that Yi Linger possessed the ability of transformation, having lived in humility before the apocalypse. Only after awakening her transformative power did she discover her confidence. Li Xingchen gazed upon the unsightly Yi Linger and could perceive the exquisite beauty hidden beneath the white scar. Yi Linger, you are not ugly. Your inner beauty surpasses your outer appearance. What I see is your kindness, bravery, and strength in saving your sister. Jiang Yuyin quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yilinger, do not feel inferior. We shall never look down upon you for your appearance. Yilinger was moved to tears. Thank you. I never imagined anyone would speak to me in such a manner. Li Xingchen regarded her thoughtfully and suddenly proposed. Yilinger, I have a method to help you remove the scar on your face. Both Yilinger and Jiang Yuyan looked at him in astonishment, asking in unison, Really? Li Xingchen nodded, recalling the dragon pearl, which contained gentle spiritual energy. He had not completely absorbed all the energy within. Thus, using the dragon pearl to heal a scar would be a simple task. That a glimmer of hope sparked in Yilinger's eyes as she eagerly inquired. What must I do? Li Xingchen smiled and produced a dragon pearl that radiated a soft golden glow. Jiang Yuyan and Yilinger were uncertain about its purpose as Li Xingchen held the pearl to the side of Yilinger's face, channeling its spiritual energy. Gradually, the scar on her face began to fade, revealing a delicate and beautiful visage, leaving Jiang Yuyan utterly astonished. Why Yilinger your face? Though Yilinger could not see her own reflection, the expression on Jiang Yuyan's face stirred her heart with excitement. Moments later, Li Xingchen stowed the dragon pearl, and Jiang Yuyan presented Yilinger with a mirror. As Yilinger gazed at her face, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. I truly have become beautiful. She exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy before embracing Li Xingchen. Thank you, Li Xingchen. You are truly my benefactor. I will repay you well. Li Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small act. The following day, the Dragon Soul base finally realized that their leader had been slain, primarily in the underground area, without alerting anyone else. When their leader descended, he had not informed anyone. For he was a 5th-level awakener, yet he had not anticipated encountering Li Xingchen, who was even stronger than he. Chapter 84. Escaping death. The streets were now either filled with zombies or patrol teams from the Dragon Soul, who would capture any survivors for interrogation. To appear on the streets now would surely lead to discovery. Within the Dragon Soul base, many awakened ones possessed mutated eyesight, making their vision formidable, while Li Xingchen had no issues leading Jiang Yuyan. Bringing along Yilinger and her sister was a different matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xingchen swiftly devised a meticulous plan. He turned to Yilinger and her sister. We will split into 2 groups. Jiang Yuyan and I will venture out first to divert those patrol teams, allowing you to escape. Upon hearing this, Yilinger immediately shook her head anxiously, insisting, No, that's too dangerous. We cannot allow you to take such a risk. With a confident smile, Li Xingchen reassured her, Do not worry. We possess sufficient strength to protect ourselves. Moreover, this is the only way to ensure your safety. Jiang Yuyan nodded in agreement. Linger, trust Xingchen that we will be cautious. After a moment of hesitation, Yilinger reluctantly nodded. Very well, but you must be careful. Exchanging glances, Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyan stealthily exited their hiding place. The moment they emerged, they were spotted by the nearby patrol team. The patrol unit swarmed toward them like a tide, sounding sharp alarms. Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyan faced them unflinchingly, determination gleaming in their eyes. Li Xingchen moved like lightning, unleashing his formidable power. His fists and legs flew, each strike infused with tremendous force, sending the foremost patrol members tumbling. Jiang Yuyan, not to be outdone, exhibited her awakened spirit fox form's abilities in battle. Her lithe figure danced like a celestial being among the enemies, her claws and fangs striking like sharpened weapons, inflicting significant damage. As they fought valiantly, the patrol team and the zombies were gradually subdued. However, the sheer number of enemies continued to surge, while Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyan engaged in fierce combat. They moved further away from the Dragon Soul base, drawing in more foes until the battlefield was filled with their figures. With a furious roar, Li Xingchen unleashed a devastating move that sent all nearby enemies flying. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yuyan unleashed her powerful skills, enveloping a group of enemies in radiant light, obliterating them instantaneously. Taking advantage of this distraction, Yilinger discreetly led her sister away from the scene. Li Xingchen and Jiang Yuyan continued to fend off the enemies until reinforcements from Dragon Soul arrived. 15 4th-level awakeners, likely among the top 100 strongest in the Dragon Soul base. Where do you think you're running? A young man among them sneered. Yet, Li Xingchen remained unfazed, calmly gazing at the encroaching throng. Your leader is no match for me. Can you stop me? His words brimmed with confidence, bolstered by a strength that allowed him to face these Dragon Soul elites. The young man's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Li Xingchen, but he quickly resumed his disdainful demeanor. Humph, such arrogance. We are not to be trifled with. With a wave of his weapon, he signaled the other awakeners to attack. Li Xingqian and Jiang Yuyan exchanged a knowing smile, their synergy becoming evident in an instant. Li Xingqian appeared before one of the Awakeners, delivering a powerful punch. The Awakener, caught off guard, was sent flying, spitting blood. Jiang Yuyan, not to be outdone, transformed into a streak of lightning, darting among the Awakeners, her claws and fangs relentlessly assaulting the foes. In a flurry of carnage, the battlefield became a scene of chaos and screams. Though the Dragon Soul Awakeners were formidable, they began to falter under the combined assault of Li Xingqian and Jiang Yuyan. The young man, sensing the dire situation, felt a pang of fear. He had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of Li Xingqian and Jiang Yuyan. Far beyond his expectations, do not fear. There are only two of them. If we work together, we can defeat them, the young man shouted, attempting to rally morale. Despite their release of various abilities, they could not land a hit on Li Xingqian and Jiang Yuyan, who moved with lightning speed. His words, however, bore little effect, as fear had already gripped the hearts of the Dragon Soul Awakeners, causing them to retreat and hesitate to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xingqian and Jiang Yuyan launched their final assault. Their figures, like phantoms, weaved through the awakened ones, leaving fallen enemies in their wake. In no time, only the young man and a few injured Awakeners remained on the battlefield. The young man gazed at Li Xingqian and Jiang Yuyan. Terror etched in his eyes. Li Xingqian, I shall remember you. With that, the young man activated his life-saving skill, the Great Instantaneous Movement, a speed-based ability that allowed him to teleport several kilometers away. This time, he had no intention of returning to the base. He would head for the Dragon Soul headquarters to report the situation. The elite forces of the Dragon Soul base had been decimated by Li Xingqian, and returning would only complicate matters. Moreover, with two major forces in Wu City, including the military, the absence of high-end combat power left them vulnerable to being overrun. Li Xingqian's renown had thus been established throughout the southeastern region of Daxia. As the formidable powers of Wu City were left in awe of his strength, he had single-handedly ventured forth to rescue others, slaying not only the 5th-level leader, but also dozens of 4th-level Awakeners, all while managing to escape unscathed, a truly illustrious feat. Unbeknownst to Li Xingqian, a few days later, he returned to the Star River base, while on the other side, the young man had already returned to the headquarters of the Dragon Soul. He informed the Dragon Lord of the situation he encountered, which incited the Dragon Lord's wrath. He resolved to dispatch hundreds of level 4 awakened and thousands of level 3 awakened to seek vengeance against the Star River base, and simultaneously retrieve the sisters Zishuan and Xilan. Regardless of whether the sisters had been compromised, he demanded to see them alive or dead, for even their corpses would serve a significant purpose. When Li Xingqian brought back Jiang Yuyan, everyone was filled with joy. In just a few short days, the Star River base had undergone significant changes. Out of 150,000 people, 120,000 had become awakened, with over 50,000 at level 2 and more than 10,000 at level 3, while level 4 awakened reached several thousand. This remarkable transformation was largely thanks to the nearly 700,000 crystals that Li Xingqian had brought. The current leader of the Dragon Soul was named Longzhan, who had already surpassed level 5 in strength, possessing a rare ability to transform into a colossal beast towering dozens of meters high. In addition to enhancing his team's capabilities, Chapter 85, with such strength, they dare to siege Captain, as we prepare to assault the Star River base. It is rumored that their current strength is formidable. Are we sufficient in numbers? One of the team members inquired of Longzhan, who could only sigh in response. A mere handful of level 4 awakened and several hundred level 3 awakened could hardly pose a threat. They were still operating on outdated intelligence, completely unaware of the present situation at the Star River base. Meanwhile, on Li Xingqian's side, Feng Rue had already detected Longzhan and his forces. Feng Rue was on the verge of reaching level 5 awakened, his abilities having increased, allowing his drones to cover a radius of 100 kilometers. The Star River base had made ample preparations. As the Dragon Lord's forces approached, they were astounded by the sight that greeted them. The walls of the Star River base loomed high into the clouds, with defenses that were incredibly fortified. Since its strength had developed, the walls had been significantly reinforced. Standing atop the walls, Li Xingqian gazed down at the Dragon Soul army. "Boss, there are quite a few of them," Feng Rue exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It had been a long time since he had experienced the thrill of defending a city. His last experience was ages ago. "This time, I shall not intervene. The current strength of the base is overwhelming for the Dragon Soul, and this is a prime opportunity for training," Li Xingqian stated calmly. Longzhan, observing the Star River base's formidable walls, marveled internally. He had not anticipated such rapid development and fortification of the base's defenses. Do not underestimate them. The strength of the Star River base is misjudged. I have a foreboding sense of dread. Long John warned his team. Yes, the team members responded in unison. Taking a deep breath, Long John shouted, "People of the Star River base, surrender Li Xingchen and the sisters Zixuan and Xilan at once, or we shall raze the Star River base to the ground." Li Xingchen paid no heed to Long John's proclamation, while Feng Rui derisively quipped, "If you want to fight, then hurry up, stop blabbering." "You fool," Long John, incensed by such blatant disrespect and insult, seethed with rage. "Then do not blame us for being rude. Brothers, charge." With a command from Long John, the Dragon Soul army commenced their assault on the Star River base, brandishing weapons and unleashing various abilities as they rushed towards the walls. Upon witnessing the approach of the Dragon Soul forces, countless Awakened emerged from the Star River base's walls, initiating a barrage of ranged attacks. This unforeseen development caught Long John off guard. He had not anticipated such a multitude of level 3 and 4 Awakened to materialize from the walls. Damn it, the intelligence was indeed flawed. Long John fumed, realizing the magnitude of the discrepancy as he witnessed half of his forces being decimated. Transforming into a colossal beast, he roared skyward, augmenting his allies' attack power and mobility significantly. "Brothers, retreat." Long John was not foolish. Faced with such a dire situation, even with his buffs, the tide of battle could not be altered. As Long John commanded the withdrawal, those who had initiated the attack hurriedly fell back, while he remained to cover their escape. At that moment, Long John's physique was as robust as a bull, his skin tough and resilient. The assaults from level 3 and even level 4 Awakened posed no threat to him. Meanwhile, the drones controlled by Feng Rui soared overhead, relentlessly launching devastating missiles at the Dragon Soul army. The resounding explosions echoed deafeningly, inflicting severe casualties on the Dragon Soul forces. Witnessing such devastation, Long John's heart sank. He had never anticipated that the Star River base possessed such formidable firepower. Not only with impressive offensive capabilities but artillery as well. "Curse Li Xingchen, you've played your hand cunningly. We indeed acted too recklessly," Long John roared, straining to withstand the barrage of artillery fire with his powerful limbs. Though consumed by fury, he understood the necessity of remaining level-headed at that moment. As he defended himself while retreating, his eyes were filled with resentment and rage. He had not foreseen the Star River base's strength to be so overwhelming. Leaving his forces on the brink of annihilation. Li Xingchen, you wait for me. I shall return, Long John vowed. Turning to flee on the walls of the Star River base, Li Xingchen observed Long John's retreating figure and addressed Zixuan, Xilan, and Feng Rui. "Eliminate him." It was imperative to eliminate someone with the ability to enhance others. Upon receiving the command, Zixuan and Xilan nodded, with Feng Rui eager to showcase his prowess. "Just watch and see," Feng Rui declared, having developed a new ability that he had yet to fully unleash. Upon witnessing the towering figure of Long John transformed into a beast, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Gundam, transform!" Feng Rui shouted as countless drones converged to assemble into a steel giant, resembling the iconic Gundam Unit 01. Li Xingchen recognized at once that Feng Rui was undoubtedly a fan of the anime. He too was curious to witness the combat prowess of this Gundam. At that moment, Feng Rui piloted the Gundam with exuberance, leaping forth to stand before Long John, leaving the latter utterly dumbfounded. "What in the world is this?" Before Long John could fully comprehend the situation, the Gundam delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him staggering backward. Regaining his senses, Long John retaliated fiercely. The ensuing combat devolved into a brawl. Although it was evident that there was still a disparity in strength between Feng Rui and Long John. After all, Feng Rui was only a level 4 Awakened, while Long John had reached level 5. The Gundam began to sustain damage, and Feng Rui soon realized he was struggling to keep up. "Zixuan, Xilan, I need assistance. This guy is quite formidable." Initially, Zixuan and Xilan had intended to watch Feng Rui display his skills. But upon seeing his predicament, they sprang into action, each wielding a sword. They unleashed their attacks, leaving numerous wounds on Long John's body. Faced with such a barrage, the Gundam held the front line while Zixuan and Xilan attacked with remarkable speed, overwhelming Long John. Damn it. Chapter 86. The subsequent developments. Long John internally cursed, never having anticipated that he would find himself in such dire straits. Nevertheless, he refused to surrender, launching a full-scale counterattack in his beast form. Long John wielded immense power and defense, swinging his massive fists to relentlessly assault Feng Rui and the sisters Zixuan and Xilan. cracks began to form on the Gundam's body, forcing Zishuan and Xylan to temporarily retreat to evade Long Zhan's onslaught. In response, they unleashed their ultimate techniques. Xylan's sword shimmered with a violet glow as a powerful sword wave surged toward Long Zhan, while Zishuan danced with her longsword, conjuring numerous sword shadows that pierced through the air toward him. Recognizing the potency of Zishuan and Xylan's combined assault, Long Zhan did not dare to underestimate them, promptly activating his defensive skill that a layer of black radiance enveloped him, successfully blocking their attacks. "Is this all you've got?" Long Zhan taunted. Zishuan and Xylan exchanged glances, realizing to their dismay that Long Zhan's strength was far greater than they had anticipated, rendering their ultimate techniques ineffective. Currently, Zishuan and Xylan had only just reached the Golden Core stage and were still unfamiliar with their own abilities. This battle served as a valuable training opportunity for them. They again unleashed their ultimate techniques, charging toward Long Zhan. The Gundam, under Feng Rue's control, withdrew from the battlefield. Feng Rue observed the drastic shift in Zishuan and Xylan's aura. As blue and purple energies coalesced around them, their power escalating to terrifying heights. Even Long Zhan sensed the impending threat emanating from them. Heavenly / Sky Splitter, Heavenly / Annihilation. Zishuan and Xylan propelled themselves like shooting stars toward Long Zhan. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. The radiant energy struck his body, and Zishuan and Xylan deftly slashed through his colossal form. Long Zhan, until his final moments, could not fathom that these two women possessed such strength. With Long Zhan's demise, the Dragon Soul army began to crumble. The soldiers of the Star River base seized the opportunity to counterattack, routing the Dragon Soul forces completely. After the battle concluded, Li Xingqian surveyed the battlefield's wreckage. His heart filled with myriad emotions, he understood that this battle was merely the beginning. The strength of the Dragon Soul was far from being fully revealed, and the most formidable Dragon Lord had yet to make an appearance. Zishuan, Xylan, and Feng Rue, you have all performed admirably. Li Xingqian approached Zishuan, Xylan, and Feng Rue, nodding in acknowledgement of their prowess. However, we must not let our guard down. Although we have defeated the Dragon Soul, their might should not be underestimated. We must enhance our vigilance and be prepared for their possible resurgence. Zishuan, Xylan, and Feng Rue nodded in understanding of Li Xingqian's concerns. Very well, everyone should return to rest. This battle has worn us all out. The crowd dispersed, and the Xinghe base returned to tranquility. Yet, each individual was acutely aware that this confrontation was only a prelude, and the current strength of the base was far from adequate. Following this thrilling battle, Xinghe base rose to prominence in the central southern region of the Daxia Empire, becoming the focal point of attention, particularly at a national security base approximately 100 kilometers from Xinghe base. News of their overwhelming annihilation of numerous Dragon Soul members left everyone astonished and envious at that moment. In the office of National Security Base No. 2, a group sat, half-clad in camouflage military uniforms. An atmosphere of seriousness and tension permeating the room. The speaker, seated at the head of the table, would have been instantly recognizable to Li Xingqian had he been present. It was none other than Zhao Weiguo, the national security captain who had once sought to recruit him. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on Xinghe base and Li Xingqian? Recalling the past, they remembered how they had earnestly invited Li Xingqian to join them, only to be met with polite refusal to at that time. Zhao Weiguo had threatened to lead an army to reclaim the city, a claim that had yet to materialize. Just then, a middle-aged man in camouflage, with a resolute and upright demeanor, spoke up. Based solely on Li Xingqian's leadership in obliterating the Dragon Soul adversaries, I am deeply impressed. A person so courageous and astute is indeed a rarity. His words resonated with the others present, who nodded in agreement. Clearly, there was a sense of curiosity and anticipation regarding Li Xingqian and the Xinghe base. However, the conversation took a turn when one individual, visibly agitated, slammed his hand on the table. The Dragon Soul currently poses a significant threat to us. Before the apocalypse, the Dragon Lord held his position and status, and we did not confront him. Now, he acts with impunity, utterly disregarding the situation, as if he were Cao Cao. Zhao Weiguo observed the spirited discussion among those present, pondering his own thoughts. He recognized that the rise of Xinghe base was unstoppable, and Li Xingqian's strength was not to be taken lightly. If a collaboration with Xinghe base could be achieved, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for National Security Base No. 2. All right, everyone, please settle down. Zhao Weiguo stood and surveyed the room before speaking. The strength of Xinghe base is evident to all. Their rapid ascension indicates they possess exceptional qualities. I propose we initiate contact with Xinghe base to explore potential collaborative opportunities. The attendees expressed their agreement with Zhao Weiguo's suggestion, realizing that in this apocalyptic world, cooperation is essential for mutual success. Very well. I shall take charge of this matter. I will promptly reach out to the leaders of Xinghe base to gauge their stance. After Zhao Weiguo concluded, he took his seat, contemplating how to establish communication with Xinghe base. Meanwhile, at Xinghe base, Li Xingchen was engaged in discussions with Jiang Yuyan, Feng Rui, and others regarding their forthcoming action plans. Jiang Yuyan turned to Li Xingchen with concern, inquiring, "Xingchen, given our current situation, what do you think we should do?" Li Xingchen furrowed his brow, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Our current strength is still insufficient. We must expedite the enhancement of our capabilities. I propose that we conduct a selection of warriors within our training grounds, while also implementing a rigorous evaluation of our existing elite team members. Furthermore, we should correspondingly improve their treatment." Li Xingchen's proposal received unanimous approval from the group, who deemed the idea highly feasible, akin to specialized training for the elite. The attendees nodded in agreement with Li Xingchen's perspective. "Excellent. You and several team leaders should implement this plan, while also selecting a few new leaders, as the current teams are somewhat overstaffed, leading to inevitable management shortcomings." Li Xingchen directed his gaze toward Yexelin. Upon hearing this, Yexelin nodded, recognizing the issues present within the current teams. Additionally, we could explore the possibility of collaborating with other bases to collectively combat the zombies. Perhaps we could even identify factions opposed to the Dragon Soul and establish connections with them. Li Xingchen continued. Zishuan, Xylan, Feng Rui, and the others concurred, fully aware that in this apocalyptic world, unity is paramount to overcoming all challenges. Chapter 87. Pursuing collaborative intentions. Very well. I shall take charge of this matter. I will reach out to the leaders of other bases swiftly to ascertain their positions. Feng Rui volunteered for this task, which surprised Li Xingchen. He had not anticipated Feng Rui's eagerness to take on such a responsibility. However, upon reflection, Li Xingchen realized Feng Rui's awakened ability was indeed suited for contacting others, though he might lack finesse in communication and require a strategist's guidance. Su Meishua, you and AI Wei should collaborate with Feng Rui to accomplish this task. Feng Rui's brash nature concerns me. I fear he may inadvertently offend others during discussions. As soon as Li Xingchen finished speaking, Feng Rui appeared somewhat displeased, feeling underestimated. "Boss, why don't you trust me?" Feng Rui pouted. Li Xingchen shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "When you adjust that childish temperament of yours, I will believe in you. That mech design you created was a Gundam. Absurd." The room erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, our youthful and exuberant Feng Rui. No faults there." Feng Rui stood up, facing everyone with defiance. "Gundams are cool. You all don't understand a thing." After Feng Rui's outburst, laughter filled the room once more. Following a thorough discussion, the group solidified their action plan moving forward. Yexelin was entrusted with the responsibility of executing the selection and assessment plan for the elite warriors while also carefully choosing new leaders. Meanwhile, Feng Rui, Su Meishua, and AI Wei would be tasked with reaching out to other bases in search of collaborative opportunities. The next morning, as dawn broke, Feng Rui, Su Meishua, and AI Wei embarked on their journey to other bases. Their first destination was National Security Base No. 2, the nearest base to Xinghe base, which held a degree of influence in this apocalyptic landscape. Utilizing Feng Rui's awakened abilities, they adeptly employed advanced detection equipment to identify several nearby bases and gather information. After a long day of travel, the trio finally arrived outside the gates of National Security Base No. 2. The setting sun cast a solemn glow upon the base's walls, imparting an air of gravitas. At the entrance, the vigilant soldiers stood guard, weapons firmly in hand, ready to respond to any potential threats. Feng Rui approached confidently, presenting their identification. "We are representatives of Xinghe base, here to discuss matters of collaboration with your esteemed base." His voice was resolute and authoritative. Upon hearing Feng Rui's declaration, the soldiers exchanged surprised and puzzled glances. They had not anticipated that members from Xinghe base would come to them, and they appeared well prepared. One soldier responded, "Please hold on. I need to consult with my superiors." With that, he turned and entered the base. After a brief wait, the soldier reemerged alongside an officer. The officer, tall and commanding, scrutinized the three individuals before inquiring, "Are you representatives of Xinghe base?" Feng Rui nodded, affirming, "Yes, We are representatives of Xinghe Base, here to discuss collaboration. The officer gestured for them to follow. Very well, please come with me. He led them into the base, guiding them to a spacious conference room. Several individuals were already seated within the room, one of whom was Zhao Weigua. Upon seeing the trio enter, Zhao Weigua greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome to National Security Base Number 2. His voice resonated with authority. Feng Rue and his companions wasted no time and took their seats at the conference table. Captain Zhao, it's been a while. We are here to discuss collaboration with your base, Feng Rue stated directly. Zhao Weigua nodded, acknowledging their familiarity that it's been too long that we share the same sentiment. However, before we discuss collaboration, I would like to understand the situation at Xinghe Base. The trio exchanged glances, and Feng Rue proceeded to provide a detailed account of Xinghe Base's circumstances to Zhao Weigua. He elaborated on the base's personnel composition, combat capabilities, weaponry, defensive structures, resource reserves, and more, albeit withholding certain sensitive information. At present, our Galaxy Base boasts a formidable combat force, comprising thousands of Level 3 awakened and over 100 Level 4 awakened, alongside advanced weaponry and comprehensive defensive facilities. Feng Rue's words resonated with unwavering determination and confidence. Although he understated the overall strength considerably, it sufficed. Zhao Weigua nodded in acknowledgement after listening to Feng Rue's introduction. Indeed, the strength of your Galaxy Base is impressive. However, our National Security Base Number 2 is no pushover either. We possess an elite Special Forces unit, with thousands of them predominantly being Level 3 awakened, and we have no shortage of Level 4 awakened as well. Additionally, we retain formidable firepower from the pre-apocalyptic era. Feng Rue nodded in response that we are well aware of your base's capabilities. Our visit is aimed at establishing a cooperative relationship to jointly combat the zombie threat. Zhao Weigua agreed that we share the same intention. However, prior to collaboration, we need to clarify certain details, such as our mutual responsibilities and obligations, as well as the methods and duration of our cooperation. Feng Rue, along with his companions, engaged in a detailed and profound discussion with Zhao Weigua regarding the collaboration. Initially, Feng Rue performed admirably, buoyed by the confidence and courage granted by his base's strength. Nevertheless, as the discussion deepened, he found himself lacking, a gap that Su Meishue and AI Wei adeptly filled, particularly AI Wei. As an academic powerhouse, provided objective analyses of the current situation with remarkable composure. They fervently discussed the goals of their collaboration, task allocation, resource sharing, and information exchange. Ultimately reaching a consensus, they decided to establish a joint command center to coordinate their efforts against the zombies, with mutual support to address various emergencies. After concluding their discussions, Zhao Weigua hosted a banquet for Feng Rue and his companions. During the banquet, both parties deepened their understanding and strengthened their friendship, laying a more solid foundation for future cooperation. Once the feasting concluded, Feng Rue and his companions bid farewell to Zhao Weigua and the personnel of National Security Base Number 2. Yet, Zhao Weigua imparted one final remark. In truth, the Dragon Soul is also a pressing concern for us. The reason Zhao Weigua refrained from mentioning this initially was that he was still uncertain about the intentions of Galaxy Base and Li Xingchen. By finally bringing it up, he effectively conveyed his stance, leaving the subsequent matters to Li Xingchen, trusting that Feng Rue would relay this message. Feng Rue and his companions embarked on their journey back to Galaxy Base. After several days of travel, they finally returned. Upon arrival, Feng Rue and his companions reported their findings to Li Xingchen. Chapter 88. The emergence of the Dragon Lord. After hearing the report, Li Xingchen expressed his approval of their efforts. His gaze radiated resolute determination, as if contemplating the next steps of their plan. You have done well. The collaboration with National Security Base Number 2 is a significant stride for us. Moving forward, we must continue to strengthen our connections with other bases to forge broader alliances. Feng Rue and his companions nodded, acutely aware of the daunting nature and importance of this task. Beads of sweat formed on Feng Rue's forehead, his heart brimming with anxiety and anticipation. Boss, Zhao Weigua mentioned that they also regard the Dragon Soul as a major concern. I believe we should consider collaborating with them to confront the Dragon Soul together. Feng Rue proposed, gazing intently at Li Xingchen, who fell into contemplation. The room fell into silence, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. In the following days, Li Xingchen engaged in multiple discussions and analyses with the senior members of the base. They assessed the current situation and evaluated the risks and possibilities of confronting the Dragon Soul, aiming to minimize personnel losses. Faced with the formidable Dragon Soul, even their own strength would be stretched thin. Thus, collaboration was deemed necessary. Ultimately, Li Xingchen reached a decision. Since National Security Base Number 2 shares this sentiment, let us unite against the Dragon Soul, which will also help us reduce our losses. However, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Li Xingchen's voice was deep and powerful, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Feng Rue and his companions were once again entrusted with the mission to return to National Security Base Number 2 to discuss the specifics of their collaboration with Zhao Weiguo. Throughout the journey, they felt an unusual tension, as if they could hear the rapid beating of their own hearts. The atmosphere surrounding them became palpably heavy, suffocating them. Upon reaching National Security Base Number 2, Feng Rue and his companions were warmly received by Zhao Weiguo. Yet, they sensed an inexplicable unease, as if danger was lurking nearby. A hint of worry flickered across Zhao Weiguo's face, his gaze frequently darting toward the window, as though he were on high alert. We are pleased to be collaborating with you once more. Regarding our strategy against the Dragon Soul, we have formulated some preliminary ideas, Zhao Weiguo stated, his expression revealing a subtle hint of concern. Feng Rue and Zhao Weiguo engaged in an in-depth discussion, exchanging intelligence and insights. They resolved to establish a joint task force composed of elite members from both sides to devise a combat plan. In the ensuing days, the joint task force commenced intensive preparations. They gathered intelligence, analyzed the Dragon Soul's activity patterns, and crafted a detailed operational strategy. Every detail underwent meticulous scrutiny and validation to ensure flawless execution. Concurrently, both parties actively fortified their own strengths. Galaxy Base intensified training and cultivation efforts for the Awakened, enhancing the base's defensive capabilities. National Security Base Number 2 also expanded its arsenal and bolstered the combat prowess of its special forces. Once all preparations were complete, the Joint Task Force decided to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon Soul. On that day, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a storm was imminent. The skies were overcast, punctuated by occasional rumblings of thunder. The members of the Joint Task Force were fully armed, their expressions serious, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. They were acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this operation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Soul remained blissfully unaware, as Li Xingchen's team aimed to dismantle the Dragon Soul's strongholds one by one, with the first target being the base that had originally kidnapped Jiang Yuyan. After all, that base's strength had already been breached by Li Xingchen, leaving behind only a few subpar soldiers and lesser awakened individuals. Even if they outnumbered, they posed no challenge against the combined forces of Galaxy Base and National Security Base No. 2. As the battle commenced, the members of the Joint Task Force surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, swiftly breaching the defenses of the Dragon Soul's base. The enemies were caught off guard and retreated in disarray. With each resounding explosion, the structures of the Dragon Soul's base crumbled, flames soaring into the sky. Amidst the smoke and debris, the members of the Joint Task Force pressed forward, undeterred. The surprise assault took the Dragon Soul completely by surprise, leaving them no time to mount an effective defense. Before long, the Dragon Soul's base lay in ruins, and the enemies were entirely vanquished. Feng Rue gazed upon the wreckage before him, a surge of pride swelling within him. This victory not only dealt a significant blow to the enemy, but also served as a testament to their own capabilities. The Dragon Soul's little Karami is hardly worthy of my time. At that moment, Feng Rue displayed a hint of his overzealous nature, yet no one paid him any mind. After all, the Dragon Soul's subbase lacked any high-caliber combatants. If they could not win this, they might as well end their lives. In the wake of this battle, both Galaxy Base and National Security Base reaped substantial rewards, seizing a wealth of resources and a significant quantity of crystal stones, leaving behind some as well. After all, many individuals from the Dragon Soul subbase survived. They could not be too ruthless. A massacre was out of the question, as national security would not approve. Most importantly, they did not wish to deal with the aftermath, so they retained a portion of the resources, first for the other surviving survivors, and second, these individuals and resources would inevitably be appropriated and seized by nearby smaller bases, thus providing a glimmer of survival in this apocalyptic era. Both resources and population are paramount necessities. Unsurprisingly, once the two major bases departed, the Dragon Soul subbase was swiftly divided among other factions, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dragon Soul, within a grand hall reminiscent of a palace, a young man sat upon a dragon throne. Though his appearance belied his youth, his expression and demeanor exuded a seasoned maturity. Flanking him were a dozen disheveled beauties kneeling at his sides. Dragon Lord, the Galaxy Base and National Security Base have gone too far. Our base number 3 has been destroyed. A middle-aged man knelt before him, reporting submissively, while the figure on the dragon throne was none other than the Dragon Lord himself. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lord's expression darkened, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He slowly rose, surveying the assembly in the hall, then coldly declared, "Is this a declaration of war from the Galaxy Base and National Security Base?" The gathered individuals averted their gazes, not daring to speak. They understood that the Dragon Lord had a notoriously volatile temper, and any misstep at this moment could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 89. The True Strength of the Dragon Soul. The Dragon Lord remained silent for a moment before suddenly erupting into laughter. His mirth echoed throughout the hall, sending chills down the spines of those present. "Very well. If they seek a fight, we shall oblige them to the fullest. I am eager to see just how formidable they truly are." As soon as the Dragon Lord finished speaking, the individuals below erupted in agreement. They were well aware that the Dragon Lord harbored grand ambitions, yearning to dominate this world. The rise of Galaxy Base and National Security Base posed a significant threat to him. "Dragon Lord, we should first dispatch individuals to investigate the situation of Galaxy Base and National Security Base, and then formulate a battle plan." An elder stepped forward and suggested. He is the strategist of the Dragon Soul, renowned for his cunning intellect. The Dragon Lord nodded in agreement. The strategist spoke with reason. "Thus, you shall be dispatched to investigate the circumstances surrounding the Xinghe and Goen bases. Remember, exercise utmost caution. Do not startle the snake in the grass. I intend for them to pay a price." The strategist accepted the command and departed. The Dragon Lord resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, his eyes glimmering with avarice. He was acutely aware that this war was inevitable, and he aimed to exploit it to fulfill his own ambitions. Meanwhile, the Xinghe and Goen bases remained oblivious to the fact that Dragon Soul was clandestinely orchestrating a war against them. They were still basking in the euphoria of victory, entirely unaware that danger had quietly approached. In the days that followed, the coalition forces of the Xinghe and Goen bases commenced their assault on the other Dragon Soul outposts. They advanced with fervor, like a hot knife through butter, swiftly demolishing multiple outposts of Dragon Soul. However, they were blissfully ignorant that this was all part of Dragon Soul's Machiavellian scheme. Dragon Soul had deliberately allowed them to dismantle its outposts, aiming to lull them into a false sense of security. After the coalition forces obliterated Dragon Soul's final outpost, they finally sensed something amiss. They discovered that the headquarters of Dragon Soul had vanished, seemingly evaporated into thin air, as if it had never existed. They were left pondering how an entire city could disappear without a trace. Could it be the work of a spatial awakener? At this moment, Zhao Weiguo wore a grave expression, deep in thought. He had encountered spatial awakeners before, but to relocate a city of hundreds of thousands required extraordinary power, perhaps a 5th or even 6th level awakener. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Such an unparalleled ability was likely beyond even a 5th level awakener. It could very well be a 6th level awakener. Yet, he was puzzled. They had never encountered a 6th level corpse emperor. Only 5th level ones. And while they had fought them before, a 6th level corpse emperor was unheard of. Zhao Weiguo fell into contemplation, recalling past battles with Dragon Soul. Suddenly, a detail struck him. During the skirmishes, Dragon Soul exhibited some peculiar behaviors. Had they known all along that an assault on their outposts was imminent? Zhao Weiguo muttered to himself. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, prompting him to dispatch someone for further investigation. After a thorough inquiry, they uncovered Dragon Soul's secret. It turned out that Dragon Soul had long been aware of the strategies employed by the Xinghe and Goen bases. They had intentionally allowed their outposts to be destroyed, and their elite forces had already returned to the headquarters. Those outposts were expendable to them. How infuriating to have been outmaneuvered! Zhao Weiguo exclaimed in anger. He recognized the urgency of locating Dragon Soul's headquarters. Failure to do so would yield dire consequences. Thus, he commanded the coalition to commence an all-out search for Dragon Soul's headquarters. Days passed, yet they found no trace nearby. Unbeknownst to them, Dragon Soul's headquarters was now less than 50 kilometers from Goen Base No. 2. Dragon Lord. According to my investigation, the elite forces at Goen Base No. 2 have mostly deployed, and the facility is well stocked, making it an ideal first target. The strategist had already thoroughly examined the inner workings of both the Xinghe and Goen bases. "Oh, what of the Xinghe base?" the Dragon Lord queried languidly from his throne. In response to the Dragon Lord, "The Xinghe base has concealed its true strength. The coalition forces they dispatched constitute merely one-third of their overall combat capability. At this revelation, even the Dragon Lord became intrigued by Li Xingchen and the Xinghe base. He had not anticipated their formidable prowess. Nevertheless, he sneered, merely a somewhat robust ant. I am a cultivator, commanding 100 cultivators at my behest. What can they possibly withstand? A few thousand third-level awakeners. Mere refuse in the presence of my cultivator battalion. The Dragon Lord's words swept through the assembly like a chilling gale, instilling an ineffable dread among them. It was essential to acknowledge that this Dragon Lord was an exceptionally powerful cultivator, leading an immensely strong battalion of cultivators. However, they also recognized the formidable strength of the Xinghe base, which boasted thousands of third-level awakeners, a force not to be underestimated. Dragon Lord, we cannot afford to underestimate our adversaries. The Xinghe base possesses formidable strength. We must devise a meticulous and comprehensive strategy to ensure our victory, the strategist cautioned gravely. Indeed, your words hold merit. The Dragon Lord acknowledged with a slight nod that we shall first strike Goen Base No. 2, then concentrate our forces on the Xinghe base. Dragon Lord, the fortifications at Goen Base No. 2 are exceedingly robust. We must concoct a viable plan to breach their defenses. The strategist voiced his concerns. Rest assured, I have my methods to overcome their fortifications, the Dragon Lord replied confidently, producing a jet-black orb from his robe. This is a treasured artifact passed down from my ancestors. It can unleash unmatched energy, obliterating all defenses. Dragon Lord, does this artifact truly wield such formidable power? The strategist questioned, half skeptical. Indeed, I have tested it. Its might surpasses your wildest imaginings, the Dragon Lord proclaimed, raising the black orb high before hurling it into the air. Observe closely. The black orb unleashed a powerful and mysterious energy in midair, forming a colossal black vortex, as if it sought to devour everything in its vicinity. What kind of artifact is this? The strategist's eyes widened in horror. This is a demon orb. It can emit formidable demonic energy, annihilating all defenses, the Dragon Lord declared with a triumphant expression. With this artifact, we can effortlessly breach Goen Base No. 2's defenses. Dragon Lord, this artifact's power is exceedingly potent. We must exercise caution in its use. The strategist reiterated. Yes, I understand that we shall first assault Goen Base No. 2, and then turn our attention to the Xinghe base. As the Dragon Lord spoke, the strategist led the assembled forces with great resolve toward Goen Base No. 2. At that moment, Goen Base No. 2 had already taken up a defensive posture, fully prepared for combat, aware that the 50-kilometer distance allowed for swift detection of any approaching threat. They understood that Dragon Soul's forces would undoubtedly attempt to besiege their base. So they had fortified their defenses and equipped themselves with a variety of weaponry, standing resolutely against the enemy's advance. Report, General, Dragon Soul's forces are advancing toward our base, a soldier reported with a tense expression. Very well, let our troops prepare to meet the enemy. We must not allow them to breach our defenses easily, the general replied with a serious demeanor. Yes, General. The soldier departed to relay the orders. Soon, Dragon Soul's forces reached the periphery of Goen Base No. 2. They beheld the fortifications, formidable as an impregnable fortress, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they charged forward, launching a fierce assault on Goen Base No. 2. Charge, the Dragon Soul troops shouted in unison, their weapons and various awakened abilities relentlessly assaulting the defensive structures of Goen Base No. 2. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air as soldiers from both sides fought valiantly. However, bolstered by the immense power of the demon orb, Dragon Soul's forces swiftly breached the defenses of Goen Base No. 2, successfully infiltrating the base's interior. Charge, the Dragon Soul forces engaged in a brutal close-quarters battle within the base, their weapons relentlessly targeting the soldiers of Goen Base No. 2. Open fire. The soldiers of Goen Base No. 2 fought back fiercely, their firearms unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets and shells upon the enemy. The battlefield became shrouded in smoke and chaos, with cries of battle echoing in the air as both sides fought fiercely. Nevertheless, powered by the demon orb's overwhelming might, Dragon Soul's forces gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the soldiers of Goen Base No. 2 into retreat. Retreat. The general of Goen Base No. 2, sensing the dire situation, decisively ordered a withdrawal. Thinking of fleeing, not so easy, the strategist bellowed in fury, leading his forces in relentless pursuit. Before long, the strategist caught up to the general of Goen Base No. 2. The demon orb in his hand unleashed its potent magic, enveloping the general in a surge of dark energy. The general of Goen Base No. 2 collapsed instantly under the orb's assault. General, the soldiers of Goen Base No. 2, witnessing their leader fall, were overwhelmed with grief and rage, charging toward the Dragon Lord. Charge. The strategist led his men mercilessly against the soldiers of Goen Base No. 2, their weapons cutting down the enemy's lives with ruthless efficiency. In no time, the soldiers of Goen Base No. 2 were entirely annihilated, and the entirety of Goen Base No. 2 fell into the hands of Dragon's Soul. Ha ha ha. Goen Base No. 2 is now ours. Next, we shall assault the Shinga base. The Dragon Lord exclaimed triumphantly, surveying the battlefield before him. At this moment, at the Shinga base, Li Xingqian and Zhao Weiguo were urgently discussing strategies to counter Dragon Soul's advances. Li Xingqian, what do you propose we do? Zhao Weiguo, with a furrowed brow, inquired anxiously about the destruction of their base and the retreat of their main forces to the Shinga base. When they learned of the siege upon their stronghold, they were unable to return in time, thus seeking refuge at Shinga base. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and devise a means to counterattack, he urged. Li Xingqian, deep in thought, frowned as he contemplated their strategy. Surprised by the swiftness of Long Han's assault, however, our strength pales in comparison to that of Long Han. How can we possibly retaliate? Zhao Weiguo questioned, his face etched with worry. Underestimate us? You misjudge the prowess of our Shinga base. Li Xingqian's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination and confidence. It was crucial to note that their main forces had yet to fully engage, and he himself had not yet taken action. He was, after all, the greatest assurance for the entire Shinga base. Although Zhao Weiguo did not comprehend the source of Li Xingqian's immense confidence, he could only lower his head in silent acceptance. Meanwhile, Longzhu's assault on the Goen base had not even employed his cultivator troops, relying solely on ordinary soldiers and awakened beings. Yet, in the face of Shinga base, Longzhu prepared to deploy his cultivator forces. He understood that Shinga base was a formidable adversary, and rumors of Li Xingqian's diverse and peculiar abilities piqued Longzhu's curiosity, leading him to suspect that Li Xingqian might also be a cultivator. In his understanding, while awakened beings exhibited a myriad of powers, be it wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, or spatial teleportation, he had encountered only a couple with dual abilities. Yet, Li Xingqian's capabilities compelled him to question, for no such awakened beings existed on Earth, apart from his ancestor, who had inadvertently arrived a millennium ago as a cultivator. There were no others. He had inherited his ancestor's legacy to become a cultivator himself and had trained countless cultivator troops. However, where did Li Xingqian originate? Was he also a cultivator who had stumbled into Earth? Leading his cultivator troops toward Shinga base, Longzhu was filled with anticipation and caution. He eagerly awaited an encounter with Li Xingqian, eager to ascertain whether he truly was a cultivator, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against any concealed powers within Shinga base. Upon the arrival of Longzhu's forces at Shinga base, they were astounded by the formidable defenses. Nevertheless, Longzhu did not falter. He commanded his cultivator troops to unleash various spells in an attempt to breach the base's defenses. To Li Xingqian's astonishment, Long Han possessed such a multitude of cultivators. As he cast his gaze, he discovered that all of them were indeed cultivators. Most were in the late stages of foundation establishment, their strength undeniably terrifying. Even a third-level awakened being would find it difficult to contend with them. Even more shocking was the fact that the city walls had been breached by this group of cultivators. Boss, what in the world are these people? Their abilities are so diverse. They can wield electricity, fire, and teleport. It feels just like your powers, boss. Chapter 91. The strength of Longzhu. Feng Rue observed the battlefield below, his face a mask of astonishment. Not only he, but also Zhao Weiguo, Jiang Yuyan, and others were equally perplexed. They had never witnessed awakened beings with such a plethora of abilities, and judging by their displayed strength, they seemed to have reached the level of fourth-level awakened beings. The third-level awakened beings atop the walls stood no chance against them. Li Xingqian remained silent, slowly advancing to the forefront. Leave these individuals to me. The other awakened beings should lead everyone else in defense. Behind this group of cultivators, an endless stream of awakened beings surged forth. Li Xingqian soared into the air, hovering above, coolly surveying the foundation stage cultivators before him. 36 heavenly sword formation. With a commanding shout, 36 spirit swords erupted from behind him, each radiating an abundance of spiritual energy. Their sharpness formidable as they charged toward the cultivators, leaving them defenseless. Meanwhile, Longzhu, seated firmly like a mountain, was consumed by fury at the sight of Li Xingqian's display of power and flying swords. Li Xingqian, you are indeed a cultivator, and a golden core one at that. As he beheld the remnants of his cultivator troops dwindling to mere dozens, Longzhu could no longer contain himself. Li Xingqian. Cease this at once. Longzhu's figure darted forward, akin to lightning, positioning himself directly in front of Li Xingqian. Longzhu, you have finally revealed yourself, Li Xingqian remarked, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. Li Xingqian, you have hidden yourself well. Longzhu's voice brimmed with anger and resentment. That I never expected you to be a golden core cultivator. This truly surprises me. Likewise, are you not also a cultivator? Li Xingqian smirked slightly, a hint of derision in his expression. Humph, since you are also a cultivator, let us see what you are truly capable of, Longzhu declared, conjuring a pitch-black longsword that emanated a chilling, ominous energy, as if it could devour all light. Very well. Let me witness your abilities, Li Xingqian replied, his flying sword radiating a dazzling light, powerful spiritual energy swirling around the blade as if ready to erupt. In an instant, they clashed, their speeds reaching an extreme. The air filled with sharp sounds of breaking, their figures darted through the air like phantoms, leaving behind a blur of afterimages. Boom! The clash of their sword energies resulted in a thunderous explosion, distorting the surrounding air and creating visible ripples. Under the force of this tremendous impact, dust and debris were sent flying from the ground, akin to a small sandstorm. No wonder you are a golden core cultivator. Your strength is indeed formidable, Longzhu marveled, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his hand trembling slightly around the longsword. You are not so bad yourself, Li Xingqian replied coolly, his demeanor calm as if everything was as he had anticipated. As they resumed their fierce exchange, their sword techniques were exquisite. Each move contained immense power. Longzhu's swordplay was fierce and relentless, each swing imbued with lethal intent, while Li Xingqian's style flowed gracefully, akin to drifting clouds and flowing water. Leaving one confounded, their sword strikes collided, producing brilliant sparks, reminiscent of fireworks blossoming in the night sky. Beautiful yet perilous. In the heat of battle, Longzhu began to find himself at a disadvantage. Yet suddenly, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes as he retrieved a mysterious black orb from his robes. This orb was the same one used in the earlier siege, glowing with an eerie light, exuding a potent and malevolent energy. Li Xingqian was taken aback. The demon orb. Li Xingqian was astonished. This black orb was a treasure from the realm of cultivation. The demon orb serving as the lifeblood of demon cultivators, crafted by slaying thousands of beings. The greater the number of lives taken, the more potent the orb's demonic energy. Yet, Li Xingqian could not fathom how Longzhu, who was clearly not a demon cultivator, came to possess such an orb. However, he could surmise that given Longzhu's ancestor was a cultivator, it was not unreasonable for him to have acquired a demon orb. Possibly through slaying demon cultivators in the past, Longzhu crushed the black orb with a fierce grip, a surge of dark energy flooding into his body, instantly amplifying his strength, with a roar akin to a wild beast. He lunged ferociously at Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian, you are indeed from the realm of cultivation, and you have forced my hand. I never intended to become a demon cultivator. His black longsword whirled with renewed ferocity, each swing accompanied by a sound that split the air, as if he sought to rend space itself. Li Xingqian sensed the terrifying power emanating from Longzhu, yet he stood undaunted, his eyes igniting with a fervent fighting spirit. Li Xingqian understood that the demon orb had another function, to dramatically elevate a person's, or even a cultivator's, power, enabling them to instantaneously become a demon cultivator, a path from which there was no return. His flying sword burst forth with radiant brilliance, clashing violently with Longzhu's black longsword. Li Xingqian, today marks your demise, Longzhu bellowed. Humph, it won't be so easy to kill me, Li Xingqian retorted, their sword techniques intertwined, creating a dazzling array of light and shadow. In an instant, a resounding explosion erupted as their energies collided, producing a tremendous blast. The shockwaves radiated outward, uprooting trees and sending layers of dust soaring into the air. Caught in the center of the explosion, Li Xingqian and Longzhu were both forced back by the overwhelming force. The other awakened beings and Jiang Yuyan, witnessing the titanic clash between Li Xingqian and Longzhu, were left in utter shock. This was a battle of an entirely different caliber. Wow, the boss is something else. He's simply incredible. Feng Rue, piloting his Gundam, couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, neither Li Xingqian nor Longzhu showed any signs of slowing down. Longzhu charged forward once more, engaging Li Xingqian in an even more intense melee. Li Xingqian, you are nothing special, Long Zhu jeered as he attacked. Unfazed, Li Xingqian replied calmly, allow me to show you what a true cultivator is capable of. Upon uttering these words, Li Xingqian's body erupted with surges of thunder, the electric force enveloping him entirely, affecting the surroundings with its might. The Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique, 8,000 Thunder Bodies. Chapter 92. Regret not slaying Liang Shanshan. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xingqian unleashed the formidable Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique, and in an instant, his form transformed into a blinding flash of lightning, hurtling towards the Dragon Lord with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. The Dragon Lord, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from Li Xingqian, was taken aback with astonishment. What spell is this? It is astonishingly powerful, the Dragon Lord marveled inwardly. Nevertheless, he exhibited no inclination to retreat, gripping his black long sword tightly. He swung it with fervor, attempting to withstand the ferocious onslaught from Li Xingqian. Yet, alas, Li Xingqian's speed was insurmountably swift, rendering the Dragon Lord incapable of evasion. With a thunderous crash, Li Xingqian collided violently with the Dragon Lord. The impact sent the Dragon Lord hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth. You were unexpectedly powerful. The Dragon Lord gazed at Li Xingqian in terror. His eyes filled with disbelief. Li Xingqian remained expressionless, offering no response to the Dragon Lord's words, instead once again invoking the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Technique, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted towards the Dragon Lord with blinding speed. Aware that he could no longer withstand Li Xingqian's assault, the Dragon Lord resolved to flee. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Li Xingqian saw through the Dragon Lord's intent. The flying sword in his hand morphed into a streak of light, astonishingly catching up to the Dragon Lord in an instant. The Dragon Lord emitted a heart-wrenching scream as Li Xingqian's flying sword pierced through his body, sending him crashing to the ground. Li Xingqian regarded the fallen Dragon Lord with cold indifference, devoid of any compassion. However, at that moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared before the Dragon Lord, and from it emerged a graceful figure. This woman was none other than Liang Shanshan, Li Xingqian's long-lost ex-girlfriend. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Liang Shanshan had awakened spatial powers and vanished from Li Xingqian's sight. He had presumed that she was hiding in some corner, yet never anticipated her appearance before him at this moment. Moreover, he was further astonished to discover that Liang Shanshan's strength had now reached the 5th level of awakening, a power that was truly terrifying. Xingqian, dear, it has been a long time. I never imagined your strength would grow so formidable. Li Xingqian's gaze was frosty as he looked at Liang Shanshan, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. He yearned to strike her down immediately to prevent future troubles. However, just as Li Xingqian was about to act, Liang Shanshan, utilizing her formidable spatial powers, instantly traversed to a distance, taking the still-living Dragon Lord with her. Oh dear, it has been so long. You would actually attempt to kill me. How ruthless of you. Yet, this fairy does not hold grudges against the petty. How about considering becoming this fairy's loyal dog? Liang Shanshan said, casting a flirtatious glance at Li Xingqian. He watched her retreating figure. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He now felt a twinge of regret, pondering why he had not eliminated Liang Shanshan at the first opportunity, thus allowing a potential threat to fester. Initially, he had merely intended to punish her, for she had once been the plaything of several men. Yet, he had never expected Liang Shanshan to awaken spatial powers, and to have grown to such an extent. Li Xingqian suddenly felt a sense of arrogance in his early days as a cultivator. Next time, you shall not escape. At that moment, the dragon souls on the battlefield were already in disarray, their once formidable presence now dissipated. The Dragon Lord fled in panic, while the remaining members of the Dragon Souls, suffering heavy casualties, lost their backbone and scattered like loose sand. Do not let any Dragon Souls escape. Kill them. Zhao Weiguo's roar echoed across the battlefield, his eyes reddened with rage. After all, their national security base had suffered grievous losses in this battle. With countless dead and injured, now was his moment for revenge. Simultaneously, the people of the Xinghe base would not let this prime opportunity to strike a fallen enemy slip by, for the Dragon Souls were their sworn enemies, and they could not allow the remnants of the Dragon Souls to escape. Yet, at this moment, Li Xingqian did not focus on the chaotic battlefield below. He was flying with all his might towards the Dragon Souls base. That base was not far from their location, and Li Xingqian was eager to ascertain whether Liang Shanshan had escaped there with the Dragon Lord. He was even more curious about who possessed such extraordinary capabilities or had employed some miraculous method to relocate such a vast base to such a distance. Upon reaching the Dragon Soul's base, he discovered it was already in a state of panic, with tens of thousands within the city scurrying like ants on a hot pan, the scene utterly chaotic. However, to Li Xingqian's dismay, both Liang Shanshan and the Dragon Lord were absent from the base, that he strode directly towards the central hall of the base, and upon entering, he encountered an unexpected sight. In the very center of the hall stood the imposing dragon throne. As Li Xingqian approached, he could not help but let out a cold laugh. Is this an attempt to become an emperor? He then stepped forward towards the dragon throne, carefully scanning it and the entire hall with his spiritual sense. Before long, he discovered a hidden space beneath the dragon throne and felt faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within. Boom! Li Xingqian unsheathed his sword without hesitation, channeling all his strength into a single strike, and with a resounding bang, the sturdy dragon throne was shattered to pieces. Simultaneously, a secret passageway appeared before Li Xingqian. Shrouded in mist, obscuring whatever secrets lay within, Li Xingqian gazed resolutely at the secret passage, stepping boldly inside. The passage was dark and damp, with faint glimmers of light flickering on the walls, as if guiding him forward. As he ventured deeper, a mysterious and ancient aura enveloped him, quickening his heartbeat involuntarily. Suddenly, he heard a deep growl, as if some unknown entity awaited him. Li Xingqian gripped his sword tightly, cautiously proceeding onward. At the end of the passage, he discovered a vast secret chamber filled with numerous spiritual stones and various treasures, including materials for refining weapons and precious medicinal herbs, though these items held little utility for him. In the center of the chamber lay an ancient tome radiating an unusual glow. Li Xingqian approached it with care, gently flipping open its pages. Chapter 93, it is actually a teleportation array. The tome contained secrets concerning the dragon souls and ancient spells. Just as he was engrossed in studying the text, a sound emerged from behind him, prompting him to spin around sharply, only to see a shadow rushing towards him. Li Xingqian sidestepped just in time, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow. As they clashed, Li Xingqian gradually discerned the opponent's weaknesses. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword towards the shadow's vital point. The shadow emitted a pained wail before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. After vanquishing the shadow, Li Xingqian continued to explore the secret chamber, discovering a concealed mechanism. Upon pressing the mechanism, a wall of the chamber slowly opened, revealing a passage leading deeper within. Without hesitation, Li Xingqian stepped into the new passage, knowing that the truth regarding the dragon's souls and the entire incident might be concealed at its end. Upon entering this new chamber, Li Xingqian found the room adorned with array inscriptions, with a Tai Chi disc situated in the center. Upon seeing it, he inhaled sharply in astonishment. It was actually a teleportation array. Li Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that a teleportation array would exist within the dragon souls, and with an intact array disc, this was indeed a rare treasure. Seeing all of this before him, Li Xingqian finally understood why the vast base had vanished without a trace. It had utilized the teleportation array. Such advanced teleportation arrays were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Even teleporting a small base would be a trivial task, which only heightened Li Xingqian's curiosity about the Dragon Lord's identity. Subsequently, Li Xingqian once again opened the ancient tome, delving into his research. After an extensive examination, he discovered that the Dragon Lord's ancestor was actually a perfected ascendant who had failed to transcend and inadvertently arrived on Earth. After coming to Earth, his strength diminished significantly, reduced to a mere fraction, and he was left with only a century of life. Following this, he became indifferent to life and death, choosing to live as an ordinary person. However, he imparted all his spells and cultivation methods to his descendants, thus leading to the current Dragon Lord. Moreover, he left behind numerous magical artifacts, ultimately bequeathing them to his progeny. This teleportation array disc and the demonic pearl had been reserved for the Dragon Lord's lineage. Among these artifacts was a treasure that greatly intrigued Li Xingqian, a pearl of spiritual energy, which had been designated for the descendants of another lineage. The ethereal gem contained within holds an abundance of spiritual energy, which, over time, continues to multiply. Practitioners utilizing this gem for their cultivation can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Even more astonishing is the gem's formidable ability to withstand 3 of the catastrophic lightning tribulations encountered on the path to immortality. It is said that the tribulations consist of a total of 81 stages, each more powerful than the last, with the final 9 being particularly terrifying. The gem can endure 3 of these world-ending lightning strikes, significantly enhancing the chances of ascension for anyone fortunate enough to possess it. Upon learning this news, Li Xingqian resolved to acquire the gem at all costs. The Dragon Lord's true name is Di Linkdion. As for the other lineage, although the text does not elaborate on their whereabouts, the surname D is exceedingly rare. In this apocalyptic era, the distinction between cultivation techniques and awakened abilities is stark, and Li Xingqian is confident in his ability to trace their path, so he harbors no concerns about locating them. Ultimately, having secured the teleportation array disc and other treasures such as spirit stones, Li Xingqian departed from the Dragon Soul base. By this time, the battle had largely concluded, and everyone was engaged in clearing the battlefield. Li Xingqian returned to the city wall, surveying the devastated scene before him. Zhao Weiguo and others also approached the wall, gazing into the distance. Captain Zhao, since your base has been destroyed, why not remain at the Xinghe base? A flicker of desire to retain him crossed Li Xingqian's mind. Zhao Weiguo was not only upright, but also possessed considerable managerial skills. Keeping him at Xinghe base would undoubtedly bolster their strength. However, Zhao Weiguo shook his head with a wry smile. Xingqian, let it be. Although our base is gone, we have our mission. I must lead the survivors to the Goan No. 1 base. Understanding his resolve, Li Xingqian refrained from further insistence. In that case, I shall not press you. Rest for a few days before you depart. Zhao Weiguo nodded and left the wall to help clear the battlefield. Xingqian, if you truly wish to retain him, it is not impossible. Yixilan approached, observing Zhao Weiguo below. Yet, Li Xingqian resolutely shook his head. To forcibly retain someone is not my style. I merely respect his managerial capabilities. There are many capable individuals, and we do not lack for one. Li Xingqian's words left Yixilan deep in thought, and she regarded him with a newfound admiration. In this world of apocalypse, where the strong dominate, many resort to unscrupulous means for their own gain. Yet, Li Xingqian stood apart, adhering to his principles and boundaries. Yixilan realized she had not misjudged him. Li Xingqian was indeed a trustworthy individual. Over the next few days, Zhao Weiguo and the survivors from the Dragon Soul base took time to recuperate at the Xinghe base. They assisted the inhabitants of the Xinghe base in clearing the battlefield and rebuilding their homes. During this period, the bond between Zhao Weiguo and Li Xingqian grew closer as they collaborated on future plans, striving for humanity's survival. Finally, the day arrived for Zhao Weiguo and his group to leave. Li Xingqian, Yixilan, and others personally bid them farewell. Xingqian, thank you for your care over these past few days. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Zhao Weiguo grasped Li Xingqian's hand tightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Captain Zhao, take care on your journey. Until we meet again. Li Xingqian reciprocated the handshake firmly, watching as their convoy gradually disappeared from view. After bidding farewell to Zhao Weiguo and his group, Li Xingqian and Yixilan returned to the Xinghe base, preparing for their next course of action. Li Xingqian understood that although they had triumphed over the Dragon Soul base, this was merely the beginning. In this apocalypse, numerous formidable foes awaited their confrontation. They needed to continuously enhance their strength to survive in this harsh world. Thus, Li Xingqian and Yixilan commenced rigorous training, diligently striving to augment their powers. Through their efforts, the strength of the Xinghe base steadily increased. Chapter 94. The call for help from Moheshi. As time passed, they not only gathered many powerful awakeners but also amassed a wealth of resources. During this period, the emotional ties between Li Xingqian and several women deepened significantly. Su Meishua and Ai Wei sought him out almost daily, making it a habit, while the typically reserved Jiang Yuyan gradually lowered her guard, leading to a subtly intimate relationship with Li Xingqian, rich with ambiguous undertones. Meanwhile, Yixilan and Dongfeng Yar, burdened with their respective responsibilities, the former overseeing the entire base's operations and the latter managing all food supplies, remained exceedingly busy. Nonetheless, they would still carve out moments to share snippets of their lives with Li Xingqian. During this time, the sisters Zishuan and Xilan appeared to be favored by fate, experiencing explosive growth in their cultivation. Thanks to their exceptional talents and the continuous nourishment from precious spirit stones, they remarkably broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Such astonishing progress was truly breathtaking. Just as Li Xingqian contemplated the next steps in their strategic deployment, a sudden urgent ringing pierced the air. It was a call from the satellite phone. Xingqian, we need help. The situation is dire. Please assist us swiftly. The caller was Ling Yufeng, the lord of the Xinghe No. 2 base in Moheshi, his voice tinged with desperation and fear. This unexpected news puzzled Li Xingqian. The Xinghe No. 2 base was supposed to be quite formidable, having successfully integrated a team with tremendous combat power and numerous awakeners for support. What calamity could have prompted Ling Yufeng to urgently reach out to him? Pondering this, Li Xingqian furrowed his brow, internally speculating various possibilities. However, no matter what, the priority was to uncover the truth and respond promptly. What has happened? Li Xingchen inquired, and Ling Yunfeng quickly divulged the situation that it's a horde of zombies, a million-strong wave, and among them are 2 level 6 zombie monarchs. Upon hearing this, Li Xingchen was taken aback. A million-strong horde and level 6 monarchs were unprecedented. He had never encountered a level 6 monarch before, but with this new information, he felt compelled to act. He needed the level 6 crystal stones. Without hesitation, Li Xingchen swiftly gathered Yi Xilan and others, informing them of the situation at the Xinghe No. 2 base. The prospect of a million-strong horde and level 6 monarchs presented a monumental challenge. Yi Xilan's face turned grave. But we cannot afford to miss the level 6 crystal stones. They are vital for our strength enhancement, Jiang Yuyin stated resolutely. Indeed, we must set off immediately for the Xinghe No. 2 base. The determination in Li Xingchen's gaze was resolute. The group sprang into action, leading some of the elite awakeners from the Xinghe base on their mission of support. However, Li Xingchen retained Yi Xilan. Acknowledging that the base needed someone to oversee operations. As they raced forward, urgency filled their hearts. Upon nearing the Xinghe No. 2 base, they could see a vast, dark wave of zombies surging like a tide. A terrifying sight that sent chills down their spines. Wow, boss, this scene is absolutely astounding, Feng Rue exclaimed, gazing at the dense mass of zombies. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yunfeng had been anxiously waiting at the base entrance. Knowing that the horde was closing in rapidly, likely to arrive within mere hours, upon seeing Li Xingchen and his group, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xingchen, you've finally arrived. After exchanging brief greetings and introductions, Li Xingchen commanded everyone to prepare for battle, mobilizing nearly all capable fighters. Moreover, faced with such a dense horde, Li Xingchen resorted to missile strikes. He still had a dozen or so missiles from the launchers he had acquired. Without further ado, Li Xingchen set the coordinates and pressed the launch button. A minute later, 6 missiles streaked across the sky, landing squarely in the midst of the horde. Boom! 6 tremendous explosions erupted, creating massive craters and obliterating hundreds of thousands of zombies. Given the sheer density of their ranks, the 2 level 6 zombie monarchs, witnessing the devastation of their minions, expressed their fury with a roar, causing the remaining zombies to surge forward with newfound vigor. Within moments, they reached the walls of the base. Li Xingchen wasted no time, decisively directing everyone into the fray with an unwavering determination. The Awakeners acted without hesitation, unleashing their unique abilities against the relentless tide of zombies. Simultaneously, the base's heavy weaponry joined the fray, spewing forth ferocious flames, sweeping away hordes of zombies in a frenzy of gunfire. Feng Rue moved swiftly, his hands weaving a radiant light as he summoned his formidable mech, which appeared as an enormous mechanical giant amidst the zombie masses. Gundam, resplendent and imposing, wielded 2 radiant lightsabers, sweeping through the throngs of zombies with an unmatched ferocity, leaving a trail of fallen undead in his wake. A spectacle truly awe-inspiring. The members of Base 2, who had never witnessed such prowess from Feng Rue, found their hearts ignited with fervor, and their morale surged dramatically upon witnessing this scene. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yuyin transformed into her spirit fox form, darting into the horde like a wraith, as if entering a realm unchallenged. With each strike of her razor-sharp claws, she effortlessly claimed the lives of dozens of zombies. Su Meishiwa, not to be outdone, focused her energy, skillfully wielding her water and fire abilities. Enormous water and fire projectiles shot forth like meteors, crashing into the zombie masses with tremendous force, creating chaos and devastation among them. The most extravagant display came from the sisters Zishuan and Xilan, each brandishing a sword, moving through the zombies as if they were invincible. With each swing of their swords, waves of energy sliced through, taking hundreds of zombies with them. Such overwhelming power left onlookers astonished. Under the command of Captain Xingchen, truly remarkable talents emerged. Even the usually composed Ling Yunfeng could not help but express his astonishment at the stunning scenes unfolding before him. At this moment, Li Xingchen's gaze was fixed intently on the 2 level 6 zombie emperors. With a flash, he surged towards them with an almost supernatural speed. The level 6 zombie emperors, sensing his approach, emitted chilling roars of dread before engaging him in a life-and-death struggle. As the fierce battle raged on, Li Xingchen gradually realized that the strength of the zombie emperors far exceeded his initial expectations. Each of their attacks contained unimaginable power, capable of annihilating all in their path. However, Li Xingqian felt no fear. Fueled by his indomitable spirit and unparalleled combat skills, he deftly maneuvered around the zombie emperors, refusing to be outmatched. Truly worthy of being level 6 zombie emperors. He leaped high to evade their overwhelming strikes, and at other times, slid swiftly across the ground to launch attacks from unexpected angles. The level 6 zombie emperors, increasingly agitated by Li Xingqian's agility, emanated an ever more potent and malevolent aura, distorting the very air around them. They unleashed a deafening roar, sending shockwaves of sound crashing toward Li Xingqian. He quickly summoned a defensive barrier of spiritual energy, successfully withstanding the onslaught. It seemed that maintaining a low profile was no longer an option. Simultaneously, other awakened individuals were showcasing their unique abilities on the battlefield. Some manipulated vines to weave colossal cages, ensnaring groups of zombies, while others employed illusions to plunge more zombies into confusion and fear. The more ferocious and transformative types carved a bloody path through the hordes, reminiscent of bulldozers. Although the situation appeared to favor them, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and many had already exhausted their initial vigor, retreating further into the fray. Tension mounted, and Li Xingqian knew that delay was not an option. Taking a deep breath, he invoked the Zixiao Divine Thunder technique, Divine Lightning Command. Suddenly, his hands moved with great speed, forming intricate seals as he chanted incantations that in an instant, the once clear sky darkened as if shrouded by a massive black cloth. A fierce wind howled across the land, bringing with it a biting chill. Concurrently, the clouds roiled violently, thunder rumbling ominously, deafening all who heard it. Brilliant flashes of lightning tore through the night, shattering the darkness into fragments. In the blink of an eye, the ominous clouds coalesced into a gigantic vortex, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour all. The oppressive weight of the thunderclouds bore down like a mountain, leaving everyone gasping for breath. They felt an unprecedented terror and tension, their backs chilled and cold sweat trickling down. Even their hair stood on end from the overwhelming aura, yet they dared not pause, gripping their weapons tightly. After all, mere paces ahead lay the advancing tide of zombies, grotesque, foul-smelling creatures clawing their way toward them. To cease their resistance now would mean certain dismemberment. Thus, despite their hearts brimming with dread, they gritted their teeth and continued the desperate fight against the zombies. The 2 level 6 zombie emperors felt an intense alarm within them, an unprecedented fear washing over, as they clearly sensed the formidable pressure and intimidation emanating from the mysterious figure before them. Consequently, they simultaneously began to retreat step by step. However, just as they sought to escape, a cold and commanding voice rang out. "Want to leave? Too late." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once clear sky turned dark and oppressive. Following this, a massive and resplendent bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, striking directly at the retreating level 6 zombie emperors. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck true. Instantly, sparks flew, and currents surged, engulfing the entire space in a blinding radiance. The bodies of the level 6 zombie emperors erupted in billowing white smoke as if ignited. Seconds later, the thunder gradually faded, leaving behind a scene of utter shock. The 2 once mighty level 6 zombie emperors were now unrecognizable. Their forms charred black as though they had survived a horrific conflagration, their skin split open, muscles twisted and deformed, exuding a foul, burnt odor. Still not dead, Li Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. He could scarcely fathom that even after unleashing such a formidable lightning attack, he had not completely vanquished these resilient level 6 zombie emperors. At this moment, the severely injured zombie emperors panted angrily, their eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent, fixating on Li Xingqian, as if they wished to rend him limb from limb. Despite their overwhelming desire to annihilate the man before them, reason dictated that they were no match for him. Thus, wisely, they chose to retreat. Li Xingqian's gaze was piercing, fixed firmly on the 2 level 6 zombie emperors as they withdrew. Without hesitation, he raised his shimmering spiritual "How are you?" Jiang Yuyan, Feng Rue, and Su Meishues surrounded Li Xingqian with anxious expressions, inquiring about his condition with great concern. Li Xingqian offered a faint smile and gently shook his head, indicating that he was not seriously harmed. His gaze slowly swept across the battered and scarred city before him, stirring a complex array of emotions within him. Although they had ultimately triumphed in this harrowing battle, it came at an exceedingly heavy price. Particularly, Base 2 of the Star River had sustained severe damage under the enemy's relentless assault. with its once thriving population of over 100,000 reduced by half in an instant. Just then, Ling Yunfeng approached briskly, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Li Xingqian was indeed extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing anyone's imagination. Despite having anticipated that Li Xingqian's strength would be exceptional, he could not have fathomed that he could single-handedly confront two level 6 corpse kings and vanquish them both. Such terrifying combat prowess not only left Ling Yunfeng utterly stunned, but also instilled in him a profound admiration and yearning for Li Xingqian. Boss Xingqian, what course of action should we take next? At this moment, Ling Yunfeng understood that he could not act impulsively and must first seek Li Xingqian's counsel, for he was the true authority of the base. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. I recently acquired a treasure, and I have an idea regarding IT-to-TO Connect Base 1 and Base 2. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Connect? What does that mean? Li Xingqian elaborated on the concept of the teleportation array in detail. As his words concluded, an uproar erupted, leaving everyone dumbfounded. What? A teleportation array? This unprecedented notion fell upon the crowd like a bombshell, igniting a wave of excitement. Eyes widened in disbelief, they gazed at Li Xingqian. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. However, just as the astonishment settled, Ivy, the academic prodigy, suddenly stepped forward, voicing her inner doubts. Xingqian, if what you're saying is true, the teleportation array can achieve transport like spatial power. But the problem is, you only possess one teleportation array, which means it can only facilitate one-way transport, correct? Her words struck everyone like a sudden revelation. If it were merely one-sided transport, while it held significant strategic value, it would indeed be impractical in application. In response to the crowd's concerns, Li Xingqian smiled gently and waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. He explained with composure, you may not yet comprehend, but this teleportation array is far more powerful than you imagine. I can create several subsidiary arrays from the main array. Upon hearing this, although the crowd remained somewhat bewildered, they began to grasp the deeper implications. They started to realize that this seemingly ordinary teleportation array concealed even more astonishing possibilities. Li Xingqian decided to return to Base 1 to discuss the connection with his companions there. He, along with Ivy and the others, stepped onto the teleportation array, vanishing from their original location. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at Base 1. The people there rejoiced at their return, cheering joyfully. Li Xingqian sought out the person in charge and shared his plan. After thorough discussion, everyone agreed that it was a feasible proposal. Consequently, Li Xingqian set about crafting the subsidiary arrays. Through his diligent efforts, several subsidiary arrays were successfully created shortly thereafter. They then installed these subsidiary arrays at crucial locations in both Base 1 and Base 2. This development enabled swift and convenient transport between the two bases. With the completion of the subsidiary arrays, an invisible bridge seemed to have formed between Base 1 and Base 2. The awakened individuals excitedly traversed back and forth between the two bases, experiencing this unprecedented convenience. Wow, this is simply miraculous. We can instantly arrive at another base, exclaimed one survivor in amazement. Indeed, this is all thanks to Boss Li Xingqian. He is truly remarkable, another survivor chimed in, eyes brimming with admiration. I never even dared to dream that such a thing could exist. Boss Li Xingqian is nothing short of a divine figure, someone shouted excitedly. Not only the survivors of the base, but even the commanding officers were thoroughly enjoying themselves. This is incredible. We can directly reach Magic Sea City. Yi Shilon marveled beside the teleportation array, while Feng Rue was having a splendid time nearby. Ha, the boss is the boss. Truly impressive. Ling Yunfeng, who had never been to Base 1 of the Star River in Jingnan City, was astonished that his first visit occurred via the teleportation array. Arriving at the base in an instant, upon stepping into Base 1, he was taken aback by the towering walls, which he hadn't expected to be primarily made of steel. The entire base appeared harmonious, and the streets were relatively clean and tidy. Unlike his own Base 2, which was rather chaotic, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He had thought he was doing quite well, yet the disparity was so vast. In the days that followed, Li Xingqian focused on strengthening the management and development of both bases, gradually restoring their vitality and vigor. Chapter 97. A Traitor Among Us? Under Li Xingqian's diligent efforts, both bases thrived. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One day, strange occurrences began to unfold within the base. Supplies mysteriously vanished, and certain key areas appeared to have been secretly probed. Li Xingchen keenly sensed that something was amiss and immediately bolstered the base's security measures while launching an investigation. After meticulous scrutiny, they uncovered some clues, suggesting that a mysterious organization was quietly infiltrating the base. This organization operated with extreme secrecy and cunning tactics, utilizing forged identities to blend in among the base's personnel. One individual disguised as an ordinary maintenance worker stealthily sketched an internal layout of the base during his routine tasks, marking the locations of critical facilities. Another posed as a research assistant, secretly stealing data and materials related to research projects. Li Xingchen understood that he could not allow this organization's plot to succeed. He gathered the core members of the base to discuss countermeasures. Speak up. What have you discovered? Who are they? Li Xingchen's expression was grave. Boss, currently we only know that their numbers are likely substantial and their roles well-defined. But we are still unclear about their origins, Feng Rue replied, frowning. Humph. No matter where they come from, they shall not succeed on our turf, Yishilan declared, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. From now on, intensify the scrutiny of all personnel. We shall leave no suspicious individual unchecked. The group nodded in agreement and began to take action. Initially, Li Xingchen contemplated using his spiritual awareness to observe, only to find that everyone's behavior appeared normal, which struck him as odd. Was it that he had missed something? Or had the other party already become alert and was merely acting normally? This approach was proving ineffective, leaving him feeling somewhat passive. Li Xingchen pondered deeply. Suddenly, an idea flickered through his mind, prompting him to abandon comprehensive surveillance of all areas and instead focus on a few key locations within the inner city. Employing his formidable spiritual awareness for round-the-clock observation, in the stillness of the night, just past 3 in the morning, a suspicious individual stealthily approached the supply and equipment depot. This person scanned the surroundings with shifty eyes before swiftly producing a map from his pocket, carefully marking a point on it. After completing this action, he did not cease his activities but proceeded towards the vicinity of the teleportation array. However, at that moment, the area surrounding the teleportation array was under constant guard. Despite the constant flow of people coming and going, due to the overwhelming curiosity surrounding the array since its activation the previous day, they were compelled to alter their strategy the next day. Individuals would either need to obtain the relevant documentation or pay a fee to utilize the teleportation array. Faced with this situation, the covert individual first glanced around cautiously and then adjusted his demeanor, confidently approaching the entrance of the teleportation array. Halt. Unauthorized personnel must pay 20 level 1 crystal stones as a fee for a single use. The guard at the entrance blocked him without hesitation. Hearing this, the individual hesitated briefly but ultimately complied and handed over the 20 level 1 crystal stones. Li Xingchen's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the teleportation array. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. This individual had been teleported to base 2, hundreds of kilometers away. In a flash, Li Xingchen moved swiftly, arriving at the teleportation array in an instant. However, the guards remained oblivious. They had not anticipated anyone would infiltrate so rapidly. Like a specter, Li Xingchen slipped past their defenses and silently stepped into the teleportation array. Once inside base 2, he did not pause for a moment but executed his teleportation technique once more, reappearing atop a high vantage point. From this elevated position, he surveyed the entire base. He then activated his powerful spiritual awareness, and within mere seconds, the figure of his target appeared within his line of sight. Unexpectedly, the individual did not linger long in base 2, but resolutely exited through the base's main gate. Comprehend the perils lurking within the city at night, fraught with myriad unknown dangers. It is customary for individuals to venture out during the daylight hours for the purpose of hunting and gathering resources. However, this particular individual dares to depart from the base in solitude during the witching hour. It would be hard for anyone to believe that there are no ulterior motives at play. Subsequently, this enigmatic figure made his way directly to a building within base 2, entering one of its rooms. The chamber appeared relatively tidy, clearly indicating prior occupancy, yet it lacked substantial living provisions. Once inside, the individual lit a cigarette and sat quietly, awaiting an unspecified event. Before long, the door creaked open, and a middle-aged man stepped inside. The presence of a cigarette is remarkable, given its scarcity in these times. Without hesitation, the suspect handed a cigarette to the middle-aged man. I have only a few. I just acquired some at Star River Base. The middle-aged man accepted it without a word, taking a puff with a look of sheer satisfaction. "Speak. What intelligence do you possess?" The middle-aged man swiftly turned the conversation to the matter at hand. "The strength of Star River Base is not to be underestimated today as far as I know. Base 1 has a population of 200,000, recently augmented, with over half being awakened, more than 10,000 at level 3. Over 1,000 at level 4, and the number of level 5 awakened remains uncertain. I estimate that several team leaders and their deputies are of that caliber." Upon hearing such formidable strength, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "Their rate of growth exceeds my expectations. It seems we must hasten our actions." "What of Base 2? He inquired further. "The situation at Base 2 is quite similar. With a population of around 100,000 and a comparable ratio of awakened individuals to Base 1. However, their defenses appear more stringent, and I have yet to find an opportunity to infiltrate the core areas. Continue to devise methods for gathering intelligence and report any new discoveries promptly," the middle-aged man instructed. "Understood." The suspect nodded in agreement. That moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. "What is happening?" the middle-aged man asked, his expression tightening with concern. "That I will investigate," the suspect replied, rising to peer outside. He spotted a group approaching, led by a burly man accompanied by several subordinates. "This is bad. It's the patrol team." The suspect's heart sank, realizing he had been compromised. "Quickly, we must exit through the back door." The middle-aged man also recognized the imminent danger, leaping up to flee towards the rear exit alongside the suspect. Yet, before they could escape the room, they were cornered by the patrol team at the doorway. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the team leader demanded sternly. "That we are staff members of the base." Discussing matters, the middle-aged man feigned calmness. "Staff? I don't recall seeing you before," the patrol leader replied skeptically. "We are new arrivals and are still acclimating to the base's circumstances," the middle-aged man explained. "Is that so? Then why are you behaving so suspiciously?" the patrol leader probed further. "We were merely discussing work-related matters, without any ulterior motives," he insisted, just as the patrol leader prepared to detain them. A phone call interrupted, and he urgently muttered, "What? I understand. I will head over immediately." With that, the patrol leader turned to the two men, barking a warning. "Return to the base immediately. It's unsafe out here." "Understood." He then stormed off with his team, having received a call from Li Xingchen, who realized that the patrol's arrival could hinder his pursuit and instructed Ling Yunfeng to withdraw them. Once the patrol had departed, the two men exchanged glances. "This place is no longer safe. Let us change locations. You should hurry back. I will take my leave." After this, the suspect nodded thoughtfully, and they parted ways. Li Xingchen resumed his close tailing of the middle-aged man while the suspect was left to be monitored by Ling Yunfeng's personnel. The middle-aged man swiftly demonstrated his unique abilities, moving with astonishing speed. Li Xingchen remained vigilant, maintaining a safe distance as he followed. Before long, they arrived at the seaside. However, at that moment, the man's expression turned vacant, as if he had lost all awareness, standing still and unresponsive. Li Xingchen was filled with confusion, unable to discern what was transpiring. Thus, he could only wait quietly. As minutes ticked by, a strangely dressed man in a suit appeared before him. This suited individual was particularly peculiar, leaving Li Xingchen bewildered and unnerved. As if an inexplicable aura surrounded him, Li Xingchen cautiously shifted his position to gain a more advantageous vantage point, intently observing the mysterious man. What unfolded next left him utterly astounded. This man in a suit was, in fact, a zombie. The creature bore an almost human-like appearance, yet retained certain unmistakable characteristics of the undead: sharp fangs and lethal claws. This astonishing revelation rendered Li Xingchen momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react. Summoning all his willpower, he suppressed the overwhelming shock surging within him, focusing intently on the suited zombie's every subtle movement. The suited figure approached the middle-aged man with steady strides, extending his pale, slender hand to gently press against the man's forehead. Instantly, the middle-aged man appeared to awaken from a dream, regaining clarity and consciousness. "Master, how may I serve you?" he inquired respectfully, his tone imbued with deference. The suited man lowered his voice, murmuring a few words, to which the middle-aged man nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain, before turning to leave in haste. Li Xingchen's heart raced. He resolved to follow the middle-aged man without hesitation. Upon returning to the base, the middle-aged man quickly gathered a group of subordinates, adopting an expression of grave seriousness as he began to assign tasks. Li Xingqian concealed himself in the shadows, meticulously observing their every move, as his curiosity swelled like a snowball. Who were these individuals? Why did they obey the suited man so submissively? By what means did the suited man exert control over them? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingqian decided to return to Star River Base to share his astonishing discovery with Yi Shilan and Feng Rui. Upon his return, Li Xingqian recounted his observations in detail to Yi Shilan and Feng Rui. Their expressions mirrored one another's shock as they absorbed the information. How is this possible? How could a zombie possess human intelligence? Yi Shilan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. This zombie is indeed extraordinary. It not only resembles a human but also exhibits a degree of intelligence and capability, Li Xingqian replied, his demeanor serious. What should we do next? Feng Rui asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I believe we should delve deeper into the identity and intentions of the suited man before devising a strategy to confront him. Yi Shilan suggested coolly. I concur with Yi Shilan. We must avoid reckless actions that could provoke undesirable repercussions. Jiang Yuyan added in agreement. Very well. Let us begin with the middle-aged man and see if we can uncover any valuable leads. Li Xingqian asserted decisively. After thorough investigation, they discovered that the middle-aged man was actually a manager at Star River Base, named Wang Cheng. He was known for his low profile and seldom engaged with others, thus attracting little attention. Based on their findings, Li Xingqian and his companions decided to monitor Wang Cheng discreetly, hoping to glean insights from his daily activities. However, after several days of surveillance, they found no unusual behavior from Wang Cheng, leaving them perplexed. Could we have misjudged our investigative direction? Feng Rui questioned. Perhaps Wang Cheng is not the key figure we seek. He might merely be a pawn in the suited man's game. Yi Shilan pondered aloud. What should we do now? Jiang Yuyan inquired. That we cannot abandon this pursuit. Let us shift our focus to those around Wang Cheng. Li Xingqian proposed. In the dead of night, Li Cheng departed from the base alone. As was his custom, unbeknownst to him, Li Xingqian and his companions stealthily followed in his wake, ultimately trailing him to a derelict factory situated outside the base. Upon entering the factory, they noticed a room illuminated by a light. Cautiously, they approached the door and peered through the window, where they beheld Li Cheng engaged in conversation with a mysterious figure. The enigmatic individual had his back turned to the window, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, his voice revealed him to be a man. As Li Xingqian and his companions attempted to draw nearer, a sudden, chilling scream echoed from within the room. Alarmed, they rushed inside, only to find Li Cheng lifeless on the ground, while the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. What has transpired here? Feng Rui inquired in astonishment. It appears we have arrived too late. Li Cheng has been murdered, Li Xingqian replied somberly. What shall we do now? Jiang Yuyan turned to Li Xingqian and Yi Shilan that we must first retrieve Li Cheng's body and then devise a plan to uncover the identity of that mysterious individual. Yi Shilan responded with resignation. The group returned to the base with Li Cheng's remains and initiated an investigation into the cause of his demise. After thorough examination, they discovered that Li Cheng had been fatally stabbed, the wounds exhibiting a precision indicative of a skilled assailant. What should we do next? Feng Rui asked anxiously, pacing back and forth. We must exercise caution and refrain from acting impulsively, lest we alert the perpetrator. We can begin by investigating Li Cheng's interpersonal relationships to see if we can uncover any clues about the mysterious figure, Li Xingqian suggested. The others heeded Yi Shilan's advice and commenced their inquiry into Li Cheng's connections. After a comprehensive review, they identified a foe of Li Cheng, named Zhang Hua, with whom he had previously harbored animosity. The group resolved to investigate Zhang Hua, discovering that his recent behavior had been somewhat peculiar. Consequently, they decided to monitor him discreetly, hoping to glean insights from his daily activities. One fateful night, Zhang Hua once again left the base alone, and Li Xingqian and his companions followed him cautiously to a nearby grove. As they trailed him through the trees, a sudden scream pierced the night air. Startled, they rushed into the woods, only to find Zhang Hua sprawled on the ground, lifeless, with the mysterious figure standing ominously beside his corpse. At last, we have found you, Li Xingqian declared. The enigmatic figure turned to face them, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. I anticipated your arrival, he remarked nonchalantly. Who are you? Li Xingqian demanded, his gaze unwavering. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you should not interfere in this matter, the figure replied cryptically. You conspire against our base, and you expect us to remain passive. Have you lost your senses? Feng Rui retorted angrily. You are courting death, the figure exclaimed, launching an assault against Yishilan and Feng Rue. The ensuing battle was fierce, revealing that the mysterious figure was not human, but rather a zombie. Having reached the formidable 6th-tier level of a Corpse King. In this confrontation, only Li Xingqian stood a chance against the creature, as the others were no match for its prowess. Recognizing this, Li Xingqian positioned himself in front of his companions. Upon seeing him, the zombie's expression changed. The Lord of Xinghup Base, I have heard of your strength. I am eager to witness it firsthand. Li Xingqian's demeanor remained stoic as he faced the zombie. Then prepare to be enlightened. With that, he surged forward in an instant, charging at the creature, which responded with a ferocious roar and met him head-on. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their strikes resonating with tremendous energy. Feng Rue and the others watched anxiously, aware that this was a life-and-death struggle. Yishilan gripped her weapon tightly, poised to assist Li Xingqian at any moment. As the battle progressed, Li Xingqian gradually gained the upper hand, inflicting multiple wounds upon the zombie. Nevertheless, the creature refused to yield easily. It unleashed a surge of power, pushing Li Xingqian back momentarily before attempting to flee. Attempting to escape? Not so fast, Li Xingqian shouted, pursuing it with lightning speed, while Feng Rue and the others swiftly followed suit, determined not to let the zombie elude them. Surrounded and cornered, the zombie's retreat was progressively thwarted. Finally, seizing an opportunity, Li Xingqian unleashed a devastating blow. Striking the zombie with all his might, the creature emitted a final, anguished cry before collapsing, unable to rise again. At last, it is over. Feng Rue sighed in relief. Yishilan turned to Li Xingqian, expressing gratitude. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Xingqian cautioned, now is not the time for relaxation. We must return to the base and ascertain if there are any further threats. The group nodded in agreement and carried the zombie's remains back to the base. After a meticulous inspection and cleansing, tranquility was restored, albeit the calm was surely the foreboding silence before the storm. Subsequently, Li Xingqian entered the villa, his gaze fixed intently on a 6th-tier crystal emitting a faint red glow. This mysterious luminescence seemed to transport him back to a forgotten memory, evoking thoughts of a specific type of zombie.